Adrian Mateos Diaz becomes the first ever Spanish champ on the EPT.
No time for any sleep when you're laughing along with me. Got you by my side and we're burning on through the night.
Morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
What do you have?
You want to know?
Full house?
It's Jeff.
I'm all in.
I'm all in.
All in. Keep off my money.
Show me his queen. Show me his queen, thank you.
There's a king on the turn!
Ooh, I'm in good shape right now.
How does it feel to wear the golden hat? It's the lack of the beginner. And...
Kidding me! Boom! It's the four!
Oh, my friend.
Go, baby! Hello once again, welcome to beautiful Barcelona and the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. This is the penultimate day of the EPT Barcelona Festival, the penultimate day of the main event. We are coming into play with 36 players. Our ambition is to get down to the final table. It could take a good 12 hours, so don't make any plans for the weekend. Stay right here with PokerStars.tv for the next 48 hours. Coverage of play today, kicking off right now, and then at 1 p.m. tomorrow, Central European time, cards up coverage of the final table as we play down to a winner, the first champion of season 12, who will receive that first prize of 1.4 million euros. I'm James Hartigan. Sat alongside me right now is Matt Broughton.
Hello everybody, thanks again for joining us. We have got a lot of the pokers for you.
And of course you can watch on the go. If you do have to go to the supermarket and do the shopping, if annoyingly you've arranged some meeting with a long-lost relative, take us with you on your iOS or Android device. And as we get closer to the final table, we add more language streams. This is what's available right now. You can watch at PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel. This is page 1 of 2, by the way.
I know, I just seen that. Wow. There you are, even more ways to listen to us. Or, depending on your point of view, other ways of avoiding us.
Twitch.tv/PokerStars is another portal which carries with it the live chat. And already, Matt, I see some people are joining in the conversation.
Yep.
You can also get in touch on Twitter. Use the hashtag EPTLive. Keith Woodward is in. Says, good morning. Going to try and make the entire day today while looking for good EPT Not Live content. Have I mentioned recently that we have an almost weekly podcast called EPT Not Live? You can subscribe. You'll find it on iTunes, Stitcher, and at PokerStars.com. So we started our coverage on day 2. We brought you world-famous bubble coverage on day 3. Yesterday was day 4. Today is day 5, and we already have action with John Juanda, who's at our feature table, all in for his last 390,000. Amir Tuma from Lebanon opened.
I think 6 cents 19 and Paco Walter.
Juanda has shoved, and action is now on Diego Del Riego.
For their mistakes.
Also all in.
Well, he started the day with 2 big blinds, and he was in the big blind, so this is
no real surprise.
Just something. Okay.
So, I don't mean to sound rude, but in this particular situation, Del Riego is not relevant. It's about Joanda's shove and whether Tuma wants to call off 305k.
Yeah, it does feel mean, isn't it? But you don't even really care about Riego there.
Tuma among the chip leaders. Comes into play today, 3rd in chips.
He's in for how much?
For 80,000.
80,000.
Looking good, man.
And I get 5 from here, yeah?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, we have
Chip and chair, baby. Right?
So Tuma has folded, Del Riego at risk.
It's a fair race.
John Juanda with ace queen, Del Riego with 10s. What a hand to wake up with in the big blind when you effectively forced all in.
Could knock 2 guys out.
Classic race.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to kick off the day. You've had all night to think about how on earth am I going to get back into this.
Maybe
Well, here you
that's
go.
one to double me up.
And boomer.
There's a queen on the flop.
Well, that's not too friendly.
No, yeah.
Oh, well. Not much you can say about that.
A little bit of hope now. 2 pair for Juanda. Gives Del Riego the straight draw.
Come on, River. Boo.
No.
Well, guys.
No.
He knew he had an uphill struggle coming into play with just 2 big blinds. Diego Del Riego out in 36th place, cashing for 27,400 euros.
And of course, if you were with us at the end of yesterday's broadcast, it was poor old Del Riego got absolutely ruined with Fredrik Jensen's amazing hero call with those 9s.
I want to talk about that a bit later on.
Oh!
Every reason why we should talk about it. It was an amazing call, one of the biggest and best hero calls I think we've ever seen on the EPT.
It was pretty jaw-dropping.
I didn't feel it.
So this is our feature table lineup. We are currently 6-handed. Peter Eichhardt, old school EPT player, made final tables in seasons 1 and 3. He comes into play as chip leader. We've also got John Juanda and Sham Srinivasan. They've got final table experience on the European Poker Tour. So let's talk about what happened yesterday, Matt, for anyone who missed our day 4 coverage here on EPT Live. We started the day with 110 players, including 6 former EPT champs. We had EPT2 Baden winner Patrick Antonius headlining the feature table, along with 2013 World Series main event champ Ryan Reese. Well, he hit the rail early. Antonius meanwhile had a roller coaster ride, first doubling up with ace-queen against aces. And then he spent 11 agonizing minutes in the tank before folding to 2 all-in players. And eventually, he lost all of his chips to Team Pro's Matthias de Mulder. Mike Timex McDonald was another big name to be eliminated. But John Juanda, Matty de Mulder, and André Akari are 3 of the 36 players who returned for day 5. And already, we are down to 34. An all-in on one of the outer tables. And this is an all-in.
It's in.
Which has sealed the fate of Mikolai Vaskabonikau, KO'd by Steve Warburton.
Oh, well, he's got a smile on his face. And he's about to get some euros in his pocket.
And this is not surprising, that we are playing well below the usual average for this point of an EPT main event.
Yeah.
We'd expect the average stack to be 50 big blinds. Right now it's 1.5 million with the blinds at 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. This is level 26 of the main event. And I don't know whether I'm betraying some kind of unspoken rule here about relaying conversations overheard in men's rooms.
Right, okay.
But prior to going on air, I had a last-minute comfort break and overheard the last 2 former EPT champs having a conversation at the sinks.
No.
While washing their hands, Alexei Koroshenin and Fredrik Jensen, who were sharing a table yesterday, were discussing that big hand where Jensen heroed with the 9.
Go on, go on.
And Koroshenin was obviously taking his hat off to Jensen, and Jensen said it was a combination of 2 things. He went back to the pre-flop action, which he said didn't correlate with the way that his opponent had played the hand on the other streets. And bear in mind, we didn't see any of that action. We joined it on the river when Riego shoved. And Jensen said, ultimately, the reason why I thought so long is I was just staring at the guy, and as time went on, he just looked more and more nervous, and I convinced myself that he was bluffing.
Wow. Simple as that. We quite often say, don't we, when people go into the tank and they're going, you know, and the viewers are going, what is he doing? What's he thinking about? And you go, sometimes if you just leave it long enough, you pick up that vibe, people start squirming. Impressive stuff. We should have someone permanently stationed in the toilets, I think, to pick up such information. I see that the future of the PokerStars blog team, someone on toilet watch.
We've got people joining us from around the world. Pedro says, good morning. Got up at 6 a.m. in Toronto to get my day started. Ubaid says, guys, it's 3 a.m. for me. I slept early today to catch up with the action. Rob King says, it's going to be raining later in the UK, and even though the sun is making a rare appearance, he's with us, and he wants us to entertain him. And then we've got Raujo, who says, good morning, it's 7 a.m. here in Argentina. The girlfriend's sleeping, I've got hot coffee, and I'm ready for 12 hours of EPT Live. And
hello, this is a bit of Mr. Jude Ainsworth versus Mr. Frederick Jensen of toilet fame.
What's this, Queen 10 for Ainsworth, Ace 9 for Jensen?
Ainsworth was a real big stack at one point, wasn't he? It's just amazing how these shift.
Not looking good for Jude Ainsworth. And he's out.
Wow.
In 34th place, eliminated by EPT 8 Madrid winner Frederick Jensen. Ainsworth eliminated in 33rd place. And he'll be cashing for 27,400 euros.
It's got to be said, our live stream so far has felt like a highlights reel. Every 5 seconds, a big all-in, a big call, and another elimination. We'll be out of here, I reckon, by about 2:30. It's just a prediction.
That's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, at the feature table, Shamshir Navasan just got an all-in through, raising under the gun +1 for 515k. Picked up the blinds and antes.
Yeah, 3 of our 6 players, 16 bigs and under. John Joanda, Philip Colbert, and Sham. Gonna need to make something happen, but they have got 79 minutes and 18 seconds of this level, so no hurry.
So 32 players remaining, down to the final 4 tables now. So we should be getting 2 new players on the main stage.
When you say stage, you mean that like kind of, that sort of 9-inch lip?
It's a stage, Matthew, it's a stage.
Okay. Hey,
Here we
believe
go
me.
again.
Oh, man.
André Akari all in with ace-10 against ace-king.
No.
Backdoor hearts work for him, but no. Only a 10 saves André Akari from elimination. No! We lose one of the last 2 remaining players from Team PokerStars Pro. Sad faces in Brazil as their hero, André Akari, busts in 32nd place. And he'll be the last player to cash for 27,400 euros. There's now another money jump, and everyone has now locked up at least 32 grand. Reina Kemper was the player with the ace-king there, who busted Akari.
Rally Bus on Twitch was saying, is it common for lots of players to bust at the start of a new day? James, you actually mentioned this last night. There are lots of players that will kind of hang on because there's a bit of, you know, they're in money and there's a bit of glory to your report of saying that you made it to day 5. It's kind of, with a field this size, it does carry a certain weight.
It's also just about the ebb and flow of the tournament as well. I mean, we talk about how things slow down near the bubble, obviously, when everyone's trying to creep into the money. Then we have the so-called bust-out bonanza post-bubble, when obviously there's a flurry of eliminations as we get that average stack back up. Play was incredibly slow during the last couple of levels last night, and that means that the average stack is quite low. This is not a particularly deep tournament right now. Now, don't get me wrong, it will be later on. That's why I predict this will be a long day, and tomorrow will be quite a long final table. There's still a lot of chips in play. However, the distribution right now is a little bit all over the shop, and we are going to see some of those shorter stacks go for it, and they will either double up, or we are going to see some more eliminations.
Yeah, there are a lot of chips out there, and once the number of players reduces, it's all going to be for the long time. Get your pajamas at the ready.
So back at the feature table, Philippe Koba raised to 90,000. Amir Tuma called out of the small blind. Koba continued flop for 80,000. Tuma has checked for a second time. And Koba checks behind. No second barrel, jack on the river. Jan says, I'm hungover this morning, so I'm staying in bed with EPT Live all day, and the way players are being knocked out today, it might be a short day.
Yep, you're absolutely right, could be.
Tuma has led the river for 100k.
Ugh. See, I prefer the cap to the dark glasses. As far as, you know, just hiding yourself. I think the cap's a better way for me. I think the old school Vegas visors should make a comeback. I can't wear caps, my head gets too hot. You know, I just don't do hats. But the old visor, ventilation and cover. I'll leave it at that.
Tell you what, it's all kicking off in the field. Got some more hands to show you in just a moment. As Cobalt folds to Tuma's bet there. Two denominations in play right now. The blue Marina 5,000 chips, the green Acid Bath 25k chips. No 100k's in play yet, but they probably will come out a bit later on today. So this actually happened before André Akari's elimination. Rodney Romaglio all in with ace-queen. Ace-king, rather, against Alexei Koroshenin's sixes.
Oh.
And you can see that Romaglio took the lead on the flop, a 6 on the turn, and Romaglio busted before Akari. So that takes us down to 30 players. And let's go across to the other side of the room. Actually, the same table, Daniel Vores, all in with ace-jack against Pascal Lefrancois' kings, no ace, and Vores is out.
Yikes.
Oh, no, I didn't even make a day jump.
Thanks for playing.
So where are we at right now, guys? 30? Is that right? 30 players remaining? 6 eliminations so far?
I think that is confirmed.
Don't blame me if I can't keep up.
And of course, everyone, the current prize payout reminder, top left of your screen, 32,125 euros. Remind you that top prize 1.4 million. But a way to go before we start talking about who is going to walk away with that.
So 15 minutes into the day, 6 players down.
It's funny because I think in the last hour and a half of yesterday's play, we struggled to get rid of more than a handful.
Back to the feature table. Sanchez opens under the gun. It's Srinivasan's big blind. Sham made the final table of the PCA in 2014 and had a deep run in the 2015 PCA. A reminder that you can watch the PCA 2015 highlight shows right now at youtube.com/PokerStars. So with Srinivasan defending, we get a 10-10-9-2 spade flop. Daniel Smith reckons it's going to continue to play quickly until we get down to 24, and that's when things are going to start to slow down. And I think there's a redraw at 24, Matt, for the final 3 tables.
It's one of the 93 breaks we like to start implementing once the numbers get down.
So Sanchez continues for 55k, Srinivasan folds.
Pedro Almeida, you remember, father of Tony Almeida from 24, saying, is there a free buffet or something? How fast these guys are busting, it looks like they've got somewhere to go. It's just the way it's going.
There is another player I think we should highlight, by the way, and thank you to Raujo for reminding us. We talk a lot about the chip leader and the fact that Eichhart's been off the scene for a few seasons. We've talked about the 2 former champs, Koroshenin and Jensen. We've also got a guy, Mario Lopez from Argentina. who's had a lot of success recently, runner-up in the Little One for One drop at the World Series, and champion of the record-breaking Estrellas main event here in Barcelona. Just a few years ago, he bested a field of nearly 3,500 players, winning 400k, and now he's in the top 30 of the record-breaking EPT main event. So 2 new players coming in. Denis Shafikov and Jonathan Abdelatif have just joined the feature table. Stop it, Joanda, don't jinx things. So Sanchez has raised here to 90k. Eichart, the chip leader, has called. Action now on Amir Tuma. Starts the hand with 3.93 million. He has a top 5 stack, 3rd in chips at the feature table.
Do you have any more big stacks you can put at this table?
I've just realised the surgeon's mask has gone. John Joanda must be feeling better.
I'm just joking. Bottle of wine, anybody?
So Tuma calls as well. Srinivasan folds the small. Denis Shafikov in the big. He's got 3.95 million. And he's going to call as well, making this a 4-way party. King, king, deuce, 2 diamonds. Elke tweets to say, just re-entered the EPT Barcelona High Roller. Not sure if it was like a boss.
I'm sure it was so sick.
Another record broken with like close to 500 entries. As Elke predicted, he was right, I was wrong. And that's why I didn't take the bet, Matthew.
Yeah, there was a point yesterday when I thought perhaps you'd missed an opportunity, but as always, the spider sense tingling correctly. Eckhart bet 150. Tuma is certainly interested in this.
Yes, there was no continuation bet from Shafikov. Eichart making it.
It was actually Sanchez.
I'm sorry, you're right. Sanchez was the pre-flop aggressor, choosing not to continue into 3 opponents. So Eichart takes over the betting. Tuma calls. Shafikov is out. Sanchez is in.
Juicy pop brewing here, 870,000 in the middle with 3 players. If 3 players are interested in this flop, no more diamonds, but older and wiser.
Peter Eichart is actually one of the first players I met on the EPT because I was at Deauville in Season 1 when he final tabled that event. Had a chat with him in the bar, Regine's nightclub, which no longer exists at the casino. And then he made the final table at Baden in Season 3, disappeared for a few years, came back to play the PCA in 2012 and felt that the game had changed beyond all recognition and that he wasn't up to par. So he spent a lot of time working on his game, retraining. And well, now here he is, the chip leader of the final 30.
I was going to say, he clearly got it right, didn't he? It's impressive. It's impressive that people do that. I think a lot of people's egos in poker, they just think, oh, I just got unlucky. But to just recognise that the game keeps changing, if you don't stay on top of it, you get steamrolled.
I think I'm right in saying he cashed in the PCA that year, so it's not like he had a complete disaster, but he just felt that the kids, in inverted commas, were just absolutely owning him every hand.
Still got to worry about Sanchez behind. Never mind the decision against Tuma.
Yeah, so Tuma takes over the betting on the turn. Sanchez calls, I can't get out of the way, heads up to the river. So we now have a double paired board.
Juicy.
7 check.
And it goes check, check. King, queen for a full house. Sanchez checking to trap. Tuma does not oblige.
Adds 800,000 to his stack.
Not insignificant. 2.6 million for the Spaniard.
We do now have the bottom 4 players on our table with respectively 15, 14, 12 and 11 big blinds. So sure we're going to see yet more knockouts before things settle down.
So if you are going to be with us for the long haul, if you've cancelled all your other plans for Saturday and are planning to watch EPT live through until around midnight, a couple of opportunities to play along at home, because we have a free roll this evening, 7:15 local time, and we'll give you the password a bit later on when registration opens. But an hour and 15 minutes before that is the $1 bounty bonanza. First time we run this tournament in season 12. In case you don't know how it works, it costs $1.10 to play, and there is a lot of added value because we add $600 to the prize pool, plus we put $50 bounties on 2 players. Those 2 players being Mickey Peterson, Mehmet Mori from Team PokerStars Pro Online, and Jason Somerville, Jay Carver. 3,717 players have already registered for tonight's $1 bounty bonanza. Why not join them?
How much harder would you say that the bounties have just become, right, rather than you and Joe, from you and Joe, let's say that you have now become Mickey Peterson and Joe has now become Jason Somerville. Is that Summerfield? Who's Jason Summerfield? I think I might have known someone called that. That's why my brain came up with it. Jay Carver. Would you say it's gone up slightly incrementally? Slightly harder for the kids at home to beat? Not much, about the same?
I'd actually think, considering it is still a turbo, that the skill edge is probably reduced. Also, I don't know. When I play that tournament, I hardly ever play real money online tournaments. So for me, there's pride on the line. Whereas for Mickey Pearson and Jimmy Somerville, it's a $1.10 tournament, right?
I'm still trying to get who Jason Summerfield is. I'm pretty sure I went to school with someone like that. If you're Jason Summerfield, could you get in touch? Because it's driving me mad. Oh, Jimmy. Run away.
So Tuma's raised to 90k, flattered by Sanchez in the big blind. Tuma continuing for 100k. Regular EPT live viewer and occasional EPT entrant Daniel Smith says, I like the new set. It gives viewers a real feeling of what it's like to be in the room. And we have added some seating today, Matt, so if there are people in Barcelona who actually want to rail the feature table today, and certainly when we get to the final table tomorrow, want to sit and watch the action live, there is a spectator area for them now.
Yep. Yeah, I'm in agreement with Dan. I like also the sound. I think sometimes it was a little bit isolated. Yeah. But yeah, here it is. You see the rest of the world ticking by. You hear that background buzz.
Sorry, the timing there was awesome. And I like the sound as John Joanna starts coughing up his lungs.
Yeah, get your mask back on, John.
So obviously we can all see there's a straight on board. There's also potential flush out there.
He who bets wins, Rodney.
Sanchez decides to bet 180,000. Tuma makes the call. Does anyone have a king? Anyone got spades?
Meh, meh.
So Sanchez was playing the board, and Tuma actually had pocket kings. What do you think about that bet from Sanchez, trying to take him off a chop?
I don't know. I'm never entirely sure what the value of it is, because I just think too many players will just call with most stuff there, because they know that a bet on the end is so, not obvious, but you know what I mean, it's kind of, it's almost a bit standard that some people would just try and take it away because you're scared of being nobbled by the king. There's the flush on board. I'm kind of surprised he even tried it, but I guess for him maybe it must work some of the time, otherwise he wouldn't do it. I've tried to take on board Joe's general theory, which is, these guys are great poker players, so if they do something, it must be the right thing to do, but I know that I don't necessarily feel the same.
So 30 minutes into the day, 30 minutes into level 26, 6 eliminations so far, 30 remaining as we play down to the final table here at EPT Barcelona.
Interestingly, people on Twitch saying he should have re-raised. Don't forget there was the flush out there as well.
3 spades on board.
River principle, etc.
By no means was a king the nuts.
And then you find yourself re-raised and all of a sudden paranoia kicks in.
And you start hating life. Few people have obviously come in late asking for updates on André Akari. I'm afraid I cannot bring you good news. We had a flurry of early eliminations, and André was one of them. Eliminated by Reina Kemper. So Matti de Mulder is the last remaining member of Team Pro.
بس انه مش هيدفع يعني على كل الاحوال ما له تعمل رجع ما كان دفع.
Remind you, we're at 20,000, 40,000 with a 5k ante.
I saw a diamond.
That's a flash.
Yeah, it's a flash. For sure.
If you know the color.
For sure, for sure.
Card accidentally exposed there. Will become the burn card before the flop.
Down to Coughing John, he's out.
انا اللي حتعرض حالي خطر كرمال شو ارجع احط 300,000 كرمال شو فهمت قصدي؟
بس ما تعرف هذا الخطر انا اشتغلت في فلوس بس كان اكيد
بعرف بس لانه لو في فلوس رجعت اكيد وقاس شو
Get a better card, huh?
ما في الا قصر وكان لازم نرجع من الاول اقصر وانا.
So this is a raise from Denis Shafikov from the cutoff. Round to Peter Eichhardt, the big blind.
Looks like he wants to defend. What do the kids do these days, Peter?
Shows a deuce and folds.
Tight fold.
Shafikov cracks a smile.
Quick hello to Natalie Storm, who I understand is saying she's a newbie Twitcher. Hello, thanks for joining us. Do my best to kind of keep an eye on what's going on with you guys.
And you can see there, Matt, on the right-hand side of the screen, those are the chairs.
Oh, they're quite luxury.
So the seating area has been arranged for people to come and rail the table.
Complimentary sangria if you wear a comedy hat, I understand, in the seating area. Could be wrong, we'll get confirmation on that, but do wear a silly hat.
And hopefully this announcement finishes soon. That is the disadvantage of being in the middle of the room, exposed to the entire tournament area. Well, we have it all in here. Sham Srinivasan has shoved 460k. Just over 11 big blinds.
Okay, I can see how much it
It's like 450-ish.
1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 4.
Eichhardt considering it. Still has Philippe Coimbra to act behind him in the big blind.
Haven't looked at my cards.
You look? Oh, okay.
Actually, Coimbra is...
Maybe you can feel.
Is
Okay, I fold. I take.
Coibra's covered by Srinivasan.
Yeah, the only smaller stack. Gonna get through this time.
Second time he's done it, second time it's got through. Srinivasan now playing 13 bigs, so I think you observed this earlier on, Matt. Half the table has 15 or fewer big blinds. Juanda 15, Srinivasan 13, Abdelatif 12, and Coimbra 10 bigs. Still 55 minutes to play at this level. Probably will play around 6 levels today, just as we did yesterday. 90-minute levels with a break after each level. Probably be a dinner break somewhere around 7:30 this evening. Eichhardt is not just the table boss, he's the tournament boss right now with a stack of 4 million.
I'm going to suggest that viewer Philip needs to tidy up his room, because he's got a nice setup here, as just shared with us on #EPT Live.
Yeah, but if you look at the bottom half of the picture, it's blooming disgusting.
Yeah, you could have cropped it. You could have cropped it. I mean, it's you got a nice set of curtains going on there, but really, the bottom 50% of that photo is an absolute car crash. Thanks for sharing. Can you beat that? Have you got an even more filthy setup? We don't want clean setups. We don't want impressive technical setups. But if you have an absolutely filthy bedroom, do share.
Srinivasan all in again. Second hand in a row he's open shove, this time from under the gun +1. Belgium's Jonathan Abdelatif with the decision.
$540.
Thanks very much.
It's alright, I believe it.
No.
580.
Sham being overly helpful. Is that trying to look comfortable? I never know. I never know when people spell it out to you. Their language sometimes, and they say it's only 250, or they go it's 250. You know, are they trying to make it sound like a big deal? Are they trying to make it sound like a small deal? Are they trying to sound like they're being cash and... Gives it up, gets it through. Still some players to work through, though. Peter Eckhart
I'm out.
is out. Philip Coimbra.
I was not.
Now just a mere Tuma. No! Gets it through again. He is king of the short stacks now. He is the best of the worst with 16 bigs.
No, that's what I have.
Still not comfortable, but going in the right direction. And it looks like no one else from the short stacks particularly wants to shove.
I don't believe it. Yeah. Oh, there's people behind you again.
Yeah, you're shutting from first, like from early.
I don't have another play.
I don't think you'll shut fours.
Not a chance.
So, yeah, I mean...
I wouldn't shove fives.
No, but you would shove sixes, I guess. I thought that was your threshold. But,
I'd shove seven.
well, it's that range.
Did you show the hand before?
Well, Remco from Poker News, one of the live updates team here in Barcelona, also comments on the new set. He said, at first I thought this smaller TV set is lame, but now I think it actually looks great and it makes the viewers feel like they are here. That was our objective, Remco. I'm glad we've achieved it.
Pick one.
You call with both, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You call with sevens, you call with sixes.
I have to call you.
Good luck.
Abdelatif all in, and John Juanda says, I have to call you.
That's not gonna be Juanda special.
Juanda with aces.
Yes, you do have to call.
Abdelatif at risk with King Jack.
Don't forget, Patrick Antonius did it yesterday.
Can I go back in time? Just one time?
You want to call with the sevens?
I want to call with the sevens versus the eights, yeah. I'm in better shape with that.
What did you have last time?
Sevens, I said.
No, him.
He says eights. I mean,
yeah, eight.
we'll see it on TV, right?
All right, he doesn't feel comfortable now. You see it on TV. You
don't listen to golfers, fishermen's poker players. They're all liars.
He admitted he didn't have eight.
No sweats there. Clubs?
No, I don't know.
Clubs.
What about the backdoor, mate? It's all about the backdoor.
Think positive. Come on, club.
Encourage the cards. How about
King
like
of club, king or jack?
King of clubs. What are
how about like a 3 of diamonds or something?
Man, you're rich enough.
It's all over.
Hey, you playing with you guys?
You too.
Jonathan Abdelatif eliminated in 30th place, cashing for €32,125.
When's the next jump in the monies?
When we're down to 27.
12 blinds, king jack, cut off. Hijack.
Can I take you out to dinner?
Juanda up to 1.14 million. Still below average.
No, nice restaurant.
I am warming to these chips. I do like the blues. I do like the marina. A more soft pastel palette we've gone for here. Very excited to see the 100,000s.
That's 25
Isn't it like a team responsible for the picking the colours?
All 3 of us, huh?
Just blame Neil Johnson for everything. That's what I do.
Good. And if you could just sign here, and here, and here, and we'll need an email address, and then sign here, and a mobile number.
Rob King says, quick question, guys. When are the table redraws planned? As usual, Rob, 24, 16, and 9. So down to 3 tables, redraw. Down to 2 tables, redraw. Down to 1 table on the official final table bubble, redraw.
Peter Eckhart has raised to 85,000.
1.1. You interested now? I know you weren't so interested when 300, 400,000. Now you're starting to have interest.
I was
in my style.
I was happier when you had 300 than 1 point. I was happier when you had 300,000 than 1.1 million. 400.
I know you're rooting for me. I could see that when I was already.
Are you rooting for me? Are you rooting for me?
Yeah, actually. It's good because you can knock people out, then we all go to the final.
Good point. Good point.
Right?
In that case, I will root for you too.
Okay, thanks.
Stay away from me, guys.
Round to Amir Tuma.
Loving this guy in the background. He's not even playing and he's got his dark glasses on indoors. That's the way to do it.
He looks laxed.
He is totally. He is just chilling.
So folded to Sham Srinivasan in the small blind. He shoves. Does Denis Shafikov have a hand? No.
Next question. And once again, a little tickle in the right direction, but still just 16 bigs for Sham.
And we are now pretty much halfway through the first level of the day. 7 down. A lot more to go. 29 remaining. Playing down to the... Oh, I've never seen that before.
What was that?
the playing card guys who give each other high fives and then collapse and break into playing cards.
Oh, I missed it. I was looking at the
Show it
Twitch.
again. Show it again.
Oh, come on. Oh, man. What was it, like silhouettes, or was it real people?
No, it's like people constructed from playing cards.
Mm.
And these two, they walk towards each other, and then they high five, and then the playing cards all fall to the floor.
Wow. What, a bit like the bit in Superman 3 when the walk sign and the don't walk sign come alive and fight.
Only better.
Wow.
All I would say, though, is probably by the time we get to Prague, when we've seen it 6 or 7 times, it'll be really boring and lame. But for now, it's new and exciting.
Let the good times roll. Yeah, they shouldn't blow all of their new material on the first stop of a new season. You know, drip feed it to us. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All in. Tuma made it 90,000. Sham once again with the triangle.
So this time, a reshove rather than open shipping.
More triangles than a Toblerone fetish.
And Tuma calls. This is the first time that Sham's been looked up. And he says bad shove.
Aye.
Running 6s into 10s.
Having said he wouldn't shove with 4s, shove with 6s. As you say, back over the top rather than an open shove for a change.
So Sham Srinivasan 4-1 underdog with 5 cards to come. Tens still way ahead. Sham can only win, can only survive with a 6 on the river. It's a king. So Sham Srinivasan busts in 29th place. Another deep run in a big field for this player. He'll go back to Canada with 32,125 euros.
He's off. He's got the microphone. Stop him. And he hasn't got any money. Stop him.
To be fair, Sham, this time you got it in with the worst hand. At the PCA for 2 years running, this guy has lost with jacks. He's got it in good and been sucked out on. So,
at least it was legit.
Not that really puts a positive spin on things.
No,
it
that's
still
not going
sucks.
to make him feel better.
Still sucks.
And it does take Amir Tuma to the top of our table. 4.5 million now.
4.6 to be precise. He is the new tournament boss.
Must be nice.
115 big blind stack. Philip Kober is in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
With just 9 big blinds. Pedro points out that Srinivasan's exit was more classy than the one at the PCA versus Panka. I cut him some slack for that because so close to a 7-figure score and to have set up the play perfectly and then go broke with jacks against 10s.
You can't be a poker player if you can't take the pain. It's a guaranteed element.
John Juanda about to open this one. Raises to 85,000. Mario Sanchez.
Just the call. Three-way after Peter Eichhardt also comes along for the ride. Queen, Jack, Queen, 2 spades, 285,000 in the middle.
So action check to Juanda. Let's see if John is prepared to c-bet into 2 opponents.
He is not.
Ace of spades on the turn. We have a straighty, flushy, paired board. My favourite kind.
And 3 players. Lots of humans to potentially smash into each other. Check, check. And a check again. A free river. 7 of diamonds. Well, this hand looked like it should be way more exciting than it's turned out to be. Crazy times.
For the 3rd street in a row, action gets checked around. Someone says pair. Ace Jack, the hand for Sanchez, I believe. And Ace 7 for Juanda. So this is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
There we are, first one of the day.
Meanwhile, we're going to head out into the field and check in on the last remaining member of Team PokerStars Pro, Matty de Mulder, all in with kings against Pascal Lefrancois' ace-king. Matty flying the flag for Team Pro following the elimination of André Akari. Set for a double up here. Ah, ace on the flop.
Filth. Not over yet. It's not over yet. Yes.
It's over now, and that's it for Matty on fire. Extinguish the flame as he busts in 28th place.
Play boys. Just short.
We're down to 27, and that means we get that pay jump you were asking about, Matt. 37,550 euros now locked up by the remaining 27 players.
Good job, Matty. Unlucky. But at least he gets a lot of man love.
We'll still bet it down there.
Yeah.
And there it is. You can see the big numbers at the top of this payout. 1.42 million. And what everybody is sitting in right now, 37,550.
So once we get down to 9, once everyone's around a single table, that's when we start paying out more than 100 grand per player. So back at the feature table, Juanda opens to 85k, gets called by Mario Sanchez in position on the button. King 6-5, 2 clubs.
Does not continue, so Sanchez looks like he's going to take over here. 85,000 back at ya.
Keith Woodward says Matt's version of Danger Zone is hysterical. Sounds like it hurts.
Thanks. Well, I've seen what's happened to Joe over the seasons. He's now no longer able to issue forth the Danger Zone. So you know you have to be careful. Don't want to damage the throat. Didn't want to see bet, but happy to call. Board pairs with a 5 of diamonds on the turn. 430,000 in the middle.
Check, check. 9 on the river. Juanda checks. Sanchez checks behind. Surely not another chop. Pocket 8s for Juanda. Sanchez mucks. John back up over a million. 1.4 million.
I'm going to ask you, James, to cast your eyes at the Twitch chat and guess who has just appeared to say hello to the gang.
The Elkster.
The Elkster.
Hello, guys. Granny the High Roller. Like a boss. He, not.
What? 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 And he is promising his fans the next poker stream will be on the 31st. So if you're a fan of Elke's broadcasts,
John Juanda's EPT experience, runner-up in Season 7, defeated heads-up by David Vanplu, and then made the final table of this event in Season 9. That was the one with the fins in hats. Oh, I should say that was the first one with the fins in hats, because the following year, Season 10, we had 2 different fins with hats.
incidentally, Elke wants to know, James, if you want him to come over with his mouse speaker. I'm guessing from a production cost point of view, no.
Yeah, let's join in. Let's join in.
It was great.
I've no idea what happened, but I'm sure it was worthy of a round of applause.
Oh, trousers. Hello. Hello, trousers.
Were they clapping this guy's dress sense?
I find that hard to believe. Oh, my mum said she'd lost her cardigan somewhere.
First place.
So we're about to go 7-handed at the feature table.
Hello.
He's looking to give Charlie a run for his money on the colour clash. It's like a Spectrum game down there. There's a raise from Mario Sanchez to 90,000. Round to the very short stacked Philip Cobber. He is all in. He has waited and waited and waited.
By the way, the player with the bright trousers is Roman Koronev.
Oh.
So Sanchez open to 90k. Koba's shove is for 300k. Not much at all. Amir Tuma, tournament chip leader, is in the small blind.
I like Tuma's... Wow, he's called it. I like his demeanour. He never takes time when it isn't necessary, and he's always very positive with his decisions here. However, John Juanda, not like he was going to get involved in the action for a second there.
No, he's folded. Action now back on Sanchez, the original raiser. He's already got 90,000 invested.
How much more?
It's 340,000
Total.
55.
Alexandria has a read on Koba. Says Koba looks like he wants another call. Have the chance to triple up. Well, Sanchez has called, so there will be action on the side between Sanchez and Tuma.
I think it's impossible with my hand.
Don't say too much.
Power of positive thinking, Koba. And yes, it is also inappropriate to
Yeah.
talk about your hand when there's still action on the side.
Don't say anything. Don't do anything. Now he's got the deuce 3 and he's trying not to fist pump.
And by the way, we sent our spies onto the floor to find out about the applause. It was actually the crowd excited about the shuffle up and deal in the €200 super stack.
Ah! Here we go. Tuma did get rid of Sanchez.
So Jack's the hand for Tuma. Ace-6 the hand for Koba.
It doesn't say much about the kind of hands that Koba must have had so far today that he's waiting this long. Nothing but the ace.
Ace on the river needed for Coimbra to survive. He has 3 outs. Doesn't hit, so he goes out in 27th place. We're down to 26, and to answer Joe Glenn's question on Twitter, yes, today we are playing down to the final table. Once we've lost another 2 players, once we're down to 24, there'll be a redraw for the final 3 tables, another redraw at 16. We'll be down to 1 table when we're 9-handed, and then once we lose our 9th place finisher, we will have our official final table of 8. And whether we stop there for the night, Matt, depends on when we get to that point.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're looking at midnight and we get to 8, I think we'll probably come back tomorrow with an 8-handed final table. But if we get to 10:30 p.m. and get to 8, I think it makes total sense to play on and try and get down to 6, as we have done at previous events.
I agree with you. But then again, that is because that's a good 10 hours away. I might not agree with you when it comes to 10:30. But yeah, I think we know it makes sense to have a couple of late ones to give ourselves a more manageable final table. I'm just waiting to see what the graphics do now on this screen. I'm not seeing any men made of cards. I think you dreamt it. You sure you weren't hallucinating?
I didn't dream it. Honestly, it happened. It was real. I mean, these ones, we've had these before.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, but I think you might need more sleep.
In an ideal world, we will play 6 full levels today to ensure that the 2 last days are balanced. Should point out that, and this has been published, the players are all aware of this, so it won't come as a surprise to any of them. But after level 34, so right now we're at level 26, there's still plenty of poker to be played. But after level 34, we are going to start reducing the length of the blind levels. Now, bear in mind there should be fewer players at the table, so they'll still hopefully be able to play as many hands per orbit. But we do have a hard deadline on this. Those of you who were watching last year will know that Spanish gaming law means that this has to conclude by 5 a.m. on Monday.
He doesn't want it.
So ideally, we don't really want to be going too far into the night come Sunday, come the final day.
For sure. Reggae Pirate on Twitter. Don't forget, EPT Live, tag your tweets. Missed the free roll last night because my daughter wanted to play Sims 4. Haven't you got a tablet? Haven't you got a smartphone? Get the app. Or tell her to go to bed. Knock over a glass of milk and say, I can't believe you've just done this. Go to your room. A raise from Peter Eichhardt to 95,000. Being called by Shafikov. Jack, King, Deuce, Rainbow. 240,000 in the middle. A check from Dennis brings fourth. A C bet from Peter. 105k, and that does the job. That gets Peter back over the 4 million mark. 4.16 million, still top of our feature table. Amir Tuma with 5.2-ish.
So just to go back to Reggae Pirates' inability to play the free roll last night, the good news is double the fun today, because you got the EPT Live free roll at 7:15 Central European time and the $1 Bounty Bonanza at 6 p.m. More outer table action. Chris Walker all in with 8-10 against the Queens of Mikhail Petrov. Petrov is the player at risk here. Wow. He flops big. Just has to swerve a jack on the river. That is a full house. So Petrov doubles up and cripples Chris Walker. Mikhail Petrov from the EPT London TV shows. He's the guy who was clock-sucking on the bubble. Was at the same table as Marc-André Ladouceur, had the floor called on him on a number of times, was then limited to 15 seconds per decision because he was tanking on every single hand, sometimes without even looking at his cards.
That's not nice. I would have to step away from the table.
So a little bit of information from EPT Media Coordinator Matt Harper on that €200 Saturday Superstack. There are at least 90 Norwegians playing this event. It's part of a promotion with a Norwegian men's magazine. It happens every year. These guys come along, they have a great time. I think it's fair to say they start drinking early.
Possibly so.
We're told that we can expect lots of cheering and clapping in this €200 tournament as they have a great time. And good luck, good on them. Good luck to them.
Yeah. That's fun. If you've just rocked up to playing that game and you find yourself on a table with 7 Norwegians all going for it, you're going to get more than poker for your troubles. This was an open race from Tuma to 90,000. Got called in a couple of spots. Sanchez and Shafikov. Then after the flop, Shafikov decided to take over for 125 and has taken this one down.
Danny Hobo asks, can anyone participate in an EPT or do you need to have a PokerStars account? No, Danny, you do not have to be a PokerStars online player. We do have a system called PS Live, which is our live events database, and when you come to play a live event you have to sign up to that, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to have an actual online PokerStars account. John Eccles says, I saw the graphic that James is talking about, but I think the men were made from chips rather than cards. Might be wrong. Well, if we could just play out again as per my request, we can actually give a definitive answer.
I can't believe that no one has responded to your open and honest request. I'm surprised there isn't a button that just makes it come on the screen after a hand. I'm sure that isn't possible yet. Maybe in the future. Somebody probably spent like 2 weeks working on that. Koronev raises to 80,000. It looks like that's a winner if it can get past Peter Eichhardt, but he is still thinking.
Tell you what, Matt, I'm not the only one with requests. Daniel says stuff the main event. Let's go with a table full of drunk Nordics. Get Will Kassouf in there too. It'll make epic TV.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, I just pictured it for a second and shuddered. Now what is Peter thinking about here? From the big blind. He's going to raise it up.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, or was he just having a recap of the action? Yep, that was just a recap of what he was facing.
Harris.
3-bet coming.
It's going to be a big hand.
235,000. Action now back on Koronev, who has 1.1 million behind. And Koronev elects to pass.
A question from Doinkaboom on Twitch saying, what's the point of the guys wearing shades where you can still see their eyes? Don't forget, this is quite a well-illuminated table, so actually they might just legitimately be trying to take some of the glare out of the action.
Well, this is the feature table. We've got other tables in action as well, including this one, where David Gonzalez Delgado is all in with King Jack. Rainer Kemper with Jack 8. That is an 8 on the flop. Reverse domination situation. Remember, Delgado is the player at risk. Needs to hit on the river. He doesn't, and that takes us down to 25.
Yikes.
A 26th place exit for David Gonzalez Delgado, and we are one away from the first redraw of the day.
Certainly didn't expect that to come through in the first level, I must say, but I guess we knew there were enough short stacks in the field.
We're finally at a point, Matt, with 25 players where the average stack is 50 big blinds.
Yeah.
So as per Daniel Smith's earlier prediction, this is where things might start to slow down.
Yeah. Sanchez has tried it again here, 90,000. Going to run into Tuma. Going to defend the big blind.
Wrench says, I'm watching EPT Live while playing a $22 20K guaranteed.
Nice.
Just started playing poker. Why have I waited this long? I'm glad you're enjoying playing the game, Wrench. Do make sure you join us in our EPT Live free rolls. And please join us for the $1 bounty bonanza this evening. Only $1.10 to play. Jay Valentine says, I'm with you guys, 10 minutes late, but I'm here. Actually, 1 hour, 10 minutes late, but you've only missed 11 eliminations.
Rinch, your life is about to change. From this point forward, you'll talk about your life in 2 different stages. Before you were playing poker and since you've been playing poker.
So Mario Sanchez deciding how to respond to this 3-bet from the chip leader. This is Sanchez's second EPT main event cash. Our Spanish colleagues believe that he has been Supernova elite in the past. He calls the re-raise. He's one of the Spanish players who relocated to London to continue playing on PokerStars.com.
All diamonds, ace, queen, 6. Tuma taking control of this one. Having had his re-raise called, now bets out for 200,000.
Continuation bet of 200k called by Sanchez. 5 of clubs on the turn.
Tuma not looking to slow things down here. It was a 200,000 bet post flop. And now carries on for another 200,000. Sanchez getting deeper and deeper into this hand. Going to have a big one if he comes along here. Well, it looks like he might be sizing up to actually.
Yeah, this is not a call
this
being
is not,
counted out.
no.
There.
Look at that.
Remember, these are the 25k chips.
Yeah. Oh, he tricked me there. Got me all excited. Come on, Mario. Fair tank going on now. Hat, eyes, nose. Is all in. Oh, hello, Mario.
So Sanchez obviously considering a raise, realised that any raise he made would commit him, so it was better just to shove here. He is presented with the red triangle of death, and Tuma asks for a count.
Spanish commentary team could not be more excited right now.
Meanwhile, the tournament clock has been paused. I think something's happened on one of the outer tables.
Aha! Do we sense a redraw?
Sorry, 1,280,000.
Added a million there. I'm thinking that's
So 1,080,000.
a bit generous.
I think there may have been an elimination on the outer tables. We'll bring you the details after this hand is concluded on the main stage. If we are going to redraw here, we'll take the break early. There's 60 minutes left on this level, and then we'll just play the last 60 minutes of this level straight into level 27 when we come back from break.
I love the certainty of the guessing going on. He's not going to call. Sanchez has nothing. He won't do this. Ace King. All kinds of random guesses coming through. He has for sure something. Thank you, Sil. Very helpful. Oh. Your friend Varun says that Sanchez has 5-6 and Tuma has King Queen or Queen Jack. They are.
Well, if Tuma has a hand like King Queen, Queen Jack, I don't really think there's much to think about here.
No.
Unless it's, for example, King Queen with the King of Diamonds.
Yes, that's what I was just about to say.
Called. Well, we're going to get to see the hands.
Good.
And Sanchez is at risk here. He's got ace-king. He's got top pair, top kicker. And ace-king, the same hand for Tuma. No card on the river will change the result of this hand. This is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Nice move.
Meanwhile, let's tell you what happened a short while ago on the outer tables. Action replay here at EPT Live. This is Jonas Palsgaard, all in with Queen Jack against Mikhail Petrov's King 7. Petrov hits a king on the turn. That leaves Jonas Palsgaard with one chip. The river card didn't change anything. Palsgaard had the proverbial chip and a chair, so no real surprise to find that Palsgaard was forced all in on the next hand. Finds himself involved in a three-way all-in. Palsgaard with 10-7 of hearts. Chris Walker with ace-3. And Rainer Kemper also involved here with fives. So Chris Walker's tournament life also on the line. He's all in with ace-3. Palsgaard all in with 10-7. Kemper has them both covered with fives. There is an ace on the flop. A gut shot for Palsgaard. A little bit more hope now for Jonas. The river card is a brick. So that is a double up for Chris Walker. It's the elimination of Jonas Palsgaard in 25th place. That's how we got down to 24. And that's why the tournament clock has now been paused. There is going to be a redraw for the final three tables, and we're going to take the break early. So let's look at the stacks of the players we've been watching on the main stage. Amir Tuma took the chip lead during this level. He's up to 5.1 million. Peter Eichhardt, start of day chip leader, still a monster stack with more than 100 big blinds. So a 20-minute break, then we'll come back with a new feature table with 3 tables in action. We'll play the end of level 26 and straight into level 27.
Here in Barcelona, it's huge. Everybody here is having a great time, and we're gonna keep growing, keep growing.
A great place to come here and play. It's a good tournament too. A lot of important players are coming here. It's really exciting. You always learn when you come here.
Neymar got in the poker room, and everybody was like surprised to see the guy. And it's really nice, really nice.
Para mim, uma experiência maravilhosa. Meu primeiro torneio, para mim, acho que a experiência que eu tive aqui hoje foi gigantesca. Ainda mais com a ajuda de 2 grandes feras do Brasil, que é o Akari e o Montage, que me ajudaram bastante. E para mim está sendo um dia maravilhoso. Sempre sonhei com isso aqui e hoje estou realizando.
The first time that I met Neymar was in Barcelona. Was here. It was in a press conference. Somebody asked him about who is his idol on poker, and then he said, "Oh, my idol is Akari." I said, "Jesus Christ!" He stand up and said, "Hey, Akari's here! Oh, I can't believe it!" And I said, "Man, are you crazy?" He said, "No, man, you're my idol." I said, "No, you're my idol."
We are teammates. We are really good friends, and I think Neymar is playing good. He has a good level.
I'm trying to give all the advice that I can. Felipe is helping a lot too, so I think that he's in good shape. We are taking care of him.
He's really aggressive, and I think that his best skill is that he's not afraid to take his chances. He picks it up from football and brings to the poker table, which is pretty amazing.
As emoções são parecidas, né? Você ter aquele friozinho na barriga, eu tenho antes dos jogos. E depois que começa a partida eu já fico tranquilo. Aqui não, aqui a adrenalina tá toda hora ali, a todo momento, a cada mão, a cada carta que você recebe, a adrenalina é muito alta. Então para mim é uma coisa nova, é uma coisa que eu preciso administrar ainda mais.
One thing which is awesome about poker, that he can become a really great player, and maybe better than me, but I'll never be a better soccer player than him.
He loves the game, you know? He loves to play poker, he loves to be here. Who knows? It's Neymar, right? Maybe he can get a title.
Tô completamente apaixonado por esse esporte. E depois de hoje eu quero jogar muito mais eventos ainda.
My dear Joe Stapleton, welcome to Guel Park.
What kind of park is this?
Oh, it's right up your alley.
Are there dinosaurs?
There's a big tall lizard.
Keep absolutely still. Its vision is based on movement.
Hello, I'm in the Isle of Man at the head office of PokerStars, the world's largest poker site. And in this series of videos, we're answering some of the frequently asked questions about how PokerStars operates. Now, this is a very common query. How does PokerStars shuffle the cards? Well, to answer this question, we're going to have to go to the data center.
Good to see you. How are you?
Well, this is Lee Jones, head of poker communications for PokerStars. And Lee, I understand that the secret to the shuffle is inside that building.
In fact, James, the shuffle itself is inside that building. All of the servers, everything that happens at PokerStars is going on right there behind us.
So the key question is, how are the cards shuffled?
We have a shuffle that begins, like every shuffle, with a random number generator. Using any software technique to generate random numbers is fundamentally flawed. So you have to use hardware. We have two completely individual sources of random numbers. The first one shoots beams of light through a semi-opaque mirror. If the light bounces off the mirror, it's a 1. If it goes through, it's a 0.
Beams of light?
Beams of light bouncing off a semi-opaque mirror. It's really cool. Then we take another completely separate source of random bits, which is user input. It's mouse movement, it's time delay between actions, things like that. We combine them together using a cryptographic method, and that produces this constant stream of 1s and 0s that are completely and totally random. We just reach into that stream and pull out a number.
Need to clarify this on my own mind. When we're generating these numbers, are we then assigning these numbers to the individual playing cards in the virtual deck?
No, that's not really what happens. We reach into the stream, we pull out a random number that is between 1 and 52. And let's say we pull out the number 36. We go into the existing deck of cards, we take card number 36, we put it down on the table. Again, reach into the stream, pull out a random number between 1 and 51, pull out another card. Let's say the number we get is 45. Great, we pull out card 45, drop it onto the new deck.
Okay, that makes sense. Is that shuffle carried out before any cards are actually dealt, just like in a live game?
Just like in a live game. We shuffle the deck and we deal the cards from it.
Has anyone externally actually looked at the system and declared that it is 100% random?
Absolutely. It's very important that there be third-party verification. It has been certified by a company called Sigital that is a very well-known company in the United States, but also the various regulatory jurisdictions often send in their own auditors to verify that the distribution of the cards that have come out is consistent. And they basically tell us, all right, you get out of the room, show us your data, we'll look at the cards that have come out and verify that everything is 100% random.
Sure.
We do know for a fact that the cards are being distributed exactly as they should be, as you would expect over millions and millions of hands. Remember, we've dealt over 100 billion hands of poker, so it's very easy to collect statistically strong data sets that are going to show you exactly the distribution of cards you expect.
All that aside, though, Lee, Can you explain why so many people feel that the shuffle isn't random? They feel that patterns are emerging, that their aces never win, their opponent always gets there on the river, always hits his flush draw.
And the under pair always hits their set, right?
Exactly.
Yes, that's what we call selective memory. I know that when I get kings, I expect I'm going to win. But when I get all the money in versus pocket nines, and then a 9 comes on the flop, I'm going to be telling you about it as a bad beat story for a week. If we took all the times when we had kings versus 9s all in pre-flop, the kings are going to win exactly the, 81%, I think, that they are supposed to win. It all comes down to science. There's no voodoo here. There's no magic. A good random number generator, a good shuffle, is at the core of any good online poker game. That is our sole business. It is what we do, and it is absolutely crucial that we get it right, and we do get it right.
Lee Jones, thank you very much indeed. Hopefully you feel that's given a very clear answer to all of your questions. Thank you very much for watching. Well, if you have a question for me to put to the people at PokerStars, please send it over. Do you want to know how PokerStars online festivals are scheduled? Maybe you want to know who designs the chips at live events? Or how VIP Club live nights are put together? Email me at inside@pokerstars.com and I'll do my best to get you an answer.
There's supposed to be free Wi-Fi here, but it's not working. I can't get Guel Park back online.
Have you tried switching it off and on again?
Okay, but you asked for it. Hold on to your butts.
What happens now?
I don't know, I've never turned it off before. I guess we just wait.
Maybe we could talk? How about we take...
Oh, it's working again. I wonder if I have any new winks.
So we have storm surge starting to flood the ground floor of the hotel.
This town is suffering very badly.
Residents are evacuating up to the second floor.
It's really devastated this community.
Deliver amazing services and amazing programmes, and I think it was important to put that on film so people could see the difference that had been made. So we've been out to visit Tacloban, which was the worst affected area of the Philippines. We've been to speak to some people there, some people that have been in receipt of funding from CARE and some support, and been able to see what a difference our money has made.
In the last year, a lot of work's happened to put people back into a much safer position than they were a year ago, and that's mainly been around shelter and what we describe as livelihoods, which is essentially helping people get their jobs back, get themselves back off the ground and working again and putting money in their pockets.
Ako naman nasa palo nagtitender ng yung tinitinda ko suman at saka.
I've been very impressed with what CARE has
has come up with. I know we first came into town and there seemed to be a lot of activity going on, but going on these roads coming in and out, I couldn't imagine the trees blocking the road and the devastation. So the fact that a lot of these villagers that we're talking to really are appreciative says a lot to CARE, and the thoughtfulness that they've come out to these remote villages and gone through the local agencies to go ahead and make a big impact.
So our shelter program strategy was to help people rebuild their house themselves by providing basic construction materials and tools, including cash grant to give them some flexibility on buying the needed materials, and most of all is the technical support, because as you can see, the construction of shelter is done by the community themselves, just like a big one.
And what happened last year is not dissimilar from other disasters we've seen in this region, where actually it's the poorest people in society who are most affected. That's because people here in Tacloban are living very near the water's edge, which is where the tidal surge happened. It's because people are living on a very kind of small income and who are dependent on a kind of more daily accrual of money to support their household needs. So yes, it's typically in the kind of more rural parts of countries like the Philippines where people are more vulnerable.
Mas maliligtas kasi matibay na.
Everyone's just so lovely and so just like really welcoming and just very grateful for their support and the help that they got from CARE. As you can see, made me feel very welcome. I think it's kind of not taken me by surprise, but just to see what difference it's made to these people and how grateful they are for our support.
I was very impressed at the coordination, very impressed at people coming out, receiving us, and really showing their appreciation and love. So this is not only to the company, but also to poker players around the world who really stepped up for this area that was devastated.
And what do you expect from tonight?
One great night maybe, and big surprise.
What do you expect from tonight?
We are always expecting the best from the party, and PokerStars is always, you know, like enhancing our experience year by year.
What do you expect from tonight?
Some good food, some drinks, good people,
yeah,
and yeah, fun.
How are you?
I'm perfect, yeah.
Perfect.
Having a great time there.
Yeah, the party is great.
Yeah, rocking.
Did you meet some people, introduce
Yeah, sure. I've talked to several of them, and I like to talk to people like who play poker. Not all of them are professionals, and it's interesting to feel their take on the poker, like a game of not profession, but a game to play in spare time. It's interesting. I like it.
The one guy I'd like to play, just so I could hang out with him, is Bob Marley. Just, he has an interesting take on the world, on life. I don't know that he'd be good at poker, but I'd let him win a few hands if it meant I could hang with him longer.
I think it would be pretty fun to say that I beat Doyle Brunson heads up in a poker tournament. Doyle Brunson in his prime would probably know every move I'm going to make multiple steps ahead of me.
These kids play so slow, it drives me crazy.
I would have to play like I'm just psychotic and just hope he doesn't know what I'm doing.
Maybe somebody like George Best I would pick, just because I think he's like kind of a bit of a legend as well, so I think it would have been fun to play him.
I used to be a big fan of the Olympics, and they have this guy whoever started it, I think his name is Pierre Le Coubertin. He started the Olympics, and he said attending is more important than winning, so I'll take him heads up and just smash him.
Maybe like to play some sort of deity. See if I can hold my own against someone with supernatural abilities. I'd give it a shot.
Has to be Jesus Christ, doesn't it? Must be. Yeah, Jesus Christ. You can go around and brag like, nah, I beat Jesus. It was nice. What a fish.
Welcome to my humble abode. It just got renovated about a year ago by my two friends, Naomi and Jessica, and I told them to go a little like Austin Powers meets Pee Wee Herman, and I think they did a pretty good job. So this right here is the kitchen, a little funky, futuristic. Over here is the dinner table that we've never actually had dinner at, but I love the lamp because it's just really cool. It's called the Jellyfish lamp. And then over here we've got the functioning bar with the wine cellar. So this is a little poker table. And Game of Thrones, which is obviously a big hit, they sent me this. And this is a box that's House Negranu. You open it up, and it's the soundtrack from the show. And it's like the DVD set. There's even a scroll that comes out of here. It's pretty cool. I don't know. I show people this, and they go absolutely bad for it. Over here, we've got this, I guess we can call it the game room. This has 8,000 games on it from before the year 2000, right? And you see that tap right here? It's because there's a keg of beer in it. How ridiculous is that? Over here, we've got the trophy area. The 6 World Series bracelets I have over there. A bunch of the trophies from my earlier days. A little display here. When Barack was running against Hillary, he did a celebrity event, and he knew who I was. It was pretty cool. That was him saying, like, look, it's the poker guy. Of course, we got some family pictures up. This was me when I was 18 years old. Right over here was my father at 18 years old. So the good news is I know what I'm going to look like when I'm older, and I'm going to be dead sexy. And then up in here, I used to be a pool player before I played poker, so I figured I'd have to have a pool table. The other side of this is an 88-inch screen that flips all the way around. So if people are playing pool, you can watch over on this side. And there's actually like speakers outside too, or all over the house, depending where the TV's pointing. I don't know how she pulled it off, but my assistant Patty was able to create a garden in Las Vegas where we got bell peppers, arugula. That's actually fresh kale right there. And then you got like a fireplace that's on 2 sides, in and out. Then of course you gotta have a pool. It's Las Vegas. Because I'm a golf freak, I had this designed by the Jack Nicklaus Company. There you go. That's how you do it. It shows you where the landing area is, and then voila, you're right next to the hole.
I think the most powerful thing that poker has provided me is the financial freedom, but it's not about the amount of money and the things that I can buy. It's about the amount of emotions I can get from those money and the amount of experiences I can get to travel somewhere and seeing new places, new people, new cultures. Basically, it's all about the money, but not in the way that you might think. My wife was more nervous than me, actually. I was more like, you know, anticipating the new stuff that was gonna come to my life with the baby. I knew it will be hard sometime, but nervous, I don't think I was. It was time, definitely, and I felt confident about it. When I became a father, suddenly you get the feeling that strikes your head that you have now someone that you're totally responsible for. His life depends on me and how I do in poker, how I do in life, and definitely adds some pressure. I play mid-stakes cash games on PokerStars, blinds from $2-4 up to $10-20. And I play up to 18 tables at once. I don't know whether I would be in the same spot if there was no Tonya in my life, poker-wise. We've been together for so long that sometimes I have a feeling that she's my imaginary friend, you know, that she doesn't exist because I don't actually remember my life without her. This is the biggest thing that you would expect from your second half, and that she will always believe in you and give you some extra power when you need one. We came to London for a little vacation, and I'm also going to play the EPT. We've been to around 30 countries on almost all continents. Travel changed me in the way that I started to care more about the things I see and the things I experience than the things I can buy and things I can show off. It is the easiest way to transform money into experiences. You can just buy a ticket to some new place and spend some time there, and you will have something to remember for the rest of your life. Before, you think that, wow, when I get to have like $10,000 or $20,000, I will buy this and that will make me happy. But in fact, it's not that simple. Money with no purpose has no value. I like that phrase. Having a wife that loves you and supports you in every spot, and a son, is a much better experience than having tons of money that you don't know where to spend.
Okay, lunch.
T-Rex doesn't want to be fed. T-Rex wants to hunt. Rawr!
I'm done. Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. That was a very interesting 75 minutes of poker we had before the break. We almost played an entire level. We still have 60 minutes left on level 26, but in that first hour and 15 minutes of action, we witnessed 12 eliminations from the main event. We're down to 24 players. There's just been a redraw for the final 3 tables, and we're about to get cards in the air once again. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. And James, check out my t-shirt. What does my t-shirt say?
It says, hello, my babies.
That's right, because my boy Xavi, who comes to hang out every year, comes to visit us here in Barcelona, brought me a brand new T-shirt. And he had a T-shirt made for me, and it says, "Hello, my babies," and it's got a picture of me dressed up like a Spanish person. And I just tweeted it, me and Xavi, but I did forget to tag it EPT Live, I'm sorry.
I will correct one thing.
Yeah.
You're not dressed as a Spanish person, you're dressed as a Mexican.
When I'm in Spain, I like to dress the part, James. Don't forget that.
So here we are with our new feature table lineup. We have still got Peter Eichhardt, start of day chip leader. We are joined by Alexei Koroshenin, one of 2 former EPT champs remaining, aiming for his 2nd title here in Barcelona. We've also got Amir Tuma, the current chip leader with 5.2 million, 8-handed on the main stage, 8-handed on the 2 outer tables, playing down to the final table today. 1,694 started. Everyone is now guaranteed at least 37,550 euros. Everyone who comes back tomorrow will have locked up a 6-figure score, and they'll be competing for the top prize of 1.4 million euros. So you missed an hour and a bit of complete carnage, Joe.
I did. I heard it was just it was a lot of busting. We're back. A lot of busting, a lot of walking away, a lot of sad music.
We needed to play catch-up. We needed to get to that point where we had a 50 big blind average. We're there now. Daniel Smith predicted earlier on that it would be a rapid plow through the field down to 24. He expected the action to slow down now. Not saying we won't see any eliminations at all, but I don't think we're going to see a repeat of what we just saw. So we'll finish off level 26, 20,000, 40,000 blinds. We'll roll straight into level 27, 2550 with a 5k ante.
So it looks like of all my my players, all my babies at this table, that it's Sebastian Tejada that's got Kenny Loggins queued up.
Yeah, he's on 12 big blinds. The second shortest stack is João Brito, but he's playing 40 bigs, which is perfectly fine.
So the average has gotten deeper, eh?
Well, here we go. Tejada all in from the button. Open shoving for his 12 big blind stack.
How much is 45?
Tuma folds the small blind. Roman Voronin in the big blind.
Roman Voronin folding.
So looking at the top 10 right now, Amir Tuma leads with 5.2 million. Peter Eichhardt second in chips with 4.3 million. And third on the leaderboard is Denis Shafikov with 3.9 million. So we've got the 3 biggest stacks in the tournament on this feature table right now. Pascal Lefrancois and Stephen Warburton round off the top 5. Frederick Jensen 6th in chips. Alexei Koroshenin is also a top 10 stack with 24 remaining.
And he is also at this table.
Sean Clemency says, any particular reason why we never see Juanda on the feature table? Sean, he was on our feature table for the first level of the day.
Any particular reason you weren't watching for the first level of the day, Sean?
This is Viktor Bogdanov in the FC Barcelona hoodie. He opens with a raise to 85,000.
I find the #1 way to become a fan of whatever sports team plays in the city you're in is to be cold. That's how I became a Blue Jays fan. That's how I became a Muse fan. That's how I became a Barcelona. It's just being cold in the city you're in. Hey, I need a hoodie.
Well, Joe, if you find yourself cold at any point, don't forget we have the new Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodies.
I'll consider it.
So we are going 4-way to this flop. Bogdanov's raise called by Tuma, Voronin and Eichhardt. 6-6 deuce, 2 clubs.
Check, 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 check.
10 of clubs on the turn. Sean Clemens is making excuses. It's 6 a.m. here in the land of the free. We've got people who got up in the middle of the night, Sean, to be here for the start of play. Remember to tag your tweets, EPT Live, if you want to get in touch. Joe Stapleton is on Twitch chat duties. So if you're watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars and want to type a random message or emoji, Joe will be able to see it.
James, they're not emojis on Twitch. They're emotes. Get it right!
Same bloody thing.
Twitch is very important for some reason. Labax Poker on Twitch wants to know, how do I get a Chop Pot hoodie?
You need to earn frequent player points on PokerStars and purchase them from the PokerStars VIP store.
That's right. Purchase them. So there was actually some betting action on the turn. Veronin.
He made it 150,000. Bogdanov called, so heads up to the river, which is the 5 of hearts. And Veronin bets again.
Cool.
You call? Okay, 6 call.
Bet the call.
Fell out.
Bogdanov scoops that one.
Darren says, awesome morning watching poker, rooting for fellow French-Canadian Pascal Lefrancois, one of several players in this field who has been at an EPT final table before.
He's from Canada, or as I like to call it, cold Mexico.
Reggae Pirate says, remind me how many chips they all started with. The starting stack in an EPT main event is 30,000 chips. Buy-in, 5,000 euros. So a prize pool of 8.215 million. With a starting field of 1,694. Most of that prize pool still to be paid out over today and tomorrow. Ryan says, I got confused. You said noon, so I started watching at 12 UK time. If you're going by my tweet, I specified Central European time.
No.
The avoidance of doubt, any tweets you see from at EPT Live, at PokerStars EPT referring to times are always going to be local time zone. So when in Barcelona, we are on CET or CEST because it's still daylight saving, but
it's not your local time zone.
No.
It's the time zone that we're local to currently.
Twitter does not update the time in the tweet to whichever time zone you're watching in, although I wouldn't be surprised if that comes with the next update.
We are heads up to this flop. Shafikov and Brito.
Willie Elliott says the alternative way to get a Chop Pot hoodie / t-shirt is to become a superfan and listen to EPT Not Live. Thank you for the promotion for our podcast, Willie. Yes, we do give away Everyone Loves a Chop Pot t-shirts. Do we have an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodie to give away here in Barcelona?
Do we?
We do. We have one large Chop Pot hoodie up for grabs. So maybe, in the next half hour or so, we'll come up with some form of contest to give one away.
Yeah, we should give one away because we always save the prizes for the last day, and then the last day is usually so nuts that we don't have a chance to give them away. So Brito continued the flop for not much more than his pre-flop raise.
People pleading that they can't work out time zones. I'm sorry, there's not much I can do for you. There are so many apps available for smartphones, tablets.
The world needs ditch diggers too, Danny.
There's Google available to you.
If you can't work a time zone app, hopefully at least you can work a shovel or a mop or a broom. Those are all things that the world still needs.
I might have a photo competition for our.
Oh,
for our
God,
chat
photo
line.
competition. That means that the Twitch people can't get involved. They're going to be very restless over here.
No, the hoodie's going to be a Twitter only
Oh,
entry.
boy. Oh, geez. Just Twitch, calm down.
Excuse me. I'm not excluding the Twitch audience. They can enter via Twitter. But people watching on PokerStars.tv and YouTube.com/PokerStars can't enter if it's a Twitch-only contest. It's very simple. Include all of the audience or exclude 2/3 of the audience.
It's kind of like saying, James, saying to Twitch that they could still enter on Twitter is like when there's a radio call-in contest and they say, like, you can still apply by mail. That's what tweeting is like to Twitch people. They want it now, Daddy, now.
I've just realized that it's not even 1/3 of the audience. We have many more people watching on those other two platforms than on Twitch.
Oh, God, they're rioting on the Twitch. They're rioting.
Let them riot.
James, there's a riot. I just got kicked in the shin.
Wait till people hear that the competition might be Bond-related.
Will you please turn off that WhatsApp? Thank you. Oh, there's raccoons. People are smacking their heads. Don't worry, Twitch. We'll do a giveaway for you guys later. Actions folded around to Amir. It's not a Tuma. But it is a Reza from the hijack. Peter Eichart. Nope. Nope. Big blind. Joao Brito. Eh? Nerp. Raise and take it. Easy game. A guy on Twitch just peed in a cup and threw it at me, James. That's how upset they are over this Twitter-only competition.
This is my bothered face.
You're from Moscow or St. Petersburg? You're from Moscow or St. Petersburg? No, Ukraine. Are you okay? You ask me, I'll tell you. Kiev.
No, Kiev.
I've never been. Been to Russia.
Alexandru says, not another rhyming contest. It won't be. But yes, apologies to Keith Woodward. It is Bond related. But no Star Wars. Don't worry. No Star Wars. Alexandru says, did Juanda leave? No, he's on one of the two outer tables. John Juanda's still in. We're still at 24 players. Straight back from the redraw. 4 minutes left on this level. And then straight into level 27. Blind's about to go to 25, 50,000 with a 5,000 ante.
That's when the real poker starts. So Tuma's raised 2 hands in a row. Action on Veronin. He folds. Eichart. Also folds.
Now, do you think that question is clear?
I'm from Sweden, Stockholm.
Yes. It's clear. Wait, but you're over on characters, aren't you?
Nope.
I spent some time in St. Petersburg.
Oh, I thought it was a minus there. Okay.
Good city. Beautiful.
So we'll get that competition running as soon as we enter the next level.
Yeah, I've been to there many times. Probably like everywhere. I was there everywhere. I was there 5 times. Really good city. spend time, especially in summer. Very good.
I am Poker Chick asked Uncle Daddy, did Daniel play this one? No, he did not.
But I think
Daniel was supposed to go to Burning Man, but he confessed to me this morning. We were texting this morning. He said he's not going, and he's relieved.
Even though he was going to do the whole Winnebago thing and do it like posh style,
yeah,
like people who stay in a 5-star hotel when they go to Glastonbury.
Yeah, he said he's not going.
It gets really cold.
So here we are on the river. Bogdanov betting 175,000. Gets a call from Tuma.
Oh, pipped.
Pair of fives beaten by a pair of sixes.
We're calling getting pipped, getting nippled now.
Tuma increases his chip lead up to 5.6 million.
Pipped, nippled, shaploinked.
So according to our Russian colleagues, Viktor Bogdanov is a wealthy businessman and amateur poker player, whereas Roman Voronin is a high-stakes online cash player. And Denis Shafikov is a high-stakes live cash player from Ukraine.
Where is Dean Egg Stapes? He's at his house, Dave W.
Alad Gwynn says, is it just me or does André Akari look a lot like Michael Madsen? Alad, it's just you.
Tuma, the leader, very active.
Hedwig, not an owl, says, hi again, where is it where we can see the results of all the running tables? Thanks. Live updates available via the PokerStarsblog.com. Click on that widget.
3 hands in a row Tuma's raised.
Spare a thought for Sylvia Cole. I'm off for a spot of live afternoon poker. Catch you later for some evening entertainment. I can't do a live stream on my phone because I have a crappy phone.
You think your phone's crappy? Listen to mine.
Oh no, we've kicked off the bad lookalikes.
That's the one I was trying to find the other day, by the way.
Rob King says, Mrs. Hippie thought André Akari looked like Sly Stallone. I don't see it though. Rob, I don't see it either.
He looks like Sly Stallone. Like, you know how Armand Asante is supposed to look like Sly Stallone in Judge Dredd? He's supposed to be like his evil twin or whatever. André Akari is like the other side of that. So like Armand Asante would be like the middle between Sly Stallone and André Akari.
Okay, so we've just rolled into level 27. Blinds are 25 and 50,000 with a 5,000 ante. So I'm going to get this competition started. So a couple of weeks ago, I went to a Bond exhibition called Bond in Motion, where they had loads of vehicles and props from the Bond movies, Joe. I'm about to tweet a photograph of a Bond vehicle, and I've given very clear instructions in the tweet. I want you to name the Bond vehicle, the movie it's from, the character who piloted it, and the actor who played him. Tag your response EPT Live. First person to get every single element of the question correct using the hashtag wins the Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodie. And I promise this will be the last Bond question of the EPT Barcelona Festival.
Everyone loves a Joao Brito all in.
You'll see that tweet if you're following the hashtag EPT Live timeline on Twitter, even if you're watching on Twitch.
Gets through. Things have slowed down as predicted. Okay, so this Bond vehicle, this is the... I feel like what word I was about to say was going to get me in trouble.
Well, Peter's confused. He says, what's the question? Peter, the question is in the Twitter timeline. Search hashtag EPT Live or follow @J_Hartigan. You'll see the photo, and I've asked 4 specific questions. Name the vehicle, the movie it's from, the character who piloted it, and the actor who played him.
Now, I'm going to say this one time, and if this is the wrong line of wordage, then I'm going to I'll stop. Is it the Pussy Pod?
It is not, but I'll tell you what. We have already had a correct answer, but a correct answer without the hashtag.
Uh-oh, well, is that, what is that, what happens?
It's not.
They just tagged you?
Just tagged me, doesn't count.
Point at it. Oh, wow.
Monty used the hashtag, but only got 3 parts of the question. Remember, there are 4 parts.
Oh, Monty. Boy, you guys don't know how to follow directions, do you? Now, are there enough characters to get all that in there?
Yes, including the hashtag.
So Tuma involved in yet another hand. I think this makes it 3 of the last 4, or 4 of the last 5. This time he called a raise from Shafikov.
Now, I think what's happened is that people are now copying and pasting
Other
the
people's
answer that Paddy gave and just including the hashtag.
So what are you going to do about that?
I gave very clear instructions. But equally, I kind of gave it away, didn't I, by saying, oh, someone's got it, and then suddenly realized that he hadn't included the hashtag. Oh, I need some time to think about this one. I think what I might do is give Paddy OD the prize, but down. Oh, there's that animation.
Look
there
at that. Do they explode? Oh, that is sweet.
How cool is that, right?
Don't you hate it when you high five someone and that happens?
So one of the guys is made of cards and the other one's made of chips.
That was cool.
Okay, here's what we're going to do, Joe.
Yeah.
The hoodie's still in play, and we're going to have a different competition for the Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodie, okay? So maybe you can come up with something that's not Bond-related.
Can you give the guy who forgot the hashtag a prize?
Absolutely. I mean, Robbie Dalgleish says, not fair, need a new question. You're right, Robbie, it didn't work. I never should have announced we had a winner. I didn't realize that he hadn't included the hashtag. He popped up in my @replies. So because he was the first person to get all the elements correct, I am going to give Paddy OD a T-shirt. But we're going to give away the hoodie a bit later on. So Paddy OD correctly identified it as the Bartho sub from Diamonds Are Forever, piloted by Ernst Stavro Blofeld, played by Charles Gray. So Paddy gets a T-shirt. We're going to have a different contest to give away the hoodie.
We could give it away on Twitch to the first person that writes a coherent sentence using proper spelling and grammar, but we probably are only going to be here till 11 or 12 tonight. We need something to wrap up a little sooner than that. Ooh, so we got a little under the gun and under the gun +1 action happening here. I like this. I like this dynamic. And it looks like the big blind's going to get involved as well. That was weird. As well. Sorry, it's going through puberty 7. Squirrel Gorilla on Twitch, James, wants to know, when's the new Bond movie come out?
End of October in the UK, I think a couple of weeks later in the US.
Petting a call on this flop. 7 of hearts on the turn. You guys on Twitch, come on, I was just joshing you. I thought we were cool with each other. I thought we could pretend. I thought we could play. High card betting again. Smells a lot like Ace King to me.
Traman says, any chance of letting us know chip denomination / colours, please?
Yeah.
Only 2 denominations in play at the moment, I believe. We don't have the 100Ks out yet. So the blues are 5,000 and the greens are 25,000. And these are the stacks of the 8 players at our feature table right now. Amir Tuma still chip leader, not just of this table, but overall with 139 big blinds. Sebastian Tejada, the table short stack with 14 bigs. Blinds currently 25.50 with a 5K ante. Ignore what it says at the bottom of your screen. Meanwhile, we are going to the outer tables. Mario Lopez, who won the Estrellas main event, all in. Jack 10 against the ace queen of Arena Kemper.
He looks nothing like AC Slater.
And that is a double up for Lopez.
Have we ever had that happen? A guy win the local tour and win the main?
Not win the main, but it's not uncommon
Final
for them to have a
table,
really, really deep run.
Oh, hola. Oh, he's gone.
Meanwhile, Stuart McDonald is all in. Ace Queen against Pascal Lefrancois, Ace 10. King 4-4 on the flop. That's a deuce.
That's 3.
And that's an ace, aces and 4s with a king kicker. This will be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Including chop pot hoodies. Joe, have you come up with a question to give away this hoodie that's non-Bond related?
I didn't come up with a question yet, but there was a point here. Hall77 on Twitch said, Sai, all the questions geared towards men who never dated. Can we get a grill question, please? And I do think, now I think that if you make something specifically a grill question, then you sort of, that would be stereotyping also, but maybe it's something that shouldn't be geared toward men who never dated. Maybe it should be something not
Fair
that
enough.
nerdy.
As I said, that's it for Bond trivia. No more this trip.
I'm trying to think of something for this.
So Roman Veronin raises small to big, gets called by Eichhardt. We have an ace 7-3 flop, 2 spades. Here comes a c-bet from Veronin. So you mentioned earlier on that Peter Eichhardt has made 2 EPT final tables, one in Season 1, the second in Season 3. His best place finish on the EPT was 7th in EPT Deauville, back in the very first year of the European Poker Tour. That was worth 18,000 euros. Just to put things into perspective, a 7th place finish in this tournament is more than 10 times that, 194,100 euros. Ryan says it should be a poker question. I thought we were specifically looking for a question that was not just applicable to men who've never dated.
True, it's a good point. Let me see if we can do one of Broughton's classic you couldn't possibly know and you'll probably never get it. I think that's good. Oh, that question is going to invite way too many joke answers, so we're going to leave that one out.
You can almost see the cogs inside his head whirring.
Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes, and I'll come up with something for you.
We got plenty of time. It's not going to be a short day, that's for sure. Meanwhile, as far as the high roller is concerned, 506 total entries, another record breaker here at the Barcelona Festival. Live updates of that event available via the PokerStarsblog.com. João Brito's raised under the gun. Sham Srinivasan busted during the first level.
Mike Osimo.
Watching the stream while chatting to Sham in the new spectator area that we've erected.
Oh, sorry.
It's not compulsory, by the way, for players to sit there after they've been eliminated from the main event. Shannon raises to 105,000.
I love Uze.
Hearty man, why not you competition famous Turkish James Bond man Polat Alemdar, who star in Valley of the Wolves? Everyone know him. Three bet from Denis Shafikov to 280k.
Shavikov wins this one against his fellow countryman. All right, so I've come up with a question.
Hold on a second, Joe. I think we've got some action on the outer tables. There is an all-in. Chris Walker at risk with ace-10. Kristinel Sandu, or is it Sandu Kristinel, has king-queen.
You're Romania.
So Walker is the player at risk here. He is ahead, just ace-10 suited. King, jack, 8 on the flop, but 2 diamonds. Ten on the turn. Not a diamond. Walker needs hit on the river. It is a diamond. Nut flush. So Chris Walker doubles up through Kristinel Sandu. And then a few moments later at the same table,
Was that your call?
Rui Souza here with King Queen.
What? What suit? What suit?
9 to Stuart McDonald.
9 of clubs?
It's a race.
McDonald is the all-in player, needs the pocket pair to hold.
So far, so good for the PP.
Take a 5. It's a bit of a sweat there on the river with the picture card. I mean, there's only 3 different picture cards, right?
Stuart McDonald doubles up and survives. So we're still at 24.
Did he double up against Rui Miguel Nogueira de Silva Souza?
He did indeed. There's an all-in on the main stage. Chip leader Amir Tuma open to 105,000. Roman Voronin has shoved for 1.1 million. With everyone else folding, the decision is back on Tuma. And he folds. Okay, Joe, you got a question for the competition?
I do. Here's the question. The question is, who is the first professional poker player that I ever interviewed for a show?
When you say show, are you talking TV show or just any kind of poker content?
Good question. My first show was a podcast.
Okay.
So who is the first professional poker player I ever interviewed for a podcast? And I'll give you a hint on the year. It was like 2006 or 2007.
So mid-2000s, the first professional poker player that Joe interviewed for a podcast. Tag him, EPT Live.
And on Twitch, we'll give away 2 prizes. We'll give away the hoodie on Twitter the way James wanted to, and on Twitch, we'll give away a Chop Pot T-shirt.
I've already given that away.
Well, why didn't you cross it off the list?
I get a chance. There's all-ins and gubbins.
What do we have left? Chop Pot hat. Okay, I'm gonna give away a Chop Pot hat in the Twitch. By the way, in Twitch, I have it set to look for the answers, so you have to use capital letters, like proper. Capital first name letter, capital last name letter, and spell it correctly.
Wow, the Twitter timeline just exploded with people typing Daniel Negreanu, Daniel Negreanu, Daniel Negreanu, Daniel Negreanu.
So you guys on Twitch who wrote Annie Duke with a lowercase d, if that were correct, it wouldn't count. The guy who wrote Moneymaker, if that were correct, wouldn't count. Barry Greenstein with a lowercase g, wouldn't count. Tom Dwan with lowercase t's and d's, wouldn't count. Just like in real life, spelling, punctuation, and capital letters counts.
Are you making the same rule for Twitter as well?
You handle the Twitter.
Okay. By the way, when I read out all those people saying Daniel Negreanu, I think you can safely assume that's not the correct answer.
I'll actually be shocked if anyone gets this without a little more prodding.
Well, should we start eliminating some names?
Yes, anything that's been said so far.
Okay. So it's not Daniel Negreanu. Other answers it's not. Phil Hellmuth, Vicky Corrin, Chris Moneymaker, Tony G, Mike the Mouth Mattisau, Liv Baree, Joe Hasham, Eric Seidel, Barry Greenstein, Steve O'Dwyer.
Do you see the answer, by the way, James, just so you can monitor? You know the answer?
I do.
Okay.
Huck Seed, Gavin Smith, Gus Hansen, Durr.
Just to repeat the question, who is the first professional poker player I ever interviewed on the first time I ever hosted a podcast?
We've got an all-in. And a fold. Antonio Esfandiari, Elke, Phil Ivey, Mike McDonald, Eric Lindgren, David Williams, Brandon Cantu, Magnus Pettersson, Jake Cody, Joe Seabach.
Jake Cody was in high school in 2006 or 7.
Phil Gordon, Fabian Quass, Howard Lederer, Umberto Brenners, Doyle Brunson. None of these answers is correct.
John Tina just guessed Christy Gazes, also incorrect, but I did interview her, and that's how we started our relationship.
Graphical Hue says Vanessa Selbst. Incorrect. David Chip Reese. Wrong. Scotty Wynn.
Another hint is that it's not anyone that has like a weird multiple ways you could say their name, you know? It's not like a David Chip Reese or a Elke.
Andy Block. Alan Cunningham. Victor Blom.
No, those types of guesses are getting close.
Not Victor Blom, though. Mike Sexton. John Juanda. Chris Jesus Ferguson. Jason Mercier. Lex Veldhaus. Fatima Moreira de Melo. Ike Haxton. Patrick Antonius. Cloney Gowan. Greg Raymer. Donald Trump. Thank you, Jason Laverly. That has been the most amusing one so far. Now, some of you clearly weren't listening when Joe gave you a key clue, which was the year, either 2006 or 2007. So unless Joe was able to reanimate Stu Unger's corpse, that's unlikely to be the answer. Jamie Gold, Gabe Kaplan, Sean Shakan. That's a good one. Not right, but it was a good answer. Dutch Boyd.
People on Twitch, by the way, you're still not paying attention. Capital letters. So let's say the answer was Patrick Antonius. It starts with a capital P and a capital A. No other letters should be capitalized.
Nick Wellfall takes a guess. Maureen Feduniak.
That's the right era, at least. Is that the real Nick or the... no, somebody made a fake Nick account the other day.
That's a fake Nick Wellfall. Yeah. Theo Jorgensen, Jerry Yang, Ali Najad, Jeff Madsen, Jennifer Harmon, Surinder Sunar, Sami Farha.
Now, I'm going to say this. Someone in the Twitch guessed it, but they did not have the right capital letters. And I told you that it mattered. If you're going to shout, Tony G at me, which isn't the right answer, it doesn't count.
The guesses keep coming. Dan Harrington, Leo Fernandez, Marcel Lusk, William Thorson, Robert Mizraki.
Bogdanov, all in. Jamie Staples, Andy Block's name is spelled B-L-O-C-H, but also incorrect. Oh, we got it. We got one on the Twitch. You guys can all stop. You guys can all stop. I said stop on the Twitch. I wrote the guy's name down. Did anyone get it on Twitter yet, James?
No.
We wait to see if Veronin wants to call off his tournament life here on the turn.
If no one's got it by the end of this hand, by the way, I'm just going to give the hoodie to the guy on Twitch.
Okay. People started writing their answers in even faster on Twitch once I said we've already gotten it.
He's folding.
And Veronin is befolden.
So that hand has concluded. No one has guessed the correct answer on Twitter. So let's just go with one single prize, Joe. The Everyone Loves a Chop Pot hoodie can go to whoever got the correct answer in the Twitch chat.
Congratulations to Bao Ear on Twitch, who is the first person to write Ted Forrest with a capital T and a capital F, spelling and capitalization count. Congratulations, Bowier. You've won Everyone Wants to Chop Pot hoodie.
Meanwhile, the incorrect guesses keep coming on Twitter. Steve says the fossil guy. Kaz, Paul Wassiker. Jamie says Tony Kendall. Patrick thinks he can answer Ted Forrest after we've given out the answer on air.
So, Bowier, just hang tight. Someone will get in touch with you over Twitch on how to claim your prize.
By the way, big thank you to the PokerStars VIP store for donating these wonderful prizes that you've been playing for here on EPT Live. Scott Seaver, Joe Seabock, Jamie Gold. Competition has now concluded. Patrick, I'm sorry, but your guess came through after we'd announced it on air. You may have typed it beforehand, you may even have sent it beforehand, but it didn't appear in the timeline until a good 30 seconds after we announced it on air, so we cannot consider your entry.
Sorry.
So 30 minutes into this level. No eliminations yet. Not after the mini bust-out bonanza that we saw at the start of the day. Still 3 full tables, 24 players, as we play down to the final table here on day 5, the penultimate day of the record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event. Oh, I need to comply with your rules and chop.
Thank you.
Cross the chop pot hoodie off the list. There we go. Rich asks, is Steve Warburton still around? If you mean, is Steve Warburton still in the tournament, the answer would be yes. And he has a top 5 stack right now. He's on one of the 2 outer tables playing 3.4 million. Confirmation of his presence sat alongside one of the former EPT champs, Frederick Jensen.
That's not Patrick Warburton. That's Patrick Warburton.
Steve Warburton.
Whoops, Patrick Warburton's the guy from Family Guy. Whoops. None of them are Patrick Warburton. Good call.
Meanwhile, those of you following at EPT Live, I've just been greeted to a rather distressing photograph taken by Neil Stoddart. The photography is perfect. The models inside it, not so good. As Joe, Matt and myself demonstrate some of the new clothing lines added to the VIP store.
So apparently down on that end of the table, the guy I said at first wasn't Patrick Warburton, even though none of them are, is Scott Margison. And he and Steve are staying in a house they affectionately call the Orphanage that Matty DeMulder booked for them. And apparently there are cockroaches, the water barely works, and they said if one of them wins, they're going to buy it and burn it to the ground. Ha! I love that.
955.
Oh, wow. Matt Broughton confirms that for everyone who loved the Bond quiz, the Superman movies quiz is coming along nicely, and he accompanies it with a picture of Nuclear Man from Superman 4, The Quest for Peace.
I remember Nuclear Man, he scratches guys with his lady nails. We have a pot brewing.
Varun says, what exactly are Matt and Joe wearing? Joe is modeling the new No Limit line of clothing. The No Limit t-shirt, No Limit baseball cap. Is this what we're calling the linear line of clothing, this blue t-shirt that Matt's wearing? Yes. And of course I have the Chop Pot hoodie there.
De rien.
Bogdanov wins that pot. No flop.
I love Dorian's reaction to your competition. Was expecting something a bit more exciting than Ted Forrest. Hashtag yawn.
Well, sorry.
Alex says, are you going to give away some clothes? We just did, Alex. Sorry you missed the contest. But don't remember that all the items of clothing we are giving away are available for you to purchase in the PokerStars VIP store. The new linear t-shirt, hat and t-shirt, the Chop Pot range, which now extends to a t-shirt, hoodie and hat, plus of course the No Limit t-shirts and hats. For those of you who want to demonstrate your appreciation of the short-lived dance act 2 Unlimited. Alexei Koroshenin raising here.
Is Alexei Koroshenin the only former champ left still?
No, we still got Jensen.
Right, Jensen. He happened in what I like to call PS, which is pre-Stapes.
It wasn't pre-Stapes, actually. It was just one of the events you weren't at.
Pre-Stapes?
It was post-Stapes. What's the abbreviation for post-Stapes?
Also PS.
Okay.
So, either way. Yes, Andy Egan, Ted Forrest does have some great prop bet stories. The Banker, the Professor, and the Suicide King is still one of the best poker books ever written, despite some of the reputations in that book being ruined later on, or one specifically. And the Suicide King is Ted Forrest. Please, can we get that guy to turn off his WhatsApp? Pretty please.
With sugar on top?
Which I will. I'll go down and ask him. Which one is it? It's Bogdanov, right?
He may not speak very good English.
I'll just do it for him. Oh, it's driving me bananas.
Actually, I would love to see you go down and try and talk to a Russian guy to get his phone switched off. Please.
I speak the universe. Do you want me to do it?
Please.
No, I can't get involved in it. Because the thing is, what if I somehow tilt him or influence? I can't be you know what I mean? There's got to be some kind of thing. I don't mind doing it. I'm happy to go down there and be like, hey, I can speak the international language of shut the hell up. But just if I somehow disturb the action, if it was between hands or something. I guess I could wait until between hands. That wouldn't get in the way of anything, would it? Hey, Ilya, how do you say, can you please silence your phone? You're driving me nuts.
He's not listening to you. Ilya, Joe has a question for you.
Ilya, how do I go down there in Russian and ask this guy Bogdanov to turn off his phone because it's driving me nuts.
Do you want him to switch off the phone?
Just the volume.
Yeah, we just don't put it on silent, so when he gets a WhatsApp message, it vibrates rather than makes that annoying noise.
I see. So you want to go and to ask him in Russian to switch off the phone?
Yeah.
Just выключи телефон. Выключите, because in Russian, when you respect someone, the way you are addressing him is different.
Выключи телефон.
Выключите телефон.
Выключите телефон.
Выключите.
You know, Joe got a Russian girlfriend now, so he's much better in Russian than James at the moment.
As soon as I'm done making the payments, let's not jump the gun. Wait for that last check to clear.
So this gets to Showdown. And João Brito wins that one from Koroshenin. Brito up to 2.55 million. Koroshenin down to 1.6 million. Below average stack.
Wyklikuj telephone.
Pozhalista.
Pozhalista. Maybe I could just write that down and hand it to him. It's probably a better idea.
That's a really good idea. Do you want a bit of paper? Yeah, you can have this. Oh, no, I need that one. Hang on, hang on, hang on. There you go. Out-of-date player list, that'll do.
Okay. I'm just gonna, it looks like he put it away for now, but I'm gonna write it down just in case.
All in. Sebastian Tejada shoves for 565k. Just over 11 big blinds. Fold around to the blinds. João Brito in the small. And the all-in gets through.
James, did we give away one of those hoodies that self-destructs at the end of the summer?
Huh?
You know, one of those ones that just like explodes as soon as the hot weather's over?
I've never heard of such an item.
Because Dorian seems to have a huge problem. It's nice of us to give out clothes. Who wouldn't want a hoodie in August? Because, you know, these clothes expire!
I would argue that whatever time of year it is, it's always cold in a poker room. You can't go wrong with a hoodie.
Okay, I've got my "Please silence your phone, kind sir" Russian translation written down.
Transpira says, why isn't EPT Live playing last aggressor showdown rule this season? That changed like 4 or 5 seasons ago, didn't it?
I don't know. It's one of those rules I just kind of let somebody else handle.
I'm pretty sure that changed, if not 2 seasons ago, then 3 seasons ago. It's basically the outer position player who shows first at showdown. So 3-way to this flop. Tejada's under the gun raise called by Eichhardt and Koroshenin.
And look at that, Tejada's chipped up enough that he thinks he can just play a pot and not be all in before the flop.
Action has been checked to Peter Eichhardt. Quick update from the high roller. Fatima Moreira de Melo tweets, busted. I bluffed. Thanks for the support.
Club, 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 club.
Remember, by the way, updates on that high roller event. 10K, 3-day event, available via the PokerStarsblog.com. So yeah, this got checked around on the flop. The fourth club hits the turn. Koroshenin checks for a second time. We get a delayed continuation bet from Tejada, 175,000.
There are 4 clubs on the table, huh?
Yes. Now I know how he got this deep in the tournament.
Eichhardt folds. Now, the one thing I remember about Alexei Koroshenin, other than him winning EPT Vienna in Season 10, is that he was one of the slowest players I've ever seen at a live poker table.
What?
Selpsty. Is she out the high roller as well?
She's just calculating what she's going to spend all her money on.
Uze has provided a little video of the James Bond of Turkey. Apparently he makes Craig Dalton look like pussy. Now halfway through this level, by the way. 45 minutes till the next break of the day as Koroshenin folds. This is only the second level of day 5. Plenty more poker to play as we try to get down to a final table at a reasonable time. Meanwhile, we're going to the outer tables again. Chris Walker all in with ace-king against Dominicus Kamazinas' 10s. Classic race underway. And there's a king on the flop.
Not looking good for 10s.
Walker's set for a double up, and most of Dominicus Kamazinas' chips are in the middle here.
Some hope for 10s.
Nope, instead it's trips for Chris Walker. He gets the full double up, and Dominicus Kamazinas is left very short.
No hope. Dominicus Kamazinas. Come and see us. Empty cup in between us. Actions folded around to Shafikov. And his raise is going to win him this pot. Done and done.
What do you say there, Joe? What do you say there, Joe? etc.
هلا نحن 24.
Is that right? Is that how I do it?
Hello, my baby.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, Uncle Daddy. Still at 24, huh?
Welcome back to the booth, everybody. Matt Broughton.
Hey.
The Waster.
I mean, I worked really hard to get the numbers down, yeah. I was here for the first level, and I did a pretty outstanding job.
I think I've done a bad job.
You've done a dreadful job. You've almost had no one.
I think exactly no one. I think we redrew at 24, and that's when I came in. So I'm just going to go put myself in timeout.
You're going to go on the naughty step?
For a little bit, yeah. Just going to go stand in the corner for a while.
Outrageous behavior. Wow, he really wanted to get out here. That was some rapid exit action from Joseph Stapleford. How's everyone getting on? I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. As always, thanks for being with us. We are going to be swapping in and out. You're going to get to enjoy all of us at various points today. More for myself than for yourselves. 25,000, 50,000 with a 5K ante as we see Tejada go all in for 920,000 on the back of Koroshenin's raise. Tuma also fancies it. He goes all in. Koroshenin is out of there. And it's going to be pocket tens, not for the first time today. Versus Ace-King suited. Another classic race. Nearly 2 million in the middle for the winner of this. It is on your screen. Tejada right now is the player at risk. But of course, 5 cards still to come. And you know what they're like. No help for the Ace-King. Looking good for the double up right now. And these last 2 cards can't come soon enough. Dodges another card. Just got to fade an ace or king on this river to keep Sebastian Tejada in this game. And he does. Best hand wins. Go figure.
25.
Lovely little double up. Takes Sebastian up to 39 bigs. It hurts Amir Tuma, but not massively so. Still 4.3 million. Meanwhile, it's time to run out to the outer table. Because once again, it is Karmazinas all in with the ace-8 against Pascal Francois, king, queen off. All good right now. There's a king. That's fantastic news for Francois. Love Francois. Oh, but poker, isn't she? Dominicus Karmazinas doubles up thanks to that ace on the river. What a horrible, horrible thing. Or glorious. It depends which side of it you're on. You've just got to accept it. And you've just got to accept...
I knew you were going to say. I knew you were going to say that.
I didn't cue myself up for it. It just kind of happened.
Yeah, it just kind of happened. It was an accident.
I almost stopped myself, and I thought sometimes
you just have to go with it.
Lee Jones joins us once again for Lee's Lowdown. Have you been following much of the action today? This kind of carnage that initially kicked off.
No, I haven't really. I was doing other stuff, so I haven't. I would love, and the thing is there's a lot of people I know that sit and do their work. Their PokerStars work with the webcast.
Yes.
Going, and if you're in the Isle of Man office, you walk through and you see like the webcast going in one screen, and I think, what a great job.
It would be nice. I've tried it. I can't concentrate.
I can't do it. I'm just sitting there, and you can't see me on camera, but I mean, I'm just sitting there going like,
Yeah, I just become a poker zombie and nothing else gets
Exactly. So, unfortunately, I'm not. When I'm trying to get other work done, the webcast has to go off. And as a matter of fact, if somebody else has it on in the room, I have to put on the noise-canceling headphones and, you know, whatever.
Because it just bleeds through and it's all you can think about. And some people that use it as a radio and they say, well, I don't watch. But that's even worse because now my imagination is doing more work than if I just watched it.
Exactly.
Anyway, suffice to say, when work, this is a bit of a hand here. So Peter Eichhardt made it 130,000, got the call from Shafikov. Also a call from Bogdanov.
Oh, my goodness.
Now Voronin also wants in. So we're four-way with over $500,000 in the middle.
What is...
Rainbow flop, 8-3 queen.
Wow, I've seen drier flops, but rarely.
Yeah. Peter's going to check this round, as is Denis Victor Bogdanov today in his FC Barcelona hoodie.
2 1/4.
Exactly right.
There's actually a song
by
John Hyatt called Deuce and a Quarter, and it's about an Oldsmobile Electra 225. Because back in the hip days, those were called Deuce and a Quarter.
Deuce and a Quarter, there you go. Did not know that.
There you go.
We'll probably forget it within the next 13 minutes.
It's the music trivia section of Lee's Lowdown.
Gosh. Bogdanov's bet has got rid of Voronin and
everybody.
Yeah, everybody's out of there. Nice little one.
3 down, none to go.
And that gets him up to $3.5 million. We are going to jump to yet another bit of action.
There's voices in our ears.
More stuff happening. And once again, Dominikas Kamazinas all in. This time with the King 5 suited versus Pascal Lafrancois.
Now there's a flop.
Ace 10.
No, but he's got a flush draw.
Yes, indeed. 5.
He's a king or a 5 or a spade.
Yep, plenty of outs. Hey, it's a flush on the river. And Kamazinas doubles up once again. Kind of keeping his head down. Don't react to it.
You know, I thought that was the most interesting thing. I mean, he just sat there. It's like, oh, I got there. You know, I didn't get there. Whatever.
I mean, you know, I appreciate when people don't fist pump and run around the room.
Oh, yeah.
But you think, you know, a little smile. You know,
Yeah,
have fun with it. Have fun with it, yeah?
Right.
These are the good times. I sometimes wonder if people are hoping that luck doesn't notice. If they don't make a big, deal about it.
I did. Yeah, that one didn't count,
it doesn't
right?
count. If you really want it and you really
celebrate
it,
that was not my one time. Right?
Luck goes right, okay, and they just make a little score. But if you keep your head down, maybe luck won't realize that you had the worst of it and got lucky.
All right, so
you got some stuff for us, and as always, I apologize in advance if I interrupt you when something exciting
No,
happens.
of course. No. That's part of the gig. I mean, otherwise it would be a podcast. I want to lead with the competition because that way people can, you know, we can have a few minutes of the competition.
Do you know what? I'm going to have to stop you. I'm sorry, I am going to have to stop you, but this is another big.
Here we go.
Yeah, João Brito made it 105,000. Amir Tuma has re-raised $250,000. And it looks like we still have yet more customers coming.
Oh my goodness. Those he's like bringing out giant stacks of chips.
He's taking his time over this, and I appreciate his efforts to keep things tidy. Oh, that tricked me. I thought they were all just rolling in. Roman Voronin looks ready to do something fairly juicy.
Well, but, I mean, he's going to raise to 400? No, it's going to be all of his cookies.
It's got to be all or nothing. Oh, all or nothing.
In this case, I would just say something, you
Do you know exactly.
I would.
Doesn't he know about the red triangle?
Yeah,
just say all in.
Because what if there's this giant chip crash before you get all the chips across?
And they'll just stop him at the line and do a little count and go, you min-raised.
And now they have to call Luca over and...
I think we can quite safely say his intention was pretty apparent there. So it is an all-in for 535,000. Peter is out. João also gives it up. All in and call, and a pretty quick call there from Amir Tuma. You don't muck about. I like
It wasn't a lot of chips on top of. Oh, well, there's that too.
Oh, man, snake's alive. So the player at risk is the player behind. 4-1 dog here with the 10s versus the aces. See, Joe didn't manage to get rid of any players while he was on the mic.
Well,
and
you
now-
haven't yet either.
Well,
So-
I've got a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, you're
You're
a 4-1 favorite here.
Maths is with me, but then again,
because poker
is not. Here we go.
There it is, right in the door. Right in the door.
But wait, two clubs. Tuma takes it relatively well. I would be slightly more animated than that myself.
There you go. I nod. Yes, I like.
Good gosh.
A jack would be a very brutal card at this point.
That would be a really horrible bit of counterfeit action there. And it's the sort of thing that if I was the player, I'd have to stare at it for at least 20 minutes to make sure I understood what had happened to me.
But it didn't.
So, worst hand wins. I take it back. We don't lose anyone. It's a great injection. 725,000 into Roman's stack.
And, I mean, to be fair, that hand played itself.
Yeah.
I mean, had he known the guy had aces, then he, but that's, again, because poker.
Yeah, that takes Tuma down to third spot on this table, but not by much. We've got the big boys up the top. We've got two players on 3.9 million. Amir Tuma now on 3.79. You see on your screens. 3.8. Okay, my apologies. And all the way down to Roman now, who is still smallest stack, but 25 bigs is
and
comfortable.
Tuma has 76 big blinds. I mean, he's certainly not hurting.
Sorry, as you were, sir.
Okay, as we were. Right, the competition, and it actually, because we've been looking at all those pretty chips, the new chips.
I'm warming to them, to be honest.
Yeah,
Pastel.
we are going to talk about chips today because I don't know if you're into the chip thing or not, but I'm totally into chips.
I used to be, and then it got ridiculous.
And then so you
and
gave
I
it up.
thought, you know what? I'm just gonna stop.
Switch to bees.
No, it's just no. I kind of found a set I liked. And I thought, this is my set now,
and I'm done.
And I'm done.
All right. Well, that's good because you are not eligible for this contest.
Good.
Everybody else is.
Unbelievable.
Send us a picture of your home chip set. We
nice.
did it last season,
I
and it
remember.
was wildly successful. We saw some really amazing. And by the way, if you won last year with your chip set, you're right out. And I'll go back and check because when I go to credit your thing, I will see in your account that you've already won.
He knows everything, and also I could be right. I don't want to step on your competition.
No,
but does there need to be something like they need to be a bit special? Do we just want to see everyone's chips, or do we want like a bit of drama? Like it's got to be a mega monster set or lots of ridiculous colors, or you just want to see what they look like?
Yeah, just look at it this way. Please don't send it in unless you think, yeah, I've got a fair chance to win. So make it a ridiculously monster set or a very interesting set. Make sure that it's appropriate for a family TV show.
It's got to catch our eye.
Yeah,
basically.
exactly.
It's got to catch our eye. And we go, wow.
And you'll send a picture to Twitter with the hashtag EPT Live, and Matt and I will look and, in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll pick a winner.
If you elicit hey, cool set, bro, you're on a winner. If we just go, and here's Derek's set of chips, then that's
exactly.
That's not the response you're going to be looking for.
Right. Yep. All right. What else is coming up? So the thing that's coming up right on the heels, September, I would say it's around the corner, but it's actually looking around the corner at us. It's literally day after tomorrow, not day after tomorrow, but 2 days after tomorrow is September.
Oh, really?
I mean, this week is September.
That is so scary. I remember it being the end of Monte Carlo and thinking, now the summer's ahead of us, a long while till season 12.
The summer is rapidly receding into the rearview mirror.
Already you're telling me it's September, which pretty much means it's Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. It pretty much means it's Christmas.
Oh.
There's John Jawanda and Dave the camera guy.
Nice.
And with September comes W-Coop.
It's a big deal for lots and lots of people.
Yep. I mean, it's the kind of thing that people just go to ground and, they don't do anything. They just play up, just as I was starting into it.
I know, you nearly got quite a long way through it here, but it's not being called yet. It's a race from Tuma to 105,000. Roman is making use of his newly acquired chips, 1.25 million and a triangle. That's good enough.
That got the job done. Okay. WCOOP, September 6th through 27, 70 events, 7-0, and with 45 million in guarantees. So a lot of poker to be played. Obviously, one of the ones that we're really excited about this time is the 50,000 buy-in event, 47 on September 20th, which is a Sunday. It's got a $1 million guarantee, so we are guaranteeing for 20 players worth. But I am prepared to say that that number is going to go over. And that's going to be a really exciting game. We've got the 10K buy-in 8 game. That's event 68 on September 27th, which is the last day of the festival. And it's got a 500K guarantee. So we're talking about PokerStars guaranteeing that 50 people will pony up 10,000 each to play 8 game. And, you know, that's where you start to get really, you find out what your poker skills are really about, right? I mean, you can't be looking at push-fold tables all the time. You have to actually have the poker chops and put them to use. And when you're in a 10K buy-in event, the other guys across the table, other guys and gals across the table from you are going to have serious poker chops.
Yep, yep.
And so I think that one is the one where you're likely to see, it's kind of be the all-star cast.
Yeah, I kind of like think with the WQ, a lot of people, it's like their equivalent of if they've ever like been mucking around in home games and they think, you know, one day I'm going to buy myself into a big proper game. You think that's the online space to do it. Is if you think, do you know what, I'm going to save up. I've done well in my normal, like my sit and goes and my spin and goes, whatever it is you've done. And you think, do you know what, you're going to have a go at playing with the proper field where all the pros sit to make some money. The WCOOP stuff's very accessible.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there's events that are $100 and $200 events, so you don't have to pony up 10K.
Yeah.
And there's across 70 events, you're going to find something that you like.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you don't have to compromise. You'll find your spot. That
right.
How many players do you like at your table? What format do you like? What stack do you like? You'll find something.
And
for you.
you know, and there's satellites running. And I know a lot of people who will do something like they will basically like whatever their bread and butter game is, they'll go play that for a while and say, I'm going to see if I can put together $500 and buy into a $500 WCOOP event.
Yeah, sometimes it kind of, it can galvanize you when you have like a bit of a target, because we all have a target, which is to win more than we lose.
Right.
But there's no real kind of ceiling. It's not like, and when I get to $5,000, I'm going to cash out, and that's me done with poker. It's like, that's never going to happen.
No.
But to say I want to try and get to that 1,000 or the 200, or, you know, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, and if your target is $100 in your account, so you can buy into a $100 WCOOP event, God bless you, go for it.
Yeah.
And, you know, we hope you're the guy. And the other thing that's going to happen that we were talking about yesterday is that we will actually be doing betting on, excuse me, not betting on, but we were doing replays of the WCOOP final tables on Twitch. And we've got...
Oh, do you know what? For a minute there, I thought, I don't see a chip stack. This is something for Spain. We can, if you're watching the English broadcast, we just ignore that. I think they're doing a competition about topless Spaniards. I could be wrong.
It's my... something about my new table, go. That's all I was able to get with my minimal Spanish.
Oh, the word is that this guy is creating an EPT table with his hands, obviously, just by watching EPT Live. He is every day with us. Okay, so basically he is using us as the background, well, not us, but the Spanish broadcast, as the background while he handcrafts his very own EPT table.
How cool is that?
That's very handy.
And he's probably like, wait, stop, hold it right there. I want to get a better picture of that rail, right?
Yeah, exactly. Up a bit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, yes, the WCOOP replay is going to be cards up of final tables from WCOOP.
Okay.
On Twitch, on the PokerStars channel, with various team pros doing commentary on and talking strategy and everything else.
Nice.
About them.
Do you know, I know this is setting you up, but do you know any of the names that are involved in anyone that
I
you can
don't know who the names are yet, and I don't think they've been confirmed. Farhan, if you're out there and you're listening and you can confirm some names, tweet them to us, and I'd love to get them on the show, but right now I'm not aware of which names are confirmed.
Okay, let's very quickly tune into this one because it's building. Bogdanov raised it up to 125,000. Koroshanin called. Check after the deuce, jack, 7 rainbow flop. Now a second jack on the turn. Bogdanov fired out 175,000. Nice to see a bit of a row, bit of an audience forming here. As mentioned by James later on, the seating is going out now. Just because we've changed the feature table arrangement doesn't mean we still don't welcome anybody that's local and wants to come and have a watch. Please do come. Build an atmosphere. Should be good for tomorrow as well with the final table. And I can tell you we're going to get some of your tweets with your chips up on the screen, so we'll critique them. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. I hope you're not coming down with the Barcelona crud.
So this is Rob Heaver King. I've got a really good set here. Really hard to get them. You've missed the point somewhat. That'll be Star Wars figures.
Right.
Those are chips. That's a chip set, right? Okay.
You knew that was going to happen, right? Oh, you know, I miss 70s guy.
Franks and other coins. No time to pretty it up. Killing a Badoogie tournament. Take it down. Oh, that's Miss Serene. Squee. This is nice. Okay, from Alex. It's tidy. It's a nice. I like the felt on the inside of your case there, sir. Very sexy. Oh, that's it. Just a few. Just a selection.
Keep them coming, Jay-Z.
Yeah.
I like them. But, you know, the guy that tweeted in the picture of the potato chips or the Doritos or whatever, it's like if that had been the first time that ever happened, that would be funny.
Yeah, we are asking for trouble, aren't we, really? Poker chips, all right? Poker chips. Unbelievable.
And just to finish up on that WCoop replay thing, there's going to be at least one final table replayed every day.
Excellent.
From September 8th through the 30th. So, you know, if you want to go back and hear some of our team pros talk strategy about, and they're going to be doing all kinds of games. They're going to be doing Badoogie and PLO and whatever else.
I guess you kind of accidentally, as a rather pleasant side effect, end up with quite a nice archive of kind of strategy. You know, if you want to treat them as a later date, it's kind of strategy primers. Go back and watch some of that. See, because by the time you get to those final tables, it's going to be the best of the best with the best of the best doing the commentary. And you're
right.
Like,
It ought to be
go wrong.
It ought to be really interesting. You know, one thing I want to touch on is the and I mean, I know this is a PokerStars broadcast, and I am Mr. PokerStars, and if you cut me, I bleed red and black. But over at our sister site, Full Tilt, there's some interesting changes going on, and I'd like to talk about them simply because I think they are a positive sign for the industry.
Okay.
And basically, the cash games are now set up as if, like, for instance, if you're here at Casino Barcelona, you can't walk into the casino and just sort of wander around the tables and decide the table that you think you want to sit at.
Like 1.4?
And just grab a seat at that table. You basically get on the, 2-5 no limit hold'em list, and when they have a seat at a table, that's the seat you go into.
Okay.
That's exactly what Full Tilt is doing. It's basically the live room model.
So you say what game you want to play, and that's it, your name is on the list, and then you just go. You can't look at all the tables with an empty seat and just.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Exactly, and I think that serves a number of purposes. One, it does a better job of keeping games full.
Yes.
And it reduces some of the predatory behavior.
Yes.
That has been just a cancer on the quality and the environment of online poker for the last few years.
And being devil's advocate, is there any way to stop people from just hopping in, going, don't like this table, come out, sign up, hop in, take a look at the table?
There's a couple things. One, they're going, if they hop out, they're going to go to the bottom of the list, right?
Okay.
And now you can request a table change, and I haven't completely figured that out yet.
Okay.
But the fundamental model is that it's going to be first come, first serve into whatever seat is available. And I think that serves the efficiency. I mean, it's really kind of like Zoom in some ways, or Rush over on the Full Tilt side.
Yeah.
In that you're just dropped into a table, and congratulations, these are the people you're playing against.
Yeah.
And that is something that you're no stranger to the fact that that's a big bugaboo of mine. That we have to look after the poker economy and the poker ecology, and I think that serves it well.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I'm going to think on that. That's interesting, because you know it's like the first thing is the kind of people that you're trying to protect the standard players against. They'll always try and find some way around anything that kind of is designed to keep them at bay. So you kind of, I can't help it, my brain immediately started thinking, if I was the kind of guy that wanted to ruin that, how do you go about it? But I'm thinking about in video games, you know, if you're somebody that kind of joins games and keeps quitting, once you've quit a certain number of times, you get like a time penalty.
Oh, do you?
It's so if I keep going into ranked games and every time someone scores a goal against me in a soccer game, I quit the game. I turn my PlayStation off. If I keep doing that, if I keep exiting games because I'm losing, then you might get blocked and they say, well, you can't play for 10 minutes. Because you're showing a behavior which can only be you quitting games because you're losing. And it's kind of, I like it because it means, you know what, if you're in a game, you're in it till the end. You know, you should never start a game if you don't intend finishing it.
Absolutely.
And I'm kind of wondering if there's something where if you can detect someone is just hopping in a cash game, getting out, hopping in a cash game, maybe if they do it a certain amount of times in a certain period of time, you can say all you can be doing is cherry-picking the tables, and we want to discourage that.
I mean, one, this reduces the ability to cherry-pick tables.
Yeah.
And certainly we have the technology to do that if we discover that that's a problem.
Interesting. What do you think about that, boys and girls at home? Be interested to hear. Meanwhile, this one, Koroshenin raised it up to 100,000. Got called from Tejada.
How are we doing it at busting people?
Busting people, we are doing very poorly. Still 24.
Kind of what I thought.
Koroshenin bet out with a C bet after the flop. It was then checked after that 6 of clubs. And here we have Koroshenin once again putting pressure. He has been, apart from the turn, he has been fighting this all the way through. 340,000. Koroshenin, not the richest player at the table.
No, and that was, I mean, that was kind of a bet where he was like, the rest of my stack is going. Yeah. Oh, that was on the river, but he was like, he was not
mucking around lightly.
No. It doesn't mean he wasn't bluffing, but yeah.
You kind of want to give him more credit. Now, people are being too inventive. When we wanted pictures of chips...
We knew that would happen.
We didn't want the TV show chips. I said poker chips, okay? These are just, I mean, you know, these are attractive chips.
These are not as interesting as we had last year.
See, I quite like Folius's because he's got a proper full set of chips. Oh, in fact, here on the screen. Oh, that was the one I was just mentioning. Sorry, I didn't get any warning. I didn't know they were coming up on the screen. Here we go. This is my dog Sadie with the chips crushing me at Hold'em. That's not a good sign. Home gaming
that's a PokerStars set.
Nice, tidy.
Yep.
Okay. Now I don't know if I can ask back to go back to the one I was about to show Lee, which was up on the screen, but this was one from Paulius where he's got his standard set, but then he's got like a mini box with what looked like non-denominated chips, which I always think is handy to have.
It's like the emergency chip set.
Exactly.
You have it under the seat of your car.
And you have to go, guys, we've run out, so the white ones are 5,000s.
Right.
Or if you want to play a cash game and you just like want 1s and 2s or 5s
or
and 10s.
if you're just at some friend's house and they say, oh, it'd be cool to play poker, we don't have a chip set. Well, let me run out to the car.
Exactly. I did for many years always have in the back of my car a bag of like little mini chips and a little mini dealer button and a deck of cards because I was like,
you just never know.
I would officially take chips to a friend's house and we would never have a game. And then sod's law, the one time someone said, you know what I really fancy? Let's play some cards. You'd be like,
yeah, exactly.
So it was like having emergency pants and socks in the boot just in case something exciting happens in your life. Always have your chips with you. I like that a lot. Meanwhile, what's going on here? We have had a raise from João Brito to 105,000. Koroshenin re-raised to just over $250,000.
You would think with all this action we could bust somebody, but...
Well, they're getting deeper stack now. This is kind of what we knew, is all the guys with the sub-20 big blind stacks were going to start getting in early. We saw a lot of eliminations, and now everyone is sitting more comfortable. I mean, this table, the shortest stacks we've got are 33, 30, and 27 bigs. Everyone else up in the 70s and the 80s. So
there's a lot of poker to be played.
A lot of chips out there, people much more deep. fold from Brito, and it's good news for Koroshenin, up to 1.8 million.
Wow. Okay. Patrick DeCourt. That's...
Oh, we're going out to the outer tables. This is... okay, Frederick Jensen, Steve Warburton going to war here.
575,000 is the bet.
That is correct. On a board of 3 deuce king 6 ace.
Stop moving the camera.
Warburton, actually, I watched him quite a lot on the bubble day, and he was quite a slow decision maker, but maybe that was just circumstantial at the time. Now we're in the money, now that everyone's starting to feel more confident about the payouts and the chip sizes.
Very interesting stuff.
Told you he'd tank.
No, you were absolutely right.
He'll be here for a while. I don't mind it because I don't think it's for anything other than every time I see him, he is genuinely, clearly going through a process there.
Right.
You can see him sort of, not mumbling anything coherent, but you can see he's not just doing it for laughs.
Sarah's watching too.
Everyone's waiting. Some nice chips coming through. I recognize some of this. Ah,
I just saw that set.
I love that. Do you know what? I might have to nominate that.
I think that that could...
Oh, hello. What's this? The ace queen versus the bluffy no hitters. That's a nice one there for Warburton by the looks of it.
It is.
Troubled by that, but actually went for it in the end. I didn't think he'd make a decision that fast. I'm gonna say that's my winner, because that's the kind of set. I've got that MGM one, I've got that Flamingo one, I've got the Harrah's one, Paris,
Planet Hollywood,
the Treasure Island. We're gonna get some more up on the screen so you can see what we're talking about if you're not already watching us on Twitter with the hashtag EPT Live.
Jay's using his magic software.
Jay-Z is gonna. End of this hand, we're going to bring you a view of what we're saying. No, I think we're going to shut this down. I think Patrick.
Yes, unless in the next 15 seconds something stupendous happens, Patrick is our guy. I wonder if he actually plays with that. Patrick, tweet us and tell us if you actually play with that set.
See, I think that's a collector. I've got something very similar to that on my wall at home. Is like this lovely little thing I found. I don't know what it's designed for, but it's like a plastic pocket that's got lots of tiny little pockets, all in a matrix of like 5 by 5. And I don't really know what it's designed for, but I got it because I put all my little chips that I've collected from all the casinos. I always keep one from somewhere I've been. And it's a bit nerdy, but it's just...
I think
you got to do it.
I actually have a crystal vase of all those chips.
Really?
Yeah, and it
just chucked in.
They're all just chucked in, but it looks really pretty, the sort of colorful thing.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. They are wonderful things. I used to love it back in Vegas. In fact, let me just see what goes on here. Bogdanov bet 225,000. Shafikov raised pre-flop, got the call. In fact, also got a call from Peter Eckhard, who's now out of there. After the flop, Shafikov c-bet 145,000. Bogdanov came along. On the turn, Bogdanov now taking the betting lead.
Shafikov checked and Bogdanov bet.
Yeah. And now the board pairs with a 9. Check, check. Ace-7 versus Ace-4.
Choppity chop.
It is going to be a chop. You know what they say, Lee?
Oh, it's not a chop.
Isn't it?
The Ace-4 has a flush. I hope they noticed that.
Oh, do you know, I trusted you. I trusted you.
Yeah, and it just got pointed out.
Oh, man.
Everybody loves a flush.
Everyone loves a flush. Hand. Oh, man.
Well, no, she was chopping. She was getting ready to chop the pot.
Well, that's because she probably heard you tell her. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yes, I was going to say, where the Tropicana in Vegas used to have the old casino museum. I don't know if you've
right.
And I used to love, every time I went to Vegas, I just had to wander around there. And they had all the chips, some of the chips that survived, some of the fires that had been in some of the old casinos, and all the ones that demolished all the old kind of characterful, you know, the sands and...
Well, see, I have chips from a lot of those places.
Well, I mean,
you know, because I'm old. And by
Stardust and...
I don't know if I have a...
Here on our screen, We can tell you the one that I think we're going to plump for. There's nothing. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's, yeah.
Eric
nice.
Estrada does not count.
Hilarious chips reference. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
That is, that's something. It's hard to see in these squares. I forgot to tell you, I do send you pictures in the squares.
I mean, that was kind of cool.
That is very nice.
I like that one.
That was from James Lawrence. I did enjoy that.
Mr. Jersey Sponge, we like it.
Actually, that's pretty good.
That is quite good.
Wow, that's from Ross.
And that's a collection. That doesn't, yeah. Wow. Oh.
That's attractive.
That's, okay, Gauthier RV 96. I may have to give out 2 for
look, see, there's the one that we like the most, just because there's some real vintage stuff in there. Jay-Z kind of has some stuff I didn't.
He does. How did he find that?
I don't know. There was definitely one there in that lineup that
I don't think we had seen.
No, no.
Jay-Z definitely has the mad skills.
I'm going back. I must admit, I kind of relinquished control because I'm kind of multitasking beyond my abilities.
Here we've got another one. Tejada has raised. I remember when he was on like 200,000 chips.
Yeah.
And his raises never get respect. So it looks like we're going to be, excuse me, like I said.
No respect. Queen, King, Jack, King. Double hearts. Watch out for the flush this time, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Now, it's checked around to Fronin on the button. And, I mean, there's 500,000 chips out there. Dude, haven't we said this before? Just say the number.
Yeah, he could do with some. He can shortcut this process.
He's changing his bet size. That's right.
Oh, okay.
So he bet 160,000, which is a really interesting bet size. I mean, that's like a quarter of the pot. Shafikov calls. The thing is if it's heads up at this point, you don't have to have a king. 4-way to the flop. It's like it's very interesting. I mean, this board is basically on lockdown. It comes down to a question of do you have a king or don't you? And obviously you don't have to have a king, but somebody's going to have to represent a king.
I guess if you do have the king here, it's going to be hard to disguise because you're going to have to play it so hard to make sure you don't let any of the guys drawing any of the possibilities.
Well, you know, if you have a king here, this is where you get final table kinds of chips. Or not final table, but, you know, this is where you make your run for the very, very deep money. So, you know, you have to be willing to take the chance that a heart comes on the turn.
I guess so. That just always feels more like a cash play than a tournament play. I think in some multi-way pots with lots of draws, I kind of want to at least get rid of one of my opponents. If it's cash, maybe I'll take the risk for the big payoff. Check, check, check.
That could easily be good.
Eights and jacks.
Kings and jacks, actually, is the way we look at
Kings
this.
and jacks, of course. Kings and jacks. It's going to do it.
Never underestimate the value of a kicker.
Amazing, isn't it? Like, you look at how draw heavy that board is, and then... Listen, I've got to blow your mind with some really great other pictures that have come in.
Oh, man. What?
That's Petran Razvan. Has got a lot of chips. And then the other one that we both kind of slightly gasped at came from Ross. And that was this lovely array with some of the stuff. We might have to either put them all in a bit of a lottery and I'll get you to pick one at random, or you're going to have to really hand out some prizes here.
That was impressive. I think, I don't know what we're going to do there. But we have a break coming up, which means I get to lead in with something that I'm really excited about talking about.
Okay.
Which is the Neymar Jr. Institute. And we're leading the break with a video about the Institute. And people, do not step away to make a sandwich when we throw to the break here. Because it is this video, and goodness knows Matt and I have seen our share of videos that our TV people have produced.
Oh, yes.
This one is really moving. And basically, Neymar has endowed this amazing institute in Sao Paulo to look after kids. And get this, they have 20, I mean, you know, a lot of people in Brazil are very, very poor. His institute has 2,400 kids going there every day. They come in before or after school. They have lessons in 12 different disciplines, including football, swimming, math, music, dance, IT, English, Spanish, all of it. And then in the evenings, they hold classes for the parents. And so they teach people skills such as making flip-flops and doing dress alterations. And they teach people how to run a small business, you know, and basically just like bootstrapping the economy. They have a health center. The kids come in and they get their checkups and blood tests and all that other stuff. And it was Neymar's father who said, dude, you know, you made all this money. Let's do something with it.
Yeah.
And Neymar said, okay, I'm busy playing soccer. And his uncle said, all right, I'll run the institute. And so, and we have another big pot building here.
It's okay. Well, it's not been into it. Voronin made it 100,000, and it got called by both Peter Eckhart and also by João Brito. So it's not too out of hand. You're all good.
Okay.
You know me. I would have interrupted you if it got out of hand. 865, 2 hearts.
So I really encourage you, and PokerStars is supporting this institute that Neymar does. All the money, everything that you see when you watch this video came from Neymar or the sponsors. For instance, you'll see an IT area, and you can see Microsoft on the wall. You know, Microsoft ponied up some. But, you know, that all came because, like, Neymar's uncle went out and said, hey, you know, give us some computers.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's good. I
so
like that.
It's really exciting. We're winding down to the break.
Yes. Also, I'll tell you what I'm going to promise you guys is because we had so many good chips while we're in the break, I think what I'm going to suggest is we'll take all the names that we like because we've got a whole list of them. Yep. And then I'm going to put a number by them and I'm going to get you to pick one at randomly and then I'll announce after the break who it was. Because I don't think we're going to have enough time to do justice.
We are not. And
so
we're going to use a lottery, folks.
There's at least 6 or 7 that have come in recently. Joseph was very impressive. There were some beautiful chips here from Peter Silly, they've all kind of cut out around the edges. So I'm going to put the names that I think are our kind of top 6, maybe even 7.
And this is our last hand before the break.
Yeah. And you're just going to have to trust us home, but I promise you we'll do a legit lot. And we'll, I don't even, what are you giving away? I don't even know if I remember what you said.
I'm going to give away a $11 tournament ticket.
Very nice.
To whomever has the best one.
There you are then.
And if it's an American, I'll ship you 1 million play chips.
So right now we are down to heads up here. Peter was out of there once Voronin made a continuation bet after the flop. Just João Brito. And right now the action is on João here in the big blind. We got 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 hearts down on the board and 635,000 in the middle. He is a reaching.
He is, but he's reaching for a small number.
Yeah, it looks like 2.
What, 160?
Yes, that's less than 2.
It's like a fourth of the pot.
Well, I guess if your opponent doesn't like the situation, it doesn't matter how much you bet. He ain't going to like it. Unless it's designed to induce some sort of reaction from Voronin.
Man's getting 5 to 1 here.
Just a call, yeah. You'd think, well, Voronin's already got there and got some sort of backup hearts draw as well. A 9 on the end. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's what Joe would call a straight.
Man, look at all. You see all that motion?
I'm all in.
Oh, I wish, you know, all that motion, it would be all in call.
All in and a call. Okay, so
Wow.
he has the 10.
He has the 10.
He has the 10. It is Voronin that looks at risk with the king 4. He didn't believe it, and he was playing the board, but it turned out that João Brito did have the 10, had the better half of the straight.
And we managed to bust one.
We got one. We're down to 23. That's all I can say. It's not much of an effort, but that is a 1.35 million added to Brito's stack. Takes him to the middle of this pile. 57 big blinds to play with. Still some more action going on as this level wraps. Scott Margerson.
Thank you.
On the left of your picture with pocket fives versus Fredrik Jensen with the king queen suited.
Classic race.
Yeah, classic race.
And there's the queen.
It's queen on the flop. Scott Margerson at risk. Gonna need to hit a 5. No other kind of help here.
2 outs only.
So many of us at the mercy of 2 outs. Oh, just for a minute there. No,
yeah, really.
No joy. And in fact, we actually managed to get rid of another one. 22 we're down to now. So that is Scott Margerson out. And Fredrik Jensen picks up another nice little pot just ahead of this break. Do remember, stick around for this feature on Neymar Jr. As Lee mentioned, good work being done at the Institute. Had his own charity home game. Lee, thanks ever so much for being with us.
Thank you, Matt.
As always.
I'll be back tomorrow one more time.
Okay, we've got a 50-minute break coming out, guys, so do join us more. Just 15 minutes for more here from EPT Barcelona.
We're here in Sao Paulo. We have got a big event planned today to raise lots of money for charity. I think for the people in Brazil and also for all the players here, it's a massive event and we're just thrilled to be part of it.
There's people at the front of the hotel, like girls like cheering because they're like expecting Neymar to come in. Because on TV he said that he was going to play this event, and it's nice that he's doing it too.
Está sendo um grande evento, um grande torneio, na verdade tudo em prol de uma boa causa, né, que é em prol do meu instituto, e toda a renda vai ser diretamente enviada ao instituto. Eu estou muito feliz, desde já agradecendo a todos os participantes, a todos os colaboradores, obrigado mesmo de coração. Muitas famílias vão agradecer e eu agradecer muito.
It's incredible to have this opportunity to bring Neymar to this event, to join forces and help with his foundation, this charity event.
The Institute is a place we resolve to make a difference in the family and the children of the community at the Praia Grande. We have in this building three floors. This one third floor was to take care of the health of the children. We have ophthalmology, the health care, blood analysis. We have the tooth care, and over there the library. The guy, the 7 years old, yeah. Every single dollar was from Neymar and his sponsors. The brain of the institute, the brain. Here we have a basketball, volleyball, our desire to find another Neymar, not so a soccer player, but Neymar for dance, for the music, for the studying, about using the education, and so transforming, inspire a life of many, many kids of the neighborhood.
Created here at this event. It's so friendly. Everybody's so happy to be taking part also in this charity event that will help actually lots of children and families, and it's really exciting to see that he's very involved in helping.
We're happy to partner with Neymar institution in order to donate money which we will generate from charity tournament here to good causes.
Already in his short time that he's been with PokerStars, he's already done so much, and yeah, people know that he plays poker, they know his dog's name is Poker, and now he's doing this charity event, so yeah, I'm just excited to be part of it.
Pô, é enorme, acho que não tem como, né? Acho que a Poker consegue organizar eventos incríveis. E esse está sendo um, e agradeço toda a galera da PokerStars. Muito obrigado.
My name is Caterina Malacido. I play at PokerStars under the screen name Caterina289, and I'm a member of PokerStars Team Online. I like games overall, so poker is another game which by default makes it interesting for me. Right now I'm playing the Hyper Turbo Sit and Goes from $18 up to $74. In those tournaments there are very small edges. The good player from the great player will have a very small difference, so I think it's very interesting to try and find those tiny little things that make such a big difference. Yeah, that was important. You got it?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm in Athens visiting my parents, and we are in the room where I grew up in. You can see there I have my different collections. Up there I have my comic magazines. This is my improvised way of storing my magic cards. Here I have folders with the rare magic cards. They have their own special place because they're special. I started playing Magic the Gathering in 2004. I used to go to a lot of tournaments, and in one of them I met my boyfriend André Coimbra. In the beginning we used to talk a lot about Magic the Gathering, and nowadays it's mostly about poker. We don't talk about Magic as often, but there's definitely some game that we always talk about. I discovered poker through André. He's the one that taught me how to play the game. He's the one that I owe my poker career to.
When I started teaching Caterina, I thought that she could make some money playing poker. Not necessarily that she could get rich or play the nosebleeds, but I thought that she could make more than she was making at her accounting job.
It was a bit difficult because it's a thin line between boyfriend and coach. There were definitely
She never watched the Karate Kid and understand the sensei-student relationship, so it was difficult.
That's what he keeps saying, but I have actually watched the movie and
But you didn't
I
get
just
it.
don't. I got it. It's just that you are not Mr. Miyagi. Before starting playing, I thought that the most difficult part would be to actually learn the game and have a strategy and study it. but actually no, for me, at least the most difficult part is the emotional aspect. It's difficult when you're losing, obviously, because apart from losing money, which is bad, you start doubting yourself and maybe feel like, okay, I don't have an edge over my opponents anymore, maybe they're better than me. In the beginning, I would spend 1 week or a whole month without playing poker because I was feeling devastated for having a really bad day. Recently, I had my worst day ever. I lost 108 buy-ins, which is a lot, and it was kind of hard to deal with. One of the things that helps me deal with the emotional swings of poker is dancing. When you have negative feelings accumulating, you feel the tension in your body, so it's good to just go out and jump around even, and it's something that makes me feel better and more positive. When I'm dancing, it's like nothing else exists. It's just me, the music, and the people I'm dancing with, basically. It's something that helps me disconnect. When it comes to life in general, I try to not make any very big plans because life always has a way of turning things around. One day I was a French teacher here in Athens, and then the next thing I know I'm living in Lisbon and my occupation is a poker player. So I try to take each day as it comes and not make any huge plans for the future.
During day 4 of EPT 100 in Barcelona, Dominic Panka tangled with Mikhail Rudoy and Ji Zhang. As we join the action, Panka is facing a raise in the big blind.
Well, with a raise and a call in front of him, he is already getting some pretty good pre-flop pot odds.
He throws in the 20K. Three-way to the flop.
Come on, rude boy, can you get it up? I'm sorry, I just love Rihanna.
Jack 9-9. Panka checks. Here comes the continuation bet from Rudoy.
Looks like he is going to get it up.
60,000. Well, that's a call from Zhang.
And he could have literally anything. He takes his time with most hands.
Panka calls as well. So still three-way as we go to the turn, which is the 7 of diamonds.
Really easy to have a made hand or a draw on this board.
Panka checks for a second time. Second barrel coming from Rudoy. 120,000 into a pot of 334,000.
And when he gets called twice on the flop, I think him betting here again on the turn looks really strong. Then again, another call also looks really strong.
Zhang still in. Decision on Panka. And he decides to check raise to 375K.
And that looks really, really strong. Does everyone have it?
Rudoy calls. And Zhang hasn't insta-folded.
This pot is getting huge.
Oh my, Zhang calls as well. There's nearly 1.5 million in the middle and still one betting streak to come.
I have no idea what's going on.
A 75 big blind pot. The river is the 3 of diamonds, puts a potential flush out there. So Panka took the betting lead on the turn. But now he slows down, he checks.
He might have been just messing around.
Rudoy checks. And Zhang checks behind.
Show me a winner.
Rudoy shows pocket sevens for a full house. Panka mucks and Zhang mucks.
You can see why Rudoy might be afraid to bet it for value.
I wonder what Panka had. And what was he thinking about during that hand?
I was new to the table, and that probably was the biggest factor on my mistake in this hand. I think I had like 2 million chips exactly, so 100 big blinds. Mikhail opened, and there was the call from Z. And I defended Queen 10 on the big blind. The flop come Jack 9-9, and I checked. There was a continuation bet and a call. And I thought that perhaps I can raise here, but well, I played, conservatively and just called with my opponent's straight draw. Turn was a 7. I checked, and there was another bet from the aggressor. Z looked like he didn't like the situation, like he had a good hand but didn't like all the aggression and doesn't look happy calling. I was thinking that if I check raise in this spot, it would look super strong. If the under the gun player folds and Z calls and still has like maybe ace jack, I can, bet huge on the river and get him to fold. So I check raised. I got called into spots, but that the pre-flop aggressor had jacks full at this point. The river is a blank, and I checked. I imagined that they have a pretty strong holdings, calling my bluff on the turn. I don't know what Z had in this hand because it turned out that Mikhail hit a full house with a 7 on the turn. So the situation perhaps was good that I had to give up. I think that my play was too ambitious. I should probably have more reads on my players rather than just start bluffing.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars.net EPT main event. Day 5 well underway as we enjoy the first main event of season 12. Thanks for joining me. Matt Brown here with you. At the moment everyone else is busy, but I see across the room somebody called Georgie Danza. I think he's going to be joining me shortly as we reflect on the featured table that we have been with for the last level. We did lose a couple, but only a couple, having had so many deaths earlier on in today's play. Right now, Viktor Bogdanov, top of our table with 4.295, just ahead of Denis Shepikov's 4.29. Smallest stack, 25 bigs for Sebastian Tejeda. He's had a roller coaster of a ride. And then Kuroshenin with 30 bigs. Hold me tighter, Georgie Danza coming to the desk. Good to see you. He'll be with us shortly. If you've got any questions, don't forget you can get in touch with us. Hashtag EPT Live. We are keeping an eye also on the Twitch chat. I can also announce, I put it out on Twitter, but we did a legit lottery for the winner for the competition with the best home chips, and the winner was Will Ross Jones. Congratulations to him, and thanks to everyone else that joined in. We'll pick up this action and bring in guest George Danza. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, hello, thanks.
Where you been? What you been up to?
I was playing the 10K High Roller with the re-entry.
That had a pretty big field, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that was huge,
ridiculous.
Yeah. And I busted out, so I have time for some commentary.
You must be delighted. And how has Barcelona, how has been this whole kickoff to season 12 been for you? What have you played in? What have you enjoyed?
I play the tournament every day, and I have enjoyed Barcelona too. The tournaments were a little rough to me, so that was not too good, but I cashed in the 5K PLO, made an 8th place. So
nice.
I'm close to breaking even, and now after the last event, gonna enjoy the sun for a day, and then go home and wait for the W Coupe to start.
Yeah, we just had Lee Jones in talking about the W Coupe. A lot of the players, whenever we say, you know, what's next on your calendar, it's like, get myself set up, get ready. A lot of the guys are twitching their attempts to nail the W Coupe. I hear there's some sun out there. I've heard the weather's great. We haven't seen it. We're here in the basement. This one is Peter, our previous chip leader, makes it 145,000. Denis Shefikov has re-raised to 325k. Bump into any of these out there in the field? Know any of these guys particularly well?
Yes, I have played with Alexei Koroshenin a lot. He plays all the satellites, all the high roll events, all the main events. And I have played with Joan Brito too. So those are the two I know the game a little better. The other ones are new to me.
I guess with the size of the fields we get in these things, it becomes harder and harder to expect to know too many of your opponents. You know, even if you go deep, you kind of don't expect to go, oh, I know this guy, I know this guy, I know this guy. There's just too many players out there.
Yeah, especially in the main event. In the 10K event, it's a big field too, but you know most of the players. But as soon as it's over 1,000 players in a field, you have a lot of tables with unknown players to you.
So a flop of 7-Jack-7 with 2 hearts down, a check from Eichhardt. Shefikov did make the 3-bet on top of Eichhardt's original opening raise. Keeps the pressure on.
They both have nice stacks to play.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, is our 2 shortest stacks are 30 and 25 bigs, and then everyone's 52 all the way up to 70, so getting deep out there.
You expect your opponent to make a continuation bet in those kind of late tournament situations. Everybody's playing really aggressive there.
Peter, is this gonna... I thought that would be the old look at the cards before you say goodbye to them, but no. Still thinking. He has called it. Nearly 1.5 million in this, 1.41 million to fight over. Expect the 6 to do much for anybody?
Usually not. I had a pot in the satellite where I thought the 6 wasn't doing anything, and then I got it all in on the turn with ace check on that board, and opponent had 6s. So it's not like it never hits the opponent, but I expect Eichhardt to fold a pair of 6s here today. On Jack 7-7, even against the random overcards, you're not that good in a shape because a Jack is an out for the opponent too. So on those paired boards, the under pairs, they play really, really bad. So I expect him to fold 6s, but everything 8's up, he's definitely going to call 1 barrel. And after he folds pretty quick to the turn bet.
So a nice little pickup for Shefikov. If you've just tuned in, you have missed a day of mayhem. The first level will be remembered as a level of carnage. Diego Del Riego, ouch. Nikolai Vascabonikau, ouch. Jude Ainsworth, guess what? Ouch. Rodney Mamelo, ouch. And Team Pro André Akari and Matty de Mulder both had lots of fans, both out. Daniel Dvoris, guess what? He was out. Sham Srinivasan is out. Guess what? Jonas Pelskard, out. Before the end of that level, we lost 12 players, and then the last level, we ground through the whole thing and only lost 2. So as you're probably gathering, quite a lot of players have been out. If you want to catch up on any of it, by the way, PokerStars blog has all of the reports. I feel like I was just tested on my pronunciation, but I think I kind of just about got through it. But do check out the PokerStars blog if you want to pick up on any of the stories of the day, more details of how those players exited. Meanwhile, back into level 28. Remind you where we are now. The blinds are 30,000, 60,000 with a 10k ante. As mentioned, just 22 players left from this monster field. 1,694 signed up for this main event. Three players to this after Sebastian Tejada made it 140,000.
When a player makes a short stack player makes a continuation bet on the queen high board against 2, he usually has it because the queen high board hits very well the king queen, queen jack, or hands he was behind against. So usually he has king queen or better himself.
Well, he managed to scare off Alexei. But Denis Shafikov has come along for the ride. And now a 10 of hearts on the turn. 900,000 in the middle.
So he only has a little bit more than pot left. So expect him to commit himself here. Hopefully for him, he is not running against set of 6s or set of 4s.
You got to think about sets of 6s now, haven't you? It's
yes.
always in your mind.
Yeah, because if the opponent calls here, I don't know how the meta game is playing out.
Yeah.
But if everybody is kind of straightforward, he has ace queen, king queen or better here, and the opponent expecting that has to have king queen himself, maybe queen jack, or set of 6s, set of 4s. There is not that many draws on the queen 6-4 rainbow board. $360,000, yeah, that's probably he's committing himself with that bet. He's not folding kings or ace queen or king queen to a push here.
No, there was 900,000 in the pot, 360, and as you say, he's not got enough behind to really have any maneuverability. No way anyone's going to get him off this.
So what would you do with queen jack and queen jack suited or something like that in Shafikov's spot? It's quite difficult.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, it's always interesting, especially at this stage, because we know tomorrow we go to the cards up. And at this point, you think, is everyone playing straight? Is everyone playing tricky? And you never know. And then tomorrow, these players get kind of revealed to us, and we go, wow, this guy's just been playing nothing but air the whole way through. But right now, we just have to play the guessing game.
He doesn't look happy to me.
I was just going to say, like, yeah.
I think he has queen jack here. Queen jack of clubs, that's my guess. And now he doesn't look happy, he's going to call. River going to blank, Tejada is going to put him all in, then he's going to look even more sad. And then he's gonna fold. Oh, he saved himself some misery and just folded on the turn.
Yeah, just let it go. That's nice for Sebastian. He gets himself off the bottom of this feature table leaderboard. Second from the bottom now. Average stack is 2.3 million. Sebastian is just short of that with 2 million on the nose. Koroshena now 1.6. And Shefikov, even after that little battle, still top of our table, 4,715,000. Don't forget, we've got George Danza with us. If you have any questions for him, do tweet in, tag your tweets, EPT Live. I'm kind of trying to keep an eye on the Twitch stuff, but it just kind of just moves so quickly. It's so many colors, and there's so many strange conversations. People are still entering competitions we closed days ago, so I don't know how much effort I should really give to reading that. And lots of love for the dealer, because it's a grill. Being asked by Andreas, can you tell me why the feature table and the stage is so small compared to other times? You know, we make changes every season, and this season it was decided to actually try and bring the feature table a bit more back into the tournament. It was kind of a bit aloof, and I think maybe even, dare I say, kind of lacking in atmosphere. Whereas here, I think it gives, well, it gives me certainly, and probably most of you, it feels like this table is part of the tournament. And also we're forever going, gosh, it's so busy here, there's a great atmosphere, and you never get to see it because we're kind of shielded away. So this is just what we're going with this season, making the feature table much more of the tournament. And hopefully we get excited when we get down to the final table and we've got everyone started putting some seating out. But right now there's a $200 super stack going on, there's the 10K that George mentioned, there's a PLO game. So I think this gives you much more of a feel of the festival as a whole, really. Also, I think a little perhaps side effect of it is that the guys that aren't used to playing under the lights, hopefully it's not as intimidating. If you suddenly find you've been selected and you guys are going on the feature table, I always wonder if there's an advantage for guys that are used to that kind of pressure, and the guy that's satellited in just finds himself hating it, that all of his, oh God, what's happening, and they just assume all their hands are going to be seen on TV, and it feels like a pressure is lifted by having the guys here.
Yes, I think that was always the case. It was I liked it a lot. Put the guys in the spotlight, and then it's going to be more difficult for the players who are not accustomed to it. And now without it, not saying that I'm going to make a lot of featured tables this season, but it might be a little bit of a disadvantage for me.
Well, here's another man who's joined us. It's gone crazy in the booth. The whole Pope we have activated. Head of Live Operations, Neil Johnson, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
So
happy to jump in.
Anything to add? Any further take on the feature table arrangement?
I like the new setup. It's exactly what you said. The TV set is absolutely gorgeous and breathtaking. Looked fantastic on television, but it did really separate the players a little bit from everything else that was taking place in the tournament and make you feel like you're not really playing the same main event. And we also found that it was kind of a little inhibiting to people to go up and watch. It felt like maybe I'm not allowed to be up there and spectate. So we never really had the crowds around the table that set was designed to take. And here it's much more open. You can see I saw like a lot of comments on John Jawanda's mask when you could see it pass in the background, and you know, there's Eric Seidel's head over in the 10K or the 5K horse or whatever. So you get to see more of the tournament on the live stream like this.
It's a beautiful thing. I just think it is. I mean, I love being in a room where you kind of spin around and there's one corner has got one game going on and one corner's got another, and I think now we get to kind of share that vibe with people that maybe haven't ever been to a tournament of this kind of size.
I think there's 6 different tournaments taking place in the main room right now.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. We see, oh nice, a bit of a rail, bit of a crowd forming. Again, we extend to you the invitation if you're in the area, or if you're near enough that you fancy coming down, today or tomorrow, the chairs will be out. as we get this first main event of Season 12 wrapped up and hand somebody 1.4 million euros and the dark chocolate trophy wrapped in silver foil. It's changed this season. It was milk chocolate with hazelnuts last year. Now it's just solid dark chocolate.
But it is still candy-coated goodness, right?
It is. It's. I mean, don't eat it all in one go because you'll make yourself sick. But we have to keep putting it back in the fridge because obviously under the lights here it does turn into more of a puddle than a trophy.
No, I'm telling you though, we're doing Halloween on EPT Malta. Can we please have somebody out there actually make us a chocolate trophy?
That would be awesome.
That way, can we give the winner? And come on, it's the final table is Halloween. We absolutely must have a candy-coated trophy.
It's going to happen with cobwebs and stuff hanging off it.
Yes. The Malta promo, by the way, which I saw when I was on the webcast yesterday, is one of the greatest promos that I've ever seen, and it's all Halloween. So I want a candy-coated trophy now from somebody.
Well, probably you're the man to make it happen. I would say ordinarily, say we'll speak to the people in charge of that kind of thing, but I've got a feeling it's you.
I was just thinking about who would I go to if I wanted a trophy made out of chocolate, and I would come to you.
I guess then it's on me then.
We're going to quickly nip out to one of the outer tables because Mikhail Petrov is all in with pocket fives up against Mario Sanchez's ace-jack. It is Petrov that is at risk, and that is not very helpful. Ace-ace-4.
Deucer, there we go.
Oh,
we get
hello.
Another sweat.
A little bit of a sweat. Now the straight comes into play. Didn't see that suits well enough to know if that's relevant.
Oh.
No. So we lose one more. Petrov is out. Mikhail goes in 22nd, gets himself 45,350 euros. Remind you, the next jump is after 21st. So 20th spot will get 53,570. Not been so many exits at the last level, but maybe we'll start to see some more drop now as the blinds obviously go up. Smaller stacks forming.
How has the play been today? I haven't got to see any main event stuff today. So
the first level was mayhem. We just went bang, 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 bang. All the guys sitting on 17 bigs, 15 bigs, 13 bigs, all those guys just got absolutely cold. And then the second level, we'd already got down to 24, and you know it just kind of, the stacks are balanced and things slow down.
And what's our average stack now?
The average stack is 2.4 million.
And we're 30-60, so we're back up to about 40 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah. So it has taken us about 2 hours to get from 24 to 21, having taken about 20 minutes to get down from the original starters.
And what's the play been like at the feature table for you?
I haven't seen too much of the play, but it looks really straightforward to me. None of the players out of line, not too many open raises, just a standard amount of 3-bets, some defending out of the big blind, you know, the stuff that people do that have a clue.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree. I mean, we had this feature table for the level 4, and it's just kind of competent, solid, no flamboyance that we're aware of. But I said to George, that's the thing, is we get to this point where tomorrow we get to the cards up, and all of a sudden the guys that you've been labeling as super solid turn out to be maniacs. And you just think, wow, I'd never thought this guy, and they're pulling off all kinds of moves. So tomorrow will be a reveal in more ways than one.
So we just saw the showdown here, and it was the same again.
Yeah.
Just a solid hand open raising, queen jack there, and an ace-6 defending out of the big blind, flopping top and second pair. It goes check, 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 small bet call, and then you compare your hands and look at the result. I wish there was some more, you know.
Nothing.
Back out.
Why would he 4-bet?
Back out, I'm afraid, to the outer tables. Christenel Sandu, Jack 9 versus Pascal Lefrancois pocket 9s. And this is Christenel at risk.
Wow.
That is kind of crazy bonkers.
Does he have the club draw?
He has the club draw.
Have the club draw.
Nope.
So that sees Christenel Sandu out. We lose another. So now we move up into a new payout bracket. 18th to 20th will get 53,570 euros. I got a question comes to you, George, from the champ, who says, will you play the 50k W Coupe this year, and what other events are you planning to play in the series?
Usually I plan to play all the events of the series, Coupe or W Coupe, but the 50k is just a little bit out of my reach, I think. It's gonna be a lot of good players and
that's got to be
a
one
lot
of the most
money.
talented fields in the world, the 50k on W Coupe.
Yeah, definitely. So I might try a satellite or two. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I said to Lee earlier on, like the W Coupe, you kind of feel it's like where players, they think, do you know what, I play my regular games, I'm going to really like say this is the big game, I'm going to play in one of the W Coupes with all the guys. The 50k is probably not the one to, like, you know, test yourself in. That's probably pushing your limits a bit too high. Yeah, but something for everyone.
The rest of the events I might play.
Do you just automatically scrub out your diary? That's just like, I'm not around for anyone during W Coupe. Don't even talk to me. Family, world, friends.
No, they sometimes try to call me and then they don't reach me, and then they call my girlfriend, and my girlfriend comes over to the PC and hands me a telephone and says, somebody's trying to get a hold of you for 3 days. And I said, oh yeah, no, my cell phone is in the other room. So I don't even leave the room.
I was going to say, you haven't left the room for 3 days.
No. It happened once that for 2 weeks I didn't go out of the house during the scoop. The scoop is even a little harder than the W Coupe, because the W Coupe only has one event. If you're playing for the leaderboard, you don't sometimes it happens that you bust out of the event, so you don't have another 2 events running at the same time, and you can actually leave the house or do some grocery shopping. But during the scoop, it happened that I was at home for close to 2 weeks, not going outside. But you can imagine how happy you are when you suddenly open the door and the sun is shining, and you jump on your bike and you just go for a kilometer ride, and all the endorphins start shooting in. It's a very nice experience. But you have to fight through 2 weeks of no sun, not leaving the house. I can't recommend it, but it's an interesting.
It's not the healthiest way to spend 3 weeks.
No, but
if
then you get
win
a
the
nice
leaderboard
high.
and you have and you win a bracelet or 2.
Oh yeah, then it's worth it.
Well, just to pick up this one, Koroshenin made it 125,000 pre-flop, got the call from Shafikov. Then Shafikov actually bet out after the 9-10-8 double spade board, 150,000. Koroshenin raised to 380,000, and now a shove. Shafikov gets through. He means business. And Alexei Koroshenin,
he was just playing.
He's
just
sitting
playing
on,
around.
well, he's got 16 bigs to play around with, so he can't do too much more of that. Shafikov now well ahead of the field, 5.5 million up the top. Boys, are you happy if we come into vision and let the Twitch audience see what we look like?
I'm okay with that. I will say...
George, are you okay with that?
Okay. I'm excited.
Wait, don't do that. The voices in my head say they want to turn the lights on first.
No, that's all right. I wasn't going to.
I
wasn't going to. I know how it works. I'm not stupid. What were you about to say?
No, I was, well, Pedro on the Twitch. I'm following the Twitch chat here. Pedro asked if John Jawanda's all better now because he's not wearing his mask.
Yes.
He's been ill
I saw
the last
that,
few days.
yes.
And I don't have an update. I don't know. You guys do, but I'm assuming if he's not wearing the mask, he must be feeling better.
Oh, that's a good read there.
Thank you.
You've done this before.
I'm not just another pretty face, you know.
We're staring right now at table 2. Mario Lopez, I believe, was the player that went all in. We don't have any information. Bear with us. We're just trying to make sure we don't miss any of these key all-ins and calls.
This was our Estrellas champion, right?
Yes. Lopez is out. It was Frederick Jensen managed to take him down. Sorry we don't have any information on the hand. We got there too late. But we are down now to 19.
He was also, correct me if I'm wrong, Lopez was also all in on the money bubble. Like he was at risk
he was
on
one
the
of them.
hand for hand in the bubble.
Yeah.
That's a nice run to go from, we paid what, 247, all in at 248 to, what'd you say, finish 19th?
20th he finished. So
very nice run.
53,570 euros for his troubles.
Lopez, is he Spanish? Was he the last Spanish player in the field?
No, because... Oh, no, actually, I don't know if we moved... Maybe he was.
Do we have
maybe he
yeah.
was. Because we had Sanchez as well. Yeah, he may well be the last local. We shall confirm. I'm going to have to go to the blog.
And someone named Hard Grinder wants to know, George, were you in the 10K High Roller here?
Yes, I played the 10K and the 25K High Roller.
And you have so many chips that you decided to do an hour of commentary and give the other players a chance?
No, at first I decided to rebuy, so it was not a 10K, but a 20K for me, and then I decided to give my chips away with pocket jacks, where I could maybe have put the opponent on ace-king if I had thought a little longer, but I decided he doesn't have it too often, and he had it. So that was the second.
You did say too often.
Yeah, I think it was okay, but...
So you're happy with the way you played?
Yeah, I'm happy. It was not the best tournament. I was really happy how I played the 25K and how I played the main event. With this one, it's like two situations where it's close, where I'm not 100% confident I had the best play. And the other ones, I was always very happy. Yeah.
Are you ready to be seen by the world? Viewers on Twitch, prepare yourselves for the excitement that is in Vision. Hello. Hello, everyone. Say hello, everybody. This is what we look like. Exciting, isn't it? Although, look, Neil, you're right at the end, the fisheye. So you have become a very small man.
I'm a very small man. Sit up straight.
So... Sit up straight.
What if I just slide more over here and I become part of a man?
I'm sitting for 6 days straight now.
It feels like we're like sliding off the left side of the thing.
On one of these ball saddles,
like way off
you know
the
that? I'm sitting on one of those saddles all day to keep my back straight, and now I finally can relax here, and you make me sit up straight again. My back's all crampy.
I'm not coming off well in this fisheye, I'm telling you, Matt.
I mean, the thing is, you're a normal-sized man. You imagine what Joe's like, because Joe in real life is only 3'8". We always put him on a box, so you can imagine.
In his shoes.
He is barely noticeable when we actually go to Twitch. So, hello, Twitch.
I haven't been on Twitch for a long time.
George just got all up here because he's right in the center, so he can be the largest one of...
He is a towering man. There you are, enjoy it. Apparently it's what the Twitch kids love. Lots of people on Twitch are shouting, hello, hello George, hello.
Hello Ed.
Really big headsets. Yes, they are quite cumbersome and uncomfortable.
Somebody gave you Elke's Mao. I don't know if that's trademarked somehow, but...
Well,
but it was to Danza, it wasn't to us, so...
Yeah. Headphones and mohawks not compatible. That's okay. Lucky it just sort of stops at the key point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elke has a huge Twitch following. I went to his show in Las Vegas, and it's just a lot of fun.
On one table? Or?
Just Mao everywhere, and all through the chat feed.
I have to get one of the mohawk icons.
Yeah, you can't.
Somebody is going to make one for me, right?
That's right. Somebody out there in Twitchland. George needs his own personal symbol for Twitch.
Yes, with a mohawk, please.
With a mohawk, please, absolutely.
Yeah, and one with 2 die, so we can do the dice games I like to do on Twitch. Yeah, I haven't been on Twitch for a long time because my internet connection is tilting me so hard. I had a technician in the house a couple of times, and they just cannot find out what the problem is with my connection. It works all fine.
Oh wait,
it's very
I heard the magic word. Heard the buzzword.
Oh, Koroshenin.
Triangle of Death for 1 million chips.
Yeah, raised by Shafikov to 120,000. Now Koroshenin has got it all in for just shy of 1 million.
Koroshenin always looks disgusted about the situation. Have you seen that? Even when he gets a bluff through, he looks like, nah, this doesn't feel right. You know? When he could be in your face, laughing and smiling and all that.
I'm not sure I've ever seen, it's like we had a promo video, which is one of the only shots. It's when Steve O'Dwyer won the main. And he's got this big grin on his face. It's like you don't normally see them smile at the table.
No.
And they're usually very kind of stone-faced. And Koroshenin's the same way. You don't see a lot of laughing and joking from him at the table.
No. Players aren't talking that much at the table either. I can remember like 10 years ago, we had small talk. Stuff like that.
There was a ton of chatter last night in the Deuce is Wild, but that's because nobody knew what anybody had. So everybody was trying to figure out what the actual hand was. But there was a lot of discussion in Deuces Wild. It was fun.
Shavakov has given that one up, just to let you know. That one did go Koroshenen's way, not that you'd know to look at the smile on his face. We've got more action happening on the outer tables. We saw earlier on that Chris Walker had been damaged in a big pot. Now he is at risk. Ace-Deuce versus Stuart McDonald's Ace-9. Not a great... Oh, sorry. Ace-4, not Ace-Deuce.
5%.
Very
6% maybe.
small percentage chance of surviving this.
He's got the spades.
No.
Oh, chop.
Chop, chop, chop. Chop-opportunities, as we say. It's no good. It's no good, and we are going to lose Chris Walker. Oh. Oh. For a minute there, I thought I'd got it around the wrong way. I thought he was sitting down to carry on playing.
Highly. The flop was much liked.
Yep. So we saw plenty of Chris yesterday, but then we did see earlier on he got heavily crippled, and that's the end of him. Looks like we've had some balancing, so we've lost Sebastian. Tejada has been very, very much up and down all of today. Now he was out to one of the other tables. Obviously, it does become easier for us as the numbers dwindle to actually kind of bring you more of an overview of the tournament as a whole. Ordinarily, we're just able to give you the featured table.
Are we still on the fisheye?
You're still on the fisheye. I'm so, look at you, man.
I'm telling you, I just happened to look down at my phone.
You can, I mean, you can shuffle over, but I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Even if I shuffle over, I still end up still at the wrong end of the fisheye. So I'm just happy being.
You know what? You could boast about how comfortable you are on planes, how easy it is to, just like curl up on your seat.
Yeah, apparently I fit in the overhead compartment, if you look at the picture there.
I'm amazed they haven't tweaked your little name tag there. I thought they might put something about your size or height, but...
Yeah, and they had the last name in all caps.
Exactly, that's to make up. It's compensating for his height.
No compensation required.
Exactly. Shafikov has raised this one and immediately be faced with a 3-bet from Brito. 120,000 turned into 340,000.
Yeah, yesterday a friend of mine from Germany was playing with Seidel at the table, and at some point he asked him if what he thinks, that's how we say it in German, what he thinks about small talk at the table. And Seidel answered, yeah, I'm fine with you having some.
Knock yourself out.
That sounds like Eric.
So, not a lot of talking by the pros. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Significant stack of acid bath.
Yes.
Finally, some 4-bet fireworks.
They must be watching the stream and they knew George was getting bored.
No, I'm not
Word
bored.
got through. More action he requires.
720,000?
That's small.
Did the job if that's what he was after. And the rich get richer. So Denis Shafikov now starting to really push himself away from the rest of the players on their pitch table. 5.2 million. Closest is Viktor Bogdanov with 4.7, and then a massive drop down to those in the early 3 millions. The shortest stack is Koroshenin with 1.13 million now. 18 big blinds. 55 minutes left on this level. Playing 30,000, 60,000 with a 10k ante.
It's a pretty nice spread of big blinds. Still plenty of play for everybody. Nobody has to panic. Nobody has to... Well, Koroshenin's not in the greatest position, but even at this stage, with 19 big blinds, 2 more players are eliminated. You're even back to a full 8-handed table, which gives you even a bit more breathing room.
Yeah, and blinds and antes significant now to pick up. Keep yourself alive, keep yourself out of the complete danger zone.
Yes, but his deck is very good to reshove, so if one of the loose players like Shafikov opens or Brito opens, he can just stick it in with a pair. He's not afraid of that with his stack. There is no big pay jumps right now, so
Yep.
it's not that difficult to play. It plays itself.
That's the easiest poker. Easiest kind of poker.
Yeah, less than 20 big blinds is not so complicated. And I think he still opens quite loose, so against the stack, I would like a reshove too.
Koroshin raises to 120,000. Got the call from Peter Eckhart. 2 to the flop of Queen, King, 9, 2 clubs out there. 330,000 in the middle.
Lavinia on Twitch asked, why don't we balance the tables? The tables actually are balanced. We've got 18 players left, so we have 3 tables of 6. That's actually why we lost. You said it was it Sebastian?
Yes.
Who we just lost and moved to an outer table?
Yes.
I'm just flicking through them real quick. Somebody else asked if Juanda's still in. He is. On one of the outer tables.
He's in good shape.
And another one for Alexei Koroshin. Up to 22 bigs now.
He looks so happy when he wins a pot, right?
It's like the best
I
thing.
just added 15% to my stack. Woohoo!
Who's the player that Stapes always gives excessive celebration penalties to? Is it Kravchenko? I
Yes.
think Kravchenko always...
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's Alex Kravchenko. Stapes always gives him excessive celebration penalties when he drags a pot. We might have to pass that over to
Koroshin, yeah, is...
But although it's unheard of, I have seen him laugh really loud once.
Kravchenko?
Yes, we just had a dealer at the World Series once that wanted to be nice and welcoming and said, hello, welcome to the table, Mr. Karavalchenko. And he looked at him and wasn't pleased by that. So now he tried to correct himself and said, no, sorry, Karavalchenko. And did it wrong again. And he tried for 4 or 5 times until the name was not even similar to Kravchenko. And we couldn't help it anymore, but everybody started laughing, and then he broke a smile like, that was the one.
That was his one time.
The one time.
That looks like a raise to me.
Well, you've done this before, so I'm going to trust you. I can't imagine you would make that sort of thing up.
Well, this is... What do we... Oh, we don't even get a chance to talk about it. Oh, no, yeah, there is a couple behind. The 3-bet to 315. You were talking about a reshove stack, but for Koroshin to 3-bet there instead of shoving.
No, he had a little bit more.
He picked up the previous pot. That's right.
He picked up the pots. And he's a player to 3-bet even with small stacks. So he might, even with 20, 19, 18 big blinds, just 3-bet it instead of shoving it. And I can tell you that he likes to do that light too. So he might even fold to the shove here. There's players who would never fold to a shove here, but
yeah, because he's got less than 700K behind.
Yes, but he can do it with King 7 offsuit and then fold to the shove.
Look at that smile.
I know.
Look at that
joy.
smile.
Joy on his face.
Picked another one up.
Winning. Over and over again. Still not off the bottom of the leaderboard of this featured table, but at least now up to 26 big blinds. 1.6 million. Also worth mentioning, a few people have started shouting for it for the password. Don't forget, we will have our daily free roll tonight, 7:15, 7:15 CET. We will give out the password later during the broadcast, so stick around for that.
Can you... I'm curious. I don't have the ability to check stars. Yesterday I was here when they gave out the password, and there were already 3,000 people entered.
Yes.
Do we have people entered in the free roll today?
Do you know what? I would take a look at them. That's the thing is, because I always love day one when we give out the first password. As soon as you've revealed the theme, you know everyone's going to be guessing what the other ones might be, and it does get quite ridiculous.
Justina is shaking her head at us, telling us that no one has entered yet. So apparently we've got a good password. Yesterday's password was Gaudi, which apparently was very easy to guess. And there were 3,000 people registered before we gave the password.
3,000 people guessed Gaudi before. Is it the same theme? So do we have artists today?
I'm assuming it's a Spanish theme. So
yeah,
I haven't heard the other passwords earlier.
So
this
we got
week,
the Spanish artist today?
Yes.
So it's gonna be... Wait a second, I'm gonna give it out before I know it.
I don't know it, so it's not like I can react to you. They don't share it with us.
I don't actually know what it is. So
no.
you could say it and I wouldn't know.
Okay.
But don't forget.
So a Spanish artist.
If somebody can Skype me, remind me what we've had so far, so we can tell George what's been off. Because I
think it's gonna be Iniesta, right? I don't know of any other Spanish artist than Iniesta. How many people do you think are trying Iniesta now?
Well, it's a 30,000 entries capped free roll, so we've got plenty of room. $2,000 added to the prize pool. Do get involved.
You got to give them incentive, George. Say they get something special for the first person who can get into the free roll without us giving out the password. Cora Shannon raised to 120,000. It's nice to see he's very active with his short stack, which is kind of fun to watch. And he and Shafikov have, I haven't been here long. I've seen him in at least, I think, 4 hands.
Yeah.
Twitch is now filling up with different art names. Picasso, Dali, Goya. One person says Iniesta is the best artist.
Nice.
But then somebody followed it up with wrong password. So they've tried it, and you were wrong, George.
Damn it.
Okay, so here's confirmation. So far we've had Salvador, Caressa, and Gaudi. Oh, that's all we've had, of course. Yes, just 3. I was thinking there'd be more.
So Salvador like Salvador Dali?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it is an art theme. Oh, there we go.
Or you could just wait a little while and we'll give you the password. I mean, that's the other option. There are like 30,000 seats in that, so you should be okay.
Cora Shannon continued for 135,000.
Check, check, gets them to a free river and ace.
Yeah, the ace is in Cora Shannon's hands a lot more often than in Shafikov's. I mean, Shafikov could have ace-queen that he didn't want to 3-bet call, but I don't think so. I think he would just get it in with ace-queen against Cora Shannon. He's an aggressive player. You can get ace-queen in, so... Only ace-jack or ace-10, and I don't think he's going to call that too often pre-flop. So...
Is this a card you take a stab at regardless if you're Shafikov, if it gets checked
No,
again?
no. You don't take a stab at that one. I think
so
he
his
has...
2 1/4 means what then, do you think?
Check 10 is good probability here. I don't think he would slow play too much, so... He either has something like ace-5 suited that had a backdoor flush draw on the flop, or he has check 10.
I would say that he looks unhappy, but it's really hard to tell.
That was actually much closer to an unhappy. Like, for him, that might be like a monster unhappy expression.
This one.
Because he gave the big sigh as well. He gave the big sigh as well.
He might just chip it now, you know? Just a little Hollywooding here for us.
Is that Alexi reverse tell?
No, he really doesn't look happy.
Just don't know how you can tell. I just don't know. Having the time of his life. Apparently someone has cracked the password. Someone is in. Someone is in.
Brilliant.
Igora says, we have first who knows password.
How hard is it going to be if 5,000 or 10,000 people try and they just pull up the list of Spanish artists? I mean...
Well, then I'm glad we gave them something to do on a Saturday afternoon.
Exactly.
And maybe they'll learn something about Spanish
In
art.
10 minutes, we have 200 people in there.
An infinite number of monkeys on an infinite number of lobbies. One of them will accidentally crack the password. It's just math.
I thought they were supposed to write War and Peace.
Well, start with the password, then the complete works of Shakespeare.
So where do we think, I mean, we know that Koroshenin didn't look happy, but we're also still here 2 minutes later. Where do we think he's sitting?
Turmoil.
Could he have had a king or a queen and now
Yes, he could easily have Queen Jack or maybe King 10. I don't know.
Been in the tank for nearly 2.5 minutes on this one.
The thing is, if he has pocket 10s or jacks, it's interesting because takes out a few of the straights, takes out ace jack or ace 10, and then he can put the opponent on, I don't know, 5-6 suited and peel the flop. And hero call him here with a pair of 10s.
There's the king.
Folds and shows a king.
They can see you. They saw your eyes get really big on the
Show him a 6, come on.
Oh, very nice. He showed the ace.
So now he's really happy with his fold, but we can't see it.
Yeah. Hard to tell.
What do you think about them showing there? About him showing the king?
I
and showing
show
the
a
ace?
lot of times because why not? I mean, everybody's trying to hide the information and stuff. It just makes the game a little more fun for people who are not professionals, and I'm always up for that. So I just like to show a couple of hands, and other people show too. So yeah.
Are you ready for the free roll password? Somebody's cracked it, but here it comes. Remember, 7:15 p.m. Who? Bofel.
Okay. As a good poker player, you're supposed to go, yeah, Bofil. That's the password.
Oh, Bofel. Yeah,
Exactly.
the famous Spanish architect. I've got a lot of his stuff in my laptop at home. Not this one.
We call.
Okay,
that.
I call that bluff.
Yeah.
Snap call.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's top left of your screen. There is your official password, Bofil. These are. I think we should just stick to, like, suits and poker players. Bofil it is.
How many people out there do you think who knew who Bofil was before we just explained he's a famous Spanish architect? We are, spreading knowledge.
We are. I'm sure that if we... do you know what? I was going to do a competition where I was going to ask during Barcelona if anyone could name all of the daily passwords from Monte Carlo, because I bet no one would get one. Because these are the words that come and go, and everyone just goes, I had to ask someone for what yesterday's password was, because I thought we must have said it 60, 70 times, but I couldn't remember what it was. It's just... So I'm not sure this is the kind of information that's going to be retained by anybody. You never know.
There's a shove.
Looks like they got through pretty quickly for Koroshenin.
He's done that to Brito a couple of times now.
Yeah, it was a nice fold by him.
Very nice fold.
Also, let you know, the $1 bounty bonanza that we've been talking about since we started broadcasting here starts in just 75 minutes. Get involved or get left behind. $1.5 million now for Koroshenin. 25 bigs. Fair spread 25, 39, 47, 53, 77, 91 for the top man, Denis Shefikov, now with $5.5 million. Average stack 2.8 million.
I wonder what happened to Viktor Bogdanov. How did he get all the chips without playing a hand?
Very, very, very good hand selection is all I can say.
I'm not sure he's played a hand since I sat down. I've been here for close to an hour.
Yes, I haven't seen a hand by him. All I see is Koroshenin playing every hand and fighting with Shafikov or the player that left us.
Sebastian, yes. You would think I would remember, but there's a lot to think about here. Also worth mentioning, having just talked about the $1 bounty bonanza, anybody that deposited and got the ticket with the bonus codes, you still need to register, just to let you know. It isn't an automatic enrollment. So if you are one of the players that took us up on that deposit bonus, still need to make sure that you register for the $1 bounty bonanza, about 70 minutes time. Don't sit back thinking, can't wait to play this. If you haven't actually manually registered, you will not be in the game. So make sure you're in.
So George, are you going to join us in the Bahamas this year?
I haven't made my plans up yet. I always go week for week. Now I have to book a flight to Malta first. And
Then Prague. And
then Prague, and then let's see.
What do you think of the drop in the buy-in from... Did you know that we dropped the buy-in from 10,000 to 5,000?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not sure, but I know no specialist. Usually I just look up how much is it, do I have enough, and then I just buy in or not. That's how I work. I'm not thinking about too much the overs and the unders and people betting. Is it good? Is it bad? I like poker tournaments, and that's all.
I like that attitude, though. That's a more fun... I was joking, we had Neymar here playing in a couple of tournaments, and I was like, how awesome is it for somebody who just wanted to play so much that they played the 25K, then the 2K, then the next day they came back, played the 500, and then the 200, and were desperately unhappy when they were told they had to be training and couldn't come back and play the 200 euro win the button. Yeah. Because, you got to go practice and be a football superstar first. So people who just want to play and just give me a tournament and let me play, that to me that's love of the game.
Nice. Yeah, he's great. And he's always nice, although so many people here tried to hassle him because he's just so famous in Barcelona that he needs 4 bodyguards to go through a hallway. But he's still always smiling and relaxed. He's great.
Just want to pick this one up. This has been raised up by Koroshenin to 120,000. Being called by Amir Tuma has been pretty quiet for a while. But now Peter Eckhart has re-raised up to 410,000. Koroshenin, have a look at the clock. It was said by Christopher on Twitter that this is the saddest, most unhappy feature table ever in history. I don't know about that. There's just, there's a couple of players who are a bit stoic, I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully stoic, I like that. There you go.
Thanks. It kind of gets you out of trouble. Doesn't
Thesaurus.com, everybody. And Koroshenin's chipped up a little bit now, so he's up to, 1.5. He's back up over, he's at 25-ish big blinds?
This is very interesting here. If he can chip in and get a fold. But I don't think so. 410 is the re-raise, and he has 1.5 million, so the opponent is getting better than 2-1 on his call. He's not folding there. So if Koroshenin pushes here, it's Fovelio. But what's the minimum hand requirement you need here? Pocket 9s, pocket 10s, ace-queen? Or is Peter Eckhart such a tight 3-better that you have to go even better and just push pair of jacks or ace-king here?
And not forgetting the small blind in between you as well, who's already called the first raise.
Yeah. Yeah, but calling a first raise from a small blind, if it's not a very dangerous reg that has some trapping calls there, doesn't sound too dangerous to me.
Yeah, but you show people your cards too.
Looks like he has a real problem with ace-queen or pocket 10s or something like that.
And I haven't seen Eckhart do anything since I sat down. Do we know much about Eckhart?
Nope.
He was playing pretty actively earlier on. This is the guy that had done well in really early EPTs like seasons 1 and 3. And made some results, and then he came to the PCA a couple of years ago and actually cashed in the main event, but he was a player said, the game has just really clearly changed, and took a couple of years off and went and worked on his game and has come back here. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was EPTs 1 and 3 that he'd find the table quite. You know, someone can pick me apart and correct me, but I know that's what our story was at the top of the day.
That's why the gods invented Hen and Mob.
Yay! Absolutely.
Now he looks unhappy, but he's also still sitting and thinking.
Might he have trapped? Might he be trapping? Or might he have something like King Queen and wants to peel here and find a good flop for King Queen?
Well, the pot's already 700,000.
Ooh. Now this is an interesting pot. King or Queen would be good for Tuma here. He always has King Queen. Or maybe he has Ace Jack. Ooh. Now it's more probable that he has King Queen after an Ace and a Jack show up. I just always like to guess the exact hand and then look like a fool at the showdown. So that's
I think
what
it's
I'm
way more
doing
fun
here.
to sit with someone who's willing to actually guess hands than give me a range. Could be anything from 10s to, you know, Ace Jack plus.
Who plays a range? Everybody plays a hand, not a range, right?
Good point.
They didn't bring me in here to guess the hands. They brought you in here to guess the hand. So I'm just going to sit here and go, nice call on the King Queen when he shows, you know, pocket twos or something.
Yeah, and I just keep very, very quiet. I just go, really? Okay. Come on, Peter.
You have to bet the Ace Jack too. Come on.
The big 3-bet pre. You think, come on now. You've got all the momentum.
That was the same as his pre-flop, wasn't it?
Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh. Was that a shove?
It's a shove. It has to be Ace Jack or King Queen of Hearts. That's the two hands. And as I said, he has King Queen. He has King Queen of Hearts.
Like, since you're calling him so well, where's Eichart now?
Oh, he 3-bet something like Ace 10 or Ace 9 for fun, and now he has a problem.
I like that definition. He did it for fun, and now he has a problem.
I think he's gonna call with Ace 10.
Bruce Baggles in the background there, just stealing some of the camera equipment. I don't know if anybody else saw that. What an uncomfortable spot.
Now imagine you have a real hand like kings or queens, then you're really sad about that flop and check push, because now, especially if you have the king or the queen of hearts, you have to fold. If you have kings or queens with the king or the queen of hearts, you have to fold, because the opponent, there is not a lot left that you beat here. So those two hands,
and it's for, his tournament life as well. He's got to call off his tournament life, which most players do not like to do.
I tell you? Huh? You want I tell you?
Yes, please.
Yes, please, exactly.
If you don't mind. I can show you the hand when I finish. If you want.
He definitely has king, queen of hearts.
100% all the time. Just in this log, just to let Micro know, I will reply to your tweet in a minute because it's an important and timely question. Just going to let this hand roll out before I answer your question regarding the $1 bounty bonanza. I have seen you. You have been heard.
Well, I can confirm for you, George, that a couple of people in Twitch have said absolutely flush draw 100% of the time, and a couple of people think you're an idiot. So you're batting 50-50.
That's a pretty good place to be honest with Twitch. I think, you know, that's the best you could hope for.
Idiot.
You've done Twitch before, so you understand what I'm reading.
I do Twitch, and I watched a lot of Twitch myself. I have done some trolling myself, so I know how it works, guys.
I knew you wouldn't be offended by me passing on. There are some people who are completely in agreement with you, and I probably should have said some people agree and some people disagree. I probably should have phrased it a bit better.
I call that bluff. Who's going to agree on Twitch?
No, there were a couple. I saw at least one guy. Let me see where he said it. Gums with 3 Z's. It's a flush draw 100% of the time.
Okay.
So it must be said. Our producer just say, you know, and I can put up I'll put up some Twitch content on the broadcast if there's any good stuff. I was like, well, good luck with that, because one, spotting it, and two, finding something that isn't semi-sarcastic, tongue-in-cheek, just outright abusive. It's kind of their rarity.
That's the good stuff they want to put up, isn't it?
It's the stuff I enjoy, but I don't know if a wider audience are quite ready for the
ML Wing here says the flush draw shoved, and iCard has ace king, ace queen, and the next guy said, don't forget, Lamb Poker Chick, she says he flat called twice. So I don't know if that's important information, everyone. Which is why I'm sitting here and I'm not playing on that table, but there you go.
Nearly 4 minutes in the tank here, just praying that all of a sudden Amir Tuma will just crack and break down into tears and shout out his hand.
Somebody asked you, George, if you have ace queen with 1 heart, would you snap call? Or not snap, but would you call if you've got ace queen with a heart?
With a queen of heart? That's a difficult one. That's really a difficult one.
A sick lay down if I lay this down.
Probably not. I would probably not lay down ace queen with a queen of hearts here. I wouldn't be too happy about the situation, but I would call. And I would definitely call ace king or ace queen without the heart.
Time, table 3.
Okay, we got the time. He probably had a fair amount of time to think about it, so...
5 minutes now. Yeah, 5 minutes, so...
It's fine to call the clock after 5 minutes, even that late in the tournament.
Yeah, well, because I also, to some extent, he had the time, because was it a check raise or an open bet? Yeah, it was a check raise, so he had all the time that Tuma took to do his shove as well. And obviously, you can't think of think of all the permutations, but you still have the 2 minutes it took him to do that on top of the 5 minutes.
We're going off the cameras, so just wave goodbye. Thanks for watching.
Twitch.
Bye. Look, you can return to your normal size now. 30 seconds. You got 30 seconds to go. And still no breakdown from Tuma. Trust the watch of Kate.
9, 7, 6, 5.
And he folds it.
I will never know.
Ah, well.
Ace queen.
Ace queen with a heart. Oh, we'll never know. But that's a big one from Mir. Gets him up to over 4 million.
He said he would be showing, no matter if the opponent
He said you were going to show if I wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
That wasn't true, obviously.
So what we've learned today is sometimes poker players don't tell the truth. And I don't think I've ever encountered that before. So that's a real eye-opener for me. We're going to head over to another table. Not entirely sure who's involved here. This is Rui da Silva. Pretty much all in against John Juanda.
Looks like the ace-king is laying in front of Juanda.
Yeah.
So he is in bad shape. And at risk with the ace-6.
9-7 Jack.
Not a good flop.
No. That is fair to say.
Well, it's pretty good if you're John.
Yeah, that's true. Some ways out now.
Yeah. Opportunities.
Opportunities.
That was not one of them.
So that looks like Rui da Silva is going to leave us in 18th spot. He's going to get himself 53,570 euros for his trouble, but that does mean now we're going to be able to offer 61,000. Excuse me, 61,800 euros is the next payout for 17th and 16th spot. So I said I wanted to react to Micro, who asked about the $1 bounty bonanza, and was the deposit bonus still live? Yes. So if you use the code 1BBB and make a deposit of $10 or more, then you will get the $7.70 to get you into all 7 of the $1 bounty bonanzas that we'll be running across the season. If you have only ever had a play money account and you make a real money deposit of $10 more, use the code PLAY1BBB, so then you'll get the buy-in as well as all the normal perks and bonuses. But don't delay, because that is not too far off now. Good luck to everyone that plays in it. Remember, it's now part of our league. The league now is not based on the free roll, it's based on the $1 bounty bonanza. Prizes in each individual event and across the whole of the season.
Apparently for some people, reading the Twitch chat, the stream actually went down for a brief moment there. For anybody who didn't see, it was ace-king against 6 for Joanda had the ace-king, and the board ran out dry, no pairs. The ace-king took it for Joanda. And as Matt mentioned, we lost our 18th place finisher.
Oh, we have the all-in and call.
Brito all-in, fast call here.
With ace-queen.
That was not a happy look on Brito's face.
No, the ace-9 suited is in trouble.
Just bad timing, but it is Peter Eckhard that's actually the effective all-in stack here.
And 28% is not that bad.
Always interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if we lose one more, we'll be down to 16 and we will break for another redraw. The penultimate redraw of the tournament.
George, what do you think of ace-9 with the 25 big blinds? The open shove here in this spot.
No, he reshoved, right? I opened the button.
Yeah, to 150,000, and then he shoved all in for the 2.9.
Oh, excuse me. I was looking at what he had remaining, sorry, on our other screen. He actually had 3 million. So he was trying to actually either get him out or induce what happened here, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So basically their chips will flip because it was 3 million to 1.5.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's very good. And now you doubled, you see?
I'm not sure that's the response he wants from him.
Harsh.
I could have doubled last hand too. I thought there was 2 hands you could have. Maybe king, queen, or heart.
That was George's guess.
Maybe I shouldn't fold it. Maybe I shouldn't bet, first of all. I thought you had ace-jack. I was so... I mean, just...
Also, just want to chip in a couple of people now that we've revealed the pass of
I'm not going
the free roll. How to find the free roll. Don't forget, go to the tournament lobby, turn off your filters, and search for EPT Live, all one word. That is the easiest way. I would imagine that will bring up not only the free roll, but the $1 bounty bonanza, so easy way to find that also.
You could just turn off the filters and manually search through the lobby.
Yeah, that's always fun too.
How many tournaments is there? Can't be that many, right?
I don't think that many.
So Eichardt's saying he folded ace-queen on that hand. What do you think on that? You said if you had a heart, you wouldn't be able to fold there.
No, the other way around.
If you had ace-queen and one of them was a heart.
Then it's worse to call. You don't want a heart, because then the opponent can have king-queen of hearts. So if I have ace-queen without the heart, I would definitely call there. And ace-queen with the queen of hearts, a little more difficult. I would probably throw a coin and then still call. What is he gonna have, ace-jack? That's like the only hand you can have. Pocket deuces? No, he never has pocket deuces there.
Mm-hmm. And you can tell when you look at Tuma, it looks like he wants to tell him what he has. It's like one of those moments where you really want to share it, but he doesn't want to tell anybody because he doesn't want to give the information away.
He had king, queen of hearts. Come on, guys.
18 minutes left on level 28. Down to 17 players. One more for a redraw. And then the final redraw of the tournament will be 9-handed to make our unofficial final table.
The gentleman who agreed with you said it's a flush draw 100% of the time. Gums said if he's folding ace-queen, he is so exploitable.
Definitely, yes.
I see you have a fan on Twitch now. You guys are on the same page. Gandalf's also saying, wow, that guy really called the clock. I don't think there was anything inappropriate with calling the clock.
After 5 minutes,
5 minutes,
fine.
yeah.
If you do it after 2 or 3, yeah, that's close. But after 5, it's not gonna change that much after 5 minutes. If you call it after a minute, it's gonna influence the train of thoughts. But after 5, you're stuck in a loop anyway. You start thinking.
We had a guy the other day called the clock on himself at the table.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you one that happened to me that I nearly went red on that one. I was playing the 5K satellite to the 50K.
Yeah.
And a guy pushed 17 big blinds and was over pushed, and now the guy in the big blind starts thinking and is in the tank. And after a lot of time, I called the clock. It was far too much, and the floor wasn't listening. So I said floor and waved at him and stuff. And he comes over at the table, and this guy tanks and tanks. And after 30 seconds or 40 seconds of the countdown, I look down and I still have cards.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And I noticed, I just forgot to fold, and I just called the clock on myself without knowing that I had a hand. And now I just nonchalantly, I just folded my hand, now really quick, you know. I didn't want to waste another second. I had wasted enough seconds in that hand. So I just went, and the big blind mucks very quick, because he wasn't thinking anyway. So, and I go like, yeah, difficult decision with pocket jacks there, isn't it?
Nice, good cover. Nice save, nice save.
So yeah, people, before you call the clock, look down and see if it's not you accidentally tanking.
Moneymaker had one of those at the World Series, like the year after he won, and had the whole sunglasses and was staring down everybody, and they're all that, and somebody finally, like 5 minutes into the tank, was like, you know it's on you, right? And he was like, oh, shit, sorry.
Do you know what? I mentioned it only yesterday. It's just one of my favorite Moneymaker moments. It's just, he looks so absolutely mortified. And everyone's just thinking, give this guy respect, give this guy respect. And he's just like, absolutely no emotion. You're thinking, wow, what's going through his mind? He's like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. I just, oh, man. It's just... You'd think that if someone pointed out to you, just take a minute and then just take one last look at your cards and fold. But just to go, I didn't even know I had cards. Oh, bless him.
There is a lot of people asking what the final tables are. The way it works for the EPT is the unofficial final table is 9 when we merge, because we don't want to play a table of 5 and a table of 4. We do merge for 9. Official final table for all rankings and points, whatever you want to call it, is 8. But now, because the EPT final tables go so long, we do continue playing. So tomorrow's holes up coverage, hole cards up coverage is probably going to be
holes up.
Holes up. Hey. It's a new function of the tables. We'll talk about it later on EPT Not Live when Stapes explains it way better than I do.
Oh, so, gosh, yeah.
But yeah, hole cards will be tomorrow, but it should be 6 players. If that made sense. It's 9, it's 8, and it's 6.
Yeah. Yeah, what's your cutoff for time versus how many players? Are you thinking, if it's 3 in the morning and we've got 8, 8's just fine? Being asked by Richard about finding the $1 Bounty Bonanza tournament, I believe, as I said, I think if you actually search with the filters off for EPT Live, I think the $1 Bounty Bonanza also appears as well as the free roll. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I saw James do that yesterday. He kind of gave us a count of how many players are in the $1 Bounty Bonanza. Other than that, look for 1BBB.
There is someone here in the Twitch cheat looking for... oh, no, now I can't say it. The message got deleted. I'm assuming it got deleted for a reason, so now I can't repeat it. Never mind.
Yeah, that one is always worth avoiding.
Well, here we go. Here's another three-way pot.
Yeah, raised up by Shafikov, got called by Bogdanov, and also by Eckhart. And now we are after that flop of deuce, queen, 3, 2 hearts. Check from Peter Eckhart. Shafikov, C-bet 150,000. Bogdanov came along. And now so does Peter. Three-way to the turn, 900,000 in the middle.
So he C-bet 150 into a 450 pot.
Yep. 9 of diamonds. Eckhart checks again pretty quickly as they did post-flop. Bold pairs with a free 3 on the end. 3 of diamonds. Peter Eckhart still in checking mode, as is Bogdanov.
Just show your hands.
Whoever's got the best
one over
wins.
wins. There's the deuce.
Deuce should be enough.
Deuces and 3s with the queen. Power hand. Ah, there's always someone with a 9. Unbelievable.
Oh, but that's a little tight, huh?
Yeah, you'd think that's
he has a
good
playing
enough.
kicker. He should bet the river there.
Didn't fancy it. I'm going to throw a question at you that I know you've already answered, Neil, but as you're here, it seems silly to not take advantage of it. Dan Smith saying, any reason for the insane pay jump from second to first, which I know you've already addressed.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. It's not really an insane pay jump. The reality is it's the same pay jump it always is. There's just a lot more people here.
Yeah.
It's
percentage for percentage. It's exactly the same formula.
It's 7.6% between first and second, which is where we are in this part of our pay bracket. It's a little high. We have a pay jump from 1695 to 1696, so we're at the very top of the pay chart, which is why the minimum cash was 8,800.
Yep.
If 2 more people had entered, the min cash would have fallen to, I think it was 78 or 7,900, and everything would have adjusted because we would have paid another 8 players. But it's a bunch of people are like, oh, this seems really high, but the reality is we've never had an EPT get almost 1,700 people before.
How many?
1694.
Wow.
It's the same. The pay jump, the first prize in the High Roller is almost $1 million. It's 980, I think. I saw Donnie Peters tweeted it earlier. I haven't seen it, but it's 978 or 987. But that's because we've never had an EPT High Roller get 506 entries before, or 505, whatever it is.
How can I bust those tournaments?
I mean, to be honest, the High Roller here is 58 entries short of what the EPT Monaco main event was.
And it has a re-entry.
And it had a re-entry. Surprisingly, it had less re-entries this year than it did last year, and it had over 100 more people in it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Same with the 50K, the Super High Roller. It went from 58 to 85 and went from 19 re-entries to 14. So
Maybe a lot of people qualified or played satellites, and then they're not willing to.
I think it's a lot more single bullet players.
Yeah.
This one is getting spicy. Brito made it 140,000. The 3-bet from Bogdanov to 275. Now looks like that's getting called.
Well, you asked about Bogdanov's hand selection about an hour ago.
Yeah.
So far, we've seen King 9 suited.
Yes, true.
That's the only hand we've seen.
Not what I was expecting. Check, check brings a free turn. 700,000 in the middle. A second spade. The king now out there.
That hits Bogdanov quite well. If he is a straightforward player who bets when he has it and checks when he doesn't have it, the king on the turn is a fine card. He could have ace-king, he could have king-queen, that he 3-betted, so yeah.
And Brito let it go pretty quickly there. So probably reading basically the same thing you did. Either that or had absolutely nothing, which also helps.
Yeah, but with his deck, he's not raising and calling a 3-bet with absolutely nothing, so he had to add a little bit.
Next schedule break in 10 minutes, it's saying, the reason it's saying that is because there's a chance that we could have a break earlier than that if we lose one more player before level 28 ends. It's entirely possible. Still some short stacks out there.
Well, to what you were talking about on the satellites, we did a 1,500 freeze out to the 10K High Roller, and that gave away 32 seats and 8K.
It was, the satellites here were really nice. Even the satellite for the 50K.
They got 97 total entries.
Yes, 9 spots and cash for the tent. It was also a very nice satellite.
Yeah, this has been a tremendous festival. As I was coming in here, the PLO8 had closed registration, and it put us over 21,000 entries here in Barcelona with 7 events left. And the record for entries on an EPT was set last year here at only just a little over 14,000. So it's up over 50% from what was the biggest festival in our history to now just crushing what was the biggest festival in our history.
And the lines weren't even that bad this year.
Yeah.
It was fine. So yeah, EPT staff is doing okay. Don't get too excited here, but they're doing fine.
I appreciate that. I'll go a little further. I will say, I want the dealing staff and the tournament staff. They're averaging about 14 hours a day.
Yeah, the dealing stuff is awesome.
Yeah, the dealers here are, I think they're the best in the world. Best in the world. Amazing tournament staff here. And I hope they're really proud of all the hard work that they've done this week. I'll say the same to the players. I hope they're really proud. I saw a bunch of tweets from people saying, I've never played this much poker this fast.
Yeah. That's the thing, is when you look at these huge fields, your immediate thought goes to like the logistics of tables and chips and dealers. But you've got to get all these guys registered and organized, and they got to know where they're going, and you've got to be able to collect their tickets, and it's a ridiculous logistics task.
I think it was Timex who said he plans on just sleeping all next week. Yeah, he's played so much poker since he got here that he's just going to sleep all next week.
And then how many at the PCA? 104 events or something?
104 events. There is a lot of flip outs and stuff. It's not as not as stacked on top of each other as it sounds, but and that's not even some of the other fun stuff that we're planning. I told James and Joe yesterday when we talk in Malta on the webcast, I think everybody's going to be there'll be a lot more to talk about, and I think everybody's going to be really really happy. Although I did confirm with Lee Jones a question I was asked: can you refer more than one friend to the PCA? And so our new suggestion is refer 11 friends, and you can enter the main event for free.
Always thinking, always thinking. I think it was Elke we had as a guest when we were talking about the PCA, and it's like, you know, I finished ordinary, you know, I play an event, and you finish it and think, what shall I do now? And now it's like, just look around the room and see the 6 other tournaments that are starting in the next couple of hours.
Oh, I heard an all-in.
You are absolutely correct. Looks like this is under the gun from Koroshenin. Amir Tuma has been pretty quiet. Oh, Peter Eckhart wants to count.
One point. So it's 20 big blinds under the gun.
Yeah, that's always King Jack. In that position, the push for 20 instead of opening, it's usually not that strong. And Koroshen is not a player that would push a strong hand, I think. He has King Jack or pocket sixes or pocket fives. I would love to call him with ace jack here in Eichhardt's position. And definitely call with pocket eights or better.
I'm on it.
There's a 3 million chip reshove.
Oh, this time we're gonna see how my prediction works out.
All right, wait, quick, before we get there, what's iCard have?
Ace queen.
Okay. So it's ace queen against king jack is what you said.
Or fives or sixes. It's threes!
Oh,
I was close.
You were close.
I was close. He even went a little down the range there and pushed pocket threes for 20 bigs.
Well, Chuckles.
Oh, he doesn't even have the suits.
Okay, but
Chuckles himself all in and at risk here. Alexei Koroshenin.
Oh!
Oh, hello. Hello, Poker.
Oh, he is happy.
Look at that happy face. Look at how it lit up when the 3 came.
Okay, there is 2 cards to come. After the river, he can relax.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah.
He shows no emotion until we have the other 2 cards.
Yeah, and then he'll go wild. Don't celebrate yet. Safe as houses. Poor old Peter Eckhart must be just hating life. He's not had a good level. Now he finds himself back down, not necessarily in the danger zone, but is down to 29 bigs and just 3 minutes on this level. Much better for Alexei now, up to 2.38 million. Oh, look, he looks slightly happy. He looks slightly happy at that. I'm interpreting his face. I'm reading between the lines.
Good for me.
Ah, there's the smile.
Yeah. Enjoy your poker, mate.
Yeah, remember you chose, like, you spent money to come here and be here and play.
This
you
is
should look like you
voluntary.
enjoy it, right?
Two and a half minutes left on the level. Looks like we could make the break legit without needing to get down to the last 16. 35 minutes to the $1 bouncy bonanza. Also, don't forget 7:15 Central European time. The free roll. Password reminder, top left, Bofel. Also down the bottom of your screen right now, an idea of what's in the break if you'd like to stick around. Bram, the killer qualifier.
So we're about, what's our next level then? We're moving to 40-80?
Yes. Yep, with the 10k ante it stays
And
as is.
What's our average stack now?
Right now it's 2.98, so call it 3 million.
So just under 40 bigs for the average as we move into the next level.
Yeah.
It's a little lower than we normally are here, but I know we played an extra level yesterday.
Yeah.
Which we're kind of happy about, because as much fun as 50, 60 big blind deep poker is, it doesn't finish before we have to go home.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was a wise move. I'm kind of surprised we didn't sneak one in, an extra one the day before as well. You just think, you know what, sometimes you look at those entry fields and think, do you know what, if everyone's happy to just stick around for another 75 minutes, let's just get some more of you out there here. The thing is, we do sit here, you know, talking about the logistics and the numbers. You have got to think about these poor players. They are sitting for quite a long period of time, engaged in quite a thick dose of concentration. It's not just about us and our convenience. It's got to be both players and logistics working in harmony.
You would be surprised if you know how much players sweat at the table. You can't smell it from here.
Nearly.
But there is a lot of sweat. And tears sometimes.
There's going to be a scratch and sniff Twitch stream.
So a check from Bogdanov. Bet for Kroshinin. Called by Shafikov.
A couple of people on Twitch asking about the chip denominations. If I say Marina and Acid Bath, nobody's going to know what I'm talking
That's
about.
not going to help.
If somebody scrolls it across the bottom there.
Yeah, I'm sure that will come forth. Yeah, the dark bluer ones are the 5Ks.
Is that the official name of the color?
They are now.
Graphical Nick, names all of our chips.
It changes. It changes each event. So today it's Marina and Acid Bath, the blue, and then the kind of the aqua.
And to Ravioli was asking about the cards. We will be showing whole cards tomorrow. We don't show whole cards on the days leading up to the final day because we believe we can only show whole cards if we can show everybody's whole cards. We don't want to force players to have to give up information on day 3 or 4 about how they're playing when the rest of the field doesn't have to. So we do have whole card cameras. We could be showing them, but we choose not to because we believe it impacts the integrity of the game.
Yeah.
So we only show on the final day.
And also worth mentioning that because of that, we will be starting at 1 p.m. CET tomorrow so that we can have that security delay in. So don't tune in at 12 as you have been all of this week because we won't be here. then we can do an as-live broadcast, still interact with you guys. We're as in the dark as you are about what's actually going on in the real world. Lots and lots of very thick black curtains go up as far as production's concerned.
So we lost Bogdanov on the flop when Koroshenin bet out. Shafikov was our original raiser, though, right? Okay.
That is correct, yeah.
Shafikov was the original raiser?
Bet 300,000 now, and Bogdanov gave it up. Koroshenin is tanking.
So Shafikov had the betting lead, then Koroshenin took the betting lead, now Shafikov has the betting lead. Okay.
It just keeps it fair that way.
Yeah.
They both get to drive.
I wonder how much these two have played against each other. I'm not sure, how strong. I know there's a strong poker playing community there, but I don't know how much. Like I know a lot of the Germans play against each other many times in multiple fields, but I'm not sure if the same is true for Koroshenin and Shafikov.
Do not know.
Because that could be levels that we're missing. Like if you were in a hand with Jan or Grissom or Ole or someone, there's going to be levels that we're not going to know because you guys have played so many hands together.
Yes. You always know a couple of things the opponent does if you have played with him before, and it goes into the meta game. And so, sometimes you would fold a hand that you would raise in other spots.
Been on this one for 2.5 minutes.
It's always complicated, those spots that you're not used to, if the betting league changes, because you don't see that too often. So the automatic continuation bet or the automatic check behind you have your ranges prepared for suddenly don't work anymore because the opponent does something that you don't see every day. I wonder how often you should implement something like that in your strategy, because it just confuses the opponent and makes the opponent play worse. Maybe it's not the theoretical best line, but if the opponent doesn't know what to do against it, maybe it could work in some spots more often than
how he showed. Come on, turn him over, please. Let's see.
Show one, show all is the rule.
And us?
So he flopped, that's second flush, right?
That was the second nut flush he just flopped there, and he played a interesting line.
I wish we had more time to talk about that hand, but Matt's going to take us away.
Well, one thing I can tell you is while that was going on, the planets have aligned, because exactly as we hit the break, we actually had this happen. This is Mario Sanchez, ace-queen versus Roman Koronev's pocket threes. Roman was the player at risk. Three still ahead at this point.
Vamos.
And then...
That's an ugly way to get eliminated.
Counterfeiting I hate more than anything. It's just do you know, it's just the one thing that makes me really want to throw up. So we lost Roman Koronev in the 17th spot, picking up 61,800. But that's brilliant news for us because we get down to 16 right as the break comes. So that means that during the break we can do a redraw. I say that's good because it means we don't take a break for the break and then break for the redraw. It's all going to happen at once. So I'm just going to say thanks very much to George and Neil for being here for this level.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
And we see these guys start to rack up their chips. Things get slightly darker for no good reason. We show you what's going on out there. And also worth talking to you about the $1 bounty bonanza. You've got 30 minutes to get involved. Remember that these are $1.10 to get involved with. And right now we've got 2 deposit bonuses going on. If you make a deposit minimum of $10 using the code 1BBB, you will get $7.70, enough to get into all of the $1 bounty bonanzas we'll be running through season 12. If you are a play money player, if you've never made a real money deposit before, use the code PLAY1BB, because then you will not only get bought in or should I say you'll get the bonus to buy in for free, but also you'll get the normal new player bonuses. Remember to find it in the lobby, turn off your filters and search for EPT Live, and not only will you get to see the $1 bounty bonanza, but you'll also get to see where the free roll is for 7:15 CET tonight. Meanwhile, thanks for being with us. We're going on a 20-minute break. Thanks again to Neil and George. Join us very soon for more here from EPT Barcelona.
At EPT 100, our online qualifier, Bram Henriques stunned the poker world by finishing 9th in his first ever live tournament, cashing for €92,000.
I played our qualifier online for €82 and I won.
Mike McDonald at risk and behind, he's run 7s into Bram Henriques' aces. Ace on the flop, that pretty much seals the deal.
The rush you get from going all in, having bluff, it's a rush, and you don't get that working in a day job.
Now qualifier is at risk. It is a king.
He can't believe it.
Sorry, dude.
No, sorry, sorry.
So sorry.
No.
Our qualifier gets lucky and survives.
I remember it was, with the media, it was kind of madness. The online qualifier who played his first tournament. Yeah, that's pretty an amazing accomplishment.
A 92% chance that our qualifier's flame will be extinguished on the final table bubble. Well, Bram is now down to 2% equity, but he's drawing dead. Flame out.
Since Barcelona, I decided to do this full time. Now, for now, I'm just having a lot of fun doing what I love to do.
My name is Felix Schneiders. I go by the screen name XFlix on PokerStars, and I'm a member of PokerStars Team Online. I've always been kind of an introverted guy. I think even my mother said that I would be a very quiet child sitting alone in my room doing stuff that I was interested in and just forget about time completely. I guess I always kind of had difficulties connecting to other people if they didn't share a common interest, especially in gaming, because that was the easiest way for me to connect to other people. If that wasn't the case, I would rather shy away and not really have those small talks or interact with people too much, go to parties or anything like that.
No.
Vanessa is my wife. We've been married for 5 years. We kind of connected in the sense that we knew that we were more the type of introverted person that wouldn't be comfortable around other people, but as soon as we knew that we shared interests, shared humor, shared the same ideas, we would immediately open up. We had both been into internet cultures of some sort. I was in the poker community and she was into anime and manga.
Nicht nur das, also ich war zwar auch in der Anime- und Manga-Szene tätig, sag ich mal, aber ich habe auch eine Ausbildung gemacht als informationstechnische Assistentin, wo man halt viel Programmierarbeit macht, und ich meine, dieser IT-Stuff, sag ich mal, hat mich halt auch so mit in diese nerdige Welt gebracht, und also ja, ich stehe auf Nerds.
I think I'm super lucky to have met Vanessa. I couldn't have imagined to meet a person like her in my entire life, and would probably be the luckiest hand that I ever played. So we're at my former university, and I studied math here. Math studies is mostly about solving a lot of different problems, or how to approach solving different problems. And that kind of helped me a lot with poker. And it's also the time where I actually got into poker in the first place. That's kind of the time in my life where I did something that I was really interested in math, but I could also have enough free time to actually play poker, work on my poker, like during semester holidays. And it's also the time that I remember best about being most sociable, you could say, because there were lots of people around all the time, and I had a lot of people that I studied with, people that I played poker with. We had a home game running, and that was a very, very nice period of my life. Right after I got out of hospital, actually. One of the worst times in my life was in 2004. It was one day I woke up and my intestines just would stop working entirely. Couldn't eat, couldn't drink, couldn't go to the toilet, and I was throwing up. So I had to go to the hospital eventually. They were looking into the system and looking what wasn't working anymore, and they couldn't find anything. And that went on for a couple of months' time, and it still didn't change much. Still couldn't eat, couldn't drink. I was artificially nurtured, and my health was going down a lot. Yeah, it was a very lonely period, and that just got me thinking if my approach to kind of being on my own and just not needing anybody or not needing to go outside, socialize, that maybe that wasn't all that good of an approach after all. Once I got that second chance and I got back out of hospital and I was back on my feet, I decided to turn things around a little bit and just get out there again and live a life. Hey guys, this is Grinding It Up number 74, and this is a very, very special episode. Also going to be a very short episode. It's my birthday today, very special day. Grinding It Up basically is a video bankroll building project that I had in mind as kind of an interactive way to show people how to build a bankroll from scratch.
I'm going to be starting out with 80 bucks. Basically, bankroll management is going to be 40 stacks as the basis, and then move up in stakes as soon as I've got 4 or more stacks.
The message of Grinding It Up is pretty much you can run up a decent bankroll just by sticking to very basic rules and disciplined rules of bankroll management. And I had a lot of fun doing these challenges, interacting with the community that way. So for tonight, we got plans to go over to a friend's house and we're going to run a little live coaching cash game session and a live sit and go with $1,000 prize pool. So that should be a lot of fun. Herzlich willkommen zu unserem Live-Cash-Game-Coaching. Freut mich, dass ihr alle da seid erstmal. Jeder hat 10 Euro Stack vor sich stehen. Wir spielen NL10, 5 Cent, 10 Cent Blinds. Das ist natürlich nur ein simuliertes Cash-Game. Wir spielen eine ganz normale Cash-Game-Hand durch. Und nachdem wir die Hand durchgespielt haben, spielen wir die gleiche Hand nochmal mit offenen Karten. Und dann werden wir die gemeinsam ein bisschen analysieren. Der Open mit 10-2 Suited ist, glaube ich, besser als der Open out of position mit Jack 5 off, Jack 4 off, aber geht beides. Wenn er nichts hat in der mittleren Region, so weiß ich nicht, Bube 10 oder sowas, schmeißt er wahrscheinlich auch gegen 30 Cent schon weg. Selbst wenn er einen Ass hat, würde ich trotzdem bezahlen. Kannst du 6 oder einen König treffen, hast Position, also so schlecht finde ich die Situation. Ich würde auf jeden Fall weiterspielen. Ja. Teaching somebody a new poker concept and getting a positive feedback, that's something that really gave me satisfaction. Und du hast die Nuts weggeschmissen. The successes that I had with students or with making video material, they were a different type. They were a lot more fulfilling in a sense, and I felt like I could actually do something or help somebody out and leave something behind instead of just racking up money and making a decent win at the end of the month. Das ist Marco, einer der Bewerber für die Coaching-Aktion, Live-Coaching-Aktion hier, und er hatte eine ganz besonders kreative Idee. Lass ihn am besten mal selber erzählen.
Ja, wie gesagt, meine Frau kam auf die geniale Idee, ihr gebührt so ein bisschen der Dank für den Felix einen Kuchen zu machen zum Geburtstag und auch auf diesem Weg einfach Dankeschön zu sagen für das ganze kostenlose Coaching, das wir bei Intellicht Poker bekommen. Okay.
Vielen Dank.
Gerne.
Poker has probably helped me most in my real life, removing a lot of my fears of interaction with other people and also putting myself out there and not being afraid of living life and doing things. Poker kind of throws you to the ground over and over again, and it's pretty much all about how you get back up on your feet. And that's kind of the similar concept that I see in poker and in life.
Hello once again, welcome to the Isle of Man and the head office of PokerStars. In this series of videos, we're addressing some of the questions commonly asked by PokerStars players and people who are thinking of signing up to the site. Now, many people ask, how does PokerStars prevent cheating? It's a fair question, and one I'm going to put to Steve Winter and Brian Taylor from the Game Integrity team. Steve, to start with you, how big a problem is cheating on PokerStars?
Well, the short answer is it's not as big a problem as people might imagine, but however, we do take the issue of cheating very seriously, and there are 80 people actually employed to look at the games for cheating.
And how do you ensure that people don't cheat? How do you ensure they don't break the terms of service that they agreed to when they signed up to PokerStars?
Our systems are set up to catch any cheating that occurs very quickly, and when things do go wrong, when we do find cheating, what we do is we actually make players whole again, and we repatriate the funds from the players who cheated back to the victims.
How many incidents are actually reported to you by players, and how much are you actually spotting yourselves before the players are aware of it?
Okay, well, the players do come to us with allegations of cheating, and we follow up on all of those, of course. 4 times as many cases we look at are ones that we generate ourselves by our own systems.
Brian, what are the most common allegations that people make? What do people think is happening at their tables?
The most common player report is collusion, where they suspect that 2 or more players sitting at their table are sharing hole cards or otherwise communicating in order to cheat against them.
And how do you prevent that from happening? How do you stop people from working together?
We have systems in place that are running 24/7 in order to find people that are playing from the same physical location or using the same hardware or have other abnormal play patterns with each other. Once those are flagged, we have a team of investigators, which are all experienced poker players, that will review the hands and all the other data that we have about the players in order to come to a conclusion on the case.
Another concern that's commonly voiced is that people feel they're playing against computer programs, so-called bots. How do you spot those?
We've invested a substantial amount of resources into developing systems that are running 24/7 that will detect non-human interaction patterns. Again, alerts are generated for our dedicated team to review all the data and make an assessment on whether or not the player is actually playing or using a computer to play for them.
And can you tell us anything about the technology you use? Can you go into detail about the systems that are in place?
I could talk about that all day, but unfortunately we don't want to educate the people that are trying to cheat on the site, so we have to keep those a secret.
Okay, but I'm going to assume it's pretty cutting-edge stuff. I'm going to say it's probably at the top end of what can be done technologically.
Absolutely, and we're constantly adding new systems.
Steve, with systems like that in place, and also with the work that your team is doing, you must feel that you are creating a very fair, very safe environment.
As an employee, I'm not allowed to play on the site, but if I was allowed to play anywhere, I would definitely choose to play at PokerStars because I know all of the effort that goes into making the game safe.
Well, Steve, Brian, thank you both very much for your time, and hopefully once again we have answered your questions. Thank you for watching. So what would you like me to find out about on your behalf? Are you interested in how PokerStars promotions are put together? How PokerStars hosts are trained to oversee online deal negotiations? Or how EPT dealers are picked to attend the tour? Send me your question to inside@pokerstars.com and I'll do my best to get you an answer.
There's been a lot of drama. She's, I obviously won the last 2 big confrontation hands with her.
I don't know, we just have a history of playing really big pots against each other. A couple of times recently, he's made some really big shoves.
I was in the big blind. She raised 50. I folded around to me. I had pocket deuces. That's a standard call from the big blind, and the flop was king, jack, deuce. Of course, fireworks go over in your head. When you have a set. I checked. She let out for about 1/3 the pot, and I put a small raise in. She put in another raise, and I went all in, though I didn't have a particularly great feeling. Small end.
I know that, he kind of plays a more unconventional style than most big players, and he likes to put a lot of pressure on. I just had a good hand and called him.
Oh, hold on to your potatoes.
But obviously it was a cooler situation for her.
Is that real?
And I feel bad because You know, I consider her, you know, if not the best in the game, one of the best in the game right now.
Hope you get him.
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it.
I seriously can't even believe that just happened.
He's had my number in a number of a couple major final tables.
The super high roller back at the PCA, I was second in chips, she was first. I honestly had a bad read, thought I had the best hand. All in.
And Shaq shoves! OMG, ICM suicide.
The announcers said it was ICM suicide on my part because it was on the bubble.
He's not representing that many hands. I have a really strong hand. Just boils down to one of those situations where I'm just going to call every time.
I call. Vanessa calls! And Dan Shaq is at risk of bubbling the super high roller.
She made an amazing call, but I knew in any case I had a lot of outs, and, you know, I'm not afraid to take a risk.
Dan Shaq does have 11 outs. He can hit a club or a 10 on the river. It's a 10! That was not supposed to happen.
You know, I was upset. I lost 2 million chips. Dan got me on the river, yeah. He pushed on the turn, I called, and he had 11 outs. Given how absurd it was, given the situation with all those tiny stacks, we shouldn't have been playing that big a pot at that stage of the tournament.
You know, I obviously won the last 2 big confrontation hands with her, but over the years, she's probably has gotten the best of me way more than I've gotten the best of her.
And now Vanessa Selps can celebrate.
These just have been a couple of high-profile hands in key situations.
What an achievement! Back to back at Mohegan Sun.
Randy Nanonoko Liu is the ultimate grinder. In his lifetime, the 24-tabling online poker wizard has logged over 4 million hands and made Supernova Elite 4 times, earning him $2 million in winnings and over $500,000 in rewards from the PokerStars VIP Club. His relentless work ethic and intense dedication have produced one of the most incredible graphs in online poker history and made him a legend in the community.
My name's Randy Liu. I'm 25 years old, and I play as Nanonoko. Play on PokerStars.com. Member of Team Online for PokerStars. I first discovered poker in college. You know, I had some friends that were just kind of playing casually. You know, I was already aware of what poker was, but I never actually played it. In the beginning, you know, I did make a lot of deposits, but didn't work out too well. You know, that kind of drove me to work a little bit harder. Trial and error was kind of my way of approaching things. I would try tactics, you know, if one aspect didn't work, I'll try a different one. And when I do that, I start to understand why one way doesn't work and why the other way is correct. I would say that I'm definitely one of the hardest working players in online poker. You know, during middle school, ever since now, I've been playing competitive video games. I would used to go on weekends just, you know, when I'm in middle school, high school, be like, yeah, I'm going to be out for the weekend. You know, I'd go travel to like LA, which is 6 hours away, or I'd go travel to Seattle by car and come back the same weekend to go play these events. Not big prize pools at all, so I was definitely doing it for the competition.
Oh, hey, what's up? What's up, Tom?
What's up? I've seen you somewhere before.
I know.
Where you at? Looking to play Street Fighter?
The Marvel vs. Capcom 2 champion. That's me.
No, not a champ. Check it out.
What? Is it the thing you're going to show me? Hey,
DJ Showstopper!
My personal friends don't really know too much about online poker. They know I play poker. They know I do well in poker. They don't really understand technical aspects of it.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
How you doing?
Pretty good. Panda guy! How's it going? Hey, it's good to see you. Have a good one. Hey, how's it going? you know, my poker thing and everything.
I don't get to see Randy that much. And so I'm like happy to see him. Like, yeah, I get to see you for the first time in 3 months. I've got random guy number 4, 5, and 6 coming up. Like, hey, I know you. My cousin knows you. I know your girlfriend. Right. Are you Nanonoko? Are you Nanonoko? That's the phrase. Are you Nanonoko?
One day I opened up PokerStars and I saw this promotion, Supernova Elite. I was just really curious about it. So I clicked on it and read more about it. Pretty much you earn 1 million VPPs and you get live tournament packages and cash rewards and other great things. It was like an exclusive club that I just really wanted to be a part of. You know, I know that not that many people can achieve such a status. That's when I had my aha moment. I realized all you had to do was play more tables, play more hands. So I added 1 table, added 2, added 3. Eventually, I was playing 24. In a day, I was playing more hands than someone plays in a week. I was able to play mid-stakes, no limit, and do just as well as a high-stakes player. You know, I started to realize this is the way I should approach poker. Playing competitive video games has definitely helped me transition to poker. Just having that aspect of trying to beat other players, I do the same thing in poker. When I'm playing each player, I try to beat each player. I try to figure out why am I beating each player or what do I need to do to beat each player.
Your mindset is the same for Street Fighter and the stuff, so I could tell what you were doing. I just didn't know how you were doing it. You know, even the same way you made people mad, I could tell they were mad online. So that's when I was like, okay, he's good. He's good at this, because I was like, okay, he's, you know, what's that tilt? You're tilting people. Whoa! How does he know a combo? Why are you cheap in every game? When Randy thinks about games, he thinks about it like, he pretty much asks you this. He goes, what's cheap, what works? And he sticks to that. If something's working, Randy's going to keep doing it. And so it's not surprising that he's using that for poker, because whatever he's doing is working, so he just keeps doing it, is what I assume.
Playing 24 tables at the same time, it's a lot of information that goes through my head. When I'm in a session, I'm really into it, and I'm just kind of maybe in a trance, I suppose. All of the dots connect, you know, like one hand goes to the next hand, and to the next hand, there's just so many decisions happening at the same time. And it never stops until I choose to end my session. You know, I just learned to deal with it, I just learned to experience it, and I'm able to just play it, you know, in my sleep almost. I currently live in an apartment, and you know, I'm building a new house, which is going to be a custom-built home. I feel very fortunate. Poker has given me such opportunity financially to be able to purchase a home at my age. This is going to be the main area, just the kitchen and the dining room area, the fireplace is pretty much my entertainment area. Over here is going to be my office. This is where I'm going to pretty much have my grind session, just kind of set up my computer. Just kind of seeing it build and just got to see each phase, and it's really starting to get to me. Like, I'm going to be really happy actually when I get to move in. I think the most important quality that attributes to my success is just my work ethic. It's just believe in what you do and do it well and do it hard.
At the PokerStars VIP Club Live Daniel Summer Party at Real Sports in downtown Toronto. And let me tell you, it is absolutely wild inside. So, of course, I'm going to take you with me to check it out. If you guys could sum up this party to everyone at home, what would you tell them?
In one word? Amazing. If you're not here, where are you? Where are you?
There's food and drink everywhere. Like every corner you turn, oh, lobster mac and cheese, oh, a taco station. They've just literally thought of everything.
There are a lot of people that are going to watch this and then they're going to say, I wish I was here. So
Open bar anywhere is pretty awesome, but at the beautiful Real Sports, beautiful women, they're doing caricatures over there. Joe Stapleton and James Hardigan came all the way down here just to entertain us. It's a party here. This is incredible. Standard, Negroni, PokerStars, they do it all the best.
you're great interview. A lot of good points, man.
Great interview. Great cameraman. We're killing it.
All the food is amazing, open bar, everything's unbelievable. PokerStars does the best parties.
It's an amazing atmosphere. Everybody's having lots of fun. The older people, the younger crowd. I think it's a great event.
Oh my goodness! I mean, if you're a poker lover and you're a fan of kid poker, this is a first-class event and a first-class time. You got it.
I told you I would win.
Daniel, I've talked to a lot of people having an amazing time. How are you feeling right now?
Overwhelmed. I've taken 1,612 pictures so far today. Watched an amazing circus act. I was actually more and more attracted to that woman every time she flew. It's amazing, beautiful. And everyone's been so nice and friendly and kind. I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad everyone's having a blast.
All right, well, everyone at home, I hope you can make it next year. This is one of the best parties I've been to my whole life. For Daniel Negroni, PokerStars has been amazing.
Yay, I get hugs. Yay! Every interview I get a hug.
Welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour from Barcelona. It's day 5, the penultimate day of the festival. And on the second to last day of the main event, we are down to just 2 tables. 16 remain from the 1,694 who started. Today we play down to the final table. So we've got a new feature table for you. We've just had the redraw during the break. We've got 2 Ukrainians at the feature table, including a former champion, Alexei Koroshenin, who won EPT 10 Vienna, and Denis Shafikov, who is the table chip leader with 5.6 million. The tournament chip leader is Steve Warburton from the UK. He's over at the other table. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. And we've got Ukrainians on the outside and Ukrainian on the inside.
Yes, joining us in the booth from Team PokerStars Pro, Eugene Kachalov. Welcome, Eugene.
Hey, guys. Good to be here and commentate on some more Ukrainians on the table.
Now, something you may not know, Eugene, is that when we have a guest now, for the benefit of our audience at twitch.tv/PokerStars, we like to give them a glimpse behind the curtain and show them commentator cam, give them a shot of you inside the booth. So if I press this button, here we go. Hello, Twitch.
I'm glad I have some clothes on.
You have no idea how excited this camera makes Elkie.
Because he loves switching and being on Twitch, so I can only imagine how much he loves it.
I feel like Elkie's been reborn.
He has,
Twitch.
yeah.
Like it's his glory days back in Korea again.
He's got a newfound love for it.
The whole mouse thing. There's your boy Alexei Koroshenin scooping a pot.
Yeah.
First thing Eugene asked when he sat down, what's up with the Ukrainians? How many Ukrainians are left? You got some pride, huh?
I do. Yeah, I've kind of officially moved back to Ukraine, actually. So.
Really?
Yeah. I got a long-term place out there in Kiev.
Now, that was the first thing I said when you sat down. I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't want to ruin it all by doing it off there. So you got engaged.
I did, yeah, in the summer. Yeah, I went to with my former girlfriend to Iceland. My now fiance.
Current fiance.
Current fiance, former girlfriend. And yeah, I decided to do something really romantic in terms of the proposal, and I did it on top of a volcano, which the one that exploded in 2010.
Now,
and
can
cause
you
all the
imagine that
havoc.
if it had been timed perfectly, that as she says yes, suddenly the
Explodes
volcano
again,
erupts?
yes. That would have been memorable and pretty cool way to go, I guess.
You gotta get married first, so you're at least together through eternity. So I assume the answer is yes.
Yeah. Actually, I posted a video of it on YouTube. It was pretty popular because it came out so well. I just basically asked the helicopter pilot to videotape me doing it. I warned
That was
him.
the question I wanted to ask. Every person I knew has gotten engaged lately. They have all these photos, and the photos aren't selfies. And I'm like, do you hire a photographer to follow you when you're going to propose?
No, Eugene's much more baller than that. He hires a helicopter pilot.
No, I didn't hire him. But no, we went on a helicopter tour, and I knew we were going to land. If the weather was good, we were going to land on top of a volcano, which I thought would be probably super cool. And when we did, everybody's taking pictures. So I told them that, what I was up to. So as far as Anna knew, we were just posing for a picture. But the pilot was on. I warned him to that the camera was videotaping.
So he was just holding it, basically.
Yeah, he was just holding. But he did such a good job because he circled around us to show where we were, so you could see how breathtaking it is, because we're literally on top of a snowy volcano in the middle of the summer, and how high it is and windy, and just you're basically in the clouds. It's so cool.
Now we've gone to a flop here. One of the Ukrainians, Denis Shafikov, raising from the button. Stuart McDonald defending his big blind. 6 trade deuce, 2 diamonds on the flop. A reminder, by the way, that if you have a question for Eugene Kachelov, you can, of course, use the chat box at twitch.tv/PokerStars. Alternatively, if you're watching on YouTube or at PokerStars.tv, you can fire in a tweet using the hashtag EPTLive. And that's what Mike's done. He says, with Will Kassouf's entertainment and Steve Warburton's deep run and chip lead, this EPT is all about dominant Brits. Don't speak too soon. Still got a long way to go before we're down to that final table.
I want Eugene Kachelov to propose to me on a volcano.
So we get a continuation bet from Shafikov of 160k, and Stu McDonald check raises all in for just over $1 million. Blinds right now are 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. This is level 29 of the main event.
So what's that Ilya was saying about this guy? He's a big-time cash game player, plays in Cannes.
Plays all over the world, 25.50 and up. And he has just called McDonald's all-in. Player at risk at the feature table. 5-6 against King 4. McDonald with the draw. Shafikov ahead with top pair.
Nobody ever folds top pair.
I've got King 4.
Don't worry, Twitch viewers, he's not puking, he's just coughing.
This was such a gross cooler, I had to just go yak. Straight draw versus a pair of 6s. Ugh, unavoidable.
His king is live as well. But unless Stu McDonald hits on the river, we're down to 15. He doesn't hit, and he is out of here. His 16th place finish earns him 61,800 euros.
Just kind of unlucky that Shafikov had a 6 in his hand, right? I mean, he's not supposed to have hit that flop.
Standard flop, standard play.
By the way, it's gone 6 local time. And that means the $1 bounty bonanza is underway with more than 5,000 runners. 5,180 and rising, because late registration is open for another 21 minutes. So if you're not in that game already, you'll find it in the PokerStars tournament lobby. Just search EPT Live. $1.10 to play. And of course, there's added value in this. We add $600 to the prize pool, Eugene. Plus, there are $50 bounties on the heads of 2 players in that event. Those players being Jason Somerville and Mickey Peterson.
Wow.
So effectively $700 in added value, plus the extra prizes you get for finishing in the top 20, plus league points. Remember, we're running the $1 Bounty Bonanza League across Season 12 of the EPT. It's not too late to join the party.
5,000 of my babies, all in the one BBB. All right, good luck, everyone.
Well, with that pot, by the way, in the elimination of Stu McDonald, Denis Shafikov takes the chip lead, 6.84 million. Average stack right now, 3.38 million. Damian Clarkson tweets, "Come on, McDonald, hashtag Aussie Pride." Too little, too late. So, Eugene, what are your thoughts on the new chips we have for EPT 12? And you can be honest, because
they suck.
Some people are getting used to them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Some people still loathe them.
I'm not crazy. Well, my first experience with them was not so good because the 500 chips and the 1K chips looked very similar. So we were under some weird light where literally it was hard to tell the difference even between them. So I didn't like them very much. But I don't know. But then that was only in the first tournament that I played, and then since then I haven't had any problems. So it's just like any other chips.
The reason for the new design, by the way, and we did ask, is these chips are much harder to counterfeit.
Oh, okay.
I'm just surprised they didn't go for slightly brighter colors.
It's because these colors don't exist in nature. Like, how do you even recreate that color? You can't. You can't do it.
Yeah, I thought they would at least like make the colors like completely different from each other. But I don't know.
I'm sure we'll get used to them. By the time we get to Malta, we'll be like, oh yeah.
We can just be like that now. Oh, yeah.
Shafikov raises, Koroshen in 3 bets. Decision on Amir Tuma in the big blind. He's a big stack, 4.3 million. Oh, we've got a request from Jason Lavallée. He says, can we get Pascal Lefrancois on the feature table because he's very good looking? Jason, just for you, we'll try and get a bonus shot of Pascal, with or without his shirt on.
There's like a 90% chance we'll have him on the feature table if he makes the final table. Give or take.
So Tuma folds. Action now back on Shafikov.
Oh, just like online, the 2 Ukrainian guys are going to squeeze out the other one, huh? Is that how this works?
So Koroshenin got very lucky to survive. Ran 3s into an overpair and then hit a 3 on the flop to double up. He is one of 2 former champions in the field, the other being Fredrik Jensen, who's at the outer table.
Smell you later.
Koroshenin wins this one. Just to tell you who is at that other table, by the way. Fredrik Jensen, Pascal Lefrancois, chip leader, or former chip leader rather, Steve Warburton, Rainer Kemper, Andreas Samuelsson, Dominikas Kamazinas, Mario Sanchez, and John Juanda.
Wow, Johnny Hotel Juanda still in?
Yep.
Does he have a lot of chips?
He hasn't had a lot of chips at all this tournament, I don't think.
Well, Juanda is coming back from the break with 3.1 million, so he's
wow.
healthy.
Ah, Pascal!
Just below average, and there you go, Jason,
Bonsoir.
just for you.
Bonsoir, Lefrancois. That's it. I don't know any other French.
He is handsome for a man.
This is going to make me seem like such a diva, right? But this camera's been driving me crazy all week. The way it's turned a little bit this way. It's a little bit, so it makes me look real tiny. Can I just maybe just give it a little...
I actually think it's a reasonable reflection of reality.
I'm not... Look, I'm smaller than the rest of you, but I'm not that small. Come on. Just a little... Oh, it really doesn't want to turn.
Wow, look how big
How's
you've
that?
gotten.
See? That's
oh
more
my
accurate.
God!
See?
Stapes is now grotesquely ginormous.
Also, a couple folks on Twitch are asking to see my shirt. A fan made this for me. This kid Javi comes every year, right around his birthday, to say what's up to me. And this year he brought me a gift.
Hello, my babies.
So 15 players remaining right now, 7 on the main stage, 8 at the outer table.
As you can see, it says, hello, my babies.
So back to the feature table. Smitty says, hi guys, sorry I'm really late. Been on the beer all day. LMAO. Gerard Williamson says, has El Comentador stuck around to sweat Mario Sanchez?
Is there still a Spanish guy in the tournament?
Yeah, he's at the other table.
No, he's like Argentinian or something.
Oh, does he not count?
No, he's got to be from España.
I thought Mario Sanchez was Spanish. Mario Lopez was from Argentina.
Oh, wait, I'm confusing Lopez and Sanchez.
Yeah, Sanchez is the Spanish player who moved to London to continue playing on .com. Don't know whether he lives in the Glory House, but he is in London.
Well, El Comentador doesn't care for the camera, so he's not going to be around for a while, if anything. I think he's having a siesta. Raise and take it for Cora Shannon. Eugene, is your impending marriage part of the reason why you said you're moving more long-term to the Ukraine?
Partially. I mean, it's just easier for us to be there now, especially because my fiance has a growing business there, so she has to be there a lot.
Right. What is it? Purses?
No. She sells like clothes on
Clothes.
Instagram and Facebook and stuff, and yeah, she created her own brand. It's pretty cool, actually.
Well, if you were any kind of fiance, you'd have brought something to show the babies on Twitch.
Yeah, too late. Next time.
Marcos, you're clearly a little bit late to the game. He asks, Akari left in the game? André was one of the first to go today, I'm afraid. Barely lasted half an hour. So sadly, both members of Team PokerStars Pro, who are still in at the start of day 5, André Akari and Matthias de Mulder, are gone.
Ruh-roh.
So action folded around to João Brito in the small blind, and he shoves on Sebastian Tejada, who is the table short stack, currently playing 7 bigs.
He's done a great job of hanging in there, though. He's been around between, what, 7 and 15 big blinds all day?
Yeah, I should point out that Brito isn't that deep either. He's playing 14 big blinds. So this is the 4th level of the day. At the end of this level, there is going to be a dinner break, and then we'll carry on playing down to that final table. And obviously, it's going to be a case of see how it goes. It could be a final table of 8, it could be a final table of 6. All depends on timings.
I just realized what a genius Eugene Kachlov is. You ask your girlfriend to marry you on the top of a volcano, because if she says no, you're just out of there. You're gone.
Yeah, put her in a spot where she can't say no,
What is she
right?
going to say? No? And by can I also get a ride? I mean, like, take a hike. It's easier going down, sister. Brilliant move.
Figured me out, Joe.
Tejada's turn to shove small to big. Eichart in the big blind.
650. 45.
Now, Eugene, I know you're a guy that when you see this, here you go.
I have your last
You would have had a plan here, wouldn't you? If you had raised and the guy with 7 big blinds shoved on you? Okay, eventually, Marks. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too long.
He didn't raise. He was in the big blind.
Oh, well.
You deserve it.
I'm just not here. I'm just going to reboot real quick, everyone. And
It must be the webcast, the camera getting. You're letting the pressure get to you.
Now, we talked about the Glory House, which is a holy place. Somewhere that's not holy at all is the house where Steve Warburton and Matthias de Mulder are staying right now, the orphanage.
So I've been staying in the apartment with some English, some Irish, including Steve Warburton and Scott Margerson. And they didn't, well, upon arriving, they didn't quite like it. It was, well, maybe it is pretty bad, but it's not as bad as they set it out to be. Just that these guys are just sort of luxury horses, we would say in Belgium. They're just used to only staying in 5-star hotels and having everything done for them. This is the real world, guys. It's not always like that. Might have been a bit my fault, but because I booked it, to be honest, it looked a lot better on the pictures. After the fact, after we had booked everything, started reading reviews, which you probably should do beforehand. They weren't like great, but all in all, I like it. It's a place called home. I hope I would actually stay there. I don't mind.
And there is Matthias de Mulder's flatmate, Stephen Warburton.
I like how Matthias de Mulder is talking about this is the real world, guys. Hasn't he been like a child TV star? Like, he doesn't know what the real world is.
Back of the feature table, all in and a call. Tejada shoves the button, gets called by Eichhardt from the small blind. Tejada at risk. He's got 9-10 off suit. Pocket queens for Peter Eichhardt.
Well, at least Eichhardt had a plan this time.
The plan was look down at queens, reshove, and hopefully eliminate a player. Tejada has 16% equity.
Spade, spade, spade.
He does have the 9 of spades in his hand. He picks up a flush draw, and his equity increases to 36%. Eichhardt's still a favourite with the queens.
Offset 4 or 5 would be fun. Wow.
Picks up more outs now. Tens, nines, and spades all working for Sebastian Tejada, whose tournament life is on the line here. It is not a 10-9 off spade. It's the king of diamonds, and we lose another player. We're down to 14. You're going to have to balance the tables now and bring a player from the outer table up onto the main stage. So Sebastian Tejada will cash for just over 70,000 euros for his 15th place finish here in this record-breaking main event here in Barcelona. And Eugene, we had you on EPT Live on day 2 when you were sharing a feature table. You sat right next to Elke. I don't think Michael was watching that day because he asks how you got on in the main event in Barcelona, but he does ask a question that I guess is relevant to anyone who was watching on day 2. Do you feel you got unlucky, or do you feel you made a mistake? And I guess we're asking with specific relevance to that hand that cost you all your chips, where you did call there with queens.
Yeah. I don't know. It was a really tough spot. I think the way the game is played now, I think it's tough for me to fold my hand. Maybe the only time I could have folded is maybe on the turn, but because of like 2 flush draws, I was just kind of like thinking through my head if he does have hands like ace king of spades or ace king of clubs, I thought I could still beat those hands. And the pot was so big at that point that I don't know. Basically, it was just like he must have aces or kings. I mean, that's the story that he was telling me. I mean, I get it, but there's just like other hands that he could have that are bluffs as well, I thought. So, which is why I went with my hand. That's it.
Again, you have a hand? Yes, but not against you two. You're like 2 Ukrainian blacksmiths. You keep betting. Every time I come over the top, I give up. Don't bet, just check. I give up. I go to dinner. You can keep on playing.
If you can't beat him, surrender.
We've mentioned this earlier today. Peter Eichhardt was a regular on the European Poker Tour during the first few seasons. Final Deauville in Season 1 and Baden in Season 3. He's been away from poker for a while, working on his game and trying to get up to a standard that he believes is competitive in the modern poker game.
So Shafikov limped in. Koroshenin raised the 2-bet.
Shafikov calls. Have to play the flop out of position.
And Eichhardt's approach is an interesting one because a lot of people, they just attack. And him saying, like, look, you guys just fight back constantly. I'm just not going to get into it with you. That's sort of a rare attitude these days.
But he also doesn't have as many. He also doesn't really have the chips to fight them because he's small blind has him covered, and the big blind has as many chips.
Since
as him.
when does that matter to these kids?
And they're Ukrainian, so.
Interested to see which of the players from the outer table is going to be joining us. Looks like it's Dominicus Kamazinas.
Dominicus has come to see us.
A poker question for Eugene Kachanov, which we'll address after this hand between two other Ukrainian players. Shafikov does not check to the razor.
No, he did.
Ah, sorry, we're now on the turn. 225,000.
How do you go about starting to put people on ranges in a blind-on-blind battle, Eugene? Can you read anything off the pre-flop limp?
Yeah, I mean, it just really... Well, it wasn't limp. He limped... Oh, from whose perspective are you talking about?
Shafikov just limped in to start.
Yeah, and then he called the raise.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the player and your history and your chip
crazy
stacks.
wide range, though, isn't it? Something that you could
I don't know, but
limp
I mean,
call
it
it?
depends for who. I mean, with Horoshenin, perhaps it's wider than normal, probably, my guess. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to play with him more to get a feel for it, but...
I think there's lots of hands that do connect with this board, but I think you can do it lots of hands that don't connect with this board, too.
Yeah, I mean, he checked back, so he showed, I mean, he's...
That is a
We'll
raise
see.
from Koroshenin. Meanwhile, just 4 minutes left to late reg, the $1 bounty bonanza. More than 5,500 players in that tournament. And of course, in around 50 minutes' time, we'll be kicking off tonight's EPT Live free roll. The password is in the top left-hand corner of your screen. It is Bofil.
Chlorophyll, more like Bofil.
Dominicus waiting to take his seat. His chips are already on the table. He'll be taking the 8th seat to the left of Alexei Koroshenin.
Usually it's Koroshenin in the tank. What are you tanking this long with, Eugene?
I mean, I don't know. I guess like flush draws or even pairs or even like basically anything. And that's not. I mean, I don't know.
Is it harder to make a call
It's
here
just harder
with
to
a
give him a-
pair than
it's-
it is with a draw?
They're both hard because you just got to figure out like what you think he has. What is it?
That's not a call. That's a 3-bet.
A turn 3-bet from Shafikov. So his original bet was 225. Koroshenin made it 615. Dealer's just verifying the size of Shafikov's re-raise. 1.23 million. Who's that dude with the red trousers?
I don't know, but he's into it.
Those are all 25k chips.
So it's 615,000 to call. Koroshenin's got 1.9 million still behind, or that's what he started the hand with?
That's what he's got behind.
So it's a third of his stack. There's way more than that in the middle.
2.3.
I mean, it's pretty unlikely he's going to just call at this point. He's either going to fold or go in, I think. I mean, I don't think he should ever. He should very rarely have a draw. he probably would just call the draw on the turn. But so he must have a made hand, I think.
Thank you to Varun for an update from the one-bot bounty bonanza. Jay Carver has busted. His shove with kings was called by 6-5 suited. A 6 and a 5 on the flop busted him. So congratulations to whoever claimed Jason Somerville's $50 bounty.
Classic bounty play. So Shafikov, his body language here, he's got his arm across his chest like this. And now I've been told that this typically signifies comfort, but a lot of people know that now.
I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't know.
You're not a big physical tells person?
No, I'm not.
This is a very popular pose, having the arm across the chest like this. Korshan looks like he wants to put some more chips in the middle.
Timetable 1, please.
Ooh. Here comes floor man Kate. Of course, Shannon has been in the tank for over 3 minutes. Kate's going to give him 1 more minute. Andrew FB on Twitch says, this is such a weird hand. None of these lines really make sense. Would you say Shafikov has somewhat of an uncapped range here? I mean, he can have...
You can have any... I mean, I think the board usually connects with his range more than Poroshenen's.
Yeah.
I mean, Shafikov looks like he might have like a hand like Ace-4. That's the hand that I can imagine that limp calls. Limps and then calls a raise. And then, you know, plays this way.
Makes sense, yep.
Or a hand like deuces, threes, fives, or sevens, I guess. You know, all the sets. And, I mean, I don't know if he plays like 7, 6 suited and hands like, you know, like that.
We're into the 10-second countdown. Koroshenin folds.
He really wants to know what Shafikov has. He says, no dice, brah.
Shafikov extends his chip lead up to 7.4 million.
We're happy for you to show anyway, Alexei.
So I promised we get some of the questions for Eugene Kachlov. And Action Junkie Poker has a query. Eugene, when dealing with long-term adversity, how do you reset, stay focused, and get on track? As someone who plays a lot of tournaments, you must have been through that.
Yeah, of course. I don't know. Usually time off is really like the key answer for me. I mean, just relaxing and taking a little bit of time off. Like I know like the grind can get to you. And I don't know. But sometimes if I take a little time off, that helps. That always helps.
How long did it take you to discover that cure, though? Because I can imagine you enjoy success, and then suddenly you go through a dry spell. The first time it happens, what's your reaction to that? It's like, why is this happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I've just like recently like started going through it or something. You go through it even in the beginnings of your career. You kind of always go through it. Just depends on how prolonged it is, I guess. But you just kind of, I don't know, everybody figures out their own cure for it. You have to deal with it.
And a very quick tournament logistics question from Gerard. How do they decide who gets moved to the feature table from the outer table? It's basically whoever's going to take the big blind next. Whoever's about to post the big blind will get moved to the other table. Standard rule for balancing. So it's Viktor Bogdanov raising here, 160k.
Take it.
Raise and take it. Welcome to the table, Dominicus Kamazinas.
By the way, that's the guy we were just like, who's the dude in the red pants on the rail, Victor Bogdanov. He just looked different standing up, guys.
Oh, you went on the rail?
What can we say? What can I say?
Really?
Yeah, that was him.
I guess he's just used to if Horoshenen's in the hand, it might take like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, he just goes for a little stroll. We're used to seeing these players seated. When they're standing up, I mean, it's a whole new ball game.
Didn't realize he had red trousers. And also, I thought he was wearing a hoodie. Or maybe that was yesterday. You can tell we're halfway through the penultimate day. It's all the wheels. They're not coming off yet, but they're just starting to jiggle slightly.
I can't remember if I was in the booth for Eugene's bust-out hand or not. I'm pretty sure I was. And I can't remember.
I don't know. I know the Russian upcast team is telling me they want to discuss it with me.
I know.
Vanessa was here.
I
with
wasn't
us, right?
here. It was you and Matt and Vanessa Selfs.
I don't remember a thing about it, to be honest. I know he must have gone bust because he's sitting next to me, but other than that.
Another strange question from Jack. Eugene, any surprise players in the final 14? I mean, with tournament poker, is there ever a surprise in the final 14 of a tournament?
I guess there's some players who you just like never expect
Like
to
if
see
Neymar was in the final 14, that would be a surprise, probably.
Yeah, I don't know how he plays, but I mean, there's just some players I could think of that just play like. Oh my. There are. I mean, I don't know their names, but I just remember instances of where I've played with people where I'm like, there's just no chance that they could ever make the final table.
But isn't that meant to be the appeal of tournament poker, that one guy can just, over the course of 3 days, run absolutely golden?
Yeah.
And even if he has no clue what he's doing, he can still amass a lot of chips and make it to this stage of a tournament.
Yeah.
I heard opening up something again in October.
So, two shorties at the table, both Dominicus Kamazinas and João Brito are in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
With 15 and 14 big blinds, respectively. Still 55 minutes at this level before the blinds go up again. And remember, at the end of this level, we will go on dinner break for 75 minutes.
I feel like the danger zone for this tournament isn't even 15 big blinds. I feel like it's 9 and 8. Like, I feel like there's a lot of players that have been hovering around 14, 15, and just don't really all seem that all concerned about it.
Yeah, it's probably normal, right, for this stage. I mean, everyone wants to make the final table.
You're not gonna push around me. Oh, wait.
You're not going to push him around or around him.
Kamazinas reshoves from the button after Shafikov opens to 160.
How much?
Ooh.
Red Trousers guy, a.k.a. Victor Bogdanov, wants to know, how much?
Well, hang on. You've got Amir Tuma first in the small blind. And he is reshoved for a huge stack, 4 million.
Well, now we don't need to know what it is.
Shafikov folds as well, so Kamazinas is at risk.
Oh. My ace.
Queens for Tuma, jacks for Kamazinas.
At risk and behind. He's going to need all the luck in the galaxy.
Two spades.
Different two-outer now. For the flop, no queen, no queen, no queen. After the flop, queen, 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 queen.
So Kamazinas drawing to 2 outs, needs a queen on the river. This is the point where Tuma would love it if Kamazinas hit his jack.
Or any other card.
Oof.
Such as a king. So Dominicus Kamazinas exits in 14th place, cashing for 70k. Another money jump now.
Now everyone sees Joe, right?
With 13 players remaining.
Magic.
These sounds are boring.
With 13 remaining, everyone's now guaranteed at least 78,000.
He just got to the table. I'm going to miss that colorful little fella.
Thank you.
So a table of 7 and a table of 6.
Yeah, we're six-handed once again on the main stage. So with 13 remaining, we're playing roughly a 50 big blind average. 3.9 million is the average stack at 40-80 blinds.
And if you're wondering who the chip leader is, it's not a Tuma. It's Denis Shafikov.
More updates from the one-buck bounty bonanza, courtesy of Varun. Mehmet Mori, Mickey Peterson has tripled up. Aces versus sixes versus Queen 10. He's now one of the big stacks, 14,000 in chips. And a reminder that if you missed out on the one-buck bounty bonanza, there is still time to register for tonight's EPT Live free roll. $2,000 in the prize pool, starts in 34 minutes time. The password is on your screen. The free roll password is at Bofill, B-O-F-I-L-L, lowercase. Still 12,000 seats available for tonight's EPT Live free roll.
I was only half paying attention when you were talking about that stack of 14K. I was like, that's not really that good in this tournament right now. The blinds are 40-80. 14,000, why is that noteworthy? That's actually really bad.
How many of your sentences, Joe, begin, I wasn't really paying attention, ...
Man, I could have saved myself so many dollars and trips to the doctor if I had just been paying attention more.
That hand raised and take it for Koroshenin.
Artur's on Twitch says, Poker News is Viktor Bogdanov is Latvian, but EPT Live is Russian. Who is wrong? Artur's, we've been told by our Russian comrades over in the other booth there that he is in fact Russian. He just has a summer home in Latvia. We've hit poker warp speed here at EPT 12. Hey, James, Poker 7 Design says, I don't think you need a constant picture-in-picture. I think the real estate of the screen is too valuable to have all this black space. I think it'd be better just to have full-screen poker and occasionally switch to the picture-in-picture.
Why don't you take a vote? Can you do a vote thing on Twitch where
Sure,
people vote
yep,
like one or two or
yep.
something? And we'll go with the majority. If people want us to get rid of the picture-in-picture for a while, we'll do that.
Okay, if you want to get rid of picture-in-picture, press 1. If you want us to go full-screen poker, press 2. Go ahead, guys.
By the way, for those of you asking about the relevance or genesis of tonight's password, Ricardo Bofill is a Spanish architect. That has been the theme with most of the passwords this week. Architects, artists, performers, creative people from Spain. So again, it's Shafikov versus Koroshenin.
Okay, well, I've tallied all the votes, and James, overwhelmingly the answer is, I don't care. Can't even believe it.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's go full screen for a while. Let's take the camera out of action. There we go. Camera off.
Okay, turn it off. Cool.
So once again, similar dynamic. One of them opens, the other re-raises.
I do love how these two keep going at it. This is great. This is I like this dynamic better than the blind on blind. I like the under the gun versus +1 dynamic. I think we're more likely to have well, not more likely, but we're pretty likely to have a collision here too. And poor Shannon doesn't really have the chip stack to be 3-betting too light. Shafikov does have the chip stack to be raising under the gun a little wider than everyone else.
Yeah, Harshanas only has like 22 blinds or something. So yes, I mean, there's no like 4-bet bluffing or anything.
Looking at some of the tweets that are appearing in our timeline, I don't think Smitty's the only one who's been on the beers today.
If the camera were still on, you could see me raising my hand. Shakily.
Timetable 1, please.
Got him.
Who called the clock?
That's a pretty fast clock, actually, I think.
I think someone's making a point. I mean, every single hand
Yeah,
between these
yeah,
two
yeah.
involves
It does get
seamlessly
annoying, yeah.
endless tanking.
I don't think they're... Oh, did you see the dealer? She said thank you. I don't want to get her in trouble, but a nice little instant replay of that would be nice, guys.
Once again, we get a nice close-up of the face of Kate's watch.
I'd rather get a shot watching Kate's face. There we go.
$30. Danny Hobo says almost 7 hours into EPT Live today, and it just keeps getting better. Can't wait for tomorrow's whole card coverage, though. Absolutely, Danny. Whole card's up tomorrow for final table day. 1 p.m. Central European time is when it all kicks off.
All right, so this hand's going to take another 10 minutes.
Kate, don't go anywhere. We might need you again.
One street down.
There's only 6 more actions to go, guys. Don't worry.
The one, I remember Alexei Koroshenin's winner interview, Joe. The first thing you asked him is, do you regret taking so long over every decision?
Remember that one guy was furious with me, saying I was disrespecting an EPT champion for asking that question? How dare he? I don't know if it was asking him if I regretted it, but I did ask him about it for sure.
It's João Brito who's called the clock, and it's the second time he's done it. He is one of the shorter stacks at the table. In fact, he is currently the low man at the table with 995,000.
Burrito.
So Koroshenin has continued this flop for 325,000. Seriously, if Zhao calls clock again, he's a hero.
We can't yet. You got to wait a reasonable amount of time. We're only 20 seconds into this decision.
All right, 4 more decisions, guys.
Shafikov checks for a second time. And Koroshenin checks behind.
Well, it's like they're playing Zoom.
6 on the river.
Now Shafikov leads.
400K.
Is this a line you might take with top pair, Eugene? And do we expect him to have top pair here very often, given that this is under the gun?
Man, I don't know. I feel like he would have just check raised all in with top pair. I mean, the pot was 1.6 million, and Horshanen only has he has less than pot left behind. So it's just weird. I mean, I think if Shafikov had like flush draws, he would check raise all in. If he had like top pairs, I think he would check raise all in. I mean, some bluffs that I can think of is like king queen maybe. Even queen 10, I think check raises all in. I don't know, maybe pair like 9-10 suited or something, or like a pair of sevens. He might have like a pair of sevens hoping to get a hero call.
Probably more likely a bluff or thin value than.
Considering how long he took just to call pre-flop and not to overshove, like it looks like he had a hand like king queen, king 10 suited or something, or maybe a hand like sevens or fives that didn't want to get it in pre-flop. I think those are the only hands I could think of at this point. Because I think all like really strong hands he would just shoved. Maybe even like 7-8 suited or something.
Guy number 1 says, God, can he hero call him with king high already? That guy pounds on him 24/7. Easier said than done.
Zhao could legitimately call the clock here, right?
Yes, but now it's a river decision. There's $2 million in the pot.
Will they ever give you the guys the right to call the clock?
Nah.
That'd be something.
Or Shannon folds another big one to Shafikov.
Ace king or something?
We're all going to get to see it.
Ace king, ace queen. Yeah.
It was ace king. What a frustrating board for ace king, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you can beat king queen. That's pretty much it, in my opinion. I don't think it's... I don't think...
Just give me the deck.
Okay.
So Shafikov up to 8 million, chip leader with 13 players remaining across 2 tables.
Never broke. Maybe not.
Meanwhile, news from the outer table, courtesy of the live updates on the PokerStars blog. Steve Warburton wins a big pot against Arena Kemper to move up to 7 million. He is second in chips behind Shafikov.
Am I at some point supposed to go to the Russian stream, or?
Oh, I think we were supposed to cut Eugene loose 45 minutes into this level.
Yeah, but they're laughing up over there with Mikhail Petrov.
Because that was dinner break, right?
They have a guest too.
Ilya's saying, come here, Eugene, we need you, we want you.
They're going to boot him.
Yeah, because I know it's going to be dinner break, so I got to spend some time with them.
We're going to boot Mikhail Petrov for
well,
everybody.
Eugene, thank you very much for coming in. Always good to have you here.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Eugene Kachalov from Team PokerStars Pro, and if you can also speak the Russian language, you could always turn to the Russian stream and hear Eugene all over again.
Soon to be Mr. Kachalov after he gets married.
Now, Jason Lavallee, don't get greedy. He wants some more bonus footage of Pascal Lefrancois because, quote, he is so dreamy.
I'll tell you what, get Pascal to take his shirt off and I guarantee you there will be cameras on him.
Jason, you have the power to make that happen.
Tuma. I want to know, how come your tweets always come in before mine? No matter where we are in the world, I have the same software as you, a newer computer than you. Is it because you're always sitting on my right? Does it go to the person on the right first?
I honestly don't know.
It drives me nuts. What do I have to do? What do I have to do?
I am running a slightly older OS than you. I don't know what that's got anything to do with it.
You and your old OSs. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Ooh. 6 checks in a row.
Well, talking of delays, Brent has asked a couple of times, is there a time delay tomorrow? Yes, Brent, there will be. Anything between 40 minutes and an hour. And that's why we're starting an hour late tomorrow, 1 p.m.
Jay Valentine asks on Twitter, these dealers seem to always be good looking. What's going on here? Well, Jay, don't forget, it's a TV show. So, you know, maybe we pick people that are more camera ready. I mean, the rest of the dealers are hideous. They're just disgusting. That's why we can only show you certain parts of the room. Just gross. Just an absolute horror show out there, some of them. You watching EPT Live?
35 minutes left on level 29. 35 minutes until the dinner break. When we come back from dinner, I reckon we'll probably play another 2 levels tonight. Oh, Zhao's friend Bruno Santos says, Zhao just told me he was 10 seconds away from calling the clock on that river decision.
Really?
Kai says, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's show with whole cards. Love you guys. We love you too, Kai.
It reminds me of a question that came in from Sally. It says, what's a hole card? Won't they be able to see through them? You know, if there's a hole in it. Sally, you're misunderstanding us. When we say hole card, we mean W-H-O-L-E. Like, we're going to show you the entire card, the whole card.
And Rob, the answer to your question is, I did. We have an all-in. Bogdanov opens to 175k. Brito shoves for 975. Round to chip leader Denis Shafikov in the small blind.
This guy's name's Burrito? I thought it was Burrito this whole time.
He folds. Koroshenin is out. It's back on Bogdanov.
This whole time I thought he was a delicious food item. It turns out he's just a knockoff of a water filter. I have the Brito at home. Filters out nothing. It's just an empty pitcher.
Bogdanov passes. Burrito's all-in gets through and he picks up the blinds, the antes, and the additional 175,000 from Bogdanov. Mark says, off to go and play our local £100 comp. Good luck to Steve Warburton. See you tomorrow. Mark very confident that he'll be seeing Steve at the final table. James asks, who is on the other table? Just to run through the lineup one more time for you.
Yeah, I'm interested. I need a refresher. Who's on the other table?
So we have got Stephen Warburton, who's currently second in chips.
Yep.
We've got Pascal Lafrancois.
He's the blonde guy. He's the handsome French-Canadian.
Pascal Lafrancois is the guy who Jason Lavalley wants to see more of.
Yep.
Frederick Jensen, one of our former champions. And
Yep.
then we've got Reina Kemper, Andrea Samuelson, Mario Sanchez, and John Juanda.
Has Reina Kempa been on any feature table at any point throughout the course of this tournament?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure he has.
There's always one.
Peter Blow says, I'm sure this has been asked before. It has, Peter, many times, and I'm sure you were listening at the point that we actually answered it. Why the new feature stage setup? Is that for Peter's question, or is it for Alexei Koroshenin's all-in?
It's for Peter Blow. That's wind.
And the all-in gets through. The idea is to not seal off the feature table from the rest of the tournament. The idea is to give our viewers an idea of the scope of the tournament, to see the other tables behind, the side events, make people feel that they are actually part of this festival and inside this room.
Hello, Grill. Check it out, Twitch. There was a grill for a second. Dutch Rise 88 on Twitch says, does the EPT ever come to Amsterdam? We really want you guys here. The weird thing is, Dutch Rise, we've gone to Amsterdam. When I say me, I mean the higher-ups have gone to Amsterdam a bunch of times to have meetings about it, but when they come back, they can never remember what they talked about.
Kais is busted out of the $1 bounty bonanza. Damn it, guess I'll try the free roll next. Yep, 15 minutes until tonight's free roll starts. 22,000 players in, 8,000 seats still available, password still on the screen.
Blue Note 3 on Twitch says there are no grills in poker. You know why, Blue Note? Because of you. Because of people like you.
Button raised from Koroshenin, called by Bogdanov in the big blind. All hearts, Jack 6-4. Bogdanov checks. Koroshenin continues. Bogdanov calls. And we're hearing that some of the players have been asking the tournament staff if they can play hand for hand. We don't normally have hand for hand play when we're down to 2 tables approaching the final. But it seems that there has been quite slow play across both tables.
I mean, we know Alexei Koroshenin is a very deliberate player to begin with, and I would like to give the players the benefit of the doubt, saying that they're not tanking for the benefit of the fact that they're hoping people go broke on the other table. But maybe if one, I do absolutely see need to play hand for hand if one table is playing much slower than the other. And maybe if they go hand for hand, things will speed up a little bit, but I don't see Alexei Koroshenin and Denis Shafarkov moving much faster regardless. I mean, if they go hand for hand, that gives them even less incentive to speed up, doesn't it?
Well, there have been accusations of a tanker at the other table.
The accusations have come from the other tables, what you mean,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Is this the guy? Is that the accuser?
No, he's one of the audience.
I kind of like the rack focus better over Alexei's shoulder, guys. Just me. No offense to khaki cargo guy. And like that, whew, she's gone. Oh, hello, creepin'. Koroshenin folds. Okay, both Yoki, Palki, and Gambit on Twitch. You're both wrong. Well, you're not both wrong. Kate is not a tournament director. She's a floor person. She's also not a dealer. She is a floor person. That pot goes to Joao Burrito. Jassy T says all the players look like morons. Jassy, you're probably looking into your own webcam. You want to watch the stream. And I do not know this dealer's name. Somehow. We will not go hand for hand. Kate, the floor person, has denied it. But I can see that she's hanging out by the table, so I think she's going to be on top of it. That's right. She's keeping an eye. This dealer's name is Yola, I'm being told. Thank you for that, Dermot. Her name was Yola. She was a dealer. Yola, you only live also? So heads up to this flop. It's better if you don't know her name the next morning, says .7 Design, who probably has only woken up next to a woman whose name he has never forgotten because it's Mom. Hard to forget the name Mom. Shafikov bets 160,000. Bogdanov called. That was on the flop. The turn has also gone bet call. No, that was the flop. The turn is 6 of clubs. And it looks like Shafikov is going to bet again. So he raised under the gun. He is out of position, and he is just betting. Kate's keeping an eye on things. Bouncing back and forth between the two tables.
It's so hard to be critical because on the one hand, it is quite frustrating for the audience. But bear in mind, it's more important to make the tournament run for the people who are actually at the tables playing for hundreds of thousands of
Yeah,
euros.
it's their tournament, you know, and they police themselves.
But I am just as impatient as everyone else watching at home, screaming on Twitter and on Twitch right now, get on with it, speed up, come on, have a shot clock.
James, maybe this joke will mean something to you. Doc Nabbit on Twitch says, I heard that ITV have put Nick Grimshaw on the X Factor so viewers won't leave the EPT live stream. You see that bad?
I don't know, I've never heard or seen him before.
Oh, okay.
I'm too old to listen to Radio 1. I didn't know he joined the X Factor team, though.
Maybe that was a joke. I don't know. I thought maybe it was a UK thing.
It is a UK thing.
Cora Shannon all in. Under the gun all in. A lot of folks to get through.
Shoving for 1.1 million. Round to the blinds. Eichart in the small. Yeah. Shafikov in the big. Let me have a think.
Sure, he'd love to get rid of this pesky Ukrainian.
I actually thought he was going to put a tower of chips across the line there and call, but instead he's just stacking them from the last hand.
Cool.
He does call.
Wow.
Koroshenin at risk.
Yeah. I feel that's kind of a slow roll with eights a little bit, but
you could tell that the glance Koroshenin gave him said that.
You don't expect he's going to be folding ace there, but you know the under the gun insta shove, you can be beat there.
So Shafikov way ahead with eights. Koroshenin needing to get lucky to survive.
We could be down to one Ukrainian.
It's not the first time he's run a pair into an overpair. He got lucky last time.
Oh.
And it happens again. Hits his 5 on the flop. How about a club on the turn?
Or a 7? Oh, Lord, how about
It's
just the 8?
Dead, it's an 8, leaving Alexei Koroshenin drawing to 1 out. He needs the case 5. We're about to lose a former EPT champ. Koroshenin set to bust in 13th place. He's gone for 78,300 euros, and we are down to 12. And Denis Shafikov is now touching the 10 million mark.
Just the 8 on the turn. No big deal.
So one former champ remains, Fredrik Jensen, who took down Madrid in season 8.
The dealer giveth and the dealer taketh away.
Last time she didn't do it to me, the jacks.
Can I get a rack, please?
I guess.
Me too.
I think we might need the 100k chips.
Yeah, true. You lost against 10 twice.
9.935 million. Hi-ya!
And once again, we're going to need to bring a player from the outer table to the main stage, keep the two tables balanced. We're 5-handed right now. Dana said that was worth the wait. Best knockout hand of the tournament. And we've got a big stack coming to the feature table. Steve Warburton, who we believe is second in chips right now, is going to join us.
But you can't win more pots because then it's
There's no place anymore.
That's the last one.
Wonder if the action will pick up at all now that Koroshenin's out. At least the speed of the action, I mean.
Hold your horses, we've still got Shafikov.
175.
Willie Elliott says, feels like we've just shaved 3 hours off the length of this tournament. Brent says, brutal, but that's poker. And let's not forget, when the money went in, Shafikov was an 81% favorite.
James, can you answer Paravel Tony's question of, hi guys, what does the case 5 mean?
The last remaining 5 in the deck. So Eichart is open to 175,000. Amir Tuma with a decision in the big blind as Warburton takes a seat.
Well, he's got some racks and racks.
Yeah, last time we had a check on Warburton's chips, he had 7 million. We'll get an accurate count in just a moment. Meanwhile, Tuma still deciding. Whoa, no, he hasn't. My apologies. Tuma has actually 3-bet. He has re-raised to 350,000. The decision is now back on Eichart.
Eichart. Warburton sits down with over 8 million in chips. Oh boy.
So we have got the two biggest stacks in the tournament sat almost next to each other. Shafikov with close to 10 million, Warburton with more than 8.3 million.
Huh? Yeah, true.
Ooh.
So Eichart calls. He doesn't have the betting lead, but he does have position.
I'd like to play with you.
Queen 10-4 on the flop.
I don't know.
So why don't you fold?
I'd be worried also.
I have very big hand.
Mr. Tuma.
I believe you.
Tuma continues for 300,000.
I think he knows Eichhardt's a pretty solid player, I would call him. The type of guy who doesn't seem to get out of line too often. So when he gets called by Eichhardt before the flop, he doesn't really like it. He knows Eichhardt's can be pretty strong. I think he also knows that maybe if Eichhardt misses this, he can get him to fold a lot.
Free roll is getting underway. Late registration now open. Still seats available. 5,000 of them up for grabs. The free roll password still on the screen. Good luck to everyone playing tonight.
Throw your hand. Throw your hand.
What does it mean, throw your hand? I mean, I know he's trying to say fold, but does it mean he's got it? Does it mean he doesn't? Has this guy done much talking during the hand? Graphical Nick weighing in. Eichhardt must feel like the narrow valley between the high mountains right about now.
Yeah, I thought that Michael echoes. It seems that Eichhardt won't even have enough space for his arms. The two guys with heaps of chips have him sandwiched in between.
Not very Atkins friendly. Two large pieces of bread. Eichhardt calls after much deliberation.
Was in the tank there for nearly 3 minutes. We're going to the turn.
Whoa, that was quick.
4 of spades, pairing the board pretty much before the card even hit.
Will you show this time?
Tuma announced all in.
No?
I will show you. But show me your cards also.
Why do I have to show? If I
If you want me
fold,
to
if I fold, why do I have to show?
If you want to see my card.
This reeks of an overpair to me. Reeks.
If I show, will you show? Yeah?
Yes.
I fold.
Not an overpair, just top pair.
And it was the open-ended straight draw for Peter Eichhardt, who's left with 1.52 million. Fewer than 20 big blinds now. Tuma up to nearly 6 million.
Let's check out the other table. Uh-oh, cards on their backs.
Yeah, Pascal Lefrancois has the red triangle of death in front of him. He's all in, called by John Juanda. 8s against queens, and queens are holding. Question is, does Juanda have Lefrancois covered?
Looks real close.
Just get the stacks verified. Yeah,
He's got an extra stack of green there.
It looks like we've just lost Pascal Lefrancois.
This time he figuratively lost his shirt instead of literally.
Well, that's going to take us down to 11 players. Just double checking. Au revoir, Pascal. He final tabled the PCA in 2014. He will not be making the final table here in Barcelona.
Now it's Shabakov from Tuma tangling.
Shafakov's button raise called by both Tuma and Bogdanov. 9-7 deuce rainbow flop. And Bogdanov does not check to the razor. Bogdanov leads for 250K. Shafikov folds, as does Tuma.
I think you're really only going to get folds there when your opponents have missed completely, and if you have something, I don't know that that's really the best strategy, but maybe he had nothing.
So there is Steve Warburton with his stack of 8.3 million. A reminder that Denis Shafikov, who is also at our feature table, is the current tournament chip leader with 9.76 million. 11 players remaining. There'll be a dinner break in just under 10 minutes' time. When we get down to 9, there'll be the final redraw of the tournament. And we'll have our official final table when we get down to 8. Should point out that we won't necessarily stop play this evening when we get down to 8.
We're a little concerned with the fact that there are over 4 billion chips in play.
Chances are we may keep going until we're down to 6. We certainly would like to play a full 6 levels today to ensure that the tournament is balanced and that we're not playing too deep into the early hours of Monday morning on the final day of the EPT Barcelona main event. Danny says Tuma might very well be the winner of this event. Would that be the first Lebanese winner ever? We'll address your question in just a moment, Danny. The answer is no. I'll tell you who the previous champs are in just a moment. So Shafikov open to 160K. Brito's shove is for 1.3 million.
Using the last little bit of fold equity he's got. He's just over the auto call zone. Bentner in the chat has picked up on one of the Lebanese winners. There's the call.
So here we go.
Could be down to 10.
Looks like Shafikov's picked up another big hand. While he's got his opponent dominated. It's ace-9 against ace-deuce. And 3 diamonds with Shafikov holding the ace of diamonds in his hand. And a 9. Oh dear, Brito with less than 1% equity now.
Running deuces. And that's it. I guess they can chop somehow. Hey, there's one. Ho, 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 ho.
Always a sweat. 2 outs for João Brito. Needs one of the 2 remaining deuces to hit on the river.
It's got to be black.
Only a 5% chance of survival. It is not a deuce.
Look, guys.
Ah, he looks gutted.
And that takes us down to 10 players. And it takes Denis Shafikov over the 11 million mark.
Okay.
More than double the average stack. Dominant chip leader with 2 tables of 5 remaining now. João Brito, by the way, cashing for €87,750.
Are we going hand by hand?
So yes, just to address that question very quickly from Danny, there have been 2 Lebanese winners. Joseph Merwad won London in season 4, and Nicolas Schweiti was the grand final champ in season 6.
I think they do like an unofficial 9, yeah. Is that right, do you know? They have 9 on the final table? I know it's 8, like, officially. But...
Stephen Warburton is correct.
We're 10 players? 10 players. Not 10 pounds?
And yeah, that's correct, 9.
We're putting 1 table at 9? Yeah.
So Kate confirming that they do not go hand for hand at this point. This is not the official final table bubble, and that's one of the reasons why not. Remember, EPT final tables are 8-handed.
Ocho!
9?
Gregor says Eichart looking badass. I think everybody who's left is looking badass.
I think it's fair to say that if we did lose another player in the next 5 minutes, we'd probably just take the dinner break early and do the redraw during dinner.
Yeah, but what are the odds of that? That's how you make it happen. Say something.
Oh,
like
I see.
that.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Look, that'll never happen.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Come on.
Ridiculous. Just an FYI, at the other table, Jean Juanda moved all in and got it through. So there is still action. Tuma wins that one with a C-bet on the flop. He's playing 6 million. Warburton 8 million. Shafikov 11 million. And then you've got Bogdanov with 5.2 million, and the short stack at the table with fewer than 20 big blinds is Peter Eichhardt, 1.45 million.
Couple of hands left before the dinner break, maybe 1, depending on how long this one takes. Goodbye. Farewell. So long.
Are you singing that because Stephen Warburton looks like Rolf?
I was going to get to Auf Wiedersehen right when we got to him. But he ain't folding. Not on my watch, not my small blind.
This is what happens. Big stacks, bully the short stacks.
Chips are power.
Eichhardt moves all in.
And that's how you fight back.
Stephen Warburton says, no.
No, thank you.
We're going to squeeze in another hand. Less than 2 minutes on the level. Dinner break on the way. It will be a 75-minute dinner break. We'll have plenty of fun stuff to keep you entertained here on EPT Live. So don't go anywhere. And remember, we are going to play into the night, possibly down to 6 players tonight.
Okay.
Jay Valentine says Warburton looks more like Tintin than Rolf, other than the fact that Tintin has red hair and freckles. Sure. Maybe he doesn't have freckles. But I think the red hair is key. I'm no Tintin expert, and I've never claimed to be, so get off my back.
So Gustavo, to answer your question, if they reach the final table, will they stop for the day? Gustavo, we want to play as much as we can today to ensure that we can get this tournament finished on time. So, as we've done at previous legs of the EPT, there's a very strong chance that, say we get to 8 players around 10 o'clock this evening, we will keep going. And we'll either play until midnight, which means we'll have played 6 full levels, or we will play down to 6. We will not bring fewer than 6 players back, or our ambition is to not bring fewer than 6 players back for the final day.
It's like when you're on a road trip and you make it to the place where you thought you're going to be spending the night a few hours early, and you're like, what, should we really stop here, or should we plug along a little further, have a little less to do tomorrow?
I like that analogy. And anyone who's ever been on a road trip can easily relate to it.
They can also relate to my old-timey car horn.
Yeah, thank you.
Blinds are in. One last hand.
Next hand, yeah?
Next last one before the break.
Okay.
You get to eat, Victor. Food.
I'm going to have a burrito.
Mike says, will you switch to delayed coverage with whole cards if we reach the final table tonight? No, Mike. Only whole cards on the final day. It's not a simple case of flicking a switch. A lot of work needs to be done tonight.
Go eat.
Raise and take it, the Victor Bogdanov. So plays concluded at the feature table. Have we still got action on the outer table? Answer is yes.
And it's Juanda. And I assume, since I don't recognize this man, this is Brima?
No, this is Samuelson.
Samuelson. Haven't seen much of him at the feature table either. It's never that easy going on break, is it?
So these two going to the flop. King 9-5 with 2 clubs. Samuelson has clearly checked the action to Juanda, who's set to continue. Wants to see Samuelson stack.
John Juanda's like the Konami code because he has unlimited continues.
So it was season 9 that John Juanda made the final table of this event, and that was another huge field. Was to go one better than his second place finish in London in season 7.
Ah, I was just going to say that. I was going to say 7. I swear I was going to say 7. Oh, yeah, he looks like a Samuelson. He's like secret hot.
That is the face of a man who looks like he wants to fold. Or maybe he just needs the bathroom. Probably the bathroom thing. IBS can give false reads at the poker table. Trust me.
A little shaky there.
Just a quick aside, I've never understood why people complain about absent players in the free roll. It's free money. Anywho.
Samuelson looks a little bit like Ike Haxton's jock brother. Look at him.
Mike is of the opinion that Samuelson has hit a set.
The old Settleson. John Joanna is the honey badger. He don't care. Another mahoosive bet. 3, 4, 5, 6, 690. 6, 7. Over 700,000. Yikes. So that 6 on the turn did make the 7-8 gut shot. Put a flush draw out there.
Well, 5 minutes of the dinner break has already ticked by.
You guys think James is hungry? Sounds like he's hungry.
Jimmy hungry.
Yeah, what do you think this guy's mouth tells are saying, huh? What's a little smirk mean? I assume that's not his regular face.
What's wrong with your face? Samuelson folds.
See you after dinner.
John Joanda wins the last hand of the level at the outer table. So 5 players at that table and 5 players up on the main stage as we continue to play down to the final table on the penultimate day of the EPT Barcelona main event. So join us in 70 minutes time and we'll resume the action here on EPT Live. It's the Barcelona leg of Season 12 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
sou PokerStars.
When Mike the Grinder Mizrachi's at the table, you can expect loose calls and aggressive play.
The way I play poker, it's creative imagination and, not many people understand what I do, and that's why I keep those secrets to myself. As long as you don't got it, then I got it.
I'm not folded yet.
You will.
So you wanted me to call?
No, I want you to raise.
At EPT 100, Grinder added another talent to his repertoire, predicting cards.
7.
Wow!
I'm not saying nothing else. 9.
How does he do this?
It's harder to play something they call cards, right? Big favor now. 3, 5 of clubs. For sure it's coming.
I wish I could say I disagree.
The turn card is a 3.
I told you. 100%. River deuce. God. Deuce of spades, probably. Deuce of spades.
This is absolutely rishnepulous. What is happening out there? It's Mike the Psychic Mizrachi.
Told you. Deuce of spades. I called quite a few cards today.
Unfortunately for the Grinder, his aces were cracked on the very first hand of day 3. Bet he didn't see that coming. You've held on through 4 days of competition. Now, it's time to navigate your way to the final table. Through moments of trepidation.
You have a pair? Pretty big pair.
Exhilaration. And devastation.
Me.
Oh, God! Barcelona is always one of the most popular stops on the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. And the EPT 100 Festival has exceeded all expectations.
The event has been incredible. There's been huge fields. Every single event has just smashed records.
EPT Barcelona is by far my favorite stop on the tour, and I think that it's echoed by the players. They all showed up.
It is crazy here. We've got a record-breaking field. I can't believe it.
And this tournament has now reached day 5, with the first main event trophy of season 11 still up for grabs. Last time, the Polish contingent slowly dominated day 4.
Slow play? Maybe.
Slow road?
I don't know if I slow roll.
Dominic Panker is now the last remaining champ. After our online qualifier, Bram Henriques extinguished Mike McDonald and Davide Katai's hopes of winning a second EPT championship. We reached the business end of our record-breaking 100th EPT main event, with 1,496 players, each contributing 5k to create a prize pool of more than 7.25 million euros. Reigning PCA champ Dominic Panker is the only player left with a shot at a second title. He'll need to outlast the 24 other players as we play down to the final table, where the winner will receive more than 1.26 million. Qualifying online for only 82 euros, chip leader Bram Henriques has already locked up 33k, and he's poised to make an even deeper run.
I'm very focused. If your goal isn't to be the number 1, then there's something wrong with you.
Polish pro Dominic Panker has already won 2 major titles in 2014. After a prolonged heads-up battle with Mike McDonald at the PCA, he won the marathon match and denied Timex a second title. Weeks later, at EPT Deauville, Dominic added a high roller trophy to his collection. But there's always room for more.
Winning another title will be awesome. I think I'm a much better player than last year, for sure. I just take steps one at a time. I don't look super far at the future.
It's the penultimate day of EPT 100 and action's already underway. Mathieu Clavet came in as the short stack.
Good game, guys. Good luck.
And he's already going out. He cashes for 33,300 euros.
Good luck, man.
Good luck, bro. Thank you, man. Good play.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
Nice recovery. All it needed was the classic. I meant to do that.
Poor guy. And there's been an elimination on one of the outer tables.
Good game.
John Andres exits in 24th.
Let me just get that from you. Great.
Everyone now guaranteed at least 40,200 euros. And with 23 players remaining, here is our feature table, headlined by Dominic Panka, but he's one of the shortest stacks. Slaven Popov from Bulgaria is the big stack, with nearly 3.5 million.
Popov gets a treat.
Blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Action folded to Mikkel Nielsen, who's got aces.
I just want to let you know, we're all counting on you.
He raises to 80k. Andrea Dato has 8-10 suited. He folds. Ace-king suited for Panka.
Things are about to get pretty rank for Dominic Panka. Do you know it's actually harder to get dealt ace-king suited than it is to get dealt aces? It's kind of messed up.
Here comes a 3-bet. Panka re-raises to 190,000. Kirill Radzivinou folds the small blind. André Letao in the big blind. Also passes. Back on Nielsen.
Folks aren't folding much in position, so I would suspect we're going to see a 4-bet.
He makes it 310,000.
4-bet's a little small, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Panka shoves.
Call.
And Nielsen calls. Panka at risk and behind.
Last time I saw a cooler this big, Rocky was punching meat in it.
Here comes the flop. 2 hearts on board.
Dominic Panka, so good.
He now has 9 outs. And that's one of them!
Me.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
Nielsen's not drawing dead. With an ace or 6 on the river, he'll make a full house. No.
Must be nice.
That hand was the worst thing to happen to a Nielsen since Dracula Dead and Loving It.
Dominic Panka doubles up to over 2.6 million. Mikkel Nielsen down to 1.6 million. Consolation prize is he's about to be moved off the feature table.
It's not a consolation prize. You get moved away from all your chips.
At the secondary feature table, seniors event winner Hussein Ensan has bet the flop with second pair. Piotr Savinsky has bottom pair. And he raises.
I can understand raising a donk lead with a good hand, but this isn't going to get folds very often, and it's not really going to get value either.
Ensan calls. 5 on the turn.
Savinsky's going to have to bluff this again.
No, he checks behind. 4 on the river. Well, it's a potential flush out there. It goes check, check again. And Hussein Ensan will add 310k to his stack. He's now playing close to 4.5 million.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Sane.
Sane who?
Oh, man, that didn't work. Can we go back and edit that out?
I'll think about it. At the outer table, our qualifier. Bram Henrates is facing a bet on the river from Mikkel Nielsen.
Well, I don't know if Nielsen's got it or not, but if he's already involved in a hand like this, he may be tilting worse than the artwork at Stevie Wonder's house.
Bram calls. Nielsen shows King 10. It was a river bluff. Henrates with top pair.
Nice call from the qualifier.
Yes, Mr. Nielsen possibly steaming after losing to Dominic Panka. Meanwhile, Bram is up to nearly 5.2 million.
Where's that photo taken? Tatooine? What's he spent his mornings shooting womp rats?
That's the beach outside.
What is outside?
So Bram increases his stack to remain atop the leaderboard. Hussein Ensan sits in second. Dominic Panker is 7th in chips, with Pietro Savinsky rounding off the top 10. Mikkel Nielsen back in action. He's raised under the gun. Action on Sam Phillips on the button.
Nielsen again, this poor guy.
Phillips 3 bets. Everyone else has passed.
This is another small re-raise. And unless this is against someone with a small stack who opened a pretty rank hand, this sizing isn't standard.
Nielsen shoves.
All in.
And Phillips calls. On their backs.
Obviously.
Nielsen's run 9s into kings.
Nielsen's still on stone tilt. I think the move there might have been the just call getting 4-1.
No 9 on the flop. Or on the turn. 2 outs. Nielsen eliminated.
He lost aces against ace king. He had ace and Panker had ace king.
Oh no!
Sweet.
I agree. Bleeping Panka.
Nielsen out in 19th. Back at the feature table. Blinds 25-50. Andrea Dato folds under the gun. Dominic Panker, who did the dirty on Nielsen, has ace-queen of diamonds.
Hope you're happy with yourself, Panka.
He raises to 100k.
Probably gonna crack aces again with this hand.
Radzivanow folds. Latau is out. Gerald Karlik in the small blind has ace-king of clubs.
Like a good ratatouille, it's time to throw a little garlic in this pot.
This is a 3-bet to 260,000. Popov folds the big blind. It's back on Panker.
He's not folding.
On.
He shoves.
Makes sense.
And gets called.
Once again, this is just kind of coolery. Can Dominic deliver another brutal, brutal suck out?
Karlik is officially the player at risk. And that's a fine and dandy flop for his ace-king. He's set for a double up here. Dominic Panker only has 2 outs. Karlik just has to fade a queen on the river. Oh, it's a queen!
Dominic Panka not making a lot of friends today. Karlik and Nielsen are going to start a support group.
He does it again! Another brutal suck out.
Good luck.
And this one sends Gerald Karlik to the rail in 18th place.
I feel so bad I can't even do another garlic pun. Stinks.
At the secondary feature table, Daniel Dvoris is all in with 7s.
How much?
Action back on Zhizang, who has aces.
705,000.
700.
705,000.
What's he thinking about?
I don't know.
So much.
700, yeah?
Get on with it!
I caught without the yellow one.
Finally!
I caught him.
All in a call?
Good luck. Dvoris' head is going to explode when he sees aces after all that.
Oh, okay.
Take it quite well, in my opinion. Oh, and an ace on the flop.
4. 6 and 4.
Brzezinski calling for karma.
Come on.
Dvoris drawing dead.
Hey, good game, guys. Without you.
Let's see how Canadian this guy is. Maybe he apologizes for getting slow rolled.
Well, with his exit, it's time for a redraw.
In the words of Wayne Campbell, zang.
Thoughts on the slow roll? Tag him. EPT 100.
Or your favorite Wayne's World quote.
Dominic Panka is running hotter than the Barcelona sun. First, cracking the aces of Mikkel Nielsen. Me. And then spiking a 2-outer on the river to send Gerald Karlik home in 18th place. He's inching his way closer to a second EPT title, with the field reduced to only 2 tables as we play down to the final table at the 100th PokerStars.net EPT main event.
Dominic Panka has sucked out more than a Beverly Hills liposuction clinic.
At least he's self-aware.
No. Where's his real Twitter account? The one where he's laughing and telling everyone how great he is and how terrible they are.
Well, Dominic is still on the main stage where he's joined by his compatriot Piotr Savinsky and 2 of the tournament big stacks, Hussein Ensan and former PCA finalist André Shatilov. At the secondary table is the chip leader, our qualifier, Bram Henrites, plus a couple of Germans, Xi Zhang and André Lettau, and Sam Phillips from the USA. Blinds are now 30,000, 60,000 with a 10,000 ante. Action folded to Shatilov, who's got ace-6 of hearts. He raises.
Yep.
Round to Savinsky in the big blind. He's got 7 deuce of hearts.
I know you're supposed to defend your big blind pretty wide to a min raise, but Savinsky's too short to defend this hand.
He does defend.
Check.
And he checks in the dark. Only 1 heart on the board.
So he probably can't get in too much trouble.
No c-bet from Shatilov. He checks behind. Oh, both players now have a flush draw.
Hold on to your potatoes.
Savinsky moves all in.
Easy call.
Sure enough, Shatilov puts Savinsky at risk.
Ooh. Shatilov even had position and slamming his cards down hard. Nice.
Well, Savinsky has 6 outs. He needs a 7 or a deuce on the river.
I mean, that's more outs than Dominic Panka's been needing.
Nah, it's a queen.
Good game. Game.
Savinsky eliminated in 15th place.
We are really getting down to it here.
Good game, man.
Savinsky, more like so 15th ski.
He cashes for 62,000 euros. Meanwhile, we've got 3-way action at the secondary table. Sam Phillips has raised and been called by Bram Henrites and Kirill Radzivanow, the so-called angry moron.
Right.
That is his online handle.
It's pretty much everyone's online handle.
King high flop. Phillips takes the lead.
Manages to catch his 1 live card. Well done.
Action check to Bram.
Checking is fine there after getting called in 2 spots pre-flop. Looks like Bram's going to bet to protect his equity. Cool, cool.
A qualifier makes it 335,000.
Looks like Jack's going to continue to not go nuts against the big stack. All good.
Radzivanow calls.
And Sam checked for pot control, realizing it's unlikely he could make this pot much bigger and still have the best hand, but he's certainly not folding now.
Yep, he calls as well, so still 3-way going to the turn. The 4 of hearts, changes nothing. Radzivanow checks again, as does Phillips. And Bram slows down, he checks behind. 4 of clubs on the river.
Could easily see another check around.
Does Bram want to try and steal this? No.
Hand kind of played itself after the flop, given the run out. I think the qualifier did a pretty good job checking it down.
Meanwhile, Sam Phillips chips up to nearly 5.2 million. And although Bram took a hit there, he's still the tournament chip leader. Not too bad for a banker from Amsterdam.
I love this experience. I'm now actually on holidays, and this is what I do on my holidays. Every morning I left the hotel, walked to the beach, sat at the same restaurant with a view on the sea. It has been a great experience. I'm surely gonna come back. If I wouldn't have qualified, then I wouldn't have played this tournament. There are tens, maybe hundreds of qualifiers each day. I played the 80 Euros, which gave me a direct entrance to the main event. I've never played a big live tournament. Day one, all right, let's try to survive. And then my next goal, make the money. After the bubble burst, I could play freely again. Playing EPT champions in this tournament, I think I've developed my game a lot in the last couple of days. So, of course, this builds your confidence. I started today chip lead. Well, if I would win this tournament, I'm gonna consider poker maybe as somewhat more than just a hobby.
Poker more than just a hobby, huh? Like friends with benefits? Maybe call poker late at night, but then you don't exactly kick poker out first thing in the morning. I like where this is going.
Back at the main feature table, we are going to play a hand from Dominic Panker's perspective. We're going to sweat with Dominic.
No, this should be easy. Just jam with any two cards. Kid can't miss today.
Shatulov's raised from the cutoff. Panker's got Queen 10 suited on the button.
It's like when Jamie Lee Curtis dropped the Uzi down the stairs in True Lies. Just hits everything.
Panker calls in position. Popov folds the small blind. Rudoy in the big blind.
His name's Rudoy? I'm always hearing about these Rudoys in South London. Come on, bruv.
I think you mean Rude Boy. And for the record, they don't have them in Putney. So Rudoy calls as well, three-way to the flop.
Okay, we're in position. Let's just boot up our button-suited Broadway program.
Jack, Jack 7 with only one spade.
Not a great flop for us.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Shatilov set to continue. 240,000.
I like a fold here, but that's because I'm a giant wuss. Shatilov isn't likely to have hit this, and if he's got two big cards, he doesn't really even have a draw, so sometimes really good players are going to float here.
Panker calls.
The big blind might have hit something.
Rudoy folds. Even though he did hit something, that was probably the best hand.
Probably a good fold because his hand was vulnerable and can't really improve.
Six of diamonds on the turn. Shatilov slows down, he checks.
Well, since we were floating, now would be a good time to fire back a bit. Commence firing sequence.
Panker bluffs for 375,000.
Shatilov can call with pretty much any hand. We're going to have to fire again on the river.
Sure enough, he calls. 1.8 million in the middle. The river card is a queen. A pair for Panker.
There's actually no reason for us to fire now.
Action goes check, check.
Good check back. It's hard to get value from worse.
Shatilov had ace high.
Nice call on the turn, buddy, but guess what? We're Dominic Panker.
He gets there again, this time against Shatilov. And he's up to over 4.5 million. Over at the other table, Pavel Brzezinski is all in. Actions on our qualifier.
1.7 exact? 30?
This was a big shove, but probably the right way to play fours against what's likely a big opening range.
Bram calls. And we are off to the races.
Flip it.
Like paella versus tapas.
Czwórki na as-dama.
There's a flip. Brzezinski has to win. Fours holding on the flop.
Dwójeczka.
Bram picks up additional outs.
Counterfeit outs, dirty.
Deuce.
Fours hold. Pavel Brzezinski doubles up through our qualifier.
Oh yeah.
Qualifier gets doused with water, not gasoline. Sad, really.
Well, Bram's lost the chip lead. In fact, he's dropped into fourth. Sam Phillips is now the man in front. Meanwhile, big hand on the main stage. André Dato is just 4 bets shoved, and the decision is back on Panker.
Big pot, but against a late position raiser, a call here would make sense.
I call.
He does call.
I don't know how much longer this kid's hot streak can last, though. He's come from behind more often than the 1988 Jamaican bobsled team. Cool runnings, man.
Panka is way behind, but if his nines can crack Andrea's kings, he'll be our new chip leader. Safe flop for Dato.
Intense stare, Riario. And I think Skynet may have downloaded a Trojan.
Panka down to 5%.
Never click yes on Mac Janitor.
Andrea Dato just has to fade a 9 on the river to double up and survive. Boom.
Dominic Panka is capable of losing a hand. Maybe he's human after all. Just kidding.
He's down to 2.7 million now. Or you could qualify for the next European Poker Tour main event. 3 satellites are running right now at PokerStars.net. Dominic Panka has fallen below the tournament average after running pocket nines into Andrea Dato's kings. He's our last remaining EPT champ and still has a shot to win a second title if he can survive day 5. But the chatter in the Gaudi suite at Casino Barcelona has been centered around a different player, namely Ji Zhang, and specifically his slow roll with aces.
Only in the call, then one.
Oh, okay.
The stakes are sky high, so it's crucial to remain grounded at the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona main event.
Dominic Panka knows a thing or two about staying grounded, not because he's humble, but because he's made mostly of computer parts and static electricity can be dangerous.
12 players remain, and at the secondary table, Ji Zhang has got aces again. He's raised.
No way.
Oh, and Sam Phillips has got kings.
Gross.
He re-raises. These are the 2 biggest stacks in the tournament.
How long is he going to take this time?
I'm waiting.
Wow, huge shot from Zhang.
Call.
Strange reaction.
Jeez, Zhang. Try not to be so upset about it.
Oh, God, he has aces.
I'd call that a slight underreaction.
He just 4-bet shoved aces.
It was a huge shove, but I'm not sure what Sam was expecting. A bad hand? Ace-king, I guess. Still, this is just another gross cooler.
Zhang officially at risk. But he's a big favorite.
He just snapped 4-bet shove for like 4 million.
Sick spot, though.
No king on the flop. Zhang now a 92% favorite. Make that 95% favorite. Sam Phillips looking for a 2-outer to pull off a Panka-esque suck-out.
Zhang.
Overkill.
Sam just didn't think he could be up against aces when Zhang made his decision in less than 10 seconds. Oh, man, I love aces. Best cards ever.
A gargantuan pot at the secondary table, and it sees Ji Zhang become the big chip leader with 8.7 million. Sam Phillips drops down to 6th. Our qualifier, Bram Henriques, is in the bottom half of the leaderboard, as is Dominic Panka. And André Letao is very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Which is 12 big blinds. Bless Sam Phillips, trying to remain composed.
Everything was going my way. I think I was chip leading the tournament by a healthy margin. I had a monster hand with Ji Zhang. It's one of those situations where I got dealt 2 kings against him, and he was second in chips at the time. When he shoved all in, I couldn't believe it.
I'm on.
I double-checked my cards and was super excited to call it off. Call. I thought he could never have aces. He would just re-raise me with them. I jumped out of my seat happy, thinking there's no way I'm beat. It took quite a long time to turn over. Oh, God, he has aces. I was shocked when he rolled over 2 aces. He just 4-bet shoved aces for like heaps. After that hand, there was some other players upset.
I will puke if this guy wins the tournament.
It's nice to still be alive after such a brutal hand.
3 favorite rolls: slow, ciabatta, let the good times.
Back to the main stage, where we're going to play a hand against Dominic Panka as we sweat with Mikhail Rudoy.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
So it's button versus big blind. Panka is raised. Rudoy's got 8-10.
Totally standard to call here, but against really good players, I'm not likely to call much worse than this. Sorry, I'm a fish.
He defends. And Rudoy flops top pair.
Buckle up your seatbelts. We're going for a ride. Hopefully it will be a short one unless we improve.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Here comes a C-bet from Panka. 200,000.
Well, so far we know this ride is lasting 1 street. We're like TJ Hooker on the hood of a car. No choice but to hold on.
Rudoy makes the call. The turn card is a 3rd diamond on the board. It also puts a 4-card straight out there.
Checks the play again. I like it.
And Panka checks it back.
Free card, yes!
Deuce of clubs.
Well, we can't value bet.
Rudoy checks for a 3rd time.
There we go. How much?
Well, there's 910,000 in the middle. Panka makes it 325k.
This seems like a really bad spot to bluff, which makes me think we're not winning here, but we're getting like 4-1.
Rudoy calls. Panka has 8-6 for 2 pair.
A lot of folks are bluffing with 2 pair there, but with that sizing, he was probably going for thin value, and he got it. In the words of Mikkel Nielsen, bleeping Panka.
He's up to 3.6 million. Over to the secondary table, where our qualifier, Bram Henrites, has flopped a full house against Ji Zhang. Ji has picked up a no-good gut shot on the turn, and the action's been checked to him. He checks behind. And unluckily for him, he's made his straight on the river. Bram value bets 550,000.
I think this is a pretty clear just call. Too strong to fold. You can't fold out better, and you can't get value from worse.
How much left?
I mean, even if he's trying to figure out the best way to slow roll, still, this is just a call.
It's totally 2 million, huh?
What's he thinking about? Everything about this guy is slow. There should be a song about him by Foghat.
Clock, please. Brzezinski not happy. He's called the clock.
It's too early, huh?
Hasn't been that long.
I've been told the player hasn't had enough time. I'm going to give him additional 1 minute, and after that I'm going to give him 1 minute.
Cake the floor person. Iron fist.
I think you have nothing or you not. If I re-raise, you will fold, huh?
No, he won't. And also, it's not a re-raise. It's just the raise.
I try it.
Zhang calls.
Tried what? The only thing he tried was Pavel Brzezinski's patience.
Ji's only played 1 EPT before. That was in Berlin during Season 9. He's got no recorded live results. He works as an IT engineer and mainly plays cash games in Germany. Meanwhile, our online qualifier, Bram Henrites, is back up to 4.9 million. So blinds right now are 50,000, 100,000. with a 10,000 ante. On the main stage, action's been folded to Dominic Panker. King Jack. And this is a raise from the hijack to 200,000. Slaven Popov has pocket jacks.
Popov gets a treat. Cloaking systems activated. Emotion program suspended.
Here comes a re-raise from Popov. A 3-bet to 575,000. André Dato in the small blind has aces.
Things are not looking good for Popov. And we're about to see a really fake, stressed out 4-bet.
All in.
Dato shoves. Ensan, Panker, both fold.
Jax is actually in a really sick spot here.
I have more than you.
That was confident. Then again, he is Italian.
You have a pair?
Yes. Pretty big pair.
And my hand is good too, huh?
How about you?
No pair.
No pair?
A rare lie in this situation.
You sure you don't have a pair?
Maybe I have a pair. Oh.
Maybe.
I think all this talking might nudge Popov into the fold category. This is reaching hold my beer levels of confidence. Oh, I really hope he breaks in this song.
I know you're not folding.
I know he's not getting fashion advice from any magazine published west of Kazakhstan.
Can you give me time if you want?
Take your time.
Oh, he's exuding confidence now.
I am what I am.
Popov makes the fold.
Good fold. I love it. Who folds jacks? It's awesome. Probably influenced by the fact that we're almost at the final table.
Oh. Good fold. I had aces.
Thank you.
Hey, that was nice. Not exactly plus EV to give that away, but real nice. I like that.
André Dato now playing close to 3.5 million. Well, over to the other table, where action is on Pavel Brzezinski. He is under the gun with pocket eights. And he open jams.
This is a big shove from under the gun. Better hands aren't folding, and if you raise, then call it off, you can get worse hands to cram on you. Whatever. Hindsight.
Ace-king for Bram.
I call. I have to call. All in.
And Radziva now reshoves with aces.
Man, people are running into aces like Wile E. Coyote after painting a fake tunnel onto a wall.
Action's back on our qualifier.
Call.
He calls.
Had to do it.
No, давай.
Not. I deserve an 8.
Deserves, got nothing to do with it.
The kid from 2.5 Men is a huge favorite here.
Even bigger favorite now.
Ace of spades. 9 of clubs. 2 of spades.
Мне тузы.
At least Bram can't go broke here.
Spades.
10.
Well, Pavel's drawing dead. Bram can suck out with a 10 on the river.
Не надо. Пожалуйста.
It's a 4.
High five, Uncle Charlie.
Grips aces.
He wins the main pot and the side pot. Brzezinski is eliminated. Radziva now is up to 7.5 million. And Bram Henriks, our qualifier, is left with just 10 big blinds.
Had a bucket of water thrown on him, but there's still something smoldering in there. He could catch again. Just an unlucky spot for him.
11 players remain. They'll continue to play down to the final 8 today. On the feature table, Hussein Ensan has 6-4 of diamonds. He raises. Ace-jack of diamonds for André Shatilov. He calls in position. Ace-9 of clubs for Dominic Panka.
Dominic could very easily shove this.
He starts this hand with 25 big blinds. And he's all in. Popov folds the big blind. Ensan's out.
It was a nice way to do that. I think for a lot of folks, this is the worst hand they'd call with.
2-4-8.
Shatilov calls.
Domination, termination. Shatilov over Skynet. Count it.
Once again, Panka needs to come from behind. A 7-7 deuce flop. So opportunities emerge for Panka. In order to survive, he will need to see an ace, king, 9, 7 or deuce on the river. But has he used up all of his run good today?
Yes.
The last remaining former champ leaves us in 11th place.
Nah, he was living on borrowed time anyway.
Good game, good luck. Good luck.
Good game, Jay.
So we will be crowning a new EPT champion here in Barcelona. Dominic Panka outlasted all the other previous main event champions here in Barcelona, but his good run came to a screeching halt when he was knocked out of the 100th PokerStars.net EPT in 11th place.
I feel a little bit sad, a little bit disappointed, but I know that probably I shouldn't be here in the first place, given that I sucked out pretty hard. I think that I'll be alright, no worries.
Shortly after Dominic hit the rail, Mikhail Rudoy was eliminated in 10th place by Hossein Ensan. And now the remaining 9 players have redrawn and taken their seats around the feature table. Well, after knocking out Rudoy, Hossein Ensan is number 1 on the leaderboard with just over 10 million. Meanwhile, Bram Henriks is down to 7 big blinds. André Shatilov, ace-queen under the gun.
240.
He's raising. Bram Henriks started the day as chip leader. Now he is the short stack. 8-7 of diamonds.
Whoa!
Our qualifier is all in.
Oh man, Bram, maybe this kid's got a future in the NFL because this is a huge punt.
Hold it around to Slaven Popov. Who's got kings?
It's time for Popov the Sailor Man to re-shove off from shore here.
Small win.
He reshoves. Latau folds the button. Ensan in the small blind. Mux. Datu gives up the big blind.
Should be an easy fold for ace-queen.
Shatilov gets out the way. Well, this could be it. Our qualifier set to go out on the final table bubble.
King's a huge favorite. Bram is going to need a strong gust of wind to keep that flame from going out completely.
Two diamonds.
While Bram flops a straight draw.
He's heating up.
A jack or a 6 gets him out of trouble. He gets there on the turn.
He's on fire.
But Popov has a redraw to a better straight. Bram has to fade a queen on the river. He survives.
Remember when I criticized him for shoving 7-8? I take it back. I didn't know that was going to happen.
Small stacks are resilient.
They really are. The way this turn is going.
You can better with small stack, man. Big stacks lose.
Logic is literally bulletproof.
Bram up to 2.3 million. Popov down to $1 million. Olashemian on the rail, watching his friend André Latau in action.
Oh, I thought he was here to see me.
Line's currently 60 and 120,000 with a 20,000 ante. Datto folds under the gun. Shatulov's out. Bram's not going to play this one. Ace-king for Sam Phillips. Raises to 250,000. King-jack for Kirill Radzivanow.
Men.
What's this? A 3-bet from the so-called angry moron.
Calling's fairly uncomfortable there. You don't know where your hand's at. At least if you 3-bet, you can be the aggressor.
Action back on Phillips.
It's one stack of greens. I started with 5 million.
Phillips out of position. But he calls.
Just calling, just in case he's up against a monster.
Well, both players missed the flop.
And I think Sam's going to fold to a C-bet most of the time.
He checks to Radzivanow. Who continues for 500,000.
And this is why he would 3-bet pre-flop. Sam's not folding. Looks like he's going to peel.
He does have the best hand. He calls. Turn card is a king. Both players now with top pair.
Very interesting.
Phillips checks for a second time.
I think Kirill checks back the turn because it's hard for him to get called by worse, but nope, no, he's betting.
Into a pot of 2.6 million, he bets 900,000.
Nah, but this is a super small bet, so he is in a way going for cheap showdown. Should be an easy just call for Sam.
I'm all in.
Phillips shoves.
Okay, I'm really striking out here.
Oh.
The not so silent scream. Sam probably thinking after such a small bet, he always has the best hand. And I'm reluctant to say what I think here because I've been oh so wrong so far in this hand, so I'm going to go against my gut this time and say he calls.
Radzivanow looks back at his hand. And folds it.
0 for 4.
Now with every decision, there are laddering considerations. It's not just about missing out on a seat at the final table. The next player out will receive just shy of 93,000 euros. There's 121,000 for 8th, and of course the winner will receive more than 1.26 million. Blinds are now 81.60. Hussein Ensan has pocket aces.
Man, there's been more aces today than Roger Federer playing against a 10-year-old.
He raises to 325,000. Folded around to Bram Henrites, who's got ace-10.
Now, Bram, before you get all crazy here, the guy who looks like the tightest player at the table just raised under the gun. Lots of other short stacks. Simmer down now.
I'm all in.
Oh, dear.
He didn't simmer down.
Round to the button. Radzivanow folds. The blinds are out. Ensan calls.
We've seen about a bajillion hands with aces today. We've seen them cracked a fair few times. Will they do what they're supposed to do 92% of the time? Or will we keep playing nine-handed?
A 92% chance that our qualifier's flame will be extinguished on the final table bubble.
The qualifier hoping this dealer makes it Bram Henrites' Dracula with a giant bloody suck-out.
Friends of the other 8 players on the rail hoping that aces hold here. Well, Bram is now down to 2% equity.
Gulp. Little inside joke there at the sevens between the Germans. I don't get it either.
Bram needs to see something on the turn. But he's drawing dead. Flame out. Still, a huge cash for a guy who won his seat for just 82 euros. And the final table is set. We're down to the final 8. Our online qualifier leaves in 9th place, cashing for €92,000. So, Hussein Ensan, who won the seniors event just a few days ago, will come into the final table of the main event as chip leader. He has a stack of more than 10 million after taking out our online qualifier, Bram Henrites.
I'm pretty sure that if I wake up tomorrow thinking about the whole experience, it has been a great experience, considering it's my first ever live tournament, and considering that I qualified for €80, the return on investment is pretty good. So,
Next time, the final 8 return. Who will become a millionaire and be crowned EPT 100 champion?
Making this final table is a dream come true. I'm just super excited.
Go, baby! Let's go! What the slow roll. Come on! Yeah! Yeah!
Jorge Balim Limón vive la vida a alta velocidad. Él soñaba en convertirse en un piloto profesional de rallies hasta que un accidente cambió todo. Ganador en los límites más altos desde el 2009, Jorge cree que la clave de su éxito está en su habilidad para calcular riesgos y controlar sus emociones.
Este fin de semana es el rally Cañadas Nakam, de más de 2 horas en terracería, entonces un rally muy, muy pesado tanto para la tripulación como para el coche. Es un rally muy importante para mí. Una parte creo que casi me define como persona es el no dejarme dominar por el miedo. Si algo me causa miedo, mi reacción es incluso agresiva contra el miedo. Siempre es empujar hacia el miedo. En una carrera todos tus instintos te dicen que tengas que frenar y es tu cerebro el que tienes que controlar. El póker en realidad siento que se parece mucho a los rallies. Se tratan 2 actividades de cierta manera de alto riesgo, en las cuales tienes que dominar tus instintos y conservar la cabeza fría. En el momento en que pierdes esa cabeza fría, empiezas a perder o empiezas a chocar. En el póker tomo cosas al rally y del rally tomo cosas al póker, pero son parecidas, que cualquier actividad del estilo que tienes que tomar riesgos tienen muchas cosas en común. Toda mi vida he tenido una tendencia, o podría decir hasta me he esforzado por no tener una vida común. Prefiero hacer algo arriesgado y perder que no haber hecho nada. Creo que es la manera en la que vivo, por eso no puedes ganar si no estás dispuesto a perder. Siento que hay que arriesgar. Es el dicho de que la suerte le sonríe al valiente. A mí me ha funcionado. Empecé a correr rallies en el 2005, me parece. Es algo que me gusta mucho hacer. Hay una sensación que es indescriptible para mí, el tomar una curva o simplemente ver una curva es indescriptible para mí. Una modalidad de carrera un poco peligroso, pero para mí es el más divertido por mucho.
Tiene cierta tendencia a los deportes extremos, ¿no? Pero yo creo que este es como que el más importante, o sea, como que sí, creo que ha saltado del bungee y cosas así, pero el rally es como lo más importante, lo que más lo llena de adrenalina, lo que más lo hace sentir, como se divierte, a pesar de todos los problemas que pueda tener, pues por eso lo hace, ¿no? Al fin y al cabo se divierte y lo disfruta haciendo todo esto.
Yo soy miedoso, no tomo riesgos. Entonces cuando él de chiquito me decía, vamos a subirnos al bungee, yo sentía que me iba a morir del pánico, pero para que no tuviera el miedo, me subía con él y me aventaba. He hecho locuras por él. Yo soy una persona muy tranquila, no me gusta correr, no sabemos de dónde salió. Debe de ser marciano el hombre.
Jorge es un hombre de corazón de pollo, ¿no? ¿Qué? ¿No puedo decir eso?
Me gusta mucho salir con mis amigos a bares, a fiestas, diferentes cosas del estilo. Casi todos los fines de semana salgo con todos mis amigos.
Esto se llama La Boa. Bienvenido.
Me divierto mucho con ellos, son personas muy divertidas, siempre hay anécdotas rarísimas semana con semana.
Siempre nos hace sufrir cuando vamos de vacaciones, que maneja muy rápido y vamos arañando los asientos. Ha hecho vomitar a varias personas.
Sí, a tu novia.
Sí, a una exnovia.
Cuando Jorge quiso ser profesional, realmente fue un shock. Realmente no esperábamos que él pudiera dedicarse a eso.
Fue muy difícil. Yo soy ingeniero, quería que mi hijo fuera ingeniero. Cuando me dijo que quería jugar póker, para mí era un juego como al azar.
Definitivamente teníamos mucho miedo. Los dos peleábamos para podernos poner de acuerdo porque teníamos mucho miedo del riesgo que conlleva el hecho de jugar.
Cuando platiqué con él más a fondo, en lo que ya más adelante, y vimos que es matemáticas aplicadas, que es estadística aplicada, pues entendí que realmente es un juego entre comillas, ¿no? Es realmente una ciencia y que bueno, pues si es lo que le gustaba, adelante, ¿no?
Me imagino que la percepción en general de las personas es que soy alguien que le gusta tomar muchos riesgos, pero al contrario, yo me considero que eso al contrario. Las cosas que hago sí, obviamente son cosas de riesgo, el póker, los coches, pero pienso que yo soy una persona muy calculada. De hecho, incluso entre los pilotos, yo soy alguien conservador. Me considero igual en el póker, de hecho, me considero alguien más calculador que alguien que tome riesgos visceralmente. Yo me considero alguien de cabeza fría, aunque sí me gustan tomar riesgos, pero siempre son riesgos calculados.
Me pongo un poco nerviosa cuando hace rally, sin embargo tampoco es como que me ponga, o sea, que pueda perder los estribos acerca de eso, no sé, a lo mejor porque nunca lo he visto chocar, no sé, a lo mejor es también como propio bloqueo, ¿no? De pensar de que no pasa nada o de pensar de que todo va a salir bien. Entonces, pues sí me pongo un poco nerviosa, pero mientras no yo vea algo así como algo aparatoso, pues realmente no pierdo la razón, digámoslo así.
¿Ya te tocará?
Cállate.
En el 2007, en una carrera en Oaxaca, el Rally Sierra Juárez, tuve un accidente masivo en una recta de 2 kilómetros.
Prácticamente terminando la carrera, se acabaron los frenos, quedó sin frenos. Entonces, al llegar a una curva, quiso enfrenar, se siguió de frente, salió volando, dio 3 giros el coche sobre sí mismo, quedó destrozado el automóvil.
Sí, fue terrible, fue un susto. Y no llegaba, ¿y qué pasa? ¿Dónde está? Y nos avisan. Tuvo un accidente y se van al hospital. ¡Ay, Dios mío!
Yo perdí el conocimiento a los pocos segundos de haber chocado. Definitivamente por mucho ha sido la experiencia que más me ha asustado en la vida.
No vimos el coche. En la noche que fuimos y vimos el coche, estaba destrozado. Sí he visto primero el coche, yo creo que nos da un ataque al corazón.
Un infarto.
Un infarto, sí.
Muchos pilotos, yo diría la mayoría, cuando tienen un accidente de esa magnitud, no vuelven a correr. Es algo difícil de superar. De hecho, durante más de un año tuve pesadillas, que no podía frenar y chocaba. Me di cuenta que era algo que me gustaba mucho hacer y valía la pena hacer y que no lo iba a dejar. Solo fue un lapso de miedo. Yo creo que para mí es la emoción que más limita a las personas. Es una de las emociones más fuertes que para el ser humano y impide que la gente viva sus vidas plenamente. La gente está muy asustada de hacer muchas cosas, incluso de morir, y termina por vivir vidas insípidas. Y eso va totalmente en contra de mi filosofía. Yo pienso en disfrutarla completamente, no importa lo que dure. El póker y el rally siento tienen muchas cosas en común. Siento que se basan en control emocional. No puedes permitir que te domine ni miedo, ni la emoción, ni nada. Tienes que mantener una cabeza muy fría todo el tiempo. El control emocional es algo muy importante en general en la vida. Eso no significa que no tengas emociones, simplemente que no tomes decisiones basadas en ellos.
The PCA Super High Roller final table was stacked. We're still early in the day, but only 3 remain in the quest to win the first trophy of the year. Dan Shaq first to speak on the button. There's an amazing track record in these tournaments.
Love Dan Shaq.
Folds the King 3. Fabian Quas in the small blind has Queen Jack.
Did you say these guys were on a quest or on a quast?
Bit from column A, bit from column B.
Yes, love quasts.
He limps. 10 deuce for chip leader Vanessa Selbst.
She's going to get a free look at her flop. If she chooses.
Yeah, she checks her option. Quas is 70% favourite. Bigger favourite now, top pair.
And he is going to lead at it.
He continues for 100,000.
Well, how are you going to find a way to make this pot enormous, Vanessa?
She does have backdoor draws, to be fair, and possibly a tad over-optimistic. Anyway, she is raised. Makes it 320,000.
Yes, that's my girl. Obviously, this isn't going to work.
Quas's hand too strong. He calls.
A lot of hands would fold there. Not this one.
We go to the turn, which is the 4 of hearts. Now, one of the hands Vanessa might have been racing with is a flush draw.
Fabian's picked up a better flush draw than her deuce high.
So Fabian checks. Let's see if Vanessa continues to sell the story. Fabian putting some chips to the side for later, maybe?
Maybe he's trying to tell Vanessa he's going to call. Although that would be weird. Telling her, I mean, not actually calling. That's pretty standard.
Well, here she goes. She follows up her flop raise with a bet on the turn of 380,000.
And once again, Fabian's hand just too strong. Top pair, good kicker, good flush draw.
And we can see that he actually has a 100% lock on this hand.
And you can also see that he's got a nice hand because he's from the Wild Wild West.
He counts out the 380k and he calls. Nearly 1.6 million in the middle now. Quas only has 1.1 million behind. A deuce on the river gives Vanessa a little bit of showdown value.
Not sure it'll be enough. I think if she checks, it'll be because she's giving up.
Well, Quas has checked the action to her.
Let's see if she just decides to bomb this. Vanessa doesn't often give up. Vanessa is aggressive.
Wow, she waves the white flag. Showdown. And Jax will win this for Quas. He'll add 800,000 chips to his stack.
She realizes she was never getting a fold.
Quas still the low man at the table, though, and Vanessa Selps still the chip leader with 3 players remaining.
Hey, James, want to know who my favorite choreographer is?
Please tell.
Bob Quassi.
During the genocide against Tutsi, my father, my sister, my brother were killed. Before right play came, I was not happy. I was feeling alone. When I had the chance for getting training of right to play, I have used that for improving the life of others in return of mine. So right to play teaches peace by using a game. We use those games to teach children to have team spirit, to make a unity. Right to play has helped the people to forgive each other. Right to play has helped me to improve my life.
Barcelona attracts the largest fields on the tour, with EPT 100 being the biggest main event ever. Big fields mean big prizes, and with no one wanting to go home empty-handed, we witness this chaotic bubble.
We're paying 239 spots. We have 240 players left in the event. So we're on the dead hand-for-hand bubble, and we end up with 7 players all in across 6 tables.
The final cards are 7. We have lost 2 players on table number 1. Martin Finger shows 4-5 of hearts for a straight flush. We've lost another player. Final cards are 3. We've lost another player. Final cards are 6. Pierre remains in the tournament. Final cards are 6. Juan Pablo remains in the tournament. It's our final table for the holding calls. Final cards are 4. We do lose another player here. For the remaining players, you've just cashed in EPT Barcelona. Congratulations, everybody.
By the time all the smoke had cleared, we had 5 of the 7 players eliminated. And we decided the fairest situation was to go ahead and take the 4 cash prizes and to chop it 5 ways. You know, it being Barcelona and EPT 100, it just had to be a crazy bubble.
Hello, my babies from Monaco. Now, Monaco is home to some of the richest people in the world, but it's also home to a real live princess. And this time for challenge tapes, you guys have voted that I need to dress up like a princess and go take photos with tourists. So I've been given 1 hour to take 30 photographs of tourists. Why that number? Because no one really thought this through. It's arbitrary. Seems like I might not be able to do it. That's why it's a challenge. Anyway, one thing you guys should know is that all princesses are born with magical powers. So right now, watch my princess magical power as I change into my costume. Here we go. Here I am. Look at this. In my princess costume. They told me that I couldn't have a wand because wands were for fairies, but guess what? I'm a princess. I will have a bleeping wand if I want a bleeping wand. Got our first customers over here. So are you guys gonna buy a photo or what? Yeah, I see you have a camera. Can we do one photo? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Who's going to kiss the princess?
Who is gonna kiss the princess? That's a good question. For €1 in Monaco, this is easily the cheapest thing you will do all day. Whoop! We got another. All right, we'll go real quick here. Okay. If I have to. Un beso. Por favor. Oh, gracias. Oh, wait, hold on. Just 10 euros. Ah, unbelievable. Stiffed. I feel like it's a lot to ask to charge someone to be forced to be seen with me right now. I might throw the whole, you know what? Does anyone have a marker? Let's just make this a little more realistic. Wait, photo here. Wait, photo. Yes. Oh.
What do you think? Pretty muscular for a princess, I know. Do you want to hold my wand? Hey, princess photos! Is that your husband on the line? Tell him I'm not here. Okay, here we go. You know, my dad used to call me princess all the time, and I don't think it really messed me up at all. This means kiss a princess, I pay you 10 euros. Actually, no, it's really worth it.
10 euros,
Hold on
10
a second,
euros.
hold on. Does anyone have any change for a 500? He's got one. All right, cool. Thank you very much, sir. I am very popular south of the border, apparently. I am truly a princess for a day. Kiss a princess for only 10 euros.
She is my princess.
She's your princess? Okay, well, go ahead. That was the stuff right there. That was the stuff. That was the stuff from fairy tales. The reason I even do stuff like this is just because I don't really have anyone in my life, you know, and it's all for attention, and let's all get to know each other. What are you guys doing later? Enjoy that ice cream. It all gets way worse after that, just so you know. Everything's happy and you're eating ice cream, and then the next day you're dressed up in a princess costume for $100. Well, my babies, I think I smashed the Stapes Challenge. So once again, y'all failed. Y'all can't embarrass me. I embarrass you. You don't embarrass me. So once again, I win the Stapes Challenge. Boop. I broke my wand. I broke my wand! Unbelievable! It's supposed to be my day, and I can't even have one thing go right. I don't even care about any of this anymore. There we go. I'm out. Peace. I'm done. This. I can't see where I'm going.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona, day 5 of the main event, and boy has day 5 done the business. Down to just 10 players remain. We are nearly onto our final table. Kind of, you know what I mean, the final table, but not the final table. Hi, I'm Matt Brown. Alongside me, my hairy colleague, Joe the Stapleford.
Hello, my babies. Yeah, you said it, Matt. Day 5 did what day 5 gonna do.
It did it. It did what it did to do. There was one task. It was meant to just kill almost all players, and that's kind of how it's gone. You see right now, not only our feature table chip leader, but across the whole of the remaining 10 players, Denis Shafikov. Top of this with 11.2 million in chips. Hands already underway. Can tell you also at this table we've got second in chips, Stephen Warburton. On our second table, John Joanda is third in chips right now. We also have Amir Tuma and Victor Bogdanov.
Since when is a tumor just a mere tumor? I mean, a tumor is... Oh,
no,
I'm sorry.
No, leave that one.
Thank you.
We also have one of the shortest stacks. Peter Eckhart has got just 16 bigs. The second short stack, Rainer Kemp, on the other table, as we call it, the other table. And you can see we are now into level 30. We are at 50,000, 100,000 with a 10K ante. As you know, when we get down to 9 players, we redraw and put everyone on one table, and that redraw is how the players will stay for the official final table of 8. And we will play down, well, I don't know, I don't want to say out loud what we do. Sometimes we play down to 6, we play down to 8, we wait until it gets to like 3 in the morning. We're just kind of winging this and trying to make good decisions as we go.
I don't know if you heard my road trip analogy before, Matt, but it's kind of like when you're taking a road trip and you get to the place where you're planning on spending the night a little earlier than you expected.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, should we stop now?
I mean, we're here, but we're 3 hours early.
Exactly. Maybe we just keep going and have less to do tomorrow.
I hear you, buddy.
I'm surprised you're not got tonight.
The good news is, though yesterday's schedule was pretty grueling, we're kind of feeling pretty smug about it because we have at least managed to get ourselves back to kind of where we like to be.
We've seen some long bubbles, though, in the EPT. We've seen some super long bubbles, and we're not even really on the final table bubble yet. We do condense down to 1 table at 9, but that final table isn't official till we hit 8 players.
Yeah, and that's the thing is action can be nice and funky when you've got 2 short-handed tables, but when we get to that 9, oh, then the brakes can come on. So again, remind you on this feature table, Denis Shafikov, Stephen Warburton, Amir Tuma, Viktor Bogdanov, and Peter Eckhart. Nice little crowd forming here. We got the chairs out. Some familiar faces from the last few days, and some new faces.
Yeah, we got some friends on the rail.
Yeah,
sweating their buddies left in this tournament. A couple of Stephen Warburton's friends there.
A couple of people have popped up on Twitter. Don't forget, tag your tweets EPT Live if you want to communicate with us here in booth. Keeping an eye on the Twitch chat too. A few people asking, can you recap, you know, John Joanna's day? Can you tell me who's in, who's out? Don't forget, check out the PokerStars blog, because they have been keeping an eye on the whole tournament. We have our feature table, and we've done our best to track things as it came down from the 50-odd players we started with. But if you want to recap anything specific, go check them out. As we take in our second feature table, well, we're featuring it. Oh, I don't know why I make up these things. It's our other table.
The other table.
I mean, it's featured on the show, so it's kind of a feature table. It just happens to be the second feature table.
It's like James Hardigan and the other guy.
Yeah.
There's only one star.
Exactly. So here is the aforementioned John Joanda. Also Mario Sanchez. Rainer Kemp. Frederick Jensen. We've certainly seen Frederick involved in plenty of hands in the last couple of days. He seems to have knocked out as many players as anybody.
Hard Grinder wants to know is if it's short possible to have a stream of high roller table. The field left is great. Hard Grinder, in a word, no.
No. Let me just check. No. Oh, hang on a minute. There's a guy. No. Oh, I've just received a Skype. No.
Nope.
Oh, hang on a sec. My phone's just vibrated. There's a text. No.
Oh. No. Actually, a producer has just popped. No.
No. There you are. That was a hand. And we'll come back to the feature table. Alexander is on Twitter saying here's the chip leader in the free roll. Enjoy that, mate, because that lasts literally seconds sometimes. And Micro is saying, I love this bit before the chip up, when everyone has these monster stacks. Pots look huge. Please leave the chips for as long as possible. The color up always makes you feel worse when you've got a lot of chips.
Now pay close attention to the final 10R because I have a competition coming up in a little bit.
Nice.
That's going to require that you name 2 of these folks, and if we lose one, it might be them. So pay attention to the final 10.
Wow.
You can get a full list of these folks on the PokerStars blog, PokerStarsblog.com.
So let's pick this one up. Bogdanov raised it 225. It doesn't really matter, and I'm going to stop talking. Goodbye. Hi, I'm back. And one of the players that people were also asking about as we went through the tournament was a friend of ours, André Akari. We actually called him. This is from a while back. This is what he had to say about his exit.
And I'm feeling incredible, you know. Feeling really happy about my game. I'm playing good. I'm playing happy. I'm enjoying to play poker. So that's the best year of my career. I was deep in the PCA main event, deep PCA High Roller. I got second place in the BSOP High Roller, and I did good on Monte Carlo, on French Poker Series, Estrelas, and then a main event in Barcelona. So I'm really happy about everything that's happening now. Of course, I would like to be on the final table. I'd like to win, but it's part of the game, and it's coming again. Yeah, I got from yesterday to today, I got 5,000 messages on Twitter, WhatsApp, and everything. So people in Brazil are crazy about my deep run. So next time it's going to happen better and better. Sure.
There you are, the man himself. He's a happy chappy.
All of Brazil on its feet. He is one of the happiest people I've ever seen.
Always makes it fun, on and off the table. I wish, do you know, I really enjoyed watching Amir Tuma in the last couple of days. I wish he looked like he was enjoying himself more. He always kind of looks a little bit slumped. But I've enjoyed his demeanor and style.
He's got a little chat to him too, which I like.
Yeah, it's not like he's completely off the radar. He just pops up when needs be. I guess it's pretty hard to ask these guys to look perky, considering how many hours they put in and how focused they have to stay. So this one is a raise from the aforementioned Tuma. Under the gun. Just Stephen Warburton involved in this one. And now it's been checked him on a 5-3-6 double diamond flop.
And Warburton's got a ton of chips, so you would expect he would defend his button pretty wide. He's probably more likely to have hit this flop than Tuma is. Now, Tuma was probably stronger pre-flop. His range is stronger pre-flop, raising under the gun. But if Tuma started with an unpaired hand, I think it's more likely Warburton's got the best hand right now.
Thanks to Zia Mustafa saying, Joe and James, I love your commentary, thanks. Nice to be here. $230,000 to call.
So over 1 million chips in the middle.
8 of hearts on the turn. Checked again. It was a check bet call. Is this going to slow Stephen down? Is this going to spur him on? Some kind of multi-draw, some kind of overpair, just big cards? I think I've listed all the possibilities. Probably a few more out there.
This is why position is so great, too, because Warburton can bet with nothing. He can bet with a small piece. He can semi-bluff. And he's got the big stack, so he figuratively has all the cards right now.
But not actually, because there's the dealer's got some, there's some in the mark. There's the
Other players had them, yeah. Plus Tuma's got a couple.
Yeah. Sending a fingers crossed to Rob Hippie King. He's no idea how, but he's still in the free roll. That's no mean feat. With only 641 left, that is endurance, my friend. Good luck, sir. I also kind of like Tuma never seems to take too long. For the majority of the time, he takes about what you would expect is reasonable to make his decisions.
All right, kids.
380. Wow, best part of 2 mil in the mid.
We're going to see all 5 cards. Well, that's really all I was missing.
Yeah.
A big card.
Probably not as comfortable for Steve Warburton as perhaps Tuma now could kind of come back at this with some aggression.
And the ace does it.
Well, there you are. I feel like I got one there. It's good news for Tuma.
Warburton, I think I seen him do that to a couple of people over the last couple of days, where there was a lot of betting action. Check on the turn, binks his card on the river, ships the whole pot.
And that takes Amir Tuma up to 6.735 million. Stephen Warburton is still ahead of him with 7.5. And again, you will have seen it on the table. All of those acid bath, minty chips in front of Denis Shafikov with 11.2 million.
Carnage on Twitch says Warburton. That is a cool last name. I agree. I actually saw the Warburton play in in London, and they have a big animatronic Burton on stage. It's a puppeteers.
Right, yeah, I've seen something similar, but not the Warburton.
What did you see?
It was Warhorse. It was.
Oh, that's garbage.
It was very similar.
Compared to the Warburton.
And what did the Burton look like?
It was, I mean, why would I ruin it?
Oh, okay.
For the audience. I mean,
don't want to spoil it.
Part of the fun is just going there and seeing the Warburton for the first time.
I understand it's incredibly realistic.
Very realistic. Yeah, I mean, it's a whole team of people to
Controlling
operate the Burton. Yeah.
Do catch it. I think it's still on in town. The Warburton has raised it to 220,000. And that'll do it.
You want to give something away?
No. Oh, yeah, of course I do. I always
right.
want to give something away.
Now, hold on. Let me set up my my prize app on Twitch.
Oh, it's going to be a Twitch. Is it going to be just
Twitch? It's going to be Twitch and Twitter.
Oh!
I'll give away something in each forum. Now, to win this, I'm going to ask you for 2 poker players' names. You have to spell the name correctly.
Yeah.
Just last names, okay? And
Okay.
it's 2 players that are here in the final 10.
Easy.
I need 2 last names. I need a capital letter at the beginning of each last name and a space in between them. Nope. Oh, this isn't going to work.
Oh.
Because if they get them in the reverse order, because Twitch only gets things very...
Can you not give Twitch 2 things to look for? Can you not
maybe.
add? I think you can give it more than one thing to search for. Bear with us, kids.
Yeah, we'll get back to this in a second.
Come back to you on that. I didn't think it had to be just one thing. I thought you could set up multiple things. I could be wrong.
I'll tell you what, they're going to go in alphabetical order.
Easy. Look what you've done.
So it's 2 last names in alphabetical order, separated by a space, spelled correctly. And what I want to know is who were the first 2 players to come back from the dinner break? Who were chomping at the bit to get to their table, to check out their chips? Who were the first 2 to come back from dinner break? Now on Twitter, as long as I can read your answer, you can just get the... You know what? Let's do the same rules.
Yeah.
Same rules for Twitch and Twitter.
Multiple entries allowed?
No multiple... Well, that's hard to enforce.
Yeah, I know. Have you thought this through entirely? Do you know what? I'm going to pick up the action while you work out the rules. Warburton made it 220,000. Peter folded. And now our big stacked Denis Shevkov has re-raised it to 580,000. It's going to be a decision for Warburton, but Tuma is yet to act.
So since Twitch is already at it, one more time. 2 last names, separated by a space, spelled correctly, alphabetical order, capital letters. First 2 players back from the dinner break.
People are getting it because I can see kind of at least correct format coming through.
But Big Gerard, who wrote Shafikov and Warburton, first of all, well, it's just the and. The and's the only problem there.
Don't need and.
Just the space between them.
So don't put and. Just put one of the surnames, space, the other surname, alphabetical order. Start both with a capital letter.
Let's pick up the action in this hand while you guys work out the answer to that.
I've already told them this much. Nothing's happened since I explained it.
Okay, very good.
We're just still waiting on Tuma. It's all good. Still waiting on Amir Tuma.
I haven't even said what the prize is yet.
That's true.
Hello.
See, these kids, they don't care. They just want to play with you.
They just want in.
They just want to do. Whatever it is you're doing, they want to do it. I don't think I've got the list of prizes. It's probably under your book there. There it is, screwed up in a ball.
Let's see, we've got... we're going to give away a no-limit hat and a chop pot hat.
Nice. Well, Tuma did ultimately fold. Bogdanov also folded. Back round to Warburton, who also folded. And the rich get richer.
Hey, there's last year's champion. André Letao. And I would love to quote him, but unfortunately, pretty much everything he said had an F-bomb in it last year.
Known as the towel. Thank God I'm coy, look, the camera's looking at me. No, don't look at it, don't look at it.
Stop. Yes, she was trying to call you.
Einhorn, Finkel, Einhorn. Shafikov, Stapleton, Kempa, Shafikov, Bogdanov, Tuna.
Have you had a correct answer on Twitch? I'm not seeing many.
I haven't got one on Twitch yet.
Wow, that's crazy. This one is folding round the table. Everybody's out. Raunta, Amir, Tuma on the button.
First person to get it right is going to get the chop pot hat, whichever medium that comes in. Not the size of the hat, is it a medium? I mean, it could be. It's sizable. You can do whatever you want.
I think it's one size fits all.
Right.
It's adjustable.
It might be a medium. Depends on how big your head is. Depends on how you want to wear it.
One man's small is another man's big. So Tuma made it 250,000. And it looks like that's going to win it. Not too many takers for a hand right now. All a bit cagey pre-flop posturing. Kind of wonder whether people are saving their chips for when we get onto that 9-handed table, and then they can start being a bit picky about the hands they play. Keep things a bit more simple. Perhaps, question mark, don't know. Somebody has just gone to Stapleton Brownton. Technically, he's right, but I think you did say players. Yeah, it wasn't who was back from dinner first, which actually was. That would have been correct otherwise. Although you didn't put it in alphabetical order, did you? You put the S before the B, so even if you had...
formatting counts.
You've had some correct answers now, I'm guessing.
Yes, I have.
I'm amazed it took that long. Actions on Amir Tuma, meanwhile, on our featured table. And Bogdanov in his fetching Barca hoodie.
I have to see which of these two actually came in first because I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, does it not push them down the page as they fill up? Will the bottom name not be?
It does them in alphabetical order, I believe, but it's okay. I figured out who it is.
That's good.
So we got a winner on Twitch. I don't think we've had one on Twitter yet.
Meanwhile, a min raise from Bogdanov. We've seen people opening up for 220 and 250. Just the 200 click. Bogdanov a bit earlier on, we were kind of wondering if he was tighter. But you don't get down to the last 10 of a 1,694 field by being tight. Peter Eckhart is going to come along for the ride. $500,000 in the middle. 10-6 for two clubs. And it will be Peter Eckhart to act first. Here comes the continuation bet out of the big blind. Sorry, excuse me, from the button. Position. Meh, gives it up. Meanwhile, it looks like some of the players are petitioning because it's John Joander and Frederick Jensen talking to Floor Womanger, Kate, asking about whether they can go hand for hand. I'm not detecting much stalling. I mean, some of our players are taking it a while, but no more than they have been for the whole tournament that we watched them. Warburton can take a while. Tuma can sometimes take a while, but nothing particular. I think Eckhard has probably been, certainly in today's play, a player that has has sometimes dragged, but I don't think anything unreasonable.
Yeah, once we got rid of Cora Shannon, it's really been...
It's been kind of standard. I can't say I would have a massive problem with anybody. I don't think anyone's been out of line. The thing is, hand for hand, I guess it offers a certain level of protection, of course, but it kind of kills the game flow to a degree. Because some hands at this stage are over very, pre-flop, like bang, one bet and everyone folds. And if another hand actually develops, it's kind of drags things down a touch.
It's just not done.
It's just not the way we do things here.
I can't remember the last time I saw folks ask for hand at 9-handed, even if ever.
They are on the second of the feature table, so maybe there's been more draggage. Oh, hello, we've had an all-in and a call here. So Peter Eckhardt got it all in first for his last million and a bit. Pretty quickly called by the big chips of Shafikov. Power deuces. Passes an off King 9. In pretty good shape. I'm going to say this is an unclassic race.
Yeah, it's not too classic. It's like having sick-ass rims versus having a sweet-ass spoiler.
Yeah, they're just like, what?
There's what? They don't really want either one.
No. Do I want a tattoo of the word scum on my forehead or a dolphin on my ankle? You know what?
It's too bad you have to have one or the other. Really,
exactly. That's what the guy said, and I said, well, look, I'll have to think about it and come back.
He was just holding.
He was special. He was a specialist tattoo artist. He said, there are two things I do.
Dolphin holding.
It is Peter Eckhardt, of course, who is at risk here. We know that Dennis is the big stack here. Cool as a cucumber.
So there's a couple more outs now for King 9. Jack's working too.
Yep, a heart.
Jack.
A jack,
is okay.
a king, a 9. Jack heart, king 9.
No.
Oh, man. How did you miss all of those?
Total brick.
Probably too many outs. And that means that we have lost our 10th place finisher, picking up 87,750 euros. Peter Eckhardt is out of there. He has been entertaining for sure. And that leaves us, boys and girls, mums and dads, doctors and nurses, with 9 humans. And you know what that means, Joe?
The unofficial final table, last redraw of the night, really quick. No one on Twitter got the right answer, so I'm actually going to give both prizes to the Twitch. You guys can stop answering on Twitter. We are down to the unofficial final table.
And who are the winners, please, Joes?
Unbelievable and Zaruka, 94.
Congratulations. You get yourselves a couple of hats. So we will wait for the official word on the street, but guesses are once the hand on our second table is finished, there'll be a 10-minute break while we do the last redraw of this main event, the first main event of Season 12 here in Barcelona. And we will find out how the dynamic on the final table will be, the last table.
By the way, the answer was Eichhardt Samuelson. Eichhardt Samuelson was the answer. First two guys back from dinner break.
Samuelson, we just saw take that pot down.
Eichhardt, we saw lose the pot.
Both of them somehow strangely in action. Creepy.
No, just it was Shafikov and Eichhardt. Eichhardt out of here.
Unbelievable. Right, so this is confirmed now. It's going to be a 10-minute break while the redraw takes place, and when we come back, you will get to see the final 9 on their final table. So join us in 10 minutes for more from EPT Barcelona.
I'd say the closest thing for me to being starstruck was when I met Barack Obama. And, he looked at me and he said, I know you. You're the poker guy. In fact, we played poker last night. And he showed me $60 and he's like, and these guys they're not very good. So that was just interesting because at the time I was really interested in the political debates and stuff like that. So to get a chance to meet him. And then he knew who I was. And I have a picture in my house of him going like this,
I've been so fortunate that I've been able to meet a lot of my like big celebrity crushes or whoever when I was growing up. James Hetfield from Metallica, I got to meet him. Slash from Guns N' Roses. I've been lucky to meet a lot of, you know, big movie stars, and I've also been a fan asking for the autograph, and you don't get that interaction, whereas if you get to sort of meet them on like a more equal social setting, that's obviously really cool. It doesn't happen very often.
I remember walking in to the bicycle club, and Ben Affleck was, you know, kind of, he was, you know, going out with J-Lo. And so they were kind of the #1 couple in the world. And I was a little starstruck just to see the room. And I remember just like, oh, I'm going to go welcome Ben Affleck to poker. And I went over there, and he'd already read my book, you know, and he's quoting me these characters. I'm like, this is too freaky. You know, I just remember I had to leave the room. I just walked around outside, and I'm like, wow, what has happened to poker?
I went to a dinner a couple of weeks ago, and Samuel Jackson was there. I was quite awestruck by him. Oh, I tell you who I did talk to once, a long time ago, Michael Jackson. I went to Uri Geller's wedding. Uri Geller, the spoon bender. Michael Jackson was best man. It was quite odd. He'd recently broken his leg in the helicopter landing. He sort of hobbled out down the aisle, looking baffled. And he hobbled past and went up to the stage where they were getting married and sort of sat there and watched the thing. And then as he hobbled back, I thought, right, I'm not going to get a lot of chances to talk to Michael Jackson. So I said, how did you enjoy the wedding, Mr. Jackson? How did you enjoy the dancing? And he said, I didn't really know what I was supposed to do. He got back in his helicopter and left.
André Coimbra turned his love for games into a career. First, by winning the Magic the Gathering World Championship, and then by becoming the first Portuguese to earn Supernova Elite status. A healthy lifestyle and the love of a good woman give André the balance he needs to manage the wild swings of hyper-turbo sit-and-goes and further his career as a Team PokerStars online professional.
I'm André Coimbra, my screen name is Coimbra, and I'm a member of Team Online. At first I was a losing player online poker, and it took me quite some years to actually be profitable. I started by buying some books and trying to learn. Then eventually I won a big MTT and I started learning from the video poker schools. And then I decided to play sit and goes, and then at some point I was profitable. My first deposits on poker, they were financed by my Magic the Gathering winnings. At some point I just started playing most of the competitive tournaments all around the world, like from New York to Brisbane in Australia. It was lots of fun, and I was really looking to win the big prizes and do well. My greatest achievement in Magic the Gathering was definitely to win the World Championship. I was the first Portuguese Magic the Gathering World Champion.
Depois de saber que ele ganhou, eu ia ao MSN e havia parabéns Coimbra, toda a gente contente com a vitória do Coimbra.
At Magic the Gathering, I met quite a big share of my current friends, and I was lucky enough to actually meet my girlfriend during a Magic the Gathering tournament.
We met at a Magic tournament in Athens. He was doing gunslinging, and I went to play against him.
And here we are. When she first sat at the table with me, I thought, whoa, what is this girl doing here playing Magic? She's really hot.
I didn't really like him at first because he wasn't talking much, and whenever he was just talking with his friends in Portuguese.
Even though she was hot, she didn't really play it that well back then, so I ended up winning. But she wasn't playing with her deck, it was some friend's deck.
Yeah.
So it's not really her fault that she lost.
Deck, really bad. André says that I'm more of a nerd than he is. I don't know why he says that.
Wait. This one is a flyer. So if I attack with this, you don't die. So you still need to block with that. Actually, can I go back? No, I won't go back because then you're going to... I didn't even know he was playing poker. We were mostly talking about Magic. Then he started playing poker more and more. When he finished his studies, he said, okay, I'll give it a try as a full-time thing. And that's when the scale between Magic and poker kind of got reversed.
In 2009, I set the goal to become the first Supernova Elite in Portugal. I finally managed to do it in December. I wanted to be the first Supernova Elite in Portugal, not only because it's one of the coolest things you can achieve in the poker world, but also because I kind of wanted to open the doors for my countrymen.
Well, it was very exciting to see all his progress during that year, and I was rooting for him like I root for my football team. And then, I got really excited, and I said it. I will do it in 2010. So I worked really hard in the next year, and I got it.
The only other Portuguese Supernova Elite is called Ivanildo. He used to play in Real Tournament and compete in the World Cyber Games.
I actually represented Portugal in a world competition, which is called the World Cyber Games. It was in South Korea.
Pretty big, right?
Yeah, actually, it was known as the Olympics of the online cyber games. All the people that used to play the cyber games, they transitioned to poker because of the money you can earn.
It's really hard to make a good living out of regular games. Like even the top players, they get like 100k or 200k per year, but at poker, the top players make millions per year.
He actually tried to teach me how to play at some point. I mean, seriously play apart from the rules. And I spent some time studying some books and playing a bit. Was about 3 or 4 months. Then I gave up and got a job.
It's pretty hard to start because she didn't know much about poker, and it's really hard to go from zero to poker in like 4 months. She's laughing
making
because
fun of me because
it's the name of her blog.
Yeah, I made a blog where I would blog about everything that happened, and I named the blog From Zero to Poker. That's why he's laughing.
That's a joke.
I didn't lose money, which is very good to begin with, but it's really hard to take on an emotional level for me, and I think for other people as well.
I used to be more affected by downswings, but nowadays I'm just used to them and they don't really affect me so much, even though sometimes I get a bit of back pain. The way I try to fight stress is with some healthy exercise. Since the beginning of the year I've been going to the gym and I hired a personal trainer to help me in that task.
Ele progrediu bastante no treino, ele nunca tinha feito, nunca tinha treinado. E quando chegou cá tinha determinado peso, estava com excesso de peso e agora já tem peso normal e tem progredido bastante.
I think that it's fundamental for a poker player to pay a lot of attention to health issues because the life of a poker player is quite sedentary and there's a lot of stress involved. So I think that having a healthy diet, doing some exercise and some massages from time to time really helps the profession. Feels great that I can play a game for a living. There's always new challenges coming and I can use my mind and creativity to try to solve the problems, and that's really cool. Whenever I was a kid I never really knew anyone that was a professional gamer, so I didn't really think it was possible. But I'm the living proof that it's actually possible. I guess it's funny how things came out.
Hello once again, welcome to the Isle of Man and the head office of PokerStars. In this series of videos, we're addressing some of the questions commonly asked by PokerStars players and people who are thinking of signing up to the site. Now, many people ask, how does PokerStars prevent cheating? It's a fair question, and one I'm going to put to Steve Winter and Brian Taylor from the Game Integrity team. Steve, to start with you, how big a problem is cheating on PokerStars?
Well, the short answer is it's not as big a problem as people might imagine, but however, we do take the issue of cheating very seriously, and there are 80 people actually employed to look at the games for cheating.
And how do you ensure that people don't cheat? How do you ensure they don't break the terms of service that they agreed to when they signed up to PokerStars?
Our systems are set up to catch any cheating that occurs very quickly, and when things do go wrong, when we do find cheating, what we do is we actually make players whole again, and we repatriate the funds from the players who cheated back to the victims.
How many incidents are actually reported to you by players, and how much are you actually spotting yourselves before the players are aware of it?
Okay, well, the players do come to us with allegations of cheating, and we follow up on all of those, of course. 4 times as many cases we look at are ones that we generate ourselves by our own systems.
Brian, what are the most common allegations that people make? What do people think is happening at their tables?
The most common player report is collusion, where they suspect that 2 or more players sitting at their table are sharing whole cards or otherwise communicating in order to cheat against them.
And how do you prevent that from happening? How do you stop people from working together?
We have systems in place that are running 24/7 in order to find people that are playing from the same physical location or using the same hardware or have other abnormal play patterns with each other. Once those are flagged, we have a team of investigators, which are all experienced poker players, that will review the hands and all the other data that we have about the players in order to come to a conclusion on the case.
Another concern that's commonly voiced is that people feel they're playing against computer programs, so-called bots. How do you spot those?
We've invested a substantial amount of resources into developing systems that are running 24/7 that will detect non-human interaction patterns. Again, alerts are generated for our dedicated team to review all the data and make an assessment on whether or not the player is actually playing or using a computer to play for them.
And can you tell us anything about the technology you use? Can you go into detail about the systems that are in place?
I could talk about that all day, but unfortunately we don't want to educate the people that are trying to cheat on the site, so we have to keep those a secret.
Okay, but I'm going to assume it's pretty cutting-edge stuff. I'm going to say it's probably at the top end of what can be done technologically.
Absolutely, and we're constantly adding new systems.
Steve, with systems like that in place, and also with the work that your team is doing, you must feel that you are creating a very fair, very safe environment.
As an employee, I'm not allowed to play on the site, but if I was allowed to play anywhere, I would definitely choose to play at PokerStars because I know all of the effort that goes into making the game safe.
Well, Steve, Brian, thank you both very much for your time, and hopefully once again we have answered your questions. Thank you for watching. So what would you like me to find out about on your behalf? Are you interested in how PokerStars promotions are put together? How PokerStars hosts are trained to oversee online deal negotiations? Or how EPT dealers are picked to attend the tour? Send me your question to inside@pokerstars.com and I'll do my best to get you an answer.
Well, it feels very good to be back in Barcelona 10 years after the first win. I expect myself to reach at least final table. I have a good feeling. I really honestly believe that I deserve it. I decided to play the first EPT because I wanted to go to Spain. I had never been to Spain, and I went with a few friends. And I almost didn't play the first EPT because I lost my money on cash games the first day I got there. And the second day a friend of mine said, let's put 500 each on the roulette. And I said, it's the last 500 I got. And he said, let's play. Okay, let's play. And we won. And we won like 5,000 each. So I bought into the main event and, you know, it was all built up for me in a way. You know, after the roulette, I couldn't lose it. It was actually never really a tournament for the rest of the field. I even remember calling my dad after the first day and saying, hey, I won 80,000 euros. And he said, really? Yeah, no, well, not really, but soon. I still play a lot of poker, mostly live games, and I don't believe myself to be any good anymore. I even sometimes think that I was never really good. I'm just lucky, because I am lucky. I consider myself to be one of the luckiest guys in the world. The Lucky One. This should be my new name. The Lucky One. Alex the Lucky One. Yeah.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars.net EPT main event where day 5 is doing the business. We are down from an initial 1,694 entrants to just 9. Matt Brown and Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. That image you were looking at just there, by the way.
That was like a satellite delay. Were you like on Skype from America?
I was staring at the Sagrada Familia and I was just wondering how much sooner they would have finished. They've been working on it for like 100 years. How much sooner do you think they would have finished it if there's no such thing as siestas?
I don't know. Probably like 6 weeks.
A while ago, right?
A while ago. So this is, for the first time, we are seeing, as you are, how the... Oh, actually, yeah, no, this is chip order. So this is the players remaining, but not the seat order, excuse me. Top of this, 12.69 million. Denis Shafikov. Well ahead of anybody. Steve Warburton next to him with 7.3. Right down the bottom, we've got 2 shorter stacks. Rainer Kemp with 12 bigs and Mario Sanchez. They were out on the second of the tables. Now everybody combined for the first time with still an hour to play here on level 30. Blinds at 50,000, 100,000 with a 10k ante. We all wait with bated breath because now we can find out how they have been drawn around this table, because though this isn't our official final table, the way that the 9 players are arranged around the table is how they will stay. So right now, for the first time, we've got just a small enough players to get them all on one graph, and now we can see the seating position. So seat 1, I hate seat 1. Seat 1 for all the chips. Shafikov. Tuma's in seat 3.
Tuma is in 3, ma.
Yeah. Kemp is in 4. Warburton's in 5. Bogdanov in 6. John Joanda in 7. Sanchez in 8. Jensen in 9. Samuelson in 10. Seat 2, they've just done away with it because it's so unpopular. And of course,
nobody wants to sit in
no
seat 2.
one wants to sit 2 because
it's a seat for jerks.
Exactly. That's like the really unlucky one. It's like 13. Kate is just giving everyone the lowdown.
So, Matt, we get to see the whole cards now, right?
No. And I'll tell you why, Joe.
Why?
Because it isn't the final day of broadcast with the official final table. When we do that tomorrow, we don't have the opportunity now to get all of the security in place. We don't have time to build up the buffer. And we don't have the opportunity to continue bringing a live as broadcast to the outside world. So for those of you that are now going, well, they're all on one table, so you show the cards. Doesn't matter, now they're all on one table. That's not the way it works here. We will play down potentially to 6 players, hopefully, but maybe not if it gets to silly o'clock in the morning. And then we will come back tomorrow broadcasting from 1 p.m. CET, because that affords us the time to build up the delay to bring you the whole cards, to build the set. Do you want me to say whatever fits the sound effect? Also, we will be able to break some glasses to celebrate the incredible achievements by the Greek players until the early hours of the morning. Again. And then when the clock says it's time to finish, we'll wrap up play for the day. We might have to shoot some people, but probably not. I'm just joking. Oh, that's a shame. I was quite enjoying that.
Give it up for Matt Brown, everybody.
And then watch some cartoons. Thanks so much. That's pretty long, that one, isn't it? That goes on for a bit longer than you want. Lots of kind of beardy guys here. Look at the crowd as well. This is good. We said this earlier on. We will put out some seats. We've got this new featured table set so that the players feel more like they're in the tournament, and the tournament feels like
we're sportifying poker.
Yeah, we just want to make it more accessible. It's good for us because it makes us feel like we're not isolated up on a plinth. And now we can invite the audience, if they would like to do so, to join us and enjoy the game. And we invite you to join us. Hashtag EPT Live. Chat to us on Twitch. Tell us what you think. Any thoughts occur now that you've seen the table draw? Do you have any predictions? Do you think that certain players will suffer from this new lineup? Do you think certain players will get into it?
I just want to know who'll be the last man standing with the money in his hand. Actually, I stole that from the theme song to the Heartland Poker Tour.
Right. Well, if you could just come up with something original, just one thing, yeah. Just stop regurgitating.
Somebody stop me!
That's from something else. Here's Johnny. No, again. That T-shirt is getting lower and lower.
Ties to Mulder.
Just look, he's just giving it away. In olden days, a glimpse of stocking was looked on as something shocking. Now, heaven knows, his bosoms goes.
A rocking. Oh.
Oh. Oh, sorry, I didn't know where you were going to go back for the rhyme.
2 under the gun raises in a row. This one from Johnny Hotel Joanda.
Kristin Mashman. Oh. Yes to beards. Okay. It polarizes the ladies, but it also tickles them. Every time. 200,000 from the aforementioned Joanda. Action on Tuma, who I think I might have to put my flag in his head as my favorite.
This is your fave?
On recall.
I've really liked what I've seen of him throughout. Oh, is it an accidental string bet? He meant to raise it, but I don't know why Bogdanov is quite so bothered unless he has plans and now he wants to ensure that something happens in his favor. Or he was
It was rule the call immediately, right? So maybe he wanted it to be rule the raise so he could 3-bet?
I don't know. No, maybe he's got himself a pocket pair and he just wanted to get in cheaper to set mine. I guess we'll find out, or we won't. 7-9 deuce, rainbow. 740,000 in the middle.
All these players have similar stacks. Average right now is 5.6 million. Lordkin says, nice. Never knew the EPT broadcast live. I've seen all the EPTs before on PokerStars.tv. Thanks for doing this live, guys. You're welcome.
Wow, that's nice. Mostly people are just complaining that they can't watch the $200 super stack or the high roller or the PLO or the bonus coverage of the one card forehead championship.
Or the I Want a Sweatshirt.
That one too. So now Tuma has bet out 300,000 into a 740 pot, having been checked 3 ways post-flop. Bogdanov clearly made a set of 2s.
Hard Grinder saw Joanda play in Monaco and he was impressed. He was playing in the 1K, Hard Grinder was, and Joanda late reg the 100K like a boss.
Like a boss, just flipped in like a boss.
Flicked it in like a boss.
Flipped in like a boss. Don't discriminate, treat everyone the same, don't worry about it. Oi, oi.
Oi, oi, ice cream, gonna melt.
I see this pair of ice cream was going to melt. I said, come on, then take it outside. I said, all right, if you want it, and he did, and he killed me.
Looks like Joanna's going to raise this.
Two towers of pain with a cherry on top. I don't know if Kristin would like that beard. It's a bit straggly. He needs a bit tidying up there. It's hard when you get to a certain age and bits of grey come in there because they grow in a very different way to normal darker hair. They stick out at right angles. and it makes having a beard very hard without looking a bit like that.
They kind of look like this.
Exactly. That. Finally we have pictures to match the noise. We've been trying to work out how best to use that noise for some while now. Finally. The Twinkie beard. And the problem is, if you try and pluck them out individually, you realize that actually they are the dominant color.
I've broken many tweezers that way.
Hey!
This is a sizable raise.
Yeah. For some reason, I'm totally not bothered when Tuma takes a while, because...
You see Bogdanov breathing real heavy there?
Well, he's got his set of 2s. Or 7s. It doesn't actually matter.
I think if you know you're going to fold, you're probably not that excited, so I'm really interested to see what happens when it gets to him.
A quick shout out to Nick Vasquez. Good to have you along with us. He's excited to see what the new 100k chips look like. Ditto. So tip of the hat to Serene Squee. She says, I guess we'll find out. Or we won't. She's kind of playing on one of my old gags, but not quite mastered the format. This is starting to feel like the top of the range as far as how long he ever takes to make a decision.
He's not folding.
2 towers of pain with the cherry on top. Coming right back at you is the story I read. Make sure you do it in one move. Good man. Now Bogdanov, is he out of here, or is he just going to shove all in with his set of 7s, brackets, possibly 2s?
This pot is absolutely massive. He folds.
Ah. That's okay. Luckily, we've still got at least 2 people going to make this crazy. 3,140,000 in the middle. Gulp.
I think he might have considered calling if Jawanda had just been the only other player in the pot, but once Tuma calls, your hand value goes way down.
And of course, there's the added bonus of thinking maybe this improves your chances of laddering up. You're here, you want to make the final table, you want to get these big payoffs. We know that everyone here is now in a 6-figure payout land. For the likes of Viktor Bogdanov, middle of the pack, 48 bigs. You want some of these guys to go to war. You want some short stacks to be created so that everyone can start.
Red Sox Nets here says, Jawanda pretty polarized. You'd expect him to just bet if he had an ace on the turn, so he should be nutted or bluffing.
I'm going with nutted. 2 pair for John. Ace-9. There.
You think he raises under the gun with ace-9 to kick things off?
No.
It's possible.
I was just doing the George Danza. George doesn't believe in putting people on the Ranger hands. He said, because no one plays the Ranger hands. Everyone plays a hand. So he just likes to pick one. Don't look at me like that. He's the pro.
No, that's interesting. That's...
It's flawed. It's flawed.
I'm not saying it's flawed. It's just different than everything I've heard over the last few years.
It might be just a special compensation he makes for live broadcasting where he wants to give people something to talk about, so just pick a hand and kind of talk his way around it. This is going to be whopping.
1.85 million is the bet. 5 million in the middle.
Oh, man. See, this is where Amir takes this down and goes on to victory. And I never stop talking about it.
I mean, Jawanda's definitely capable of bluffing here. 1.85 million is well over half the pot.
Anybody pointing out that Jawanda looks confident is missing one of the skills of John Jawanda, which is that he always looks confident.
He does always look confident. I tend to think he's not bluffing here just because I think that Tuma's image is one of a player that's hard to get rid of.
And pretty solid, and very rarely turns up with fluff and goes, oh, you caught me. I mean, that makes no sense. Those stacks there, that just makes no sense. Okay.
Maybe he's building a castle.
It might be one, and those are the steps up to it. Make it easy.
In case you have an old dog or something?
Or just like wheelchair access. I'm excited about this, I gotta say. Oh, that was a gulp. Or was that a reverse gulp?
Or was it an excited gulp?
Or is he just thirsty or just dry? Dana Craven saying, have these two been at the same table before? Actually, I think not so much.
Not at our feature table, at least.
No, and I don't think we've seen them together in the last couple of days. So, no, this might be their first experience of each other. Kai thinks aces for someone. Thanks for that. Very specific.
Was this the hand that had the call or maybe not call controversy? Was supposed to be a 3-bet? He was trying to raise?
Yeah, this is the one where I expected Bogdanov to be set mining because he was curious to know what Tuma was trying to do early. So that does throw the story slightly because still not entirely sure what he was meant to do and what he ended up doing here.
Douglas on Twitter says, not bluff. Sefrin says, Juanda set. Matai says, Juanda 999.
All believable. All possible. More and more people seem to think Juanda has the set. 3 minutes now. Don't make me a liar. I was backing you up, Tuma, saying that you never seem to take more time to call than is necessary. But with 5 million in the pot right now and a asking price of 1.8.
Seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, to be honest, it's I would give him a while. I think, what was it? Yesterday we had Patrick Antonius, took 10 minutes on one of his decisions.
11.
Rob Hippie King saying that he spent some time watching Juanda live during his heads up in London. He seemed to throw out reverse tells when he was really strong. I don't know if that's regarding the gulp. Let's be honest, a player of Juanda's level is going to be capable of all of those little tricks and tweaks.
I mean, Tuma is a somewhat less experienced player, I would say, than John Juanda. And sometimes less experienced players get in these positions where they are convinced, they're convinced that the more experienced players are trying to bluff them.
Yes, that is true. They kind of expect it in all situations. Doesn't have anything like the kind of background that John does in big tournaments.
I mean, I'd be pretty surprised if it turned up to be something like a set of aces versus a set of nines here. I don't think that Tuma's thinking this long with even, like, you know, the third or fourth nuts or whatever the set of nines would be. Tuma folds. We're never going to know what John Juanda had.
But we do know how many chips he's going to have. That is going to swell the Juanda coffers to the tune of second spot on our final 9 table. 7.885 million now. Still away behind Denis Shafikov. What?
I had a girlfriend who was Lebanese. If you
Yeah.
want, I can translate. He's telling him that he left his lights on in the parking lot.
Right.
And that he's all out of free jump starts from the auto club.
Oh, right. So they're going to have to take care of that
They're going to have
themselves
to do,
somehow.
yeah, they can't call anymore. I think they can do it, but it's like a €15 charge
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Well, that's careless. Meanwhile, we see that we still have our two short stacks, Mario Sanchez and Reina Kempe. But right now, it is John Joanda in the ascension. The truth of it is, Amir's still got himself $5.5 million, which is just around the average stack right now. Average stack is 5.6. So not doing any... I mean, obviously it does damage because you don't want to lose chips, but it's not like it's suddenly transformed into one of the short guys waiting to shove it all in, unlike this chap, Mario Sanchez.
Buenos dias.
Oh.
Mateo.
El comentador. Hola.
I have come to sweat, my friend.
¿Cómo estás?
Mario Sanchez.
He was an under-the-gun shove comentador. I don't know if you saw that. I saw you walk in.
I like to put him out of range here.
Yeah. What do you think?
Hacks plus.
Yeah, definitely. Is this a call from Dennis? Or is he shoved over the top?
Ay, Dios mío. El Comandador.
Oh. It's just a call.
Muy explosivo.
Oh, El Comandador is on the chair.
He showed his rail.
It is Ace-10 versus 9s. It is a classic-ish race.
Like paella versus flan. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Nice. Like teasing balls and throwing tomatoes at each other. Sanchez at risk, but ahead.
Ándale, España.
Trying to remain calm. It looks good. The way that you could see those three cards before they got spread then.
Hack high flop is very good, very bueno for pocket nueves.
Sorry, what is El Comandador? Which
nueves? Pocket nueves.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll get it back. Oh, cinco.
This is all good for the 9s. Just got to fade a 10 or an ace.
El Rio.
Or being counterfeited. Queen.
Hey, ándale.
You're back in the game.
Mateo.
See?
I must go.
Thank you.
Vaya con Dios.
Off you go now. Oh, hey, Joe. You won't believe. Oh, man, this is so incredible.
I thought we were going to be down to the final 8, so I was getting ready to go out there and congratulate everyone.
No, El Comandador came along. It was Mario Sanchez. He's doubled up.
9s never hold there.
Well, never say never.
Not when I have them.
28 bigs now for Mario. Still got 45 minutes on the level. Being told by Andreas that we've got someone on the rail, Yannick Rang.
Did he?
Sorry? I was just saying. Andreas was saying that we've got a familiar face on the rail, Yannick Rang.
We'll take a message. I'm on the air right now.
No. Oh no. Do you know? No. I'm saying that it. No. It's Yannick Rang.
I don't have any missed calls.
And relax. You wanted that for hours. Look at you. Smile on his face.
My all-time favorite, I think, of me and you.
I'm really
I'll
bad.
be on my deathbed, and I'll just be like, I'll just hope that you come in and go.
Okay, Granddad, there's a phone call from someone called Joe Staplefoot. He said, can you tell him Yannick rang? Well, that's going to be pretty tricky. I don't have any kids, so I don't know how likely grandchildren are at this point.
We'll have holographic grandchildren.
Exactly. I'll have some kind of
a
eye.
gigapet.
It'll be a new thing from Apple.
One of your bees will mutate.
Father, I have a message for you. I will splice together a bee and a greyhound to make a grey bee.
A beehound.
Beehound. That somehow has developed the power of speech. I don't know how that happened in the splicing.
We got another all-in.
All-in, and this is from our other shorter stack, Mr. Kemp. Or Kemp. 1.1 mil is the asking price.
Can you see how much?
My boy Amir wants to know what the damage is, Chief.
$1,115,000 total.
Beautiful, clear enunciation of the volume.
Is it a Tuma or is it not a Tuma?
He's been called.
It is a Tuma.
Amir, what are you doing? You don't look happy. Queens, that's quality right there.
Or as I like to call them, Lady Kings.
Lady Kings versus, the most uncomfortable trousers in the world, pocket trays.
Queen's a big favorite double up.
However,
18% of the time they will not.
18% of the time they'll win every time.
Let 10. Better down.
Spades also covered, but diamonds are forever.
Do have the backdoor sweat for the diamonds.
Although it kind of feels like a bit of roulette. I think this is going to either bang on the 3, right here on the turn card. Blap! No.
One card to come.
Stay cool.
Two outs.
Keep breathing.
Otherwise, Kempa's going to double up.
Not good for Amir Tuma, who loses a couple in a row there. Dropping down.
Everyone is lazy.
Deep stacks, though. Deep stacks, so these guys can take a couple of million hits. Does mean for the first time we don't have any clear kind of targets at the table. Reina now up to 24 bigs. Mario ahead of him with 28. So though the shorter stacks at the table, by no means such a target painted on their heads. Brent has got in touch. Don't forget, hashtag EPT Live if you want to chat with us. Saying, hey, Stapes, it's my mate Chris Jackson's first time watching the stream. Could you give him a shout-out for me, please, from Brent?
So he wants people like, hey, Chris Jackson, thanks for being with us, man. Your pal is a good dude, and we're happy to have you.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, Brent, I've had a word with Mr. Stapleford, and that's not going to happen.
No. Sorry, don't do shout-outs.
Jay's asking, what time do you think we'll be wrapping? It's hard to say because today is not one of the days where we necessarily have a real strict and we're going to play to the end of ... level. We're kind of more interested in the numbers here. Our dream scenario would be to bring back tomorrow 6 players to give you a quality cards-up final table that doesn't require you being tuned in for like 15 to 18 hours. But it depends what time it gets to and what number of players we get down to. We're kind of winging this. Which is kind of good because it's exciting and we might get to a point where we think we're on the bubble for the day and it carries on. These guys might just keep doubling each other up. We've got so many chips in play that we could just easily find ourselves with 9 players all sitting comfortably around a 40 big blind mark. It's going to take some car crash cards. I have no idea where this comes from, but Graphical Nick's done his once every 6 hours he's allowed onto Twitter
yeah.
to claim that, though I claim I have no children, that's not what Doreen from Gants Hill says. I drive through Gants Hill as quickly as I can.
Whoa, whoa, that's a terrible way to refer to Doreen.
It wasn't a euphemism.
My
That was
goodness.
a literal... that was
It's a human being.
Yeah. I don't know who you're talking about, Nick, and unless you've got some kind of photographic, video, or audio evidence, I am not going to rise to that. Doreen, if you're listening, could you just email separately? I thought we'd made an arrangement and that the last sum of money had closed.
We had a deal, Doreen. Tuma's continuation bet on the flops, enough to win this one from Frederick Jensen. By the way, going for the 2-time.
Yeah.
Could be the first man.
Yeah. Always good to have kind of that little extra side story roll in. Potential. Do you know what? We've got a classic EPT question from Jay saying, despite this not being the last day, is this technically the final table? Kind of confused on that one. This isn't what we refer to as the official final table. The official final table is made up of 8 players and 8 players only. When that happens, we will take the pictures. That will be recorded in history as the final table. That's kind of about probably covers it. I know that this is really the last table in action, but that is just to say that we want to get all 9 players on a table, because we don't want a table of 5, we don't want a table of 4. That would just be horrible. So we bring them all together as the last 9 players. But the officially noted final table will be when we get to 8. But as mentioned just minutes ago, we won't necessarily stop there, because we've learned from experience that it's quite good to come back with a smaller number of players to make our final day of broadcasting a bit more palatable, because otherwise we end up losing lots of you guys because you just can't take it. You just can't take 15 hours of broadcast. Phew. I was worried for a minute there.
You get extra points for filibuster.
I only know that word. I heard that word for the first time, and it's the only time I've ever heard it on Parks and Recreations when Leslie Knope does a filibuster. What's a filibuster?
It's basically this loophole in some American politics where you can prevent a vote from happening by standing at the podium and talking for as long as you can.
Until it becomes too late to do the vote or something?
Well, no, when you stop, the vote happens, but sometimes the other side caves in and decides to listen to whatever reason you're standing there for. Or some deadline will pass.
Right, that's what I think the storyline was in Parks and Recreation. They had to get the vote in by 10 o'clock, so she had to basically go and talk for 9 hours.
Yeah.
So that they couldn't get to the vote. Stapes and Hartigan, legendary. Thanks very much. You're watching EPT Live.
Brent.
Don't tell him. Oh, God, Monty's been in touch. Doreen was my mum. Why were you never there for me, Dad? Okay, I have to immediately fly to a different country with all that I have in my rucksack.
This pot opened by Warburton.
Warburton. Hey, more like Warburton.
The thing is, I've already done that one. Sanchez called in between, and it looks like Jensen has just put in the old
Coolaroonie.
And Warburton is folded. And we're back to Sanchez. Is that the sound of maracas I hear in the distance?
I don't know. Who would herald their entrance with the sound of maracas? Joe's going to go off and try and find out where the sound of maracas is coming from.
I looked down the hall. I saw nothing.
No?
Nope.
That's weird. What's that smell? It's like kind of like red wine and fruit. Like a kind of a sangria smell. Don't know what that is. Now, you know, a little while ago, we lost Peter Eckhart. We managed, as always, to chase him down the hallway, drag him back, and ask him how he felt about his 10th place finish.
I'm happy. I'm pleased with the way I played. I got a bad position today with a Ukrainian guy on my left. he's basically a psychopath. He shows no emotions, and he's just really, really aggressive and really tough. So I had a bad spot with him on my left. He 3-bet me so many times, I just gave up, basically. If somebody had told me that I would finish 10th before this week came in the main event, I would have taken that for sure. But right now you feel disgusted, of course, because it's such a big difference between coming 10th and top 3. So, but that's the way it goes. The Ukrainian guy is dangerous. Andreas, the Swedish guy, is a very, very good tournament player. The other two, I don't know about the English young guy. Danish guy is pretty good. So I would say someone between Andreas, the Swedish guy, the Danish guy, or the Dennis, the Ukrainian guy. I would assume one of those two.
This is your psychopath Mr. Eichhardt was referring to. By the way, I'd like to see him go a little further. I love those stories. A tale of redemption. Sort of coming out of retirement, that guy. I mean, I don't know if he's been retired, but, you know, he's only made a few notable appearances on the EPT years and years ago.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool to see him here. Kind of like during EPT 100. Was it 100 or 99 that we had Alexander Stevic here?
Yes. Yeah.
He had won the first Barcelona. We just saw a little package with him during the last break. And he went, I think he cashed. That was cool seeing him do that. I like that.
Yeah. That's the thing, is this has been going for some while now, you know? And let's be honest, to survive in the poker scene at all takes some work. But to keep coming in and cashing in these things, it's some dedication and some study.
Cosman B97 who says 9 players left, question mark.
Yes.
How are you at counting, my friend? You've already asked how many tables are left. I saw you. I seen it. I seen it.
Willie Elliott is on Twitter saying, if I had more time, I'd Photoshop, a Photoshop of Mini Matt would be on its way to Twittersphere, but this candy isn't going to crush itself. Priorities, Willie.
It never does.
H&G Star says, quote, can't take 15 hours of broadcast, quote, you are weak. And meanwhile, Mick says, can't take 15 hours of live cards up coverage. Bank holiday to recover. Challenge accepted. Jump on board. Come for the poker, stay for the bants.
But what is bants? I'm wearing a pair of bants.
Nice. Folded round to Andreas Samuelsson, who you remember was one of the first back after the previous
That's
break.
right, former trivia question answer, Andreas Samuelsson.
He has been looked up by Amir Tuma, ace 10-7, 540,000. Andreas Samuelsson is not a player that I can say I've seen many hands from in the last few days. He looks like he's got a bit of a tan foundation on, but has failed to match his face to his neck.
He's jacked up brown Ike Haxton.
That's absolutely true.
He's like the middle phase between Ike Haxton and the incredible Brown Hulk.
Sometimes I find the stages of the transition from a human to monster are far scarier than the end result. Like American Werewolf in London, some of the stuff in between is terrifying. When it gets there, you go, meh. But the stuff on the way, and in the old...
It's all wet and like...
Yeah, and it's all kind of stretching and distorted and wrong. And then you go, oh, it's a wolf, man. It's like the original Bill Bixby Incredible Hulk TV series. Some of the stages in between I found were far more scary than the kind of Play-Doh, Lou Ferrigno end result. Discuss. End of story.
Was it really the makeup from the Incredible Hulk that made him go deaf? Did I just make that up in my head?
I think you made up, unless they used to roll up into a ball and like piston it into his ears. I can't imagine how that would make him go deaf. It was probably when they used to slap him around saying, get angry! Get. I think some of the makeup artists didn't understand the process entirely.
Like, no, it's special effects. Kempa asks, excuse me, Fritz asks, is Kempa's hometown Berlin? Well, it says he lives in Berlin. Yes, it says Berlin, Germany, now lives in the UK.
There you are.
So Fritz.
I like your little avatar as well there, Fritz, the dancing Snoopy. A joyful sight to see. I always thought Snoopy was quite a kind of a cynical character, and then
he's that evil laugh.
Yeah. It was like little and Woodstock, and then the piano would come out, and I probably can't sing that music for copyright reasons after Elkie broke our budget with Mouse. But yeah, and then they all just get down and just. It was a view of Snoopy you only saw him from like the throat to the nose when he was dancing. True fact. Enjoy.
It's kind of like when Cartman's laying on the ground, he looks really weird. You ever seen a South Park when Cartman falls over?
Yeah. There's a couple of. There are some cartoons where it gets a certain angle and you go, they don't really know what to do with that. They don't know where to put their chin bits and their eyebrows, and like Pink Panther's eyebrows are always like 6 inches off his head.
I think it's a lot of times too because the artist's idea of what they look like in 3D is different than your idea of what they look like in 3D.
Joel Cabral has said, I met Lou Ferrigno in person. He was born deaf. That sounds familiar to me, I think. And in fact, Razorheart chips in, he started to work out because he was bullied for his bad hearing, poor hearing. Yeah. Raise from Mario Sanchez to 225. I accidentally mentioned Elkie's mouse, didn't I? And now there's a lot of it happening.
Mal 5.
Mal 5 on the Twitch. It is so sick. I had some pasta for dinner. So sick.
We were talking about this the other day. They made great if when Elkie had to refer to being sick. If he didn't say so sick, like if you were out on a boat during choppy waters, like Elkie.
You don't look so good. How are you feeling?
Really ill.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound too bad. I mean, it's not like you're like, so sick or anything. Like, but you feel okay?
Just a little under the weather.
Nah, that's okay. I'll leave you. The Boy Who Cried Wolf, matched only by the Boy Who Cried So Sick every 5 seconds. It is a 3-bet.
I think I see Elkie outside, actually. I'm going to go see if I can get him in here.
Okay.
Buenos dias, Mateo.
You know what? Oh, you won't believe it. You've missed Joe literally by seconds. Yeah, he just went out to try and find Elkie because he is so absolutely quite sick.
Mi amigo, Jose.
Yeah. Hey, it's good timing because, look, your friend here, Sanchez, he's got himself into a bit of a pickle.
I'm just in time for a trace bet.
Yes, I got that one.
Anticlimactic.
See.
Oh.
Yes.
Mateo.
Yes, El Comentador.
Mateo.
See?
I must go.
Okay.
Vaya con Dios.
Hola. Sanchez now bottom of this. 23 bigs. Reina with 25.
You know, it wasn't Elkie at all.
No?
It was just an albino guy.
Maybe he
was
just
doing an appearance. He was there doing a promotion for a slot machine.
Right, okay. Oh, he might
White on Rice is the name of the slot machine. Not Elkie. It's disappointing.
Easily done, I guess. Hey, Johnny says, hey, guys, now I go watch it live. Maybe see you there. Are you coming down? Are you coming down to casino? Gonna come and watch some poker? Good stuff, Johnny. I would say come and say hello, but I don't really like meeting the public, so that would be very ingenuous of me.
Hello, Johnny. What is your name, and would you like me if you met me in real life?
I forgot about that joke. Oh, and I've got absolutely no way to use it, no way to utilize that whatsoever. I'm hoping one day technology allows us to A, feature rectangular pictures on the screen, and B, thank you. That's all right. And B, have live phone-ins. Just have Skype, or whatever technology exists in the future, and we just have a little ring and a little phone icon appears, and we've got the option to green button or red button. And if it was like right now, we go, do you know what, we're kind of in a hand, and we just red button it. But if it was like a bit of a dealer swap over or something going, we just take it and just see what happens.
I think that that's possible. I just think that. What's Dr. Ian Malcolm saying, Jurassic Park?
Nature finds a way.
Well, it was more like you were so busy trying to figure out whether or not you could, you didn't stop to think about whether or not you should.
Oh, that one. That is true. Yeah, the thing is, I trust me, I just don't trust them.
Exactly. Anyway, so we've got a flop here. Bogdanov versus Spike Haxton, a.k.a. Andreas Samuelsson.
Smelling the finger. Have we ever seen Bogdanov get out, kind of like out and crazy?
Nope. Have we seen him wild and out?
Just like absolutely blowing our minds with some
seen
audacious bluff.
Have we seen him turned up? Have we seen him ratchet?
Don't know what any of these things mean. Man, why are there so many acid bath chips out there? When are the 100Ks coming along?
Mañana.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm here all week. 875,000. I went searching earlier on for all the Norwegians I was promised that were playing in the $200 super stack. They were all really well behaved. There was one guy with a silly hat on, and that was it. They were not the party bus I was promised.
Maybe they were doing a no drinking prop bet.
That would be ridiculous.
So you asked if we saw Bogdanov get nuts, and we haven't yet, but we might now. Ooh, and that little wry smile has gotten even wryer.
No! That's what I hear when I see that.
I'm not really sure.
Oh, what's going on there? Look, and Bogdanov's going, oh my God, what's this guy doing? Look at his face.
Honestly, my head shakes like that when I'm bluffing.
I would work on that. I would get some video of Mike McDonald or Ryan Reese or Liberi and just work on your stare, because that is vibrating. Let's not zoom in too much, yeah? Let's give the guy some dignity. A little bit of spaghetti hanging out the side.
You can tell by the way his DNA is arranged that...
We're going subdermal. Let's activate the subdermal cam. Bogdanov facing a big un.
I mean, it's going to be hard to hold that position. And once you get into that pose, you feel like you have to keep it or you'll give something away. But sometimes by holding the pose, you give away everything.
And you can't move out of it.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now you've gone with it. He must be going inside. Just stay here. Oh, why did I pick this? So just to even things up, we now zoom in on the lips of Bogdanov on the lip cam. Still pulling the face.
He's got one foot in the frying pan and one in the pressure cooker. Believe me, as a bowler, I know that right about now your bladder feels like an overstuffed vacuum cleaner bag and your butt is kind of like an about to explode bratwurst.
What's that? What's that from?
Kingpin. Yeah, you made it, buddy. Got that bluff through.
It's all good, and he's pretty healthy actually now. 5.3 million for Andreas.
And here's something for you.
Wow.
Come on, huh? Ike Haxton's beefier brother.
Ginger Haxton.
Hits that also speaks a different language.
Other than that.
Separated at birth. Like DeVito and Schwarzenegger. That's not very nice, is it?
No, not really, because you're implying that one is the muck. That's not how to wear a hat.
Well, it's not how to wear a hat.
Do you think they saw that split screen? Do they get a pure feed up on the screens?
I think they do, yeah.
So they will have seen that. I thought that was the thing is his reaction. I heard him say something.
Spike Haxton.
Spike. Quite a lot of comments on Twitter about that pose, but none I can really read out.
Twitter.
Hashtag EPT Live, by the way. We got plenty of people with us. I must say, it's very warming, and I find it most welcoming to come back after the break here, kicking off season 12, and just immediately, just a huge number of our regulars, bang, straight in day one, knew we were coming back, was waiting for us. Perhaps had been primed by the podcast EPT Not Live, which I can highly recommend, and I don't think James has mentioned much. But
thank you.
I'm a big fan. I told James I had 2 ready to listen to for the flight over. And as soon as we took off, I listened to 10 seconds and it stopped and tried to download the rest. I hadn't realized it hadn't downloaded it.
Oh, it does that thing now where it's when you, it streams it at first.
And now I'm in the air, in airplane mode.
Oh, that's annoying.
And I had absolutely no backup plan, so I had to just sit there staring at my own knees.
I live in the New York area now, and I take the subway a lot. And when I lived in London, there's Wi-Fi at like every stop. So like every 2 minutes, you're on Wi-Fi again.
Right.
But in New York, I'm on like a 13-minute train ride with no Wi-Fi, and so I like to download podcasts, and I ran into the same thing where like I thought I downloaded it, but it was like the first 10 seconds.
I didn't realize, because I'd already started listening to one, so I thought, well, I've got it. And then it's like we got me the little cloud and an arrow, and I'm like, oh, what?
13 minutes? I was supposed to go 13 minutes without using my cellular device? Are you kidding me?
Do you know what? I feel for you, Joe. The problems you face as an adult, I'm amazed you do as well as you do.
Samuelson kicking it up again this pot, and we did have some good jokes in the Twitch about Andreas Samuelson. Dutsu likes to call him Smirk Haxton.
Nice.
And Lars PKR likes to say Ike Haxtan.
Very good.
Both good ones.
Meanwhile here, this looks like Bogdanov has re-raised it up. A 3-bet to 575,000. Oh, thought for a minute that Sanchez had gone all in. Don't ask me why. It was a misunderstanding.
Back over to Smirk Haxton. A.K.A. Ike Haxtan. A.K.A. Spike Haxton.
He going nowhere, my friends. This hand is about to get real.
This hand's a lot to get.
It certainly is.
This hand's about to get a lot more handier.
Good observation, bruv. 8-8 king. 8-8 kingo. Best part of 1.4 million in the middle. Goes check, check, brings a queen. Or when. 2 spades. It's been a cards that make you go, I couldn't look at that for very long. No offense.
Got a fold last time.
Bogdanov.
So after not continuing the flop, we've got the delayed continuation bet from Bogdanov.
It was Bogdanov that did the re-raise pre, kind of showing strength. Big cards, opportunity. Nuno on Twitter saying, having a wild Saturday night watching the EPT Barcelona, mate. You want to reel it in, son, yeah? Take it easy.
Don't do it all at once.
Yeah. Good bet, shouted Magenov on the Twitch. Good shout.
Samuelson's calling.
Calling to victory. He was under the gun +1, and he raised up to 220, and then called the re-raise. Under the gun +1. What do you?
He's taking a very passive line this hand.
Yeah.
Other than the original raise.
Exactly. For someone prepared to re-raise under the gun +1, he's then just ticking this down.
If I were him, I'd get that all-in triangle away from me too. That's way too close for comfort.
Have you just seen the Twitch comment?
Yeah, I hate that question.
The thing I like about it is the Living the Stream Dream has just said, at the other commentator, which is what I'm known as. Would you rather fight a Hartigan-size Stapes or a Stapes-size Hartigan? I would rather fight a Stapes-size Hartigan.
It's a clear choice. Bogdanov loading up for another barrel.
I kind of wish my Twitter handle was the other commentator, because that would actually work in pretty much every scenario. Oh man, he is gonna that cheeky's gonna crash into that ear. 1.5 million now into the 2.8 pot.
So Bogdanov 3 bets before the flop.
Yes.
Doesn't bet the flop.
No.
Bets pretty big on the turn, more than half pot on the turn, and bombs the river for well over half. I really want to say queens here.
Yeah, because you're feeling indestructible.
I mean, it could be kings, it could be queens. I think you play kings maybe the same way, like you flop so huge.
But meanwhile,
check.
What is Samuelson like just check calling for such huge volumes?
I mean, it could be raised calling with a hand like ace king or king queen.
Certainly a sticky. Good lord, I've only just seen there's only 8 minutes left on this level. This level, I must say, has whistled past. Oh, King of Sweden coming with a great spot here, saying the Haxton lookalike, being Swedish, his name should be IKEA Haxton. Props to you, King of Scandinavia.
He was sort of born to make that joke, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Samuelson pretty confidently called that bet on the turn. Now he's thinking about it. Flush did hit the river also. Thank you, Alexander, on Twitter. I think you got to lay down a pair here.
Yeah.
He said call. Bogdanov not in a hurry to turn over his hand. What's he got? Ace-10? Huge bluff. Big time bluff.
Ace-king.
Polarized his range to full houses and nothings, and he had the nothing. Samuelson makes the call with one pair. I said I think you got to lay it down here. He makes the right call. I was wrong.
That's why he is in the final 9 and you are sitting here.
Absolutely. Well done, Andreas Samuelson.
And he leapfrogs many of his table mates here, up to second place on our feature table, 8.39 million now. Bogdanov doing himself a real hurt, down to 13 big blinds with only 6 minutes left on this level. I don't want to guess what that text is, but I think I do know what it is.
Bluff gone wrong.
Try to make move, have remembered why I don't make moves. Lots of love.
Stack at the table now. Right after Mario E. Sanchez.
Lots of people shouting, nice call. Props to IKEA Haxton. It's not quite up there with the Frederick Jensen hero call we saw a day or two back. Straight back into it, under the gun.
Got to ride the wave.
Yeah. Raises it to 220,000 like a boss. And that's another winner. Simple as that.
Kill pot.
Easy of the peasy. Did you hear that?
That was not the right noise.
No,
that
that's
was not
a shame.
the right noise.
That's a shame because it was a good moment. You want to go with something else maybe? $100,000 chips are going to be coming in for level 31. You've got 4 minutes left on this level. And then, as you heard Kate announce, 20-minute break, during which we will be bringing in the 100,000 chips. Don't even know what color they are. Don't know what they'll be called. A lot of anticipation. Someone's going to have to go and look under all the trees surrounding the casino to find Graphical Nick. Wake him up. Get him to put his trousers back on. Come in and find a name for the 100,000s. Lots of people asking what's the name of the 100K chip. I actually don't know. I genuinely don't know. I haven't even seen it. I don't know what color it is.
It's a surprise. You'll have to stick around to the next level.
Oh. I didn't have a look at the card.
Uh-oh.
No, I thought it was a walk, so I didn't have a look.
So Shavakov raised under the gun. Samuelson didn't notice, folded his big blind.
Ouch.
I thought it was a walk, so I didn't look.
Didn't even look at his cards.
All that brilliance ruined.
It's a little harsh.
Wow.
All the respect I had for him just immediately gone.
Yeah, that could look bad. If it was 2 aces.
Overhead, prep.
They're going to think he'll take it, yeah.
Ba-ba-da-da-da. That's how Bob Hoskins gets Roger Rabbit. Oh no, is that a different tune?
Shaving a haircut, it's a similar tune.
It's very similar, isn't it? What's that one there? Is that not the same one? Anyway.
It's just shave and a haircut. Two bits.
That's right. I never knew that even had a name until Roger Rabbit. Such a learning experience watching those kind of films.
You learn where a lot of stuff comes from.
Exactly. You go, I just didn't know.
I guess I didn't know. So the same guy in the Twitch chat who tried to come in and say that Samuelson looked like Ike Haxton hours after we had been saying it, now says he's changed his mind. Now he looks like Carrie Elwes' little brother.
Who?
Carrie Elwes. The English actor who played Robin Hood, Men in Tights. Curse of the... What was the vampire movie he was in? Shadow of the Vampire.
All of these things mean nothing to me. So
You don't know who Carrie Elwes is? Princess Bride?
Not seen that either.
Are you serious?
I am. Look at me.
That's one of the all-time greats.
I know. People tell me all the time. I'm catching up. I do have a list. I feel like Captain America. I've got a little notebook, and I keep notes of music I should listen to and films I must watch.
Good news, my babies. Bertrand Gros-Pellier, a.k.a. Elky, a.k.a. Mal 5, has cashed in the EPT 10K High Roller.
Can I get an Elky Heart and a Mal 5, please?
Let's get a Mal 5, and you know what? Just for laughs, let's keep it rodent-themed, or marsupial. I don't know. Let's get a Rack Attack while we're at it, too.
Haven't seen a Rack Attack at all.
Yeah, no Rack Attacks in a while.
That was so season 11.
I'm doing a Rack Attack.
Johnny Juanda has made it 200,000 incidentally. Been called by Mario Sanchez. Has been quiet for a short while.
I'm going to go look up how to do a Rack Attack.
You forgot. Yeah, go check out what it is. As we see our Spanish player Sanchez staring down.
Buenos dias, Mateo.
Oh, hey, El Comentador.
I am filled with hoy.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, hoy is good. Is bueno.
Is
hoy.
But you're full of it.
Chappiness.
Oh,
hoy.
You're happy and you're full of joy.
To be with you, mi amigo.
Because Sanchez here, of course, your countryman.
Si. And the mano ultimo. Part of this level.
The final hand of this level. Yes.
Humping with hoy.
Absolutely.
Mi amigo.
Very happy indeed. Very happy indeed. Amir Tuma also coming along for this one.
El Comentador.
See, tres player.
Check. See. Juanda.
A lot of rack attacks, incidentally. That won't mean anything to you, El Comentador. It's a joke thing.
Action is on Juanda.
Is he related to Stevie Wonder?
I don't. Yo no sé.
Probably not.
Oh, superstition.
Sí.
Sí. Me gusta mucho.
300,000.
Ay, Sanchez. Adios, Mateo.
Are you,
Mateo.
Why? See?
I must go.
Okay.
Vaya con Dios.
Hasta luego. Action back round to my man, Amir Tuma. Going to take this to the turn. 3 diamonds down. Also straighting, flushing. Peter Cushing. 1.34 in the middle. Back on John Joanda. Was the aggressor. He's been pretty quiet since we came to our last 9 in the main event. 4 of hearts, so yet more straight potential on top of the flush potential. No one has been particularly interested in this, but there's already 1.34 million in the middle, so worth fighting over, worth dying for. Probably exaggerated a bit. Click, clank, clock. 550,000. Gulp.
Again.
Yeah, the double gulp.
We got straights out there. We got flushes. We got top pairs. We got folds.
We got folds.
Hey, there's a former EPT champion on the rail, Nicholas Schweedy.
Hey, Schweedy. Do you want to come and sit over here with me, yes? Also, a tip of the hat to Ross, who's come up with a good idea for a future competition. Might take you up on that one, my friend. As we do see Amir get himself up back over the 5 million mark. As we know, some colouring up taking place here. We're going to bring in the 100,000s. A lot of excitement as we review our featured table. Viktor Bogdanov, after that big hit against Andreas Samuelsson, down to 10 bigs. Mario Sanchez on 15. Rainer Kemp sitting on 20 bigs. It is still Denis Shapikov at the top of this as we go into a 20-minute break. But join us after that for more here from EPT Barcelona.
Hey, Joe, I know it's really exciting and everything, but like any other big city, you've got to keep your wits about you because there are pickpockets everywhere, and they have these distraction techniques they use to try and grab your attention while they steal your wallet.
Really?
Yeah, like these things.
Those things?
Yeah.
I don't see how anyone would fall for that.
Somehow they do.
Hello, my babies. Welcome to Challenge Stage. We are back in Monaco. Last year, you voted that I had to dress up like a princess and have photos taken with tourists. This year, you voted for Wax Lyrical, which means if I don't know enough about music, these two are going to pull the hair out of my back. The bad news is that Fatima is pretty much pure evil. The better news is that hopefully Leo will at least hold my hand. And the really good news is that I'm practically a music expert. I've got all Weird Al's albums. My favorite song is Staircase to Seven, and I can name all 3 Beatles.
You're going to be in fame.
Now for the fun part.
Fun part? Come on. It's too early for this.
Ready? Before we get going, let me explain to you guys a little bit about the geography of my back, okay? First, we got the shoulder sprouts. Then, we got the flank shanks. And eventually, you can work your way down to Welcome to the Jungle. This is the back push. So here's how Wax Lyrical works. We've got 20 questions, all of them having to do with musical lyrics. Over there, we've got 10 strips of wax paper. If at the end of this there are any strips left, I have once again completed the challenge. If I fail, then Goliath has finally fallen. A very bald, crying, embarrassed Goliath. I only ever dated one girl that liked back hair, but she was Russian, and her name was Mike. Leo, Fatima, let's light this candle.
Rihanna wanted to be made to feel like she was the only girl where?
In the world.
How much of John Legend loves you?
All of him?
Yeah.
In her album, Like a Virgin, what kind of girl was Madonna?
She was a material girl.
Hey, have you seen the answers?
How does Adele not like turning up to a party?
On time.
Here, score. In Jeezy's Empire State of Mind. He was the new who?
He was the New York.
Sinatra. Nice.
He blamed it on the rain. That they were never getting back together.
No. It was trouble. 3, 2, 1.
A perfect situation.
Boom. Wow.
Yeah, pretty good.
I've seriously never seen two
this I can
people
do.
so excited to hurt me before. It's like I dated both of you.
If you felt as happy as Pharrell Williams,
Yes.
what was missing from your room?
A roof?
Who do Coldplay's stars shine for?
You.
Boom! Ooh. In Sam Smith's Lonely Hour. What does he want you to do with him?
He wants you to stay with him.
How many miles were the proclaimers willing to walk to reach your door?
I believe they had to walk 500 miles.
It's 1,000. What's they call in English? I like the name muffin beat.
Oh my god, this has been so much more painful mentally and emotionally than physically. My muffin
Yeah, you
bits.
gotta get the fat out of the way.
Wow. Those are my problem areas.
Oh, man!
Wow, this is gonna be a huge one.
That's what they usually say when they take down my underwear. This is gonna be a huge one.
From the crack up.
Well, I could hear that one. Yeah, there was a lot there.
2 questions left, 1 strip left, so here we go. If Justin Bieber was your boyfriend, what would he never do?
It is so lucky that I'm a 100% true believer. Never let you go.
Wow.
Last question's coming. In her song Poker Face, what form of poker does Lady Gaga wanna play?
I should phone a friend just to tell him that I'm going to win this challenge stakes. Hold'em, Texas, please.
Yeah, it's Texas Hold'em. Got it right.
That is right. That is another challenge stakes.
Yeah.
All that matters is that one again. And look, I got a confession to make, guys. I get my back waxed pretty regularly. You don't challenge Stapes. Stapes challenges you. Last year when I was here, cost me €100 to have this done. And I just had it done for free. And I just had it done by Fatima and Leo.
But come on, you can't...
You cannot leave us like this.
No.
Part of the stipulation of this is that I wasn't going to have my chest done. So here's what I'm going to offer you guys. I will take the €100 I saved. And if you two match it, we all give it to charity. I'll let you guys take a big chunk out of my chest hair.
Deal?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
This part I'm actually worried about. Oh, that already hurts.
For this, you will need a stick.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oh!
Oh, Leo. Just don't be scared. Just pull it. Boom.
Wow.
Is there a lot of blood?
Let's see.
You're brave. I respect you even more.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted from the two of you. Respect.
If I could thank any one person for the state of my poker game, it would definitely be my mother. She was an options trader and an incredibly successful one, and she also, always used to beat up all the boys in her poker home games and stuff, so, we never really talked poker. I didn't really get into it until I was 21, and unfortunately that was the year that she passed away, but I don't know what it was, but she gave me something, and I would not be where I am today without her.
After Steve Paul-Ambrose won the PCA in 2006, that's kind of what first got me excited about poker and excited about transitioning to tournament poker. It was all over the newspapers in my hometown, all over TV. It was a huge deal that someone from small town Canada won $1.4 million down in the Bahamas. And I heard about this, so I sent him this big, long, embarrassing email basically asking him to let me watch him play sometime. And then I used to just pick his brain non-stop. And that kind of took me from being pretty horrendous at poker to alright at poker in a pretty short period of time.
Back 7 years ago, a guy named Monkey101 was his name online. He was like the best no-limit cash game player on PokerStars. He was a big winner at Commerce Casino, and actually he invited me out to LA to play for him. He had a special talent for the game and to play deep stack and to have reads on people. And for a few months, me and him were hanging out and traveling around, and he definitely shaped a strong game that I had into a really good way of thinking about the game.
My dad is a special character. I mean, a lot of people might see him just a little bit on TV and they think, you know, that guy looks really cool or whatever, but they have absolutely no idea how crazy my father is. He's 70 years old. Anytime we go out, he's the last man standing. He's the life of the party. He's hilarious. He's my hero. He's an amazing man, and he gave up a lot to bring us to this country. My dad went from being a successful guy in Iran to moving to America, and here he is in a country where he doesn't really know anybody, and he's got to raise these 2 kids. And so, you know, that's tough. That takes a big toll on you. To be able to take care of my dad now, take him around, watch him on vacation, go out and dance on top of the table and drink tequila and just be the life of the party, that to me is more rewarding than winning any poker tournament.
James, check it out. I got these designer purses, real cheap, one for each of my girlfriends.
Joe, they're not real.
Yeah, no, they're knockoffs.
No, I meant the girlfriends.
I'm meeting one of them next week.
Sure.
In just over a year, Tyler Frosty012 Frost has amassed the poker resume of a seasoned online professional. In his first year as a full-time pro, he earned Supernova Elite status and, thanks in part to his ever-popular poker blog, was named to PokerStars' exclusive Team Online. This hard-working, fun-loving Canuck can usually be found 24-tabling mid-stakes, full-ring no-limit hold'em, or celebrating an epic day with friends at a bar.
My name's Tyler Frost. I play online as Frosty012. I'm a Supernova Elite VIP on PokerStars, and I'm a member of Team Online. I first discovered poker just by playing with my friends at home games around the same time that it got popular everywhere. Me and my friends would just get together after watching a hockey game or something. I think it was my idea to begin with to start playing poker for like $5 home games.
How did it actually start? I'm pretty sure I suggested it.
Everyone has different stories. My story is right. I don't care what anyone says. I know it. After skimboarding one day at the beach, we got together in my backyard. Tyler suggested we play it. We busted out the old school, like really thin black, the red, white, and blues, and we just played the most horribly wrong game of poker that has ever existed.
After playing home games for a while, I just decided to take my profit from those home games, or at least some of it, and I deposited $100 on PokerStars.com. And I was very cautious with my deposit. I kind of told myself that if I lost this money, I wasn't going to redeposit just because it was a lot of money to me at the time. I usually just stuck to a pretty tight strategy and tried to take advantage of people just playing crazy. My confidence started to grow after I was winning at a pretty consistent rate. After I built up my bankroll to like $1,000, I could always play within 100 buy-ins of whatever game I wanted to, and I never really had the fear of going broke after that.
When you first became an online professional, you said you were going to treat us.
Yeah, he did it one time.
And it's never happened. This is the night.
I've been waiting for like 2 years
I know you have.
for you to take note for beers, and it still hasn't happened.
All right, guys. Well, tonight is not the night.
The summer of 2009 was the first time that I decided to kind of take a leap of faith in myself and play poker full time. My primary motivation was just to make enough money to pay for school in the fall. Because I worked at a landscaping job the previous summer, and I didn't really make enough money to fund my classes and my housing.
Tyler finished his third year at UBC, and like most art students, they're unable to find a work during the summer. So he went right into playing poker, and everybody doubted him.
Everybody laughed at me. They thought I was crazy. Even their parents were in on it.
All of our friends were like, "You're not going to make anything. Why even bother? Don't do it."
Everybody was just thinking this was a big joke and that I didn't really have a shot at doing it.
His goal was to make $10,000 over the whole summer. So he had May, June, July, and August.
I set the goal of making $10,000 for the summer, which would cover all my school costs in the fall, and then some.
And he ended up making 30 grand by the end of July and just took August off and just basically spent all of it.
That was the first time where I kind of saw poker as a valid career opportunity even. So I've only been playing poker full time for about 1.5 years now, but I feel like I accomplished quite a bit in 2010 alone. This is my first year as a Supernova Elite. Every month I have to at least earn 50,000 points or I lose my status. Sometimes this has been very easy, other times it's been very difficult because I've been away on vacation and missed a few weeks out of the month, and this is what happened in May. Things got complicated in May because I took a vacation over to Spain and London, which occupied the first 2 weeks of the month, and it turned out that I had to earn about 28,000 VPPs in 3 days, which is a lot of hands at mid-state cash games. So on May 31st, I woke up at 8 in the morning, and I realized that I had to make about 8,000 VPPs that day. I had until midnight Eastern time, which is, of course, 9 o'clock Pacific. Obviously, if I thought it would take me 12 hours, it would mean that I would finish at 8 o'clock p.m., which would be an hour to spare, which is obviously cutting it very close. I had to start grinding right away, otherwise I just wasn't going to make it. So I started playing right away at 8 o'clock, fired up 24 tables. There were actually quite a few games running at the time, so it was pretty nice start. And so things were going just almost exactly as expected. Unfortunately, around 4 p.m., the games started to slow down quite a bit, to the point where I couldn't even play 24 tables if I wanted to. So at this point, I was feeling very stressed out. I was under a ton of pressure. I was just racking my brain with other ways to earn VPPs. I was throwing in more higher stake tables that I normally play. I was also playing some 6 max tables, tables I never normally play. You know, just doing anything I could to earn the VPPs and just get it done. It was definitely a race against time. Felt like there was a big timer above my head just constantly ticking. I could always just hear it in the back of my mind. I still didn't know if I was going to make it at that point. Finally, around 8:45, I checked my VPP count for that month, and I crossed the 50,000 mark. I ended up making it with like 15 minutes to spare. I go out quite a bit. I wouldn't call myself a party animal. I'm young. That's what me and my friends like to do in our free time on the weekends, is go out to a bar or a club and have some drinks and just have a good time. For me, time away from the tables is ultimately more important than time spent at the tables. I see poker as kind of a means to an end. It gives you financial freedom to do what you love, to have more free time, to travel, to do those kind of things. I think a lot of people kind of, for them, poker is the end. There's more to life than just sitting behind your computer, grinding it out every day. You don't have to sacrifice other things in your life that you love to do to play poker professionally.
He does shove, and Milton calls. Kimo Kirko looking for an ace. It's a 10-7-6 flop. It has to come on the river. That is not one of them, which means Tom takes the title.
My first EPT was a very unique experience.
It was a surreal experience being in Monaco for the first time.
Playing a tournament where first place was going to be $1 million or over.
When I first sat down, I was really nervous because I'd basically watched the EPT on TV. This is like the top level, this is like the premiership of poker.
Yeah, I didn't last very long, I think maybe like 4 or 5 hours. I don't know, I wasn't very patient at the time.
My best advice for someone playing in their first EPT, and I have been there, is chill, out.
Wear sunglasses or listen to music or, you know, do breathing exercises.
I like to meditate in the morning before the tournaments nowadays, so I think that's very important for me, but everyone should experiment on what's better for them.
I think just take it easy and sleep. I say this a lot, but I think sleep is just so important.
This is still a game and you should enjoy it, and don't even look at the money. Go out there and have fun.
Don't start spewing off your chips because you're excited to play. Get used to sitting there.
Get chatting to people.
Look at them, observe them.
You'll get a little bit more into their head and you might figure out something to your advantage.
When I'm on the table, I like to chat. I like to talk in the hands. Very little people find it irritating, but most people love it.
But definitely no drink, no drink before, and sleep is really good.
It was my first EPT and actually went on to win it.
You know, everything worked out. My first EPT I won in San Remo in 2008, and it's one of the reasons why I play all these tournaments.
Hello, Barcelona! It's great to be aquí. It's great to be aquí. Who's from out of town? Who's from out of town? All right, how about tapas, huh? I think tapas is a Spanish word for, I just had 2 bites of food for $10. Can I have some more, please? Barcelona is pronounced Barcelona. Well, after some of those tapas, show me which way to the bathroom. Yikes! Woo-hoo. Boy, is this thing on? What are you guys, having a siesta out there? What's happening? Thank you. Anybody want to buy a hat? Real cheap.
Welcome back to Barcelona on a Saturday night, the penultimate day of the EPT 12 Barcelona Festival. From Casino Barcelona, where we are down to 9 in the main event, and that means all the remaining players are seated around one table. But this is not our official final table. Oh no, it becomes the official final table when we lose a player and are down to 8. And to make things even more confusing, we might continue playing beyond that point this evening. Our objective is to get to the end of this level at least. In an ideal world, we come back for the 6th and final day with 6 players. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan back on the mic alongside Matt Broughton.
So what, this is the final table, right?
It's the last table rather than the final table.
Right,
Let's lose that branding just to avoid any more confusion. I mean, you see, Matt, we've got a couple of short stacks right now. Victor Bogdanov at immediate risk with 10 big blinds. Mario Sanchez on 15. Reina Kemper hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Denis Shafikov still the chip leader with close to 12 million right now. We've gone to level 31. Blinds are now 60,000, 120,000 with a 20k ante.
And of course, the big question, everyone waiting to be revealed, is what do the 100k chips look like and what will they be called? That's not the immediate response graphically I was waiting for. Here we go. Black Steel. Oh, man.
Now, up until now, I have tolerated the new chips. However, the loss of the green and black edible 100k chips is hurting here.
The licorice.
I'm pointing at my heart.
The licorice is gone. But this is new. This is look at that. I got to be honest, I actually really like that as a colour scheme. I think that's pretty sexy. That's it. The cat's out of the bag now. What do you think about, don't forget, get in touch, keep us company, hashtag EPT Live. Graphical Nick has put up the promo for Black Steel. Hope you're enjoying it. What is this? What does he put up?
Careful, click play, you might regret it.
Oh, okay.
So first hand back from the break, first hand of the new level. Chip leader Denis Shafikov limps the button. Amir Tuma completes from the small blind. Rainer Kemper checks his option, and we are going three-way to the flop. Six, 4 deuce, 2 diamonds. I love Razorheart's tweet. Somebody must have won because Stapes is not in the booth. I love it when we get to final table day and the conspiracy theorists automatically assume that if he's not here, there must be a champion and he must be off doing the winner interview.
That is very funny indeed.
Stapes needs a rest. He was up very early this morning shooting Challenge Stapes. Remember, you'll be able to see Stapes recreates tomorrow during final table coverage on EPT Live. We're kicking off the show, 1 p.m. Central European time.
A lot of confusion why this isn't cards up. It isn't cards up because we've only recently come to all the players on one table. Doesn't afford us the time and facility to set up all the securities to get the delay behind us. That will all come tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of re-rigging that needs to be done. Plus, of course, there's a lot of checking that needs to be done to ensure that all the systems are in place and don't go wrong. It's not a simple case, as I said before, of just like press a button, build up a delay, boom, we're good to go.
And already our black and blue chips being renamed the Bruisers by Mean PC.
There's still one chip that we've yet to see, though, and Nick's just reminded me that there are the mind-bending, monstrous 500k chips in reserve.
Could they be plaques? I mean, I know we're not very good with rectangular things here on the broadcast, but maybe square chips?
Matthew de Mulder among
Is this part already televised?
the players who
Is
bust.
this already televised? Do we already see the live the whole cards? You do?
Matthew has stuck around along with a lot of other players railing this unofficial final table. So at least everyone has now locked up a six-figure score, Matt. 104,800 euros for the next man out. Remember, they're playing for a first prize tomorrow of 1.4 million.
Yeah, and action starts here on Viktor Bogdanov, who we saw crippled in that last level going up against Andreas Samuelsson. 10 big blinds. If this is an opportunity, got to be taken. A long level, and he does announce all in. He gets the triangle of death. Now we've just got to work our way around the other 8 players to see if anyone wants to take him on.
I think this shove's going to get a lot of respect.
Yes.
Under the gun at a 9-handed table on the final table bubble.
Although he did prove us wrong, we kind of thought he was being very ABC, and in the hand that got him into trouble. It was a big bluff with air. It took Andreas Samuelsson some time to come to the decision, but it was a hero call that took Viktor down to the bottom of the leaderboard. I think we've been asked this before, but I've realized I've forgotten what happens to the old chips. Do they get melted down? Do they get, I don't know, sent to children's homes? Do we landfill them? What happens? There's got to be a lot of them out there.
They were kept in reserve just in case there were any problems with the delivery of the new chips. They may well be used in side events.
Yeah, would make sense. Does every tournament have its own chipset?
Yes.
Because we've got like 104 different events at PCA. So
No, any different events running at the same time will all have individual chipsets. But say, for example, there's a nightly turbo. The nightly turbo will have its own chipset, and obviously the next day it's not like there'll be a different set the next day.
Right, so not every single tournament has its own chipset. It's
But
just there will never be two similar, two identical sets in play across a tournament.
That is certainly the objective.
Gotcha.
Roka says, where can I find the payout table? Answer your question, PokerStarsBlog.com. Click on the widget, check out the live updates. You can also follow along with what's happening in the 10K High Roller, where the players are now in the money. I can tell you that everyone is now guaranteed at least 104,800 euros, and the winner is going to receive 1.4 million.
Under the gun raise from John Joanda, 240,000. Being asked by Daryl, how do you determine that the life is over for a chip?
I mean, a lot of these questions, to be fair, like the one you just asked me, Matt, about different events having different chip sets, are really for the tournament staff. These are really questions you should fire in when we've got someone like Neil Johnson in the booth, for example.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess chips have a natural life, at which point that they're either too damaged, they're starting to fade, or just we want to have a refresh. I know that one of the driving forces behind getting these new chips is that they are more secure. They're much more hard. It's much harder to counterfeit these chips.
Right.
Dana says, how are the chips sanitized? I don't think they are.
I think Lee Jones just sits with, like, he just spits on each one and rubs it on his jeans and then just puts it back in the box. He's normally here for like a good 3 weeks after the event's done, just spitting and rubbing. And
in all seriousness, Dana, that's another reason why the chipsets probably need refreshing. They get a lot of DNA on them over the course of 3 seasons.
Approximately each chip, you could clone 6,000 different humans from just one chip. We were approached by NASA, who wanted to recolonize, and they just said, send us a chipset, just one chipset, and we'll send it off to Mars and grow humans from that. Obviously, they'll all have dark glasses. They won't really talk to each other, but it'll be a whole new world.
Tell you what, there is an idea in that, Matt, for some horrific dystopian sci-fi adventure.
It's exactly what I went across thinking. This could be developed. Imagine if they thought they had the DNA samples from all the brightest artists and scientists, but some saboteur went in and swapped it for an EPT Barcelona chipset.
I'm going to pitch it as Rounders meets THX1138.
Nice. I like it a lot.
So the under-the-gun raise from Sanchez. Contemplation from Kemper in the cutoff.
Somebody pointed out earlier on that Sanchez looks a bit like one of the male characters out of the Sims game. He is incredibly tidy in the face. Oh, man, that's just embarrassing. He's no Antonio Esfandiari, is he? Klutz.
700,000.
Are you sure? Spill that again.
It's a 3-bet.
700.
Folded back around to Sanchez.
All in.
Shove.
Knew it.
And Kemper calls.
Dama contra Jota.
So Sanchez is the player at risk here. It looks like jacks for Kemper and queens for Sanchez.
Oh man, I can't believe El Comentador has missed. He would be humping with Hoy at the pocket haxes or something.
If queens hold here, obviously Sanchez gets a big double up, but also that's going to leave Kemper with just 335,000. He's going to be a super short stack.
Yeah.
Yep.
Either way, it's probably not a huge jump to say somebody's tournament fate is about to be decided. Either way. Well, backdoor glimmers.
Absolutely. Backdoor straight draws, backdoor diamonds. It is not over yet. Kemper may only have 7% equity, but we have seen weirder stuff happen, and we saw it happen here in Barcelona just last year.
That is true.
As good as it gets.
Beard.
Now it's over.
Yeah, now that is officially drawn dead.
Yeah, Kemper drawing dead on the turn. Sanchez doubles up. Mario Sanchez now playing a stack of 4 million. Still below average, but we welcome Rainer Kemper to the danger zone.
Danger zone!
315,000, fewer than 3 big blinds.
Yikes. Pocket hacks lose, says Douglas. Quite right.
I'm not sure. Just, yeah.
Yeah, nice range rate.
I
Ouch.
have no friends.
Far away from home.
Yeah. All my friends are busy with their own business.
They're in the toilet?
Hey! They always go as a group for safety. Mario Sanchez, seat 8, 3.89 million in chips. That's what happens. Well, also, wow, look at that. Yeah, 2 bigs. 11 for Bogdanov as well. We could easily lose a couple of players in this level.
Well, as I said at the start of level 31, even if we get down to 8 pretty quickly, we will probably continue this evening.
Of course, when we lose one more, we will do the official photography. Always nice. Something to frame on the toilet wall. How much does the winner get? 1.4 euros. Million, that is. Not just 1.4 euros, that would be a bit harsh. Fredrik Jensen, for the first time in a while, gets this going under the gun, 250,000. He himself sitting pretty comfortably on just over 5 million. Round to the uber short stack of Rainer Kemper. Yep.
All in for 315,000. Now, does this reopen the betting action? I don't think it does.
No, I think not.
Yeah, the raise was 130,000 initially, so it would need to be 380,000 to reopen the action. It's an under raise. Well, Sanchez has called the all-in.
$65,000 more for Fredrik Jensen.
So there might be action on the side. As things stand, Rainer Kemper could triple up here.
Yeah, 1.4 1.8 million in the middle.
King 8-9, 2 clubs on the flop. Sanchez checks, Jensen checks. Turn card's another king, pairing the board. Once again, the action goes check, check. And the river card is another 9. Double paired board now. Check to showdown. Sanchez has an ace. Wow, King 10 for Kemper. Ace 10 the hand for Sanchez, Ace Jack for Jensen. Kemper gets a triple up.
Nice. That seems fair. That seems fair.
No, I made it 250. I made it 250. Yeah, that's the rate 65. 1.5 is all in, I think. I mean, his race was 65, and that's more than half of yeah, but I don't think that counts if he's all in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're just discussing the rules. So just to clarify, when Fredrik Jensen raises, the big blind is 120,000.
Yes.
Fredrik made it 250,000. That is a raise of 130,000.
And that's the key number to have in your head.
Yes. So if the next player wants to re-raise, the minimum they could re-raise by would be 130,000, which would be a total bet of 380k. Now Kemper only had 315,000. Now he has action on those chips, but it is not ruled as a raise. Therefore, the players to act behind can only call. They cannot re-raise beyond that 315,000.
Nicely done.
Jovan asks, when does this end?
Oh, well, I don't know. It didn't look that desperate, but it could be read that way.
If you're asking about the tournament, it ends tomorrow. Final day is Sunday, and we'll be covering every hand live with whole cards up from 1 p.m. Central European time. If you're asking about tonight, well, that's a tougher question to answer. It's highly unlikely that we will play beyond the end of this level. So you've got another hour and 10 minutes of poker. And thank you, Remco, for clarifying there. He's right, yes. The only player who can't re-raise is Jensen. Sanchez could reopen the action by 3-betting Jensen's bet. You're absolutely right. Just to be clear, it's the original raiser who is forced to just call. So when Sanchez calls there, he knows that he can't be re-raised by Jensen.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to explain, and explained it rather poorly.
No, yeah, no, I get. Well, hello, hello, hello. 10 Jack, Queen, King, Ace. That's what Joe would call a straight. Flush is also available for those who wish to play more than the board.
Tuma smiles, facing a bet of 1.35 million.
Cheeky.
Tell you what, it's noisy out there tonight.
I know. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Now that we've got our feature table actually right down in the heart of the room, you kind of do pick up more of the vibe, which I like. I think that's the thing. It feels good to be part of the room. Cheeky.
Was the big blind in the hand?
Well, this is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Alex is quite insistent that we answer whether the chips have got chips in. Again, not sure, not a question that we're really in a position to answer. I don't know. I don't think so in this instance.
Guess I was wrong.
I'm not aware. Obviously, you do get that. You get the cards with the chips in, so that the table can monitor. You can get chips with chips in, so that the table's also monitoring everyone's stacks and the bets made.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation where we should really activate the whole poke, but I think he's gone to bed early because he's flying out of here first thing tomorrow morning.
When he turned over, his heart must have been like, yeah.
Save it, my friend. Save it. Save it for Malta. Sorry, Alex, we actually don't know.
Take a double. You will collect a double.
We still keep track of all the chips by having a human, which you'll remember as being the tall things with legs, just watching the bets and calling the bets and logging the bets. I noticed there that Denis Shevkov has got all of his chips lined up so that the marks on the side are in a perfect straight line. Worrying, clearly losing his mind.
Now, I'm a little bit confused by this. I didn't expect to see Viktor Bogdanov flat a raise with this stack. Warburton's open to 250k. Now that's pretty much 25% of Bogdanov's stack.
Unless he wants to get it all in and he thinks it's too obvious to just shove. Who knows? Or he's just got small pocket pair and wants to go fishing and he's hoping everyone will let him in. Maybe his deuces or trays wanted to try and trip up. Or he had the ace-king or the ace-queen and he was playing it in a more passive fashion. Who knows?
Maybe hoping that someone behind squeezes.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the action got checked on the flop. 8 on the turn. Got checked around on the turn as well. 3 on the river. So I'll tell you what, if Bogdanov did have deuces or trays, he's laughing.
It's a dream come true.
Once again, everyone checks.
Yeah, kind of lost interest in this as it went along, didn't they? The king through the sevens. And the jack-queen. The jack-queen for Bogdanov?
I believe it is.
Yeah, positionally. Yep, nice. Another 720,000 in his stack.
So he's up to 2 million. So the only player now with fewer than 10 big blinds is Reina Kemper, sitting on 1.1 million.
A lot of shorts out there.
Man leg.
Yeah, if you're a lady viewer, you must be absolutely thinking hot poker player leg action. Or not.
You could almost see the sweat glistening on some of those kneecaps.
Folding, folding, folding. Everyone has suddenly lost the will to poker. Mario Sanchez now sitting on 3.5 million, 29 bigs. From the cutoff.
Alad asks, in order to make an EPT TV show, as seen on PokerStars.tv, do Hartigan and Stape sit through all the footage again for commentary? No, Alad, not all the footage, just the 48 minutes that ends up in the TV show.
That would be ridiculous, considering it takes us a week live to go through it all, to then have to go back and go, right, well, we'll just start again on day 2. That would be hardcore. So the raise from Sanchez has been called by Fredrik Jensen, also by Dennis, who's been pretty quiet, but then again he has been busy lining all the dots up on his chips. So we go 3-way to this flop with over $1 million in the middle, 7-7-4, 2 diamonds also. Check to the original raiser. Does not see bet here. Gives Fredrik a stare. It seems like, considering Fredrik's got quite a fair bit of real estate to work with face-wise, all of his features are really compressed. No offense. Just feels like they could stretch out a bit.
We reached that point in the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, where players slow down and we're providing facial analysis of the final 9.
Do you know, as my wife would say, he's got a big face, but it's not being utilized effectively. It feels like a lot of wastage. The hair helps. He has chucked out 400,000, and that has done the job. Fredrik picks another one up.
So Jensen currently playing just above average, 5.85 million. Denis Shafikov still leads with 11.7 million. Rainer Kemper still bringing up the rear with a sub-10 big blind stack. Richard says, I lost the past 5 days of my life, but would lose it all again. Hashtag loving it. Hashtag bank holiday madness. And that's the good thing for those of you in the United Kingdom, is that you don't have to work on Monday. So it doesn't matter how late the final table goes.
That means everybody that starts the broadcast has to end the broadcast. If we start losing our minds, we want you right alongside losing yours. Let's do it together.
And more good news for people in the UK. A question from Martin. What's the status of Shark Cage and when will we see the new season? I'll hold fire on that because Kemper's just moved all in.
It's got to be said, Stephen Warburton's been very quiet since we came to the 9-handed table.
Kemper's shove from under the gun.
It's working its way around, currently with Andreas, and round and round.
Amir Tuma in the big blind folds as well, so the all-in gets through. Yeah, so Martin asked about Shark Cage in the new season. Well, Martin, I don't know where you are in the world, but season 2 of Shark Cage is coming to the UK in mid-September, less than a month to go until it starts. Daniel Negreanu and Phil Ivey both make their Shark Cage debuts this season. Celebrities taking part include Don Cheadle, Sean Astin from the Lord of the Rings trilogy and the Goonies, plus Brazilian footballer Ronaldo, pro golfer Sergio Garcia. So that's on Channel 4 in the UK from mid-September, as soon as the PCA TV shows are finished. Pedro says, sorry if this has been asked, do the dealers work for the EPT or does each local casino provide the dealers? They work for the EPT, Pedro.
They all go back in a box. Again, Lee Jones spits on them and rubs them. That's entire fiction right there. Don't hold me to that. Just the main tournament staff get that treatment. Well, I said he'd been quiet, and he has proved me horribly wrong by immediately coming here under the gun, up to $250,000. $250,000 ball.
By picking up the blinds and antes on that last hand, Rainer Kemper moved above the 10 big blind mark.
What a treat.
Now, do we still have somewhere on this table, amid this massive paperwork that I'm currently wading through, the tournament structure? Yes, we do.
Good man. Not a surprise to find that on your side of the table, Joe's is mostly covered in just random scribblings, sort of dental floss, wet wipes, sound machines.
Literally no exaggeration there.
It's like a teenager's bedroom on this side of the desk.
Raise and take it for Warburton.
Grills, 3 grills. Oh God, Twitch is going to melt down when these 3 beauties revealed. Don't look coy. Front out cash. And in juxtaposition,
so I was just going to quickly talk about the structure, because this is currently level 31. So we'll play from level 32 tomorrow. Now, levels 32, 33, and 34 will all be 90-minute levels. But then, in order to get this thing to its inevitable conclusion, we will start seeing the blind levels reduce to 75 minutes, then to 60 minutes, and then to 45 minutes.
if it goes long enough, do the players have to go backwards in time and give us time back? You haven't thought that through, have you?
Whoa, you've just blown my mind.
Yeah, I can see. I can see.
And just to be clear, this structure was agreed before the start of the Barcelona festival and has been published, and all the players are aware of it.
So I'm sorry, do you know, I kind of wasn't really listening. So from which level do things start going backwards in time?
35.
35,
so
okay.
After this, we've got 3 more 90-minute levels.
Gotcha.
Then we've got 2 75-minute levels, 2 60-minute levels, then 2 45-minute levels.
That seems to be sensible. And I can't really imagine that's going to have a massive impact on any outcomes. I don't think in a parallel universe there would be a different game unfolding. That one got through there. Another all-in from Kemper, who's kind of building in steps up to 13 bigs now. There's enough out there in blinds and antes that if you can get that through a few times,
absolutely,
then get himself into a position where a double-up actually is meaningful. Right now the double-ups are just kind of keeping him alive. But it would be lovely if he could leapfrog over Bogdanov and Sanchez, feel a bit more comfortable.
Ben Kinnard says, I've got a family barbecue tomorrow, so I won't be able to watch the stream. Remember,
What?
Ben, you can obviously watch in delay via the desktop player at PokerStars.tv.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough.
Well,
Cancel it.
Hang on. Ben says I will be back around 9. Do you think
Oh.
we'll have a winner by then? No, I think we will still be going. But you never know what's going to happen. I mean, let's look at Denis Shafikov. If he just busts like 3 players and suddenly has like 40% of the chips in play and then starts running like Elke, steamrolls the table, then yes, it could.
I get the feeling that Dennis is done for the day. He appears to have dedicated all of his efforts to just stacking his chips in an attractive and kind of, well, let's be honest, a chilling fashion. It's a bit like sleeping with the enemy out there. All of the tins line up. John Joanna's made it 240,000. It's all or nothing for Kemper here. He's had a raise from Joanda, a call from Tuma. He has hung in there and got himself back into a spot where a triple up would be incredibly meaningful for him, but just got to decide, is it here or somewhere within the next 53 minutes he makes a move. Ben of barbecue fame is saying, thanks guys, we'll see you then. Yeah, 9 o'clock will be more than enough, my friend. You're going to still get a good 6 to 9 hours of poker action.
All in.
All in is announced.
Nice squeeze, Herr Kemper. So back on the original raiser, John Joanda, who did raise under the gun, and at a 9-handed table, you would normally credit him with a hand. And of course, we've still got Amir Tuma to act behind, who flattered Joanda's original raise.